Chapter 110. A Sudden Inspiration. Charge! Su Yuan shouted loudly, charging resolutely towards Lei Mang. In mere breaths, the two collided hundreds of times, their swords and thunder hammers intertwining, emitting a piercing screech. Dozens of small wounds appeared on Su Yuan's body, but under the starlight, they gradually healed. The starlight contained abundant vitality, sufficient to sustain Su Yuan in battle. In contrast, Lei Mang appeared to bear no wounds whatsoever. Such a resilient physique, such formidable recovery. Su Yuan thought to himself, damn it, how do I escape this place? Lei Mang desperately sought a way out, but finding an exit within the spiritual treasure was no easy feat. Such treasures possess immense power to trap and suppress enemies. Yet the difficulty lay in luring individuals into the treasure. Lei Mang had been overly careless, leading to his current passive predicament. With no alternatives, Lei Mang could only continue to battle Su Yuan. Su Yuan relentlessly attacked Lei Mang, his mastery of divine abilities growing increasingly adept, and his movements became more agile. The wounds on his body gradually diminished. Lei Mang quickly recognized the issue. The combat experience of the human opponent was exceedingly immature, as if he had never engaged in battle before. Yet now, his opponent's combat experience was steadily improving, and the sword light frequently struck his body, causing him considerable trouble. Lei Mang's anxiety intensified, while Su Yuan appeared increasingly relaxed. The two fought continuously within the floating treasure for several days and nights. Su Yuan took a deep breath, retreating slightly, his expression contemplative. Balance of work and rest activated. Time corridor initiated. In an instant, the battle process of the past few days replayed rapidly in his soul. Su Yuan swiftly absorbed and enhanced his battle experience, mastering Lei Mang's divine techniques one by one. So that's how it is. Su Yuan's face lit up with realization. The essence of the laws lies in their foundation, while divine abilities serve as their application. His understanding of the laws was profound enough that under the repeated training from his opponent, Su Yuan had become exceedingly proficient in utilizing divine abilities. He struck again with his sword. This time his technique became remarkably concise. No longer were 7 swords shining together or invoking celestial phenomena, but rather, he unified the 7 swords, seemingly unremarkable as he thrust towards Lei Mang. Lei Mang sensed the danger of the sword light and hastily retreated, but the sword light flickered and closed the distance in an instant, striking Lei Mang and leaving a more pronounced wound on him. Thunder escape? When did you learn my thunder escape and incorporate it into your attack techniques? Lei Mang's face was filled with disbelief. Su Yuan naturally would not explain himself to the enemy. He slashed out several more times, the 7 stars 5 elements thunder sword relentlessly striking Lei Mang. Some blows leaving charred wounds, while others inflicted corrosive marks, a consequence of the 5 elements laws. Conversely, the damage from the thunder laws was relatively minor, having little effect on Lei Mang due to his high resistance to thunder. The strongest thunder laws Su Yuan wielded inflicted less damage than the newly mastered 5 elements laws. Enraged, Lei Mang blinked, crossing a distance to appear beside Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan also shifted swiftly, using thunder escape to evade while countering with a sword strike that landed on Lei Mang. Lei Mang found himself in an extremely passive situation. After several attempts, he realized he had no chance to win against this human. Under the suppression of the spiritual treasure, he could only endure the blows. At this point, his chances of escape seemed exceedingly bleak. He recalled a previous battle where he had inadvertently opened a spatial rift. The lower realm space was incredibly fragile. If he could unleash a powerful force to tear open another spatial rift, he could break free from the treasure's constraints and escape. With this thought, Lei Mang acted quickly without hesitation, the core of his thunder source erupting with immense energy, all converging into the thunder hammer in his hand. Su Yuan's expression tightened, ready to evade his opponent's attack. After condensing a strike imbued with the power of obliteration, Lei Mang did not strike Su Yuan, but instead smashed it against the space itself. Crack! Inside the spatial treasure, a spatial rift was suddenly torn open. The terrifying destructive force of space enveloped the surroundings. Lei Mang was at the forefront, his body uncontrollably drawn towards the spatial rift. No! Lei Mang's face was filled with horror. The force of the spatial tear erupted instantly, and his body was cruelly shattered into pieces. A thunder source core was swept into the rift, dozens of cracks appearing on it, with a vast amount of thunder power spilling out, causing Lei Mang's aura to weaken dramatically. Lei Mang's soul aura also grew exceedingly faint, akin to a candle flame in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Fortunately, the spatial rift closed. Otherwise, the entire thunder source core would have been consumed. Lei Mang's soul desperately began to mend the cracks in the Thunder Source core, barely restoring it to a complete state, though it remained riddled with fissures. His soul, exhausted from repairing the core, fell into a deep slumber. Just before succumbing to sleep, Lei Mang had but one thought. I'm finished. Su Yuan stared in disbelief at the sight of his opponent suddenly falling into a severely injured slumber. He was dumbfounded. He suspected a trick, yet Lei Mang's fragmented body did not seem to indicate any scheme. In fact, he felt that the opponent seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness. Su Yuan remained silent. With a wave of his hand, the suppressive power of the floating treasure sealed Lei Mang's Thunder Source core, layers of restrictions easily falling upon it, confining its power. Throughout the whole space, Su Yuan faced no obstruction whatsoever. With a single move, the Thunder Source core fell into his hand, within which a frail soul lay asleep. Lao Qian materialized, gazing at the sight of Lei Mang now sealed, bewildered. Is that it? Su Yuan could only chuckle helplessly. Indeed, I was prepared for a protracted battle. The opponent's physique was too tough, and his recovery too strong. I couldn't resolve it quickly, but, at a loss for words, he continued. It seems he had a sudden inspiration, thinking that tearing open a spatial rift would create a passageway. Yet he did not anticipate the sheer power of the rift, which ended up injuring himself severely. Lao Qian retorted, does he not understand the terror of spatial rifts? Su Yuan shook his head. He likely has no idea. In his world, space is not so easily breached. Lao Qian paused. Do you know where he comes from? Su Yuan replied. Not exactly, but perhaps from the Xianxia. Old Qi's expression tightened. Another matter concerning the celestial realm? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, questioning. What do you mean? Old Qi sighed. I remember little of that great battle, but I know we faced adversaries who seemed to be messengers from the upper realm. Those messengers aimed to annihilate the Xianxian world, and eventually, the cultivators had no choice but to unite and fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's countenance grew grave. Did you emerge victorious? I did not know, but the outcome likely was not favorable. The strongest among us can now only achieve the Lianshu stage, whereas back then, one could reach the Daqing Ascension realm. Old Qi spoke somberly. Su Yuan, you must exercise caution and contemplate your escape routes. The might of those messengers will exceed your imagination. Those at the Lianshu level are merely the common sort. Back then, even those at the Du, Jie Da, Cheng level appeared. Su Yuan nodded. I understand. I have already prepared my retreat. Old Qi's demeanor softened, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon the thunder hammer lying on the ground. He eagerly exclaimed, Su Yuan, let me absorb this hammer. Under my refinement, its grade can be restored to the 7th level. Su Yuan's expression changed. No, this is a 7th grade spiritual treasure. It would be a waste to let you absorb it. He glanced at the fragmented ice blue stone bodies and then at the Thunder Source core in his hand, saying, I could attempt to forge a spiritual treasure from it, as I have all the necessary materials at hand. Surely not. Do you intend to refine a 7th grade being into a treasure? Old Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Do you possess such skill? Just because I cannot now does not mean I cannot in the future. Besides, you are not in a hurry to elevate your grade. Wait a moment. Su Yuan discovered a peculiar stone among the ice blue fragments. When he probed it with his consciousness, he encountered a formidable resistance. Using his combined realm pressure, he swiftly dispelled that resistance and then beheld a small, stable space within the stone, which contained various items. Su Yuan cast a quick glance and soon extracted 3 spiritual treasures. All 3 treasures were hammers, graded as upper 6th, middle 6th, and lower 6th. He tossed them to Old Qi. Are these sufficient for you to absorb? Su Yuan inquired. Indeed. With these 3 6th grade spiritual treasures absorbed, I have hope of restoring to the 7th level. Old Qi replied joyfully. Su Yuan waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the area when he suddenly spotted a unique compass. What is this? He fiddled with it, and, as his mana infused it, the center of the compass illuminated. An image soon materialized above it, depicting a colossal thunder giant. Xiaomong, have you completed the chief's task? The thunder giant inquired, but quickly widened its eyes. Who are you? Where is Lei Mang? The giant soon noticed the Thunder Source core in Su Yuan's grasp and instantly realized that Lei Mang had failed the mission. Damn it! How dare you harm a member of my Lei Ling giant clan? You seek death. The thunder giant roared with fury. Su Yuan scoffed. If you dare to come, be prepared to be exterminated. Such audacity. Just wait. The thunder giant seethed with rage. At that moment, Su Yuan had already noticed a thick thread of thought extending toward him. He halted the compass's operation and activated the Xianxia. In the next instant, he found himself within a stone mountain. Here, numerous thunder giants resided, and the sky frequently rained down thunder, which the stones below absorbed. Inside a stone structure, a thunder giant towering several dozen meters was seething with rage. Evidently, it was another thunder giant that had just communicated with Yuan across realms. Yuan's consciousness descended, transforming into a sphere that enveloped the thunder giant within. As the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper cast their starlight upon Yuan's consciousness, the enraged thunder giant suddenly felt something amiss. World Traveler, activate. In an instant, this consciousness completed its interworld transition, appearing out of thin air above the royal city of the Black Demon Realm. The thunder giant, encased within Yuan's consciousness, was also transported alongside it. At this moment, the thunder giant looked around in utter confusion, surrounded by beings imbued with demonic energy that surged into the sky, encircling him. Wait, what is happening? Am I hallucinating? Chapter 111. The Dark Realm Under Siege. The Demon Emperor Eudes, accompanied by 12 8th-tier demon lords, surrounded the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants. They watched the Thunder Spirit Giant with vigilant eyes. Just as the elder, a being of transcendent realm from the Thunder Spirit race, stood bewildered, the Northern Dipper shone brilliantly in the sky. The 7 luminous stars cast their radiance upon the Thunder Spirit Giant. The elder's aura surged abruptly, though the increase was negligible. It was evidently a boon. The elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants became even more perplexed. A 3-headed, 6-armed silhouette coalesced amidst the starlight in the sky, and the voice of Yuan resonated forth. I am the Taoist of the 7 stars. Those who sincerely believe in me shall be granted eternal life. Those who slander shall be deemed heretics. I descend with the Thunder Messenger to bestow upon you annihilation. Upon uttering these words, the 3-headed, 6-armed star figure transformed into a dense starry light, all converging upon the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder. Consequently, the radiance enveloping the Thunder Spirit Giant intensified. At that moment, the Elder began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. His expression altered as he gazed towards the heavens, yet the apparition had already vanished, leaving only the Northern Dipper still illuminating him, providing an insignificant semblance of strength. Wait, everyone, I have something to say. I am not the so-called Thunder Messenger. Let us not be deceived by that vile entity. The Thunder Spirit Giant immediately communicated telepathically with the 13 nearby demon cultivators. Through this mental transmission, even with differing languages, the essence of the message could be grasped, and he believed that his adversaries would not be so foolish as to fall for such a ruse. However, the Thunder Spirit Giant's transmission failed. The Demon Emperor, upon hearing the initial words of the transmission, promptly blocked the Elder's consciousness from entering his own mind. He then warned the 12 demon lords, do not heed his transmission. The powers of the otherworldly may ensnare us through mere words. Understood, Demon Emperor. This Thunder Messenger is far too formidable. We must confront him with all our might. Another demon lord expressed discontent. I told you not to provoke the deities of the other realm. Now look where we are. If all else fails, we can submit to the Taoist of the 7 stars. There is no shame in believing in him. A nearby demon lord quickly interjected, Mandala, are you a fool? With such a grave enemy before us, you dare to waver the morale. After this battle, you shall bear the consequences. The Demon Emperor Eudes bellowed, enough of this quarrel. Let us first vanquish this Thunder Messenger. In the demon realm, strength reigns supreme. If we cannot defeat this messenger, there will be no future for us. As soon as his words fell, all the demon lords, regardless of their differing opinions, nodded in agreement. Their gazes towards the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder grew increasingly fierce. The Thunder Spirit Giant Messenger furrowed his brow, sensing the escalating tension. He realized that confrontation was inevitable. Where exactly is this place? How can there be demonic energy? The concentration here does not resemble the demon realm, but rather the mortal world beneath it. This is intolerable. There is no spiritual energy to replenish my depleting strength, and I cannot afford to prolong this battle, lest the situation turn dire. At this moment, the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants felt an overwhelming trepidation towards the enemy who had the power to transport him to this place. However, he had not yet lost his composure. If the adversary could easily annihilate him, they would have done so already. There would be no need for such a relocation. While it was possible that his opponent was merely toying with him, it was equally plausible that they possessed this remarkable skill of teleportation. There was still hope. Gradually, the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants regained his calm. True demon suppression formation. Activate. From the 12 gates of the Imperial City, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into 12 colossal demon statues, each 1,000 meters high. The 12 demon lords stepped forward and merged into these statues, taking control of the formation's core. Instantly, a superlative array was set in motion, unleashing a formidable oppressive force that suddenly descended upon the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants. His once formidable aura was abruptly suppressed, and the surrounding environment transformed instantly. The original Imperial City vanished, replaced by a vast sea of black flames. Before the elder could make a move, countless fiery meteors rained down from the sky, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Seeking death, the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants was enraged. He had initially thought that refraining from action might allow for further negotiation, but he had not anticipated that the demon cultivators would take the first strike. Were they fools? Did they not comprehend the adage of the clam and the heron, where one stands to gain from the conflict of others? A massive hammer materialized in the elder's hand as he swung it toward the heavens. The hammer's shadow transformed into a tempest of thunder, sweeping back towards the sky. The collision between the meteoric flames and the tempest of thunder within the formation's space created a cacophony that echoed for thousands of miles. The ferocity of this battle far surpassed the minor skirmishes previously waged by Yuan. Yuan's consciousness floated high above, surveying the terrifying clash below, marveling in astonishment. Impressive. This thunder giant is remarkably powerful. He turned his gaze toward another part of the Imperial City, where beams of teleportation light flickered incessantly. Numerous demon cultivators emerged, including several of the 7th and 8th ranks. Upon their arrival, they swiftly joined the true demon suppression formation under the command of the human emperor. The formation's power surged visibly, multiplying several times over. This was a desperate battle between the strongest of the black demon realm and the celestial beings from beyond. Witnessing this scene, Yuan felt an unsettling familiarity wash over him. He suddenly recalled the words of the old sage. The emissaries from the celestial realm intend to obliterate the Tianyuan realm. They unite to resist the emissaries. Was this not a mirror image of that scenario? Bashfully, Yuan scratched his head, bemused by how he had inadvertently assumed a role he despised. Within the formation, the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giants unleashed a relentless barrage. Each swing of his thunderous hammer seemed to encapsulate a vast ocean of lightning, inflicting considerable damage to the formation with every strike. The bodies of the demon cultivators within the array began to fracture, and those below the 7th rank could only endure for a brief moment before needing to be replaced. The 8th rank demon cultivators had already gathered 27, representing nearly all of the 8th rank forces within the black demon realm. United in purpose, they managed to maintain a stalemate against the elder of the Thunder Spirit Giant, even while relying on their formation. The demon emperor declared loudly, "Hold your ground." He hails from another realm, where he cultivates spiritual energy. Here, devoid of such energy, he cannot replenish himself. Victory shall be ours. The 27 demon lords nodded in agreement, their expressions still grave. The elder of the Thunder Spirit Giant bellowed in outrage. "Damn it, are you fools? If you persist in this futile battle, I shall no longer show mercy." Yet, it was evident that communication was futile. Their thoughts could not traverse the chasm of understanding, and the elder's fury reached a boiling point. The demon emperor urged, "Fellow comrades, hold steadfast. He must be cursing us. Clearly, our efforts are effective." The elder, in a fit of rage, mocked, "You foolish barbarians from the lower realms. Let me demonstrate the might of celestial magic." With a thunderous roar, the laws of thunder in the heavens seemed to bend to his will, manifesting in a display of immense power. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, coalescing around the elder, transforming his form into a towering giant. "Behold my might. Feel the force of my hammer," he thundered, morphing into a colossal hammer that plummeted toward the formation. The ground trembled violently. The catastrophic force of destruction tore through the formation, unleashing a tempest of thunderous wrath upon the Imperial City. Buildings crumbled to dust, and numerous demon cultivators, unable to escape, were engulfed in screams, reduced to ashes. Even the demonic energy surrounding the Imperial City was obliterated, leaving the once magnificent city a desolate expanse of thunderous ruins. The formation shattered. Hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators screamed as they were turned to dust, even the demon infants and their souls escaping their corporeal forms. were swept away in the storm of destruction, dissipating into pure demonic energy. Amidst the chaos, the raw demonic energy transformed into the purest form of spiritual energy under the onslaught of thunder. The elder of the thunder spirit giant inhaled deeply, drawing in the spiritual energy derived from the countless fallen, replenishing his previously expended magical power. With the formation in ruins, the 27 8th-tier demon cultivators fled in disarray, each bearing wounds, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the elder, now restored to his original stature. The remnants of the formation's flames distorted the surrounding air. Yet within the hearts of the demon lords, a chilling dread took root. The elder scoffed, "Now do you comprehend my might? Do not provoke me." He turned away, seeking the path back to his realm. Observing the elder's departure and the devastated state of the imperial city, along with the countless fallen, the demon emperor shouted, "Do not be deceived. His recent attack was a desperate move. Now is the moment to counter. If we allow him to recover, our dark realm will know no peace." The expressions of the demons shifted dramatically. They resolved to fight back. 27 8th-tier demon lords were all responding to the call. The demon emperor, his expression grave, wielded his demonic blade and charged ahead, confronting the elder of the thunder spirit giants. The demon emperor roared, as a terrifying bloodlight coalesced upon his blade, formed from the grievances of countless souls who had perished. It was a fearsome weapon indeed. The elder's countenance shifted, and he swiftly countered with his colossal thunder hammer. Clang! The collision of the blade and hammer resonated through the air, their violent clash tearing apart the earth and sky, leaving scars that stretched for hundreds of miles. The demon emperor's eyes gleamed with triumph. He has blocked it. He truly is weakened. The elder's expression soured. He had indeed expended too much energy. And being not yet in the immortal realm, he found himself unable to cast his celestial techniques a second time in such quick succession. Damn it! As the demon emperor launched his assault, the other 27 8th-tier demon lords were not idle either, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the elder. 27 distinct forms of assault rained down upon him. He skillfully evaded several strikes, with his physical form enduring a multitude of others, remaining unscathed. However, some of the attacks were insidious soul strikes, causing his consciousness to tremble violently. The elder, agitated, shook his head in frustration. One of the demon lord's eyes lit up. His weakness lies in his soul. His physical defense is formidable, but his soul defense is considerably weaker. Chapter 112. The Gift of the Elder Thunder Spirit Giant. The demon emperor's eyes sparkled with realization. So that is it. He is finished. They, the demonic cultivators, were also quite adept at soul attacks. Initially, upon witnessing the Thunder Law manifest, he instinctively refrained from using soul attacks, for it is commonly understood that thunder counters the soul. Yet, it became apparent that the Thunder Spirit Giant clan was not proficient in soul attacks or defenses, despite the Thunder Law's natural resistance to such assaults. The demonic cultivators promptly adjusted their combat strategy, unleashing a torrent of soul and consciousness attacks upon the elder. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as the soul entity within the core of his thunder source began to show signs of damage. Damn it! Our clan's soul weakness has been exposed. If only I could break through to the immortal realm, where my soul and celestial body would merge, this weakness would vanish. I am but a step away from ascension. The elder seethed with rage. However, the tide of battle did not bend to his will. He began to find himself at a disadvantage. The relentless thunderous assaults created vast chasms in the earth, yet the demonic cultivators remained at a distance, launching their soul attacks from afar. This infuriated the elder, who roared in fury. He attempted to flee, but the 28 demonic cultivators pursued him relentlessly. "If you dare to pursue me further, I will annihilate everyone in your realm," the elder thundered. Yet the demon cultivators continued to ignore his threats. Enraged, the elder crossed the distance to another city. Defensive formations had already been erected within the city, but with a single strike of his hammer, both city and inhabitants were reduced to ruins, with countless demonic cultivators meeting their demise. The demon lords' faces darkened like stormy waters, yet they persisted in their relentless soul attacks. Whenever the Thunder Spirit Giant sought to counterattack, the demon emperor would step forth, wielding the enchanted sword to thwart the giant's assault. Under the constraints imposed by other demon lords, the Thunder Spirit Giant was incapable of inflicting any substantial damage upon them. The giant roared in fury. Although his speed surpassed theirs, The adversaries could easily pursue him through various teleportation arrays, and enemies surrounded him on all sides. Thus, after the Thunder Spirit Elder obliterated 180 cities, he was ultimately grievously wounded before the 181st city by the demon cultivators. Within the core of the Thunder Source, his soul was in tatters, teetering on the brink of annihilation. However, the devastation he wrought upon the demon race was indeed monumental. With countless billions perishing beneath his hammer, including a significant number of demon cultivators, his achievements were enough for Su Yuan to remember. 28 demon cultivators remained at a distance, continuously unleashing soul attacks. They dared not approach until the aura of the Thunder Spirit Elder's soul had entirely dissipated. Su Yuan observed this scene from the sidelines, noting their reluctance to advance, evidently still apprehensive. As he gazed into the echoes of his thoughts, confirming the demise of the Thunder Spirit Elder, his mind began to race. Suddenly, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper descended in radiant light, enveloping the Elder's corpse. The expressions of the demon cultivators shifted dramatically. Before their eyes, the dissipating Thunder Spirit Elder vanished in an instant. The Demon Emperor stared in stunned silence at the disappearing giant, his grip on the enchanted sword loosening involuntarily. He glanced at the surrounding demon lords, each displaying signs of fatigue and substantial injuries, yet fortunate to be alive. He raised his gaze anxiously towards the 7 stars, only to witness the starlight gradually dimming without further transformation. The collective exhalation of the demons stirred up clouds of dust. Demon Emperor, perhaps it is time to rescind those commands, suggested one of the demon lords. The Emperor tightened his grip on the sword, casting a final glance at the ravaged cities, and ultimately sighed heavily. I understand. Let us return. We shall rebuild the demon's city. In a flash, figures vanished, returning to manage the ensuing matters. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's consciousness remained undeterred. The system panel displayed his fame value soaring at an astonishing rate. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Black Demon Realm. Level: Supreme of 1 realm, 22 E10E. Realm: Peak of Yuanying, 100,100. Entry 1. Work and rest balance LV2, 310 current rest time, 3 days. Entry 2. Taoism in nature LV2, 310. Entry 3. Auspicious 7 stars LV2, 310. Entry 4. Echo of the Mind LV2, 210. Entry 5. Presence of a Great Being LV2, 210. Entry 6. Commanded in Crisis Level 2, 210 lifespan, 120,005 years. Entry 7. World Traveler Level 2, 210. Entry 8. Time Corridor Level 2, 210. Entry 9. To be unlocked. Su Yuan was astounded. Just moments ago, his fame value had surpassed 1E, and astonishingly, it had advanced further to a realm of unparalleled distinction. The upper limit of the Black Demon realm exceeded that of the Celestial Origin realm. This realization struck Su Yuan immediately. It evidently signified that he had the opportunity to acquire a 9th entry. Moreover, this entry, if all went as expected, was likely to be the final one. Having achieved unparalleled distinction, could there be a higher level? Perhaps not. After pondering briefly, he chose not to dwell on it further. His fame value within the Black Demon realm continued to soar at an astonishing rate. It quickly escalated to 5E, now only half the distance to 10E. However, the pace of this increase began to wane. Clearly, the well-informed demonkin had already become aware of Su Yuan's exploits. Yet the territory of the Black Demon realm was far more expansive than that of the Celestial Origin realm, Xianxia continent. And for other beings to learn of this matter would require some time to brew. Nevertheless, Su Yuan estimated that reaching a fame value of 10E without intervention would likely be a challenging endeavor, possibly taking decades. This was easily comprehensible. Those of higher realms were already privy to the essential details, and any further dissemination would mostly cater to lower-tier cultivators. Conversely, beings of lower realms might never have the opportunity to grasp the events that had transpired, with ordinary demons perhaps only aware of the occurrence of a great battle, but oblivious to its causes and outcomes. Such catastrophic events resulting in the destruction of hundreds of cities and the demise of billions of lives would certainly not be publicized by the Demon Emperor, who would instead deliberately seek to impede the spread of such information. Of course, if Su Yuan were to summon another Thunder Giant Elder, this process would accelerate exponentially. However, he surmised that vigilance had already heightened in that area, making it difficult to relocate the Thunder Giant as easily as before. As he would struggle to lock onto a moving object for transportation, opportunities would arise in the future. Su Yuan's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Above the sixth cave, a massive corpse of a thunder giant suddenly manifested in midair. This giant was extraordinarily colossal, towering over 900 meters, resembling a small mountain. It instantly stirred all the cultivators within the sect. "Fear not, this is merely a corpse." Su Yuan's voice resonated, prompting those hastily approaching his cave to slow their pace. Several transformation elders exchanged glances, bewildered by the series of remarkable events that had unfolded recently, all orchestrated by Su Yuan, each more astonishing than the last. With a mere thought, Su Yuan stored the corpse within the floating light vessel. He then entered, gazing upon the mountain-like form of the thunder giant, and marveled. What a magnificent body! He stepped forward, yet the wondrous Qian Kuan Ding on his body recoiled, trembling in retreat. "What is the matter?" Su Yuan inquired, surprised. "Did you not sense it? An overwhelming aura of malevolence is approaching. I cannot draw near." Old Qian replied. Even the transformed figure of Xiao Li was unable to approach. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. With his great power pose, he truly felt no trace of pressure. However, as he stood before the corpse, he gazed at the colossal figure. Scratching his head, pondering, how shall I utilize this? He struck the body with all his might, producing a resonant clang. Yet, the surface of the thunder spirit giant elder's corpse remained entirely unscathed. Su Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. After a prolonged effort by over 28th tier beings. "Now scratch. It seems I am even less capable. This is too resilient." Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air. Su Yuan turned his gaze to see in the silver spirit falls, the little Kai Su Si, who had entered an evolutionary state after devouring the flesh of the white-winged giant bird, had broken free from her transformation. A splendidly radiant, nine-colored celestial fish emerged, gleefully soaring. "I've broken through. I've broken through. I'm at the 4th tier." Little Kai joyfully fluttered in midair for a moment before noticing Su Yuan, Su Li, and Su Qian watching her. She puffed bubbles and shyly asked, "Why are you all staring at me?" Su Qian, puzzled, responded, "Do you not feel any discomfort?" "What?" Little Kai queried, perplexed. Su Yuan coughed lightly and suggested, "Turn around and take a look." Confused, Little Kai turned her body and beheld a frosty blue wall. Ascending slightly higher, she spotted a massive ice blue giant. Startled, she exclaimed, "What is this?" "A corpse," Su Yuan replied, "of a notably high tier. Did you not sense the aura of malevolence or any pressure?" "No." Little Kai initially shook her head, her eyes suddenly brightening. "A corpse? Flesh? Can it be eaten?" Su Yuan was taken aback, hesitating. "This is not flesh. It is stone. I am uncertain of its nature." "Let me try," Little Kai promptly declared. She flew to the giant's finger and bit down hard. Crack! The 9th tier stone was surprisingly bitten into by Little Kai. She chewed a couple of times before swallowing it. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, Little Kai, how strong are your teeth?" The six-colored radiance enveloped Little Kai's exterior. As her master, Su Yuan immediately sensed that within Little Kai, a new space seemed to have formed. After the ice blue stones entered this internal space, they began to dissolve slowly. Though the process was gradual, this was the flesh of the 9th tier thunder spirit giant, and Little Kai truly could devour and digest it. Thus, under Su Yuan's watchful gaze, Little Kai began to bite into the giant's finger, gradually consuming the 10-meter-long hand. At a certain moment, Xiao Kai furrowed her brow and spat out a stone from her mouth, expressing her disdain. "This is not flesh. It is inedible." Su Yuan's consciousness swept over, and his eyes immediately lit up. This is the storage equipment of the Thunder Spirit Giant. He joyfully accepted it and began the process of refining it with his mind. However, he soon realized that his refining speed was rather sluggish. The core restrictions of the storage equipment were proving to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, it was now an ownerless object, and refinement was merely a matter of time. After devouring half of a palm, Xiao Kai began to yawn incessantly. "I am about to fall asleep again." She flicked her fishtail and returned to the depths of Silver Spirit Lake to continue her slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yuan observed that the palm of the Thunder Spirit Giant, which had been devoured halfway, was mysteriously restoring itself, soon regaining its original form. Feeling the strands of magical energy spontaneously manifesting within him, Su Yuan confirmed it was not an illusion. His gaze towards the corpse of the Thunder Spirit Giant transformed. It was a perpetual source of nourishment. Thankfully, He did not need to consume it himself. Xiao Kai could take care of that. Wait, have I broken through my realm? Su Yuan was astonished to discover that. Under the influence of Xiao Kai's six-colored energy, he had quietly advanced into the transformation realm. As the abundant, positive, thunderous energy effortlessly transformed his nascent soul into a true spirit. Chapter 113, The Second True Spirit, a ninth-tier life treasure. Almost reaching the level of an immortal artifact, Su Yuan's attention shifted to the hammer held in the other palm of the corpse. This hammer had reached the ninth tier, only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal artifact. Once capable of advancing to the immortal realm alongside its master, it now found itself deprived of that opportunity. This was a life treasure, devoid of a spirit, but over time, in the absence of a master, it would gradually cultivate a spirit, ultimately transforming into a ninth-tier spiritual treasure. Old Qian swallowed hard. Should I swallow it? Can you even manage that? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. I can now, albeit slowly. However, once it begins to nurture its sentience, I will be unable to refine it. This is a crucial moment. We cannot delay too long. With the potential of a ninth-tier treasure, it could cultivate a spark of sentience in mere moments. Old Qian urged. Su Yuan furrowed his brow at these words. It was indeed a pity to simply swallow a ninth-tier treasure, but at present, he was unable to refine it. Thus, he had to settle for a secondary option. Very well, go ahead and swallow it, Su Yuan nodded. Old Qian was overjoyed. The 10,000 treasures cauldron soared into the air, its mouth directed towards the ninth-tier life treasure, inhaling forcefully. The unclaimed ninth-tier thunder hammer ascended, drawn into the 10,000 treasures cauldron. Suddenly, the cauldron felt as heavy as 1,000 weights, crashing down to the ground and burrowing into the earth. How heavy? Xiaoli frowned. Master, should we throw out? All right, let us toss it into the cave beneath number 6, Su Yuan nodded. Su Li hurriedly cast the Wanbao, Ding into the veins beneath the cave. Lao Qian, oblivious to his surroundings, devoted himself entirely to refining that ninth-tier magical artifact. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained deep in contemplation, gazing at the lifeless form of the Thunder Spirit Giant. With a flick of his wrist, a tome materialized before him, inscribed with the title The Secret Record of the Second Primordial Spirit of the Seven Absolute Sect. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, are you suggesting? Su Yuan glanced at the corpse of the Thunder Spirit Elder and affirmed, indeed. I intend to refine a second primordial spirit and test whether I can seize control of this Thunder Spirit Giant. Su Li gasped in astonishment, but it's a ninth-tier being. Su Yuan smiled slightly, yet it is already deceased. Moreover, its soul has perished while its physical form remains unscathed. Still reeling from shock, Su Li contemplated the situation and realized that it indeed possessed a remarkable feasibility. Su Yuan activated the work and rest entry, swiftly grasping the intricacies of the mysterious method for creating a second primordial spirit. This technique was immensely challenging, requiring the soul to be torn asunder before a second primordial spirit could be nurtured. The process was excruciating, and failure to keep up with the recovery could lead to severe damage. As Su Yuan perused the tome, the profound insights afforded by work and rest instantaneously bestowed upon him an optimized version of the method. In a single stride, he exited the cave treasure and arrived at cave number 6. There, amidst the medicinal field, a soul-nurturing tree thrived luxuriantly, nourished by the starlight of the northern dipper. Having reached the 4th-tier low-grade after years of cultivation, Suda rushed over. Master, is there something wrong with the soul-nurturing tree? Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No. It is flourishing splendidly. As he spoke, he gestured, and a soul identical to Su Yuan emerged from the tree, radiating the aura of a nascent soul. The moment the soul was extracted, Su Yuan initiated the method for the second primordial spirit. Complex mystical patterns appeared, branding themselves onto the soul, and in a mere moment, the second primordial spirit was successfully refined. Su Yuan's consciousness split, granting him 2 perspectives, one from his original self and the other from the newly formed soul. The dormant soul awakened, opening its eyes to meet the gaze of Su Yuan's original form. Both the original and the second primordial spirit broke into simultaneous smiles. Unexpectedly, the fragment of soul that had remained in the soul-nurturing tree had, through years of nurturing, coalesced into a complete soul. With a bit of refinement, it became my second primordial spirit. This soul was inherently mine. With a sigh of appreciation, Su Yuan withdrew another fragment of his soul from his original body and infused it into the soul-nurturing tree. He instructed, Suda, continue to nurture it. This is a fragment of my life. Do not be negligent, as this task is of utmost importance. I hope you understand. Upon hearing this, Suda's expression brightened with enthusiasm. Master, I vow to protect the soul-nurturing wood with my life. Su Yuan chuckled in response, knowing that the soul-nurturing wood had always been under his watchful gaze, and he held no concerns for its safety. Su Da's declaration merely provided him with a reason to realize his own worth. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yuan stepped back into the realm of the spiritual treasure. He sent his second primordial spirit into his dantian and commenced the elevation of its realm. His own magical power, along with the energy feedback from Shao Kai, was systematically infused into the second primordial spirit. It swiftly transformed into a nascent soul and began its metamorphosis into a primordial spirit. There exists a saying within the secret arts that the second primordial spirit cannot independently elevate its realm. But what lies at the root of this limitation? If it were to seize another body, one of considerable cultivation, would that not influence the ascension of the second primordial spirit? It is common knowledge in the realm of cultivation that the second primordial spirit faces significant challenges in advancement, yet the true reasons behind this phenomenon often elude attention. Or rather, ordinary cultivators lack the means to delve into such inquiries. Intrigued, Su Yuan saw this as a potential subject for future exploration. He had noted, upon first reading the secret arts pertaining to the second primordial spirit, its inherent difficulty in ascending. While he had not discovered a solution in the entries, he recognized that if the body seized possessed a high level of cultivation, it would not hinder the second primordial spirit from reaching the original realm of the body. Before him lay a perfect vessel for possession, a nearly immortal body, suggesting that the second primordial spirit could ascend to the threshold of immortality. After half a day, nourished by a vast reservoir of magical power, the second primordial spirit reached the level of the primordial spirit. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan's second primordial spirit exited his body and stepped onto the core of the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's Thunder Source. Then it plunged into the core. The formidable defenses of the physical body could not withstand the invasion from the realm of the soul. The second primordial spirit successfully penetrated the interior of the Thunder Source core and began to merge with it. The process of integration unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. The original soul had been thoroughly cleansed by the 8th-tier demonic cultivators, leaving no remnants behind. Su Yuan's endeavor to usurp was proceeding remarkably well. In a fleeting moment, his consciousness successfully seized control of the Thunder Spirit Giant Elder's body. The massive fingers of the Thunder Spirit Giant twitched slightly, and then there was silence. Su Yuan's true form wore an awkward smile. I have succeeded, yet the physical body is overwhelmingly strong. My primordial spirit requires time to acclimate. He could distinctly perceive the second primordial spirit rapidly ascending. The energy of the Thunder Spirit Giant was providing abundant sustenance for his second primordial spirit. After another half-day, the Thunder Spirit Giant finally began to rise slowly to its feet. Su Yuan reveled in his newfound formidable physique, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The energy within him was nearly depleted. Su Yuan was immediately struck by an overwhelming sensation of hunger. This body, after enduring a series of fierce battles, had become exceedingly depleted. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Yuan's mind, and his thoughts traversed great distances to behold Elder Lei Yan still racing across the surface of the sea. The stormy thunderclouds above were descending steadily, inching closer to the water's surface. Countless beings were in a frantic flight. However, the expanse of the thunderous sea was vast, fraught with peril, and the speed of their escape was insufficient to elude its grasp. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with realization. This presented a splendid opportunity to replenish his energy. He focused his mind and activated Echo of Thought. In the next moment, a fragment of his consciousness manifested on the Dragon Transformation Island within the immortal origin realm. There, 7 true dragons were laboriously calculating the operational patterns of the Big Dipper, their faces etched with expressions of despair. What is the purpose of this teaching? Aren't we meant to elevate our realms simply by eating and sleeping? One dragon pondered in confusion. A younger dragon, little 36, playfully tapped his head. Fool, your approach will only render you a slave to power. A true dragon who cannot wield its strength is not a good student. Oh, the dragon responded, extending 5 claws as he fixated on the celestial Big Dipper, tirelessly calculating until before long, he dozed off with his eyes wide open. Su Yuan gazed in exasperation at the 7 little true dragons, who had collectively succumbed to slumber in mere moments. After a brief pause, he activated World Traveler. In an instant, a colossal thunder spirit giant materialized above Dragon Transformation Island. A terrifying 9th-tier pressure radiated outward, jolting the 7 true dragons awake. "Master, save us! A dragon is attacking! A dragon is attacking!" They cried out in alarm. Yuan paid no heed to their shrieks and swiftly reactivated World Traveler. The thunder spirit giant's avatar vanished in an instant. Yet, the very next moment, an enormous dragon claw appeared from thin air, hurtling toward the original position of the thunder spirit giant. Fortunately, Yuan had activated World Traveler just in time to evade. A portion of his consciousness remaining in that location felt a jolt of shock. The next instant, a massive dragon head emerged from the clouds, towering several miles high. With a serpentine body stretching for hundreds of miles, partially concealed within the mist. In the realm of immortals, such an immense form signified that this dragon was extraordinarily formidable. A soft exclamation emanated from the dragon's head. Clearly, this powerful dragon was taken aback by the existence capable of escaping its grasp. A mere lesser clan dares to wreak havoc on my Dragon Transformation Island? The dragon's powerful voice resonated coldly as it declared, "I shall annihilate half of your kin to serve as an example." Its claw reached out into the void, as if traversing infinite distances, and struck down with tremendous force. Upon retracting its claw, it had captured countless Thunder Source cores. The Dragon Clan's powerful being chewed a few of the Thunder Source cores. A look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. The flavor is delightful. Chapter 114, Consecutive Surprises. This scene left Yuan and the countless beings of dragon lineage on Dragon Transformation Island in utter astonishment. They gazed blankly at the sky, filled with profound admiration and intense pride for the might of the Dragon Clan. The 7 little ones were wide-eyed, looking at the dragon head, their eyes sparkling like stars. The dragon head glanced down in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, you 7 young dragons possess an unexpectedly pure bloodline. How curious." The dragon elder calculated with his fingers and remarked, "Ah, you have once been tainted with the bloodline of the multicolored devouring carp, cleansed of all your chaotic bloodlines, and then transformed through the Dragon Gate into true dragon bloodline. Fascinating. So that is the case. Since your bloodline is so pure, there is no need for you to remain on Dragon Transformation Island. Follow me." With a swift claw, he captured the 7 little ones. Then, with a flick of his tail and a turn of his head, he disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the excited roars of countless dragon lineage beings on the island. What is happening? Yuan was bewildered. Meanwhile, in the realm beyond the 9 heavens of the Tianyuan world, on an island, the slumbering thunder giant suddenly awoke. "Damn it, what is the Dragon Clan doing? Suddenly invading our territory and annihilating nearly half of our kin, including the fall of 13 Earth Immortals. This is the culmination of countless millennia for my Thunder Spirit giant clan. Among them are my children and bloodline descendants." The Thunder Giant was enraged. His clan had always been amicable with others, never expecting such treachery from the Dragon Clan. "Damn it, I must report to the Lord and seek justice." He swiftly rose and headed towards the teleportation array, casting a glance back at the Tianyuan world. With Lei Mang present, the Tianyuan world would remain stable. "I must return quickly. The round trip would take no more than 10 years. Nothing will go amiss." With this thought, the Thunder Giant hurriedly made his way to the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the island to slowly orbit the Tianyuan world beyond the 9 heavens. Yuan quickly retracted his consciousness, his heart racing wildly. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. What an existence that was. Even in the immortal realm, such power would be formidable. Yuan took a breath to steady himself, then murmured, "Wait, did he say the 7 little ones were tainted with the bloodline of the multicolored devouring carp?" He involuntarily glanced at the metamorphosing little Kai, a bloodline of such significance, recognized by such a powerful being, must be extraordinary. Yet, looking at little Kai, he thought she seemed merely like an ornamental pet. Aside from her impressive ability to enhance cultivation and her hearty appetite, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. Yuan completely overlooked the earlier scene, where little Kai effortlessly devoured 9th-tier beings as if they were mere radishes. His attention had already shifted elsewhere. The Thunder Spirit Giant's avatar, having traversed dimensions twice, directly achieved spatial teleportation and arrived beside Elder Lei Yan. Elder Lei Yan was swept by the formidable pressure emanating from the Thunder Spirit Giant, causing him to plunge headlong into the sea, taking a mouthful of water. He felt an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis, and without a moment's hesitation, he dove deeper into the water, showing no inclination to look back. Elder Lei Yan, do not panic, it is I. The voice of Su Yuan resonated within Elder Lei Yan's consciousness. Startled, Elder Lei Yan sensed the pressure above the surface dissipate. He swam back to the surface, lifting his gaze to behold the terrifying ice-blue giant, nearly 2 miles tall, staring at him with an impassive expression. Elder Lei Yan's expression froze. The ancestor? Indeed. Su Yuan controlled the Thunder Spirit Giant, nodding slowly. What brings you here? Elder Lei Yan inquired cautiously. I have taken possession of this being with my second primordial spirit. Do not worry, Su Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Lei Yan nodded in realization, but soon felt something was amiss, asking blankly, have you broken through to the transformation realm? It has only been a few years. What was the original level of this new body? I find it somewhat difficult to breathe. Yes, I fortuitously broke through a day ago. This body is at the Great Ascension stage. You may inquire further upon your return to the Sect. I must absorb the energy of this thunder sea now. There is no time to attend to you. With a wave of his hand, Su Yuan caused Elder Lei Yan to vanish, only to reappear in a remote corner of the Black Demon Realm, and then instantaneously at the Sect. Elder Lei Yan gazed at Su Yuan, who was smiling warmly, completely bewildered. Elder, welcome back to the 7-star Sect. Su Yuan cheerfully poured him a cup of tea. Trembling, Elder Lei Yan took the teacup offered by Su Yuan, but inadvertently lost his grip, spilling the tea. Hastily, he controlled the water back into the cup, and then slowly poured it into his mouth, numbly exclaiming, what exquisite tea. Meanwhile, the Thunder Spirit Giant's avatar stepped forward, entering the Thunder Sea. The surrounding violent thunderbolts surged toward him. As countless bolts struck his body, they were rapidly absorbed. The body instinctively absorbed the surrounding thunder, converting it into its own energy. The energy deficit within the Thunder Spirit Giant was quickly replenishing. The thunderous energy felt so familiar, as if returning to a mother's embrace. While absorbing these bolts, the Thunder Spirit Giant felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and fragments of thunderous laws began to manifest in his mind. To his astonishment, the thunder contained pieces of the very laws he sought. These bolts do not repel me at all. It is as if they share my essence. Su Yuan marveled at the thunder in the sea, which harmoniously integrated into his being. The power of these thunderbolts was immense, some even rivaling the might of celestial thunder. Initially, he intended to evade those celestial bolts, only absorbing the weaker thunder beneath the celestial realm. But now it seemed he could attempt to absorb celestial thunder itself. He drew near to a celestial thunder, which instinctively approached his form, seamlessly merging into his body and commencing the refinement of the colossal Thunder Spirit Giant's physique. Su Yuan was utterly astounded. This was an unparalleled opportunity. He inhaled a breath of the thunderous essence. In truth, this celestial thunder was originally the primordial lightning expelled by the chieftain of the Thunder Spirit Giants, power that had been forsaken, remnants from the cultivation process. However, for the Thunder Spirit Giants beneath the celestial realm, this lightning was indeed a true boon, even the foundation for ascension. The chieftain had intended to repurpose this waste lightning to weaken the celestial forces of the Tianyuan realm. Yet unexpectedly, a Thunder Spirit Giant had come forth to reclaim this discarded power. An enormous sea of thunder was swiftly converging within Su Yuan, centering around his form. His Thunder Spirit Giant body devoured the thunderous sea with insatiable hunger, resembling an abyss. Each crystalline cell of the Thunder Spirit Giant constituted its own space, capable of containing vast amounts of lightning. If the refining speed fell short, it could store the lightning within its body first. Su Yuan moved rapidly through the thunderous sea, and wherever he passed, all the lightning returned home as if drawn by an unseen force, entering the body of his Thunder Spirit Giant avatar with remarkable ease, even more effortlessly than refining the natural thunders of the world. Su Yuan found himself perplexed by the situation, but decided to consume as much as he could. In a mere half-day, the once colossal lightning had been completely devoured. The region, which had frequently been struck by thunder, became tranquil once more after countless years. Su Yuan contentedly burped, feeling overly satiated. The celestial thunder within him was alarmingly abundant. and he sensed that this incarnation seemed on the verge of transforming into an immortal being. Just then, golden clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Su Yuan was taken aback and looked up. Was this the merit of the celestial path? As he marveled, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating his second primordial spirit. The celestial merit instinctively flowed into his second primordial spirit, causing its cultivation to ascend uncontrollably. Wait, something was amiss. Su Yuan's expression shifted. The aura of his second primordial spirit was rising at an astonishing rate. He hastily halted the influx of celestial merit into his second primordial spirit and instead harnessed its power to facilitate a harmonious fusion between the second primordial spirit and the corporeal form of the Thunder Spirit Giant. Celestial merit truly proved to be a versatile and invaluable asset. Initially, his seizing of the Thunder Spirit Giant's body had resulted in significant dissonance. The human soul could never truly align with the physique of the Thunder Spirit Giant. However, with the infusion of celestial merit, an astonishing transformation began to unfold. His primordial spirit gradually synchronized with the body of the Thunder Spirit Giant, and his control over this form became increasingly adept. At the moment when the divine merits of the heavenly Tao dissipated, Su Yuan's second primordial spirit seamlessly merged with the colossal body of the Thunder Spirit Giant. A brilliant light radiated from Su Yuan's eyes. The limitations on the second primordial spirit seemed to have been lifted. The two entities truly became one. The enigmatic technique of the second primordial spirit, a bug that rendered ascension nearly impossible, was astonishingly resolved under the restoration of the divine merits of the heavenly Tao. Just as Su Yuan reveled in this newfound joy, chains of laws began to entwine around him. Su Yuan was taken aback, his expression shifting. Was this an attempt to dismantle the bridge after crossing the river? As he attempted to break free, he witnessed many of the chains binding him shatter effortlessly into fragments. Bewildered, Su Yuan had no comprehension of what transpired. Then, he discerned that a certain shackle in the heavens and earth had suddenly been unbound. Su Yuan calculated with his fingers, and clarity dawned upon him in an instant. The upper limit of the heavenly Yuan realm had been elevated, soaring from the void refinement stage to the great ascension stage. This was disastrous. Su Yuan gasped in shock. A colossal rumble emanated from the direction of the Chinka continent. He gazed towards the Chinka continent, where it was visibly rising. The coastline was advancing outward, and the land beneath the sea was rapidly elevating above the water's surface. The extent of the Chinka continent was increasing exponentially. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the entire continent in a rejuvenating infusion of vitality. With another thunderous boom, Su Yuan looked down to see that the area previously known as the Thunder Sea was witnessing the islands rapidly ascend, the waters parting and the land taking form. As vast underwater plains began to emerge as new terrestrial expanses, the landmass of the entire heavenly Yuan realm was multiplying thousands of times over. Anxiously, Su Yuan cast his gaze beyond the heavens, fully aware that a celestial Thunder Spirit Giant was stationed there, and such commotion would undoubtedly attract its attention. This was dire. It might be prudent to consider fleeing. Chapter 115. The Divine Position of Heaven and Earth. The sky remained eerily still. The calamity Su Yuan feared did not materialize immediately. Yet, he could not find solace in this reprieve. He knew that the entity above relished slumber, and at this moment, it was likely asleep. Once awakened, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the heavenly Yuan realm, especially the seven-star Sect, which had previously dispatched a Thunder Spirit Giant of the Void Refinement stage to assault them. Now, they would likely send forth one of the Great Ascension stage, and possibly more than one. The Thunder Spirit Giant's avatar, having traversed the Black Demon realm, returned to the Sect in the blink of an eye. Its form diminished to a height of 2 meters, yet retained the visage of the Thunder Spirit Giant. Su Yuan patted the avatar's corporeal form and remarked with admiration, "With this guardian at my side, I feel an overwhelming sense of security." At that moment, 5 elders of the transformation stage and the Sect leader, Gu Qingzhu, hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Su Yuan, coincidentally seeking them, waved his hand to lift the cave's protective barrier. The 6 gathered before Su Yuan. Once again, Gu Qingzhu took the initiative to inquire, "Master, there was a tremendous tremor just now, and the Earth's veins have undergone significant changes. Do you know what has transpired?" Gu Qingzhu gradually found it difficult to address Su Yuan by name, as these changes had begun to manifest with the elevation of Su Yuan's power. Su Yuan sighed inwardly but did not impede Gu Qingzhu's alteration in address. Such matters were unavoidable in the realm of cultivation, where strength dictated respect. Indeed, the world has just ascended, and the once submerged ancient continent has resurfaced, its area approximately increased by a factor of 10,000. However, the spiritual energy of this nascent land is still quite feeble, rendering it unsuitable for establishing a residence, Su Yuan explained. Elder Nangong, astonished, remarked, "The ancient continent has re-emerged? This is indeed witnessing history. Moreover, beyond the changes in the continent, the realm of refining void is no longer the pinnacle of cultivation. It has now been elevated to the great ascension stage," Su Yuan continued. A collective gasp of astonishment resonated among the group. Gu Qingzhu sighed. Such transformations are remarkable. Had they occurred earlier, our previous master would not have needed to leave Chinka continent. Su Yuan queried. If they had only reached the refining void stage and were unable to ascend, how did they depart from Chinka continent? Elder Nangong responded. When our esteemed ancestor left behind the secret realm of inheritance, he also provided a spatial coordinate, stating that breaking through the space at that location would open a temporary spatial passage, allowing one to leave Chinka continent. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Elder Nangong promptly presented a jade slip. Upon receiving it, Su Yuan discovered the spatial coordinates inscribed therein, not far from the Seven Stars Sect. He casually stored away, intending to keep it as a potential route of retreat. Additionally, I sense a great calamity is approaching the Tianyuan realm. Before it arrives, we must find a means to send our disciples to other worlds to evade disaster, Su Yuan added. The Tianyuan realm? Are you referring to our Chinka continent? Gu Qingzhu asked, astonished. Yes, it encompasses all current continents and oceans that can be traversed by flight, Su Yuan clarified. How shall we reach other worlds? Through that spatial passage? Elder Lei Yan inquired. Su Yuan replied calmly. I can transport you to other worlds. Besides seeking refuge, you may also undergo training and assist me in certain matters. Gu Qingzhu's heart leapt with joy. Master, please command us. We shall undoubtedly fulfill our obligations. The others held little doubt regarding Su Yuan's words, as Elder Lei Yan had previously shared his experience of being instantaneously transported back to the sect by their master. Su Yuan stated, It is quite simple. Propagate my name and disseminate my profound teachings. Of course, the outer sect may only share a portion. Should they wish to learn more of the seven-star secrets, they must join the seven-star sect. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. Such tasks did not seem overly daunting. Summon back the disciples of the sect. Also recall Elder Huashan, Su Yuan instructed. Understood. They responded in unison. They hurriedly departed, diligently attending to Su Yuan's commands. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before waving his hand. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before him. Song Kai looked around in bewilderment, still holding a ledger in his hands. However, upon noticing Su Yuan, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect. I pay my respects to the master. Su Yuan replied with a gentle smile. How have the shops been faring lately? A spark of joy ignited within Song Kai as he eagerly responded. Our chain stores have expanded across the entirety of the Chinka continent, establishing a presence in every city. They are quite favored by wandering cultivators and minor factions alike, with each shop thriving and generating nearly 1 billion spirit stones in profit monthly. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, but what concerns me is not your spirit stone earnings, but rather the propagation of my name, which serves a far greater purpose. Su Yuan had roughly calculated that the fame accrued from Song Kai's chain of stores exceeded 10 million, a figure that was not only impressive but also discreetly understated. Upon hearing this, Song Kai was taken aback, realizing that Su Yuan had divulged such confidential information to him. He felt a profound sense of acknowledgement from his master. Your cultivation level is somewhat lacking. You have only reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Song Kai scratched his head. Master, I am no genius. This level is the result of abundant resource allocation. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment, turning his attention inward to his sea of consciousness. Within it, he observed that the celestial position of the Big Dipper Star Lord had become even more consolidated than before. Consolidate the divine position, Su Yuan commanded with a thought, causing a radiant glow to emanate from the celestial position as a remarkably intricate divine talisman gradually took shape. He beckoned with his hand, and the talisman materialized in his grasp. Song Kai gazed at the exceedingly complex talisman in confusion. This is a divine position, Su Yuan explained. I shall name it the 9th rank star official, belonging to the lowest tier of divine positions. Song Kai stared at the talisman in shock. A divine position? Is it akin to the legendary existence of a land deity? Quite so. The abilities of this divine position stem from me. I will share a portion of my power to condense this divine position. Should someone bear this divine position, they will automatically acquire corresponding strength and certain abilities. Su Yuan stated calmly. Song Kai was awestruck by the magnitude of this revelation. Naturally, such divine positions possess both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the effortless acquisition of power. One need not cultivate independently, but can elevate their divine position instead, with their lifespan extending in tandem with mine. As long as I endure, so shall the divine position persist. Su Yuan paused briefly, then continued. However, the drawbacks are evident. Once refined, one cannot betray me. Autonomous cultivation becomes arduous, and the divine position may be reclaimed at any moment. His gaze deepened as he regarded Song Kai. As a reward for your years of diligent effort, you are worthy of this. Do you wish to refine it? Yes, I am willing. Thank you for your generous bestowal. Master, Song Kai replied with fervor. Su Yuan nodded and casually tossed the talisman. Song Kai immediately caught it, and the divine position seamlessly integrated into his being. Song Kai opened his consciousness, allowing the celestial scripture to enter his mind. His soul seamlessly merged with the celestial scripture. In that moment, the scripture transformed into his primordial core. As the refinement succeeded, the celestial scripture was activated, and Song Kai instinctively comprehended several profound arts of the 7 stars, encompassing all 9 volumes from the 1st to the 9th. The celestial scripture sank into his dantian, sweeping away all spiritual energy, then erupted with a force that drew the surrounding spiritual aura swiftly towards him. Simultaneously, the 7 stars illuminated, beams of starlight cascading down and integrating into Song Kai's being. Standing nearby, Su Yuan felt a subtle tremor in his celestial status, as a trace of his meager magical power was absorbed into the celestial hierarchy. Within Song Kai's body, a divine power emerged from the celestial scripture, distinctly different from that of ordinary cultivators. As the divine power flowed, it resembled tiny stars shimmering, imbued with an enchanting mystery. The divine power coursed through his meridians, spreading throughout Song Kai's entire body, as his physical form gradually began to metamorphose into that of a divine entity. His physical strength approached the early stages of foundation establishment, and the quality of divine power within him reached that level as well, albeit in limited quantity. Merely a few hundred strands. Song Kai gazed at his palm with astonishment, instinctively employing the divine techniques recorded in the celestial scripture. He immediately stepped upon starlight, executing the 7-star flowing steps, his figure darting rapidly through the air with incredible speed. Su Yuan observed as strands of yellow fortune flowed from Song Kai, subsequently entering the celestial scripture and transcending space into Su Yuan's celestial status. His fortune subtly increased as a result. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan pondered. The celestial status redistributed his power while simultaneously granting him the other S fortune. Not faith, but fortune. At the same time, he noticed faint wisps of incense energy gathering around Song Kai. The celestial status automatically absorbed this incense, converting it into divine power, while the fortune contained within the incense was transferred into the celestial hierarchy. Divine beings relish the incense while bearing its associated costs, whereas the exalted enjoy the fortune without bearing any price. Moreover, in extreme cases, I need not share my power. Merely sharing insights on cultivation suffices, allowing the divine being to independently accumulate divine power from the incense. Su Yuan comprehended. At this moment, Song Kai regained his composure and hurried to Su Yuan, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your bestowal. Su Yuan replied, this is what you deserve, but this is only the 9th grade star official. Beyond this, there are the 8th, 7th, 6th grades, and even the true celestial deities. Upon hearing this, Song Kai's expression shifted, and he promptly replied with respect, Master, please instruct me. You possess a remarkable acumen for commerce, and I shall facilitate your ventures into alternate realms under the esteemed name of the 7 Stars Merchant Association. Of course, you may employ other means. The broader you disseminate my name, the greater your merits will be, which can be exchanged for the profound teachings of the 7 stars or even the elevation of your divine status. Su Yuan gazed at Song Kai with a smile. intrigued by the prospect of whether the divine status could indeed encompass the power of the inscriptions. In Chapter 116, The Seven Stars Disciples, Su Yuan directed his gaze toward the horizon. An innumerable array of thought threads connected to him. By temporarily concealing his thoughts from this realm, he discerned that a vast multitude of thoughts still reached out to him. Among them was one particularly robust thread, with countless strands coalescing into a chain that firmly anchored towards the direction of the Black Demon realm. Additionally, another thread connected to the Star Spirit realm, comprising tens of thousands of strands. Beyond these two previously explored realms, thousands of other thought threads appeared before Su Yuan, each belonging to distinct directions, amounting to at least 3,000, and this number continued to rise. During this period, the techniques he had cultivated at the celestial pivot had begun to manifest their effects in abundance. Many beings across various worlds had received the inheritance of these techniques, and as they practiced, they would unconsciously invoke the name of the seven stars. Now, the seven stars had become synonymous with him. The sheer multitude of worlds made it rather arduous for him to personally spread his renown. He required the disciples of the seven-star sect to assist in broadcasting his name. He only needed to intervene at pivotal moments. The actions of the seven-star sect unfolded swiftly. In merely half a month, nearly all disciples had been summoned back. Gu Qingzhu stood in the grand square of the sect, addressing hundreds of thousands of disciples. A great calamity shall befall the heavens and the earth. Those who remain in this realm will face immense peril. Our esteemed ancestor of the seven stars has wielded immense powers to forge pathways to other worlds, and you shall depart in batches to survive and hone your skills in these uncharted territories. This will be an unprecedented challenge, yet opportunities will also present themselves before you. You may acquire various fortunes and treasures while fulfilling sect missions, amassing significant contributions, which will not only grant you the chance to return, but also bestow abundant rewards, including the highest reward of attaining a divine status akin to that of legendary land deities. What is divine status? It is akin to the existence of a legendary land deity, enduring alongside the heavens, an unremarkable feat. At that juncture, you shall be free from concerns of mortality, transcending into a celestial being, wandering freely through the realms. Su Yuan sat atop the highest viewing platform, speechless, remarking, "He truly dares to make such claims." Nan Gong Xian Wang interjected, "Ancestor, you shall undoubtedly become an immortal existence, and claiming longevity alongside the heavens is no exaggeration." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Nan Gong Xian Wang hesitated before inquiring, "May I also attain a divine status?" Su Yuan cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you willing to forego the opportunity for self-enhancement? That would be relinquishing your freedom." Nan Gong Xian Wang coughed lightly. "I must admit, I'm not particularly concerned about freedom. Your merits are insufficient." Su Yuan Dao, "I have calculated that your merit stands at a mere 800 minor achievements, leaving you 200 short of the coveted 1,000 minor achievements, which equates to a single major achievement." Nangong Xianweng could no longer contain himself. "If that lad Song Kai can accomplish it, why can't I?" Thus, the elevation of one's divine position is rather rigid. Should you choose this path, do not seek me for assistance should you find yourself unable to ascend in the future. Su Yuan replied calmly. In his assessment, 1,000 prestige points equate to one minor achievement, while 1,000,000 prestige points correspond to one major achievement. Only those who can amass 1,000,000 prestige points are deemed worthy of obtaining a divine position in the celestial realm. Although the power of a 9th grade star official is somewhat diminished, the advantage lies in longevity. Su Yuan believed that in times of peril, one could even rival the heavens in lifespan, if not surpass them. I could persevere a little longer, Nangong Xianweng declared. Suit yourself. Gu Qingzhu's discourse continued for a full hour. Even Su Yuan found himself weary. Yet the hundreds of thousands of disciples below were ablaze with excitement and anticipation. Oblivious to fatigue. Exploring another realm? Gu Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xianxia cast a puzzled glance at her companion. Where has Nangong Shanyu gone? Why is he missing again? The leader of Lansgum murmured. What more am I to do as the leader of this valley? Amidst the murmurs, numerous disciples began to form teams, well aware of the dangers inherent in traversing other realms. Some had heard whispers beforehand, already assembling their groups, and promptly sought permission from the sect elders to venture into the other world. The elders submitted the requests, which ultimately reached Su Yuan's hands. through a mental resonance. Su Yuan's consciousness traversed to other worlds, primarily selecting those realms with higher safety ratings. Subsequently, on the Grand Plaza, waves of disciples were enveloped in starlight, only to vanish from their original spots. Batch after batch of disciples were dispatched to the other world, eliciting a mixture of tension and anticipation among the onlookers. The number of disciples in the plaza swiftly dwindled by a third. Then, the sect leader announced, "The first batch of slots to the other world has been filled. The second batch will be announced at a later date. Prepare yourselves in the meantime." A collective sigh of disappointment arose from the disciples, lamenting the loss of their initial opportunity. However, most remained in a state of observation, clearly uncertain about the risks of this expedition, opting to wait for the return of others to assess the situation. In a certain realm, Yi Bufan materialized out of thin air, accompanied by 30 disciples who followed him. They found themselves in a tranquil valley, devoid of any anomalies. A sigh of relief swept through the group. "Senior Brother Yi, what shall we do next?" the disciples inquired, turning their gazes towards Yi Bufan. His demeanor had matured significantly. He was among the top disciples of Su Yuan's initial cohort, second only to Su Yuan himself. After enduring a series of challenges posed by Su Yuan, his once proud heart had been tempered into one of resilience, and he had now reached the mid-foundation stage of cultivation, Gold Bean realm, with a remarkably solid foundation. Yi Bufan instructed, "Let us first gather information about our surroundings and prioritize safety." Understood. 30 disciples embarked on their journey of exploration. Yi Bufan, too, approached the situation with caution and meticulousness. After half a day, he gazed at the intelligence in his hands, somewhat speechless, exclaiming, "In such an expansive realm as the Nine-Li continent, the most formidable beings are merely at the nascent soul stage. They are already regarded as legendary powers. This world seems rather weak." Weak? Yi Bufan waved his hand, noting that there were still quite a number at the Golden Core stage. The others looked to Yi Bufan, awaiting his directives. After some contemplation, he declared, "Let us proceed with caution, establishing a new Qixing sect in this realm. Gradually, we shall propagate the name of the Qixing ancestor." Excellent. The disciples unanimously agreed, finding this choice to be prudent. In another realm, Yin Jiuzong led the disciples of the Yin family into this world. He felt the Qixing order emblem nestled within his garments and sighed in relief. He too began to survey this realm and soon discovered that it was, in fact, a world of considerable standing with tales of beings at the integration stage. "Elders of the 9 sects, what shall we do?" Yin Jiuzong responded. "Quickly master the language of this world, and then begin to establish Qixing pavilions across various locales, selling and cataloging low-tier cultivation techniques and various texts, interspersed with tales of the Qixing ancestor, allowing his name to gradually permeate the lower echelons of this world." The Yin family members' eyes brightened. Their expertise lay in the collection of texts. They possessed an abundance of low-tier techniques, and opening a shop akin to a bookstore would be a simple task. As we disseminate his name, we must also be vigilant in gathering texts. The ancestor has a penchant for reading all kinds of literature. This is an alternate world where the texts are entirely new. Upon our return to the sect, we can present them to the ancestor. This shall be our most crucial mission. Agreed. Within a mere fortnight, several cities nearby established Qixing pavilions, dedicated to selling low-tier techniques and subtly broadcasting the name of the Qixing ancestor. In yet another realm, Gu journeyed alone into the alternate world. At this time, he had already reached the foundation establishment stage, specifically the late stage of Golden Pearl. He swiftly surveyed this realm, discovering the existence of beings at the Great Ascension stage. After a moment's contemplation, he set his sights on the most powerful sect in this realm, aspiring to become its leader and subsequently transform it into a subordinate sect of the Qixing sect. In yet another realm, the undercover operative Xianxia, having spent years in concealment, had achieved the early stage of foundation establishment. With an aura of malevolence, he entered a lesser world. After a moment of reflection, a cold, ruthless intent crossed his face. "I shall unleash a reign of terror upon this realm, and then stage a performance that leads to my demise at the hands of the Qixing Taoist. Will not such a name then spread across the world?" Zheng He smiled with a sinister glint, his gaze icy. Disciples of the Qixing sect arrived in this alternate world, some opting for a gradual approach, while others resorted to more vigorous means. Regardless of their individual roles, they tirelessly labored for Su Yuan's mission. Su Yuan merely had to enjoy the fruits of their efforts. Suddenly, Su Yuan became aware of a thought resonating from the celestial realm. The Dragon Tribe world. After the powerful beings of the Dragon Clan returned the 7 young true dragons to their ancestral grounds, they vanished, leaving them in the care of other elder dragons. You are merely young dragons. Learning that foundational technique will take too long, remarked a graceful woman, gazing at the 7 diminutive dragons, each compressed to a mere 2 meters in length. What do you suggest, elder? Inquired the cautious Xiao Lu. Do not call me elder. I am but 2,000 years your senior, the woman chuckled. Follow me. I shall take you to the Sea of 10,000 Books. The Sea of 10,000 Books? Where's that? Xiao Lu asked, intrigued. That is the repository of countless tomes amassed by the Dragon Clan over the years, in addition to our own lore. It holds many classics from the races we have annihilated, as well as numerous texts acquired through conquest or trade. You must immerse yourselves in its depths, absorb knowledge, and select a dragon technique to study diligently, the woman explained with a smile. More studying. Xiao Lu's dragon face contorted into a grimace. The woman playfully tapped Xiao Lu on the head. Foolish child, we are true dragons. We must grasp the truths of the world to maintain our clan's esteemed status. Do you think being a true dragon merely requires indulgence in feasting and revelry to elevate one's cultivation? Isn't it? Xiao Lu mumbled. Do not be foolish. The Sea of 10,000 Books is a realm accessible only to true dragons. With that, the woman led the 7 little ones through layers of portals and barriers, arriving at a vast expanse composed of countless books. The tomes resembled droplets of seawater, forming an immense ocean. The 7 young dragons stood in stunned silence. Chapter 117. The marvelous use of the time corridor. The woman soon departed, leaving the 7 little ones bewildered and stationary. Xiao Lu looked up. Above the sea of books, countless stars twinkled. By gazing at them, one could receive an infusion of ancestral knowledge. Immovable dragon body, inheritance of a golden immortal level physique. Extreme young dragon radiance, inheritance of a Tai golden immortal level dragon flame. Eternal gaze, inheritance of a Deluo golden immortal level ocular technique. Xiao Lu inhaled sharply. These inheritances were vividly displayed before him, utterly unmasked. The Dragon Clan's nurturing of their descendants was astonishingly liberal, allowing the young dragons to choose and learn independently without elder guidance, to the extent of their desire. However, the celestial inheritances were profoundly esoteric, and he could only comprehend a fragment of the summaries. The subsequent details left him dizzy. So intricate. Which inheritance should I choose? Xiao Lu sighed, wishing his master were present for counsel. As his words fell, the next moment unfolded. A consciousness traversed boundless distances and overcame endless spatial barriers, piercing through the intricate formations of the Dragon Clan and materialized directly above Little 36. Su Yuan's voice resonated within Little 36's mind. Ah, Little 36. Where have you run off to? Refrain from speaking aloud. Converse with me in your thoughts. Startled for a moment, Little 36's eyes sparkled with realization as he thought. Master? Where are you? I am beside you. Where's this place? As Su Yuan expanded his consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings and was astounded to behold countless books before him, so numerous that they could only be described as infinite. It was overwhelming, truly an astonishing sight. I am the Sea of 10,000 Books within the Dragon Clan. The elders have instructed us to study here and select a legacy from the Dragon Clan, akin to those stars above. Su Yuan glanced skyward, observing the twinkling stars, but quickly diverted his gaze. The natural law attribute allowed him to perceive the intricate restrictions upon the stars, which undoubtedly included prohibitions against non-dragons viewing them, triggering warnings. Given this, focus on studying these books, Su Yuan advised. However, Master, there are far too many books. I cannot possibly read them all. Many are of no use to me, and I do not wish to squander my time. Little 36 protested eagerly. Please assist me in selecting a legacy. There's no rush. For the time being, I cannot guide you to an appropriate legacy. Just immerse yourself in reading for now, and remember to call for me in your heart at intervals. Understood, Master. Little 36 replied obediently. As Su Yuan gazed upon the endless collection of tomes, his eyes reddened with fervor. Knowledge, heritage, this was a veritable treasure. The vast ocean of books was indeed an exaggerated sight. He raised his eyes to the heavens, where countless stars glittered, each one naturally revealing a brief introduction that brought tears to Su Yuan's eyes. From these introductions to legacies, one could discern the hierarchical divisions of the celestial realm. These included the human immortal, as well as demon immortal, ghost immortal, and Aaron immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, and mysterious immortal, collectively known as the 5 realms of longevity. Following this were the golden immortal, immortal monarch, supreme golden immortal, immortal king, great Luo, golden immortal, immortal emperor, and primordial golden immortal, immortal sovereign, the 4 realms of immortality. Subsequently, there were the primordial great Luo, golden immortal, primordial Taiji great Luo, golden immortal, and primordial Wujing great Luo, golden immortal, known as the 3 realms of great power. A simple introduction emanating from one of the stars revealed that the Dragon Clan boasted 3 primordial great Luo golden immortals as their support, explaining the Dragon Clan's arrogance. With 3 formidable beings overseeing their destiny, it was no wonder the Dragon Clan thrived. Yuan had not anticipated the profound depths of the celestial realm. The intricacies of its hierarchies startled him. He realized he was merely at the divine transformation stage, still within the 2nd realm of the 4 realms of mortals, while above the immortal realm lay 12 additional stages. Hastily, Yuan withdrew his perception from stars, daring not to gaze further into their contents. Yet, he remained restless with anticipation. Suddenly, he recalled his entry in the time corridor. He held a profound confidence in the system's entries. Yuan activated the time corridor entry. Immersing himself within its realm, he sought out a recently elapsed moment and plunged into it. His consciousness seemed to return to the vast sea of books, where he gazed upward, witnessing billions of stars coexisting in harmony. Yuan slowed the pace of the visuals within the time corridor, then focused on one particular inheritance, attuning himself to the subsequent textual content. A torrent of spiritual script surged into his soul, overwhelming him with astonishment. The time corridor was indeed extraordinary. The visuals archived within it were not mere superficial images. They encapsulated the intricate structures of the entities themselves. Every fleeting moment recorded, akin to the inheritance of a book, contained the entirety of its contents. Thus, by extracting merely a second of temporal reflection, he could acquire the knowledge within. The experiment had succeeded. Through the time corridor, he had gained the ability to read the Dragon Clan's inheritance. He quickly exited the time corridor state and gazed at the sky. The dragon's claw had not manifested. All remained tranquil, confirming his successful covert acquisition of the inheritance. Yuan gradually calmed himself. While the techniques could be observed, he understood the importance of patience. He must proceed step by step. He was not yet qualified to explore techniques beyond the celestial realm, so he would first delve into the ordinary tomes within the sea of books. In truth, there were numerous texts above the celestial realm among the myriad books, whereas those of the mortal realm were comparatively scarce. Yuan re-entered the time corridor, extracting a second of time and elongating its flow. The first level of the time corridor could stretch time by 100-fold. This meant he could utilize 1 second as if it were 100 seconds. During this 100 seconds, Yuan swiftly comprehended the books, rapidly recording the essence with his spiritual consciousness. Subsequently, he exited the time corridor state, retrieved a blank jade tablet, and transcribed all the hastily gathered content from his spiritual mind. After considerable effort, he managed to imprint a total of 10,000 jade tablets. He then employed a spell to transform the tablets into tangible volumes. Randomly selecting one, Yuan began to savor its contents. A portion of his consciousness lingered in the vast sea of books, continually acquiring the original temporal reflections from the time corridor. There was simply too much to absorb. At that moment, Yuan could not help but exclaim, even though he did not need to overexert his mind while reading, leaving uncertain passages for later contemplation during his work-rest balance practice. The mere processes of initial memorization, reflection, and categorization were sufficient to keep him occupied. Yet, this was a delightful burden, and Yuan felt immense joy. However, it was not the time for leisurely reading. Having confirmed the feasibility of his endeavors, he pressed on. Yuan still needed to contemplate the troubles posed by the thunder giant from beyond the 9 heavens. Oddly enough, why had there been no response until now? He lifted his gaze towards the expanse above and noticed that the system panel displaying Mission in Peril remained unresponsive. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to take the risk. The avatar of the thunder spirit giant flickered into existence in the sky and soared toward the celestial realm. Amidst the 9 heavens, fierce winds roared, and the potent energy of the heavens swept across the form of the thunder spirit giant, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. The avatar traversed layer upon layer of the celestial vault, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and discovering an island. Throughout this journey, mission and peril had not illuminated, leaving Su Yuan greatly perplexed. It was only when he glanced upon the island that he realized it was desolate. The colossal figure that had once been present was conspicuously absent. Not home, a sudden understanding dawned on Su Yuan. No wonder there had been no reaction from the thunder giant amidst the chaos in the Tianyuan realm. It simply had not seen the events unfold, guiding the thunder spirit giant. He swiftly leapt onto the island. It appeared to be an ordinary isle, yet with his 9th tier physique, a powerful strike against the ground left no trace of damage, indicating that this island was indeed a remarkable treasure. Su Yuan surveyed the surroundings and soon noticed a formation on one side of the island. Is this a teleportation array? Su Yuan possessed considerable aptitude for formations and quickly confirmed that it was indeed a teleportation array. He struck the formation forcefully. A flash of white light erupted from the teleportation array, effortlessly deflecting his attack. After hundreds of attempts, he was astonished to find that he could not leave a single mark upon it. Su Yuan's lips twitched. This teleportation array was rather resilient. Observing closely, he ultimately discerned that the entire island was part of the teleportation array. To dismantle it, one would need to destroy the island itself. He extended his consciousness, enveloping the entire island, an effortless task. Soon, he had shrouded the entire isle in his awareness. Meanwhile, in the realm of the black demons, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper ignited with starlight. The celestial glow descended upon the expanse beyond the 9 heavens of the black demon realm, coalescing into a body of starry light. Su Yuan immediately activated the World Traveler function. In an instant, radiance flashed, and an island manifested out of thin air, along with the avatar of the Thunder Spirit Giant. I have truly transported it. Su Yuan was overjoyed. The Thunder Spirit Giant stood at the edge of the island, gazing down at the continent shrouded in demonic energy, prompting Su Yuan to shake his head in disbelief. If the Thunder Giant were to return and behold this darkened scene, it would undoubtedly realize it had teleported to the wrong location. Yet, this was of little consequence. Once more, Su Yuan utilized World Traveler to send the Thunder Spirit avatar back to the Tianyuan realm. The avatar of the Thunder Spirit manifested beyond the Tianyuan realm, turning to behold a world shaped like a perfect circle atop a flat expanse. Beyond lay the chaotic currents of space, rather than the true cosmos. The Thunder Spirit avatar returned to the interior of the Tianyuan realm. Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he raised his voice towards the heavens, proclaiming heavenly Tao above. I, Su Yuan, am willing to guard this realm with my own body at the Great Ascension level for a millennium. I beseech that the Tianyuan realm be renamed the 7-star realm. Chapter 118. Supremacy of a Realm. He spoke with the formidable power of the Thunder Spirit Giant. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Tianyuan realm. From the newly born continents to the original Chinka continent, countless beings were struck with awe. Within the demonic sect, myriad cultivators were taken aback. The emergence of a great ascension-level presence, following the previously astonishing 6th-tier spiritual treasure, was bewildering. Did he intend to alter the very name of the world? Such a bold act left many spirits in a state of astonishment. In the skies of the Tianyuan realm, a layer of golden clouds swiftly materialized. Within this golden haze, a magnificent and detached will of the heavenly Tao coalesced. Su Yuan observed as countless threads of laws intertwined, forming a net-like structure that resembled an eye. The will of the heavenly Tao seemed to glance at the Thunder Spirit Giant. Subsequently, a thought resonated throughout the world. Confirmed. The resounding boom echoed across the entire Tianyuan realm. At that moment, the name of the world was transformed. Countless beings felt as though they had received an ethereal message. The Tianyuan realm had indeed been renamed the 7-star realm. The realization spread like wildfire, and the name of Su Yuan was fervently repeated by innumerable souls. A tidal wave of fame surged forth. Su Yuan's prestige skyrocketed, achieving unparalleled prominence. Ding, level up. Ding, fame level has reached the current world's maximum threshold. Su Yuan glanced at his fame metrics, momentarily choosing not to select any attributes. His attention shifted back to the Thunder Spirit Giant, for the heavenly Tao was still undergoing transformation. Within the golden clouds, a seal was gradually taking shape. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He recognized it, having one in his sea of consciousness. The heavenly position. This was not a divine rank, but rather a position of cosmic significance. As Su Yuan gazed in astonishment, the heavenly Tao seemed resolute. The azure heavenly position descended instantly, merging into the core of the thunder spirit giant, integrating with his second primordial spirit, the heavenly position, supreme of the 7 stars. Here, the 7 stars did not refer to the Big Dipper, but to the 7-star realm. Possessing this position was tantamount to becoming the ruler of the 7-star realm, equivalent to the rank of the heavenly Tao. This was akin to the previously encountered attribute, guardian of the heavens, yet it represented an advancement. This was not merely acting on behalf of the heavens. He had inherently acquired this rank. The heavenly Tao was placing him on equal footing. Such a grand gesture. Is this the merciless and selfless act of the heavenly Tao? Surely, there must be a significant pitfall. By the heavens, it seems the heavenly Tao has decided to bind itself to me. Fortunately, it is merely the second primordial spirit. Su Yuan let out a quiet sigh. Yet he did not refuse this grand gift. This bestowed status is of the utmost supremacy, the highest rank in the world. In other words, he could very well be regarded as the sovereign of the 7-star realm. Now, the heavenly Tao is powerless to govern him. Although this boon has been granted, danger looms ahead, and I cannot obstruct it. I must flee. Su Yuan addressed the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao offered no response, instead dissipating into nothingness. It will merging with the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. Yet, Su Yuan is now the supreme of the 7 stars. He can summon the heavenly Tao of the 7-star realm at will, and also harness some of its abilities, such as invoking heavenly tribulations, enhancing or diminishing the power of lightning calamities, altering the terrain, and determining the trajectory of ascension in the universe, among others. I wonder if renaming could allow the 7-star realm to evade the pursuit of the thunder giant, Su Yuan mused. He was uncertain of the efficacy of this approach, but he resolved to give it a try. If it proved fruitful, it would be splendid, and if not, there was little he could do. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to examine the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, 7-star realm. Level, supreme in a realm, 10 E10 E. Realm, initial stage of spirit transformation, 20,100. Entry 1, work and rest balance, LV3, 71,100 current rest time, 32 days. Entry 2, natural law, LV3, 13,100. Entry 3, 7 stars illuminating, LV3, 1100. Entry 4, echo of thoughts, LV2, 210. Entry 5, presence of greatness, LV2, 210. Entry 6, responding to crisis, LV2, 210. Lifespan, 232,071 years. Entry 7, world traveler, LV2, 210. Entry 8, time corridor, LV2, 210. Entry 9, awaiting selection. Upon reviewing the entries, Su Yuan noted that the level of work and rest balance had already risen to 3, and it was not far from achieving level 4. The reputation of the 7-star disciples venturing into other realms had spread to some extent, and attaining the first level of fame was relatively easy. Thus, it was quite normal for Entry 1 to reach level 3, and even Entry 3, 7 stars illuminating, had barely managed to attain level 3. The effect of reaching level 3 is significantly doubled compared to level 2, making the improvement quite evident. Su Yuan gazed at Entry 9 and, with a thought, clicked on it, revealing 3 lines of text. Transcending the mundane, severing all worldly ties. The mind reaches the highest ethereal state. Refining the heart in the mundane, experiencing the myriad affairs of the world, the mind naturally elevates. Breakthrough in the moment. In the face of life and death, the mind's limits are profoundly enhanced. Su Yuan stared at these 3 entries, momentarily taken aback. To my surprise, upon reaching the 9th entry, it no longer pertains to extraordinary abilities or powers, but rather to the fortification of one's mindset. This aspect was previously overlooked by Su Yuan. In a certain sense, enhancing one's mindset is the most arduous endeavor. Many practitioners find themselves ensnared at this juncture, unable to transcend their limitations. However, among these 3 entries, the first and third are rather extreme. The first resembles the path of transcendent emotional detachment, a route ill-suited for a mortal like Su Yuan, who has no desire to become devoid of emotions. As for the third, Achieving breakthroughs only at the brink of life and death seems unnecessary. Su Yuan believes that it would be too late to enhance oneself in such dire circumstances. Why not strive for improvement in everyday life? The second entry, however, is quite perfect. His resonating thoughts can lead him through myriad experiences, naturally elevating his mindset. He chooses refining the heart amidst the mundane. At the moment of selection, this entry is incorporated into the system panel. Thus, Su Yuan's system of entries has been entirely constructed. 9 entries, 9 formidable abilities, each complementing the other, are sufficient to propel Su Yuan to an extraordinary level. At last, Su Yuan feels a sense of relief. He retrieves a book and begins to study it intently. Secret Records of a Long-Eared Clan, Volume 1. Su Yuan peruses it with keen interest. This text documents a mystical tradition of a long-eared clan, a diminutive race whose most formidable member has only reached the earthly immortal realm. Yet, even this realm is not insignificant, and the clan boasts an astonishing 7 distinct mystical abilities. Su Yuan examines the first volume, which details a mystical ability known as the Listening Wind. This ability is remarkably intricate, ultimately understanding the principles of wind and sound. An amalgamation of these 2 laws gives rise to this mystique. Alas, despite my current talents, I still find it incomprehensible. No wonder they faced annihilation, a lamentable fate. After a cursory glance, Su Yuan soon realizes that this is a racial mystical ability, developed in conjunction with the clan's inherent characteristics, significantly diminishing his interest. Nevertheless, he hastily completes the reading, treating it merely as entertainment. Time flows swiftly as Su Yuan leisurely peruses his books. In the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. One day, on an island outside the Black Demon realm, a beam of teleportation light suddenly illuminates the surroundings. The Thunder Giant emerges with a somber expression. How could Lei Yuanqing, a junior yet to attain the immortal realm, possibly intrude upon the Dragon Clan's stronghold, Transformation Island? The audacity of the Dragon Clan is simply intolerable. The Thunder Giant is quite vexed. Aside from acquiring a batch of resources from his superior, he has reaped little in the way of benefits. Fortunately, over the years, he has diligently monitored the Tianyuan realm, earning at least some recognition for his efforts. His superior has permitted him to transfer duties, allowing another race to oversee the Tianyuan realm. The Thunder Giant gazes towards the teleportation array behind him. After a flash of light, another figure materializes, a peculiar being covered in abundant fur, yet engulfed in flames. Red-haired demon, this shall be your abode henceforth. All you need to do is await a celestial ascendant from the Tianyuan realm and crush him. Should there be any anomalies in the Tianyuan realm, you may intervene briefly, just do not provoke the heavenly Tao. The red-haired demon, unfazed by the moniker bestowed upon him by the Thunder Giant, gazed with a look of perplexity beyond the island, beneath the 9 heavens, and inquired, "Are you certain that below lies the Tianyuan realm?" "Of course. How many years have I guarded it?" The Thunder Giant replied, instinctively glancing downward. A look of confusion emerged upon his stony visage as he approached the edge of the island and peered down, his mind momentarily blank. What is happening? The Thunder Giant glanced left and then right, rendered utterly dumbfounded. The red-haired demon observed him with an odd expression. "Is this the result of your vigilant watch over the years? Remarkable. Even the very nature of heaven and earth has transformed. Wait, that cannot be right." The Thunder Giant exclaimed in anger. He hastily attempted to deduce the world beneath. The realm is named the Black Demon Realm? His thoughts became a flurry of chaos once more. "You must provide an explanation to the master." The red-haired demon shook his head and turned to step into the teleportation array, departing forthwith. "Wait, hold on." The Thunder Giant, witnessing the red-haired demon vanish, found himself unable to suppress his rising agitation. He felt compelled to approach the 9 heavens. Suddenly, chains of law materialized from the void within the Black Demon Realm, obstructing his path. "Get out of my way." The Thunder Giant struck down fiercely. His immense ice-blue palm collided with the chains of the heavenly Tao. The resultant force unleashed a thunderous roar, shattering the chains into fragments. In the Black Demon Realm, fissures erupted in the earth, and the heavens tore open with numerous colossal gashes, infused with ominous, thunderous energy. However, the Black Demon Realm possessed its own formidable background. As the Thunder Giant realized his error after delivering the blow, he beheld a colossal shadow swiftly approaching from beyond the 9 heavens. A mass of dark clouds coalesced ominously above the Thunder Giant's head. The heavenly Tao of the demon realm. The Thunder Giant's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he dashed into the teleportation array. Just as the array's light began to illuminate, a bolt of black lightning descended instantaneously. As the Thunder Giant, who should have had a high resistance to thunder, was struck, he suffered severe injury from the black lightning. Fortunately, the teleportation array activated successfully, whisking him away. Yet, the black lightning still struck the island. The once impenetrable island became riddled with countless cracks. Thankfully, the heavenly Tao of the demon realm dissipated after the target's disappearance, allowing the island to begin its automatic restoration. However, after a brief interval, a figure exuding an aura of terrifying demonic might materialized outside the island. Upon seeing the island, the demonic figure intoned gravely, "How dare the denizens of the immortal realm cast the observation platform into the territory of my demon realm? How utterly arrogant! The celestial realm has unilaterally torn apart the agreement, encroaching upon the territories of the demon realm." As he spoke, a thrill of murderous intent gradually surged within the tone of the demon shadow. Chapter 119, The Initiation of Cultivation. Su Yuan quietly observed as this formidable demon shadow vanished amidst laughter. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Are we on the brink of war? Su Yuan inhaled sharply. He had just sensed a powerful mental presence, which led him to follow it for a glimpse. There, he encountered the Thunder Giant and a fiery red-haired figure. Their conversation revealed the existence of a formidable entity lurking behind them. This unknown force appeared to harbor hostility towards the Tianyuan realm, intent on its destruction, an overt adversary of the Tianyuan realm. However, the ensuing developments completely exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. The demon realm had indeed sent reinforcements. Moreover, it seemed they intended to use this incident as a pretext to instigate a war. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that events had spiraled beyond his predictions. Fortunately, the Tianyuan realm had evaded the Thunder Giant's pursuit. Judging by the circumstances, it seemed that the Thunder Giant and his ally were preoccupied and unlikely to trouble the Tianyuan realm. The entry 4, heeding the call in crisis, flickered slightly. Ding. Lifespan extended by 10,000 years. It appeared that the danger had indeed passed. Su Yuan pondered. Yet what benefits or drawbacks might this war between the celestial and demon realms hold for me? Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to elevate my reputation within both realms. A spark of inspiration lit up in his eyes. The reputation he had acquired thus far was merely from the mortal realm, and he had yet to attain any recognition in the celestial realm, a world of such exalted stature. He believed that once he enhanced his reputation in such a superior realm, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable changes. However, he had refrained from propagating his name over the years, primarily due to a lingering sense of inadequacy and the feeling that the timing was not right. Now, if war were to erupt between the celestial and demon realms, an opportunity to navigate the chaos and reap benefits would present itself. This was indeed a prime moment to propagate his name and accrue reputation points. With this thought, Su Yuan resolved to bolster his strength, particularly in the realm of comprehending the laws, which was in urgent need of enhancement. His consciousness returned to his physical form. Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, Su Ju poured him a cup of ice soul spirit tea, known to enhance one's clarity of mind. Su Yuan took a sip and felt a slight increase in lucidity, expressing his satisfaction. Quite good. The flavor of this tea from the cold spirit realm is quite decent. My comprehension has improved by 40% after long-term consumption. Master, we are running low on this tea, Su Ju remarked. Oh, is it finished? Never mind. The effects are already minimal. Su Yuan responded nonchalantly. At this moment, he glanced at Su Ju's cultivation level, only to be astonished to find that she had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Ah, Xiao Ju, you have broken through? Well done. Catching the last train, thanks to Master S resources, I have only just managed to reach the nascent soul stage. I feel truly unworthy of your nurturing. Su Ju replied, her expression betraying a hint of shame. Su Yuan remained indifferent to this. His gaze turned towards the interior of Cave 6, where all 35 spiritual fish had attained the realm beyond the nascent soul, with Su being the most powerful among them, astonishingly reaching the late stage of the nascent soul. His cultivation had soared as if propelled by a rocket. This remarkable progress was due to their transformation into the lower bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish, endowing them with the ability to devour and refine spiritual stones and materials to enhance their cultivation, resulting in their astonishing advancement over the past decade. However, even more astonishing was Xiao Kai. At that moment, Xiao Kai had already undergone her seventh slumber. With merely eating and sleeping, her strength could increase. Now, her aura had remarkably reached the early stage of void refinement, akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage. Xiao Li, under the auspices of the seven-star Sect's fortune, had gradually elevated her rank to the mid-tier of the seventh level. Although the increase was modest, it was commendable for its persistence. Furthermore, the Wanbao Qingquan had also ascended to the pinnacle of the eighth tier, having consumed a ninth-tier magical artifact, which was quite disappointing given its current tier. As for Su Yuan himself, buoyed by Xiao Kai's influence, his own cultivation effortlessly reached the early stage of void refinement. Indeed, he had transcended a significant realm passively, achieving this remarkable state. Fortunately, his comprehension of the laws was sufficiently profound, and his mental state was stable, ensuring that his foundation remained solid. Of course, the most extraordinary development was his second primordial spirit. Under the influence of the Thunder Spirit Giant's physique within a decade, the second primordial spirit had attained a level commensurate with his physical body, with its strength forcibly elevated to the pinnacle of the ninth tier, all without encountering a heavenly tribulation. Now, the heavenly tribulations were under Su Yuan's own control. Such immense progress, however, was not what Su Yuan deemed the most significant. He turned his attention to the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: 7-star realm. Level: Supreme in one realm, 10, E10E. Realm: Early stage of void refinement, 12,100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest LV7, 100880100W. Current rest time, 101 years. Entry 2. Natural law LV6, 1999710W. Entry 3. 7 stars shine bright LV6, 1157110W. Entry 4. Echo of thought LV5, 32331W. Entry 5. Presence of greatness LV4, 8121000. Entry 6. Responding to danger LV4, 1331000. Lifespan, 281,511 years. Entry 7. World Traveler LV3, 15,100. Entry 8. Corridor of Time LV2, 310. Entry 9. Heart Refinement in the Mundane World LV2, 210. The entry for balance of work and rest surged to level 7, enhancing its effect by 128 times. In 100,000 worlds, Su Yuan's name was being celebrated. Not only are the disciples of the Seven Stars Sect disseminating knowledge, but there are also individuals from various realms who, after acquiring the techniques from the North Dipper, have chosen to propagate Su Yuan's name. However, a decade is but a fleeting moment. Many aspiring learners are likely just beginning their journey into the Seven Stars' profound teachings, not yet ready to proclaim his name. Su Yuan anticipates that it will take another 2 or 3 decades for the true explosion of recognition to occur. The effects of the Tao of nature and the 7 stars shining bright have increased by a staggering 64-fold, yielding remarkable results. The 5th level resonance of the mind is extraordinarily powerful, capable of marking 32 locations. As long as he has once reached a place with his thoughts, it can be marked, allowing him to return at will without needing the summons of others. Su Yuan finished the last cup of tea, set down the book in his hands, and instructed, "I shall prepare for seclusion. Guard the cave, and do not let anyone enter." "Yes." The group of disciples responded in unison. Nodding, Su Yuan stepped forward and entered the floating light pot. Little Li was playing with little Kai, and, upon noticing Su Yuan's arrival, eagerly invited him, "Master, come play with us." Su Yuan waved his hand. "I need to prepare for cultivation." Little Li, astonished, exclaimed, "Master, you actually cultivate?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Is your surprised expression serious?" The white-haired youth hovering nearby nodded. Little Li's reaction is entirely normal. "I have never seen you cultivate." Su Yuan sighed. "You all, do you not consider reading as cultivation? I have spent 10 years immersed in books. I have farmed for 10 years, refined pills, tools, talismans, and formations for a decade. I am practically a cultivation fanatic." Old Chin shrugged. "All I see is you playing. Most of the books are trivial, and the pills you refine are rather peculiar, such as the glowing bulb pill, which all ended up in my stomach." Su Yuan rolled his eyes. "You lack an appreciation for art." He sighed again and waved his hand. "Prepare yourselves. I am about to begin my cultivation." Old Chin's expression grew serious. and the Wanbao Qiankuan immediately transformed into a 7 stars altar, radiant with colors and shimmering starlight. Su Yuan stepped forward and settled upon it in a meditative posture. Little Li manipulated the cave's spiritual treasure formation, centering it around Su Yuan, and conjured a grand Yuan pool formation. The formation extended beneath the cave, connecting with the 7 stars Sect's protective array and the underlying earth veins, creating a super formation. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world began to spontaneously converge towards the 7 stars Sect. At this moment, little Kai radiated with 9-colored brilliance. She expelled a 9-colored bubble that enveloped Su Yuan's body. His understanding suddenly increased 9-fold. Su Yuan's mind locked onto a newly emerged 9th-level demon cultivator from the Black Demon realm. His body exuded an aura of pressure that surged to the level of a human immortal. Not only the pressure, but also his breath, spiritual perception, and demeanor reached that of a human immortal. As long as he refrained from making a move, he appeared indistinguishable from one. This transformation was not in vain. It tightened his connection to the heavens and earth, enhancing his sensitivity to the laws of nature. A beam of starlight ascended from the altar, soaring into the heavens and connecting with the Big Dipper. Everything was in readiness. A glimmer flashed in Su Yuan's eyes as he activated the balance of work and rest attribute. In the first moment, he triggered it twice. The cultivation time extended to 36 days, and the enhancement effect reached an astonishing 12,800 times. The effect of a natural law attribute, in a certain sense, also amplified 1,000-fold in synchrony. Su Yuan's consciousness instantly traversed to the celestial pivot, sensing the presence of the Big Dipper. Concurrently, he activated the chrono corridor attribute. Scenes of time reflections flooded into Su Yuan's soul, allowing him to comprehend the myriad celestial phenomena he had gathered over the past decade. Countless insights surged forth, propelling Su Yuan into a state of sudden enlightenment. The accumulation of 10 years, including the vast knowledge absorbed from the sea of 10,000 books, transformed into a wellspring of understanding, sustaining his enlightenment continuously. The various profound meanings of the Big Dipper emerged rapidly, swiftly evolving into insights of the laws. Among these, the most pivotal was the stellar law, which he grasped at an astonishing pace. Following closely was the law of thunder, and then the laws of the 5 elements and the sword. Countless insights cascaded into Su Yuan's consciousness like a river flowing into the sea, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Chapter 120. Insights into the laws. Merely a day later, Su Yuan had comprehended over 3,000 laws. Although each understanding was but a mere thread or two, barely scratching the surface, the sheer number was astonishing. In truth, Su Yuan did not intentionally seek to grasp more laws. His primary focus was on the stellar law, with the other laws illuminating his mind serendipitously. Within Su Yuan's Dantian, 9 golden elixirs continued to orbit according to the celestial pathways of the Big Dipper. Yet, after successfully comprehending numerous laws, from each golden elixir emerged tiny golden specks. These specks absorbed spiritual energy, gradually coalescing into smaller golden elixirs. Each petite elixir bore the imprint of a unique law pattern, exuding a marvelous aura. Over 3,000 small golden elixirs transformed into a multitude of tiny stars, naturally revolving around the central 9 golden elixirs. They instinctively found their rightful positions, operating in harmony with the formation of the Big Dipper, as if they were always destined to be part of it. With the addition of these 3,000 tiny stars, the operational speed of the 9 larger elixirs surged several-fold. This was the manifestation of the Lord of the Stars. The already rapid flow of spiritual energy accelerated significantly once more. Su Yuan noted this transformation, yet he remained unfazed. His insights continued to focus primarily on the stellar law. His consciousness delved deeper into the chrono corridor, entering a segment of time reflection. He arrived at the vast ocean of books, his gaze drawn to a particular inheritance of martial arts, the Northern Dipper Star Lord's path to enlightenment. This formidable technique belongs to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, with the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper being ancient celestial bodies, each possessing the potential of a primordial golden immortal fruit position. By comprehending the path of the stars and consolidating the fortune of various celestial phenomena, one could attain the fruit position of the primordial golden immortal. The initially obscure content of this technique began to unfold in Su Yuan's understanding. It is a method intricately aligned with the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, explicitly aimed at achieving the formidable fruit position of the primordial golden immortal, while the text indicated that all 7 fruit positions of the Northern Dipper were currently vacant, allowing for the practice of this technique. This realization not only relieved Su Yuan, but also instilled a sense of urgency within him. For there were undoubtedly many cultivators vying for the Northern Dipper. Su Yuan refrained from practicing according to the text, as he had already attained a fruit position. His status in the heavens was a tier above that of a mere fruit position. The fruit position serves only as a testament to one's path, affirming that one's understanding has reached a certain level, while simultaneously entrusting one's own path to it. In contrast, the heavenly status signifies dominion, directly wielding control over the Northern Dipper. The two are fundamentally different, yet the potential for conflict is substantial. For someone like Su Yuan, he could accept, reject, or even sever the connection of others to the fruit positions of the Northern Dipper, which would be akin to introducing a sovereign over those who have attained their paths. This would inevitably incite disputes over the path. These thoughts flitted through his mind as he used this technique as a reference, continuing to ponder the laws of the stars. The technique categorizes the comprehension goals prior to the golden immortal stage as understanding, asserting that one must grasp 12,960 strands of law to directly attain the golden immortal status. Beyond the golden immortal, the cultivation of the laws involves mastering them, gradually merging them into one, ultimately synthesizing 118 fundamental essences to achieve the status of the supreme golden immortal. Complete unification would then lead to the attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the realm beyond the Great Luo, the primordial state expands upon the laws of the stars, evolving into the path of the stars, where one merges myriad laws into one essence. This is the primordial. As Su Yuan contemplated the technique, he wondered why one must wait to fully comprehend before merging. Why not understand and merge simultaneously? The truth lies in the fact that merging laws is exceedingly challenging. Prior to the golden immortal stage, one faces limitations in lifespan, whereas the golden immortal possesses a near-immortal lifespan, thus allowing time for such merging. If one does not reach the golden immortal realm in a timely manner, they risk the peril of exhausting their lifespan. It is only natural that ordinary cultivators would hesitate to pursue the merging of laws. However, unburdened by concerns of mortality, Su Yuan resolved to contemplate and merge concurrently. The 7 stars of the Northern Dipper revealed their profound mysteries to him, with Su Yuan's consciousness standing upon the celestial pivot star, perceiving its essence. The laws of the stars opened themselves to his understanding. Within a single day, he swiftly grasped 3,000 strands of star laws. In the following days, he further comprehended 6,000 strands, totaling 9,600 strands of star laws. As he progressed, the understanding of the laws grew increasingly arduous. Thus, Su Yuan ceased to seek further comprehension of the laws, and instead, following the intricate movements of the Big Dipper, began to intertwine the intricacies of the 9,600 astral laws, forming strands of more complete insights into these principles. However, the difficulty of this fusion process surged to 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Yet, Su Yuan approached this challenge with remarkable decisiveness, directly activating the 3rd entry of balanced effort and rest. His comprehension soared 10-fold once more, and the time required for cultivation was reduced to 3 days. The process of law integration accelerated dramatically. One by one, the characteristics of the laws emerged. Rapid characteristic, brilliant characteristic, mental characteristic, explosive characteristic. Numerous law characteristics represented various developmental directions of the astral laws. Su Yuan welcomed all, and during the remaining 3 days, through layers of fusion, he remarkably grasped the essence of 9 distinct laws, coalescing them into 9 law inscriptions. These 9 inscriptions seamlessly integrated into the 9 great golden elixirs within Su Yuan's dantian. The surface of the golden elixirs became adorned with intricately complex law patterns. The 9 great golden elixirs shimmered with boundless starlight, illuminating over 3,000 smaller golden elixirs nearby. Astonishingly, the law patterns on their surfaces began to grow slowly under the radiance of the starlight. In a subtle moment, Su Yuan perceived a profound essence of primordial unity. Clarity regarding his path forward dawned upon him. The celestial road had indeed been unveiled. In the final moments of his cultivation, with his current understanding of the laws, Su Yuan enhanced the divine abilities he had previously created and elevated several other techniques to corresponding divine levels. Moreover, this was merely the cultivation of his physical form. In truth, Su Yuan's second primordial spirit simultaneously benefited from the effects of the entries. The Thunder Spirit giant avatar primarily focused on the comprehension of thunder laws. It too grasped the 9,600 strands of thunder laws, but encountered a bottleneck in the fusion process. The once formidable heavenly thunder, upon closer inspection, was devoid of any essence of fusion comprehension, which greatly disappointed Su Yuan. Consequently, the Thunder Spirit giant avatar turned to absorb the accumulated celestial thunder within. Strands of celestial thunder were refined by Su Yuan's Thunder Spirit giant avatar, leading its physical form to gradually transform into a celestial body. Throughout this process, the second primordial spirit integrated into every crystal of the celestial body, forming a seamless union of flesh and spirit. This metamorphosis into a celestial body posed significant challenges. However, under the effects of balanced effort and rest, the transformation unfolded with ease and grace. In merely a few days, the accumulated celestial thunder was entirely expended, and the second primordial spirit fully merged into the celestial body. The Thunder Spirit giant's form radiated brilliance, transitioning from a crystalline physique to one of flesh and blood, gradually taking on the appearance of Su Yuan. Ultimately, the transformation was successful, and the Thunder Spirit giant avatar completely assumed a human form. Of course, should he desire, Su Yuan could once again transform into the Thunder Spirit giant's visage, unleashing his utmost combat prowess. At this juncture, Su Yuan's cultivation was nearing its conclusion. As he embarked on his training, the demons from the Devil Realm exhibited an astonishingly swift response, as if they had been preparing for years, eagerly awaiting an opportunity. They immediately expressed their profound dissatisfaction with the provocations from the Immortal Realm, and within a mere day, amassed an army of millions at the borders of the Immortal Realm. This action sent ripples through the various factions of the Immortal Realm, prompting them to converge at the borders to confront the Devil Realm for violating the accord. However, the demons claimed that it was the Immortal Realm that had first torn up the agreement. A formidable demon practitioner of the great Luo Golden Immortal rank, unable to contain himself, was the first to breach the Immortal Realm's borders, launching a reckless suicidal assault. Millions of Immortal Realm cultivators perished on the spot. Yet the great Luo Golden Immortal Demon was ultimately slain by the united forces of the Immortal Realm. In just a few days, the battlefield claimed the life of a great Luo Golden Immortal, dramatically escalating the situation. The demon practitioners initiated a low-intensity war involving both realms. As long as the great powers did not intervene directly, it was merely small skirmishes. In a remote corner of the mortal world of the Immortal Yuan realm, Su Yuan's avatar traversed endless distances to arrive at this location. Accompanying him were 4 maidservants, along with Su De, Su Air, and Su San, while he also brought forth the Wanbao Chinko and Cauldron. Xiao Li and Xiao Kai remained at home to guard it. Lao Qian stood beside him, astonished. Su Yuan, I never expected you to venture out. Aren't you afraid? Su Yuan shot him a glance. This is merely an avatar. If it perishes, it perishes. What is there to fear? You, on the other hand, are the main body and should be the one concerned. Lao Qian's expression changed, and he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, Where are we? I feel as though the very fabric of the world is remarkably stable, and the concentration of spiritual energy is exceedingly high. The Immortal Realm. The Immortal Realm? The others gasped in shock. Isn't this rather perilous? Su San exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yuan waved his hand, reassuring them. Fear not. Not everyone here is an immortal. In fact, immortals are quite rare. The majority are still mortals and cultivators. With this clarification, the group visibly relaxed. Su Yuan then waved his hand, transforming the Wanbao Chinko and Cauldron into an opulent carriage, with a spacious compartment that comfortably accommodated him and his 4 maidservants. Su De, ever conscientious, took the reins at the front of the carriage, while Su Air and Su San summoned their spirit steeds to flank the carriage. Let us venture to the nearby towns, Su Yuan declared. Yes, my lord, Su De responded, urging the horses with a whip. The horses rolled their eyes. Su De, are you foolish? This is my transformation. Oh, I forgot. Su De chuckled awkwardly. Why the theatrics? Su Yuan remarked, exasperated. You're right next to me. It's merely your main body's manifestation. Well, never mind, Lao Qian muttered, still a bit bewildered. Suddenly, Old Qian recalled something and remarked, "What about the green ox, your steed? Summon it to pull the cart." Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly located his aging oxen steed, which had remained idle during his previous travels. Now, it would serve its purpose. The old ox materialized before Su Yuan, appearing somewhat bewildered, as a horse deftly slipped a harness around its frame. Thus, the cart was instantaneously transformed into an ox-drawn vehicle. Wait, what is happening? The old ox turned to see Su Yuan and promptly settled down. The ox cart began to move forward gradually, soon approaching the town. However, before entering, they noticed a throng of people gathering by the riverbank. Chapter 121, A Corner of the Celestial Realm. Su Yuan's ox cart drew considerable attention. Many gazes turned their way, accompanied by hushed whispers. A well-dressed, middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, approaching with a respectful bow from a distance. "I am Wang Fugue, the mayor of Shishui Town. May I inquire what instructions the esteemed immortal has? What are you all doing?" Su Yuan glanced towards the riverbank, where a high platform stood. "Esteemed immortal, you may not be aware, but in half a day's time, it will be the Dragon King Festival of the Tonga River, and we are preparing for the sacrificial rites." Wang Fugue chuckled. "Having come from far, would you care to witness the ceremony with us?" Su Yuan's eyes glimmered, and he replied, "How did you know I traveled from a distance?" The three prefectural cities alongside the Tonga River, along with dozens of large towns and thousands of smaller ones, are all preparing for the Dragon King Festival. If you are unaware of this, you must have journeyed from thousands of miles away, Mayor Wang elucidated. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "I shall return to observe later. For now, I will take some rest in the town." Wang Fugue promptly waved to the crowd, summoning a young rotund man who hurried over. The mayor patted his shoulder and continued, "This is my son. If the esteemed immortal has any requests, feel free to command him. I must tend to the preparations for the rites. Please forgive my haste." Su Yuan waved dismissively. "No need for concern. Go about your duties." Wang Fugue repeatedly expressed his apologies and bowed deeply before cautiously departing. Su Yuan discerned that Wang Fugue bore superficial traces of energy cultivation, his level barely at the first stage, making him a rudimentary practitioner. In contrast, the young man before him had reached the third stage of energy cultivation, albeit with an equally rudimentary understanding of his craft. The cultivation methods in the celestial realm could not possibly be inferior to those in the mortal realm, indicating that the transmission of techniques here was exceedingly stringent. "Esteemed immortal, I am Wang Xianxia, and I am well acquainted with the town and its surroundings." "Very well, lead the way. I wish to explore the town," Su Yuan responded. "Absolutely." Wang Xianxia dashed ahead, the ox cart following closely behind. A certain radiance ignited within Su Yuan's eyes, and in an instant, the fortune of the world unfolded before him. Above the entire town, a gossamer veil of crimson fortune clouds enveloped the area, ordinary yet connected by a strand of fortune leading further afield. Within the town, the central town hall was shrouded in orange fortune, and a small seal floated amidst the fortune clouds, safeguarding the town hall. This was not particularly astonishing. However, Su Yuan was intrigued by the two substantial clouds of fortune that flanked the town's government office. One of these clouds was red, while the other was yellow, piquing Su Yuan's interest. He pointed to the left side and inquired, "What notable structure lies there?" Wang Xianxia promptly replied, "That is the Land God Temple." "And what about that direction?" Su Yuan gestured again. "That is the Dragon King Temple," Wang Xianxia responded cautiously. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "Let us go and explore," he declared. "Certainly. Please follow me, esteemed immortal." Wang Xianxia led Su Yuan to the exterior of the Dragon King Temple. Although Su Yuan did not enter, he could appreciate the temple's grandeur from outside. The towering edifice, the independent courtyard walls, several halls adorned with exquisite patterns, and the imposing stone sculptures at the entrance. Numerous townsfolk were inside, offering incense with utmost reverence. After a brief glance, Su Yuan suggested, "Let us proceed to the other side." Soon, they arrived near the Land God Temple, where a small, solitary structure came into view. The Land God Temple, though not insignificant in height compared to the surrounding houses, was dwarfed by the earlier Dragon King Temple, measuring perhaps only a tenth of its size. The temple's simplicity allowed a glimpse of a deity carved from earth and stone within, with a few townspeople offering incense, their expressions seemingly indifferent to the statue of the land god. Observing this scene, Su Yuan fell into contemplation. Without any intention of entering, he turned to leave. As Su Yuan departed, a gentle, elderly visage materialized upon the land god statue. An aged deity emerged, bemused by the arrival of a cultivator in such a remote town. He gazed in Su Yuan's direction, scrutinizing the cultivation levels of Su Yuan and his companions. 7 mid-stage Qi transformation fish demons and 1 early-stage bull demon. The audacity of this cultivator to command such creatures was alarming. The land god's expression shifted to one of concern. He hastily turned his attention to Su Yuan. Yet the figure before him appeared indistinct, like a mirage. In the midst of his bewilderment, the human cultivator suddenly turned his head. Their gazes intersected across a multitude of structures. Su Yuan offered a slight smile and a nod in greeting before he resumed his focus ahead. The land god, taken aback, marveled at how the other had perceived his scrutiny without any detectable fluctuation of divine sense. He had utilized the divine domain to sense him. Such an encounter should not have been noticed. The land god hesitated, his expression rife with uncertainty. Guided by Wang Xingye, Su Yuan found a courtyard to settle in. He noticed Wang Xingye's demeanor, as if he were on the verge of speaking, yet held back. Thus, he inquired, "What troubles you?" Wang Xingye immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "I have long aspired to the path of immortality. Today, upon meeting an esteemed immortal, I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you not already embarked on your cultivation journey?" Wang Xingye hurriedly replied, "I have been practicing the basic breathing technique, merely the most rudimentary form of breath control. Having reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, I find myself unable to advance further." "Oh, you have not joined a sect?" Su Yuan probed. "A sect? I once traveled 1,000 miles to participate in the disciple selection of the immortal sect, but alas, my aptitude was insufficient to gain entry." Wang Xingye's expression darkened. Su Yuan lifted an eyebrow, surprised that even with a top-tier spiritual root, one could be deemed lacking in talent. Observing Wang Xingye's expression of regret as he fell into contemplation, Su Yuan declared, "There is no need for me to take on a disciple. But I possess a technique I can impart to you. However, you must solemnly pay homage to the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Are you willing?" "Yes, I am most willing," Wang Xingye exclaimed, filled with joy. Su Yuan nodded and extended his finger, poised to touch Wang Xingye's brow, when an urgent voice interrupted, "Please, immortal." "Hold on." Looking down, Su Yuan saw the old land deity emerging from the earth, bowing respectfully before him. Wang Xingye's countenance changed abruptly. The splendid moment was disrupted, and he glared at the intruder, but upon recognizing him, he fell silent. He was astonished to realize that this elderly man bore a striking resemblance to the statue of the land god. Su Yuan, intrigued, regarded the land deity, whose mere 4th-tier aura did not impress him. Yet he was curious about the deity's divine status. "Who are you?" "I am Zhou Jiqing, the current land deity of Xishui town, tasked with safeguarding the safety of this region," the old man replied. "Oh, why do you obstruct my teaching?" Su Yuan inquired. Zhou Jiqing took a deep breath and explained, "The demon clan is formidable. Within the western mountains outside of Xishui town, a multitude of demons dwell. They rarely venture into the town, for under my protection, alongside the authority of the Imperial Seal and the deterrence of the Dragon King Temple, they refrain from infringing upon Xishui town. However, if a human cultivator were to practice profound techniques, their potent aura and spiritual essence would render them a target for the demons, potentially attracting their attention. And I fear I would be unable to safeguard Xishui town in such a scenario." Wang Xingye was utterly stunned. It was the first time he comprehended why the path to cultivation was so arduous, realizing the underlying reasons. Is the human race truly so feeble? Su Yuan furrowed his brow. The land deity sighed. Indeed, the human race is one of the formidable factions in the realm of immortals, in their core territories. No demons dare to act recklessly. However, this region lies at the fringes of human domain, hence we must exercise caution. He glanced at Su Yuan and his companions, hesitating to speak further. Seeing this, Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. In truth, Su Yuan was quite familiar with these matters. He had perused countless texts and was well aware of the overarching dynamics of the immortal realm. Yet, knowledge gained through books often feels superficial. Only through personal experience can one truly grasp the profound implications. However, all of this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the value of reputation. Su Yuan glanced at the reputation level section, noting that his reputation had yet to reach level 2. "What tier do the strongest demons around here possess?" he asked. "At least in the early stage of the void refinement and harmonization realm." The earth deity spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded slightly. He pointed his finger, and a beam of starlight descended into Wang Xingye's brow. Instantly, Wang Xingye was filled with exhilaration as a legacy of the 7 stars materialized in his mind. Profound gratitude to the immortal for bestowing the technique. Wang Xingye promptly knelt down, prostrating himself in reverence. The earth deity, Zhou Qichen, wore a countenance filled with confusion and suspicion. You may retreat, Su Yuan instructed. Wang Xingye joyfully withdrew. The earth deity sighed inwardly. Without providing an explanation, Su Yuan continued to inquire about the nearby demon tribes. There existed a spiritual mountain in the vicinity, home to a clan of 3-tailed cat demons, whose chieftain was at least at the void refinement and harmonization level. For maidens with keen insight prepared tea, spiritual fruits, and delicacies for the two. In their conversation, half a day slipped by unnoticed. Outside the town, Wang Fugui's expression grew solemn as he led the townsfolk in a ceremonial offering. Shishui Town had prepared 300 adult spiritual livestock, 300 ancient spiritual herbs, 300 pounds of rare spiritual, or 300 measures of spiritual rice, and 300 premium spiritual stones. They beseeched the Dragon King to partake. May the Dragon King bless Shishui Town with peace, stability, and favorable weather. Tens of thousands of townspeople knelt before the high platform in unison. This scene caused Su Yuan to furrow his brow slightly. The ethereal essence of incense and the power of fortune rose from each individual, coalescing above into a golden yellow mass, embodying the vitality of countless human spirits. At a certain moment, a cloud drifted over the Tonggu River, revealing a 100-meter-long 4-clawed Dragon King, appearing intermittently within the cloud. As it passed over Shishui Town, it inhaled, consuming the offerings on the high platform along with the fortune and incense of tens of thousands of townspeople. The Dragon King casually descended a wave of its essence, enveloping the entire town, signifying that this territory was under the protection of the Tonggu Dragon King. However, this act bore resemblance to a territorial marking, serving merely as a warning without any substantial defensive effect. As the Dragon King was about to pass by Shishui Town, it noticed an unfamiliar spiritual presence within the town. Instinctively, the Dragon King turned its gaze toward that courtyard. In that moment, Su Yuan locked eyes with the Dragon King. Chapter 122, The Tonggu Dragon King's Discontent. A modifier of devastating power. The Tonggu Dragon King furrowed its brow. A mere human cultivator dared to meet its gaze. The Dragon King's expression soured, discontent flashing in its eyes as a fiery light shot forth, transforming into a fiery spear aimed directly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan's brow also knitted in surprise. He had not anticipated that such a dignified Dragon King would so readily seek to eliminate a human cultivator, especially one of his own kind. Su Yuan's gaze turned icy as he conjured a streak of starlight, sword energy imbued with a hint of lightning, which surged forth toward the Tonggu Dragon King. The forces unleashed by both were subtle, devoid of any overwhelming magical power. The Dragon King believed that with a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate the human cultivator, while Su Yuan was convinced that unleashing his magical attacks would suffice to counter the Dragon King's strike. Lightning swords and flames intertwined in midair, illuminating the world in an instant. The laws of thunder, the laws of stars, and the sword's principles coalesced into a web of laws, swiftly enveloping the fiery spear, which was subsequently entwined and annihilated into sparks. Su Yuan's attack then reformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the ancient Dragon King. The Dragon King reached out, and the sword aura became ensnared within his claws. With a gentle squeeze, he attempted to shatter the delicate sword energy, but in the blink of an eye, the sword aura divided into 9 parts, tracing a mysterious trajectory to form a grand formation of 7 stars, astonishingly resisting the Dragon King's casual grip. A glimmer flickered in the Dragon King's eyes as he perceived 9 symbols of profound mysteries evolving within the formation. The intricate essence of the laws of stars left the ancient Dragon King momentarily entranced, as it was his first encounter with such arcane symbols. Yet, he soon regained his composure, and with a forceful clench of his claws, he crushed the lightning sword formation. At that moment, the ancient Dragon King felt a pang of unease. He cast a wary glance at Su Yuan, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. This was the essence of law. Could this individual be of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? A wave of intense anxiety washed over the ancient Dragon King, etching Su Yuan's visage into his memory. Su Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. This Dragon King had unexpectedly granted him 13 points of notoriety. What realm was this? At that moment, the crisis response perk illuminated brightly, signifying the Dragon King's formidable threat. Su Yuan cast a glance at the system panel, his expression calm rather than flustered, as he activated the aura of the mighty. The pressure, aura, and demeanor emanating from him began to converge rapidly towards a certain realm. The Dragon King hesitated momentarily, sending forth a projection of himself to continue patrolling the ancient river, while his true form transformed in a flash of light into a young man with dragon horns. He swiftly appeared above Su Yuan's courtyard, exuding a powerful draconic aura to gauge Su Yuan's capabilities. However, at that moment, Su Yuan gently lifted his teacup, unleashing a formidable and concentrated pressure that bore down upon the ancient Dragon King. This act not only dissipated the dragon's might into oblivion, but also left the surrounding maidens completely unaware, continuing their tea preparations without a hint of the draconic presence. Moreover, Su Yuan's pressure inversely pressed upon the ancient Dragon King. The Dragon King's breath faltered, his strength inexplicably suppressed by 10%. This caused a drastic change in the Dragon King's countenance. Su Yuan was profoundly astonished, for his aura of the mighty had exceeded all records, and his pressure had unmistakably reached the level of a golden immortal. This signified that the Dragon King's cultivation had indeed attained the realm of the profound immortal. This situation is rather absurd. Su Yuan, possessing a secondary primordial spirit, has barely stepped into the early stages of human immortality. Should a true confrontation occur, even with the assistance of the great being, he would undoubtedly face swift defeat, utterly powerless to retaliate. Yet at this moment, the Dragon King of Tonggu harbors profound apprehension towards Su Yuan. Taking a deep breath and noticing that Su Yuan did not make another move, he descended from the clouds and approached Su Yuan's courtyard. With great reverence, he bowed and proclaimed, "Tonggu pays respects to the human race, immortal sovereign." Immortal sovereign? The land god gasped in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Su Yuan. He hurriedly rose from his seat, trembling with apprehension, and stood to the side, fearing to remain seated. The term immortal sovereign typically refers to a golden immortal, an immortal of eternal life, a formidable entity capable of establishing vast realms within the celestial realm. Beep, reputation value 00001. Beep, reputation value 0001. Beep, reputation value 001. Beep, reputation value 01. Su Yuan cast a glance at the meager reputation value provided by the land god, which was indeed pitiably low. After 4 increments, it had only reached 01. I hardly deserve the title of immortal sovereign. My strength is feeble. I nearly fell to your hands. Su Yuan replied with a calm demeanor. The expression of Tonggu shifted noticeably. He then forced a smile and said, "Immortal sovereign, you jest. This matter is indeed my fault, and I am willing to compensate for your losses." He continued, "My grandfather is a golden immortal, and should you present your demands, I shall endeavor to compensate you fully." The Dragon King's words, laced with both softness and a hint of sharpness, revealed his own background. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. The Dragon King of Tonggu, despite claiming his grandfather's status as a golden immortal, had little substantial connection to him. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The surrounding maidens and guards became stiff, while only the old cow remained unfazed, leisurely munching on celestial fodder, blissfully oblivious to the conversation unfolding between the two. Noticing the cow's tranquil demeanor, Tonggu's anxiety heightened further. Su Yuan gave a cold snort and remarked, "You have appropriated the incense and fortune of my kin, yet you show little concern for their safety. Such behavior is quite inappropriate." Hearing this, Tonggu secretly exhaled, and in a solemn tone, he replied, "What does the immortal sovereign imply? I require you to safeguard the safety of these human beings, at the very least ensuring the security of towns and cities, for a period of 10,000 years. Would you consent?" Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon the Dragon King, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Tonggu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It is true that I acted wrongly this time, and I am willing to pay the price. I shall protect the safety of the humans under my jurisdiction." Su Yuan glanced at the system panel, finding no secondary reputation value for the Dragon King. Thus, he continued, "Additionally, I wish to pass down a legacy. All human beings within your domain shall be permitted to learn it." The expression on the face of the ancient Dragon King shifted dramatically, Once the human race learns the techniques of cultivation, ensuring their safety will become exceedingly challenging. Su Yuan regarded the Dragon King with an unflinching demeanor, the pressure emanating from him intensifying considerably. The ancient Dragon King sighed, nodding in acquiescence. I shall heed the esteemed immortal's directives. Ding, reputation value 130. Ding, reputation level has risen. Observing this, Su Yuan promptly turned his gaze towards the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Immortal Origin Realm. Level, Notable, 145-1000. Realm, Pinnacle of Void Refinement, 100-100. Initial Stage of Human Immortal, 1-100. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest LV7, 100-100-100 W. Current Restoration, 1 day, modifiable. Su Yuan focused his thoughts on the phrase, modifiable. In the next moment, the description of the balance of work and rest entry reappeared. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer you rest, the better the effects of cultivation. Current restoration, 1 day. As Su Yuan gazed at this line of text, he was astonished to discover that he could add, remove, or modify parts of the description, albeit with considerable limitations, allowing only minor alterations of a word or two. He contemplated changing long to short. A flash of red light flickered across the system panel, indicating that the modification had failed. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the latter part of the sentence. He subsequently altered a single word. In the next instant, a flash of green light illuminated the system panel. The entry transformed instantaneously. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer you rest, the better the effects of cultivation. Total restoration, 1 day. Su Yuan beheld this revised description with immense delight. Though the change was merely 2 words, the true impact was revolutionary. He immediately endeavored to test the results, commencing his cultivation. Remarkably, he found that he could opt not to activate the balance of work and rest entry. The cumulative restoration remained unaffected and did not diminish. Su Yuan's cultivation did not impede the ongoing accumulation of time. In that moment, Entry 1 achieved an epic breakthrough. This was not merely a rise in the entry's level. It represented a fundamental transformation. He had never anticipated that the reputation level in the Immortal Origin Realm would possess such wondrous effects, modifying the textual description of an entry. Even a slight alteration of 1 or 2 words could yield astonishing results akin to a metamorphosis. His experiment validated the inquiries he had long pondered. Truly, the Immortal Origin Realm lived up to its reputation as a superior world. The ancient Dragon King perceptibly sensed Su Yuan's sudden uplift in spirits. However, he could tell that the joy did not stem from the agreement made, but rather from something else entirely. Su Yuan returned to his senses, noting the changes in the Dragon King's expression. He chuckled and said, "Thank you, King Tonggulong, for your warm hospitality. Having acquired what I sought, I see no reason to linger here any longer." Upon hearing this, King Tonggulong immediately inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed title, Immortal?" "I am the 7-star Taoist, with the northern dipper illuminating the earth. The 7 stars shine upon the celestial river. Ha ha ha, I take my leave. May we meet again if destiny permits." As Su Yuan's laughter echoed, his voice dissipated like a bubble, vanishing from the spot. Along with him, for maidens, 3 guards, the old ox, and the cart also disappeared without a trace. Everything Su Yuan had brought with him vanished into thin air. King Tonggulong, with wide eyes, scanned the surrounding thousands of miles, yet found not a single trace of Su Yuan, as if he had never existed. He glanced perplexedly at the land deity, who, trembling, replied, "My lord, I do not know." King Tonggulong waved his hand dismissively and soared into the clouds, gazing down at the land under his dominion. Sighing, "I should have checked the almanac before venturing out. I have encountered an ancient being of the human race." Chapter 123. A single person's cultivation benefits the entire realm. Ding, lifespan extended by 1,000,000 years. Su Yuan's true form suddenly radiated immense vitality. Waves of life energy materialized within his flesh, propelling his body toward rapid evolution. His divine consciousness delved deep within himself. At that moment, his human bloodline underwent the most profound transformation. It was not merely the awakening of a hidden ancient lineage, but rather a fundamental leap in the essence of his current bloodline. Patterns of laws manifested out of thin air, inscribing themselves deep within his bloodline, supporting the potential befitting a lifespan of 1 million years. The formations originally imprinted within his spiritual aperture seamlessly merged into his bloodline, becoming his innate talent. His comprehension of the laws of the universe surged dramatically, increasing in clarity by more than tenfold. This was the effect of responding to crisis. He had perfectly navigated the life and death peril posed by the Xianxia Dragon King during the early stages of human immortality. His lifespan had been extended by 1,000,000 years. Such longevity seemed boundless. The presence of a great being and responding to crisis are truly a perfect match, as long as I desire it. I can fabricate life and death crises and then adeptly navigate them using the presence of a great being. Is this not a loophole? Yuan glanced at the system panel, noting its complete lack of reaction, which implied tacit approval. System panel, I can now cultivate normally, and with my bloodline having completed its metamorphosis, let us see the effects of my cultivation. Yuan's expression shifted as he sat cross-legged, beginning his practice. An astonishing suction erupted from within him, drawing in a vast amount of spiritual energy, but he soon ceased his active pursuit of magical cultivation. The celestial status of a seven-star supreme allowed him to perceive the profound emptiness at the very essence of the seven stars realm. Although the upper limit had been elevated, the overall quantity of spiritual energy in the world had, paradoxically, diminished. In the pursuit of this enhanced limit, a significant portion of the world's foundational energy had been consumed, and now it was drawing upon the cosmic forces from beyond the 9 heavens to transform into worldly energy. Should he embark on his cultivation, the restoration of the 7 stars realm would be an exceedingly distant prospect. Typically, a practitioner at the void refinement or fusion stage could be sustained by the 7 stars realm. However, he now possessed a superlative bloodline, comparable to that of celestial beasts, resulting in an exponentially greater demand for spiritual energy by dozens, if not hundreds of times. Coupled with his magical power, which was already hundreds of times superior to that of others at the same level, his cultivation speed was equally unparalleled. Thus, his insatiable thirst for spiritual energy became utterly excessive, rendering the 7 stars realm incapable of supporting his practice, at least for the time being. With insufficient spiritual energy, the 7 stars realm was merely a mundane world, its foundation severely compromised. With a sigh, Yuan suddenly lifted his gaze toward the heavens. The Big Dipper, an ancient constellation, emitted starlight that constituted a form of energy profoundly aligned with his path of cultivation. He could directly absorb its radiant light. Upon this realization, he immediately activated the entry 7 stars high illuminating. In a mysterious manner, his connection with the Big Dipper intensified dramatically. It seemed as if the constellation had responded to his call, crossing unfathomable distances to cast down its starlight. Beyond the 9 heavens of the 7 stars realm, amidst chaotic spatial currents, a celestial passageway materialized out of thin air. An overwhelming surge of stellar power poured through this conduit into the 7 stars realm. As if it were inexhaustible, the 9 heavens of the 7 stars realm automatically opened a channel to welcome the descending star energy. Above the 7 stars sect, the sky was rent open, creating a massive void with a diameter spanning thousands of miles, enveloping the vicinity of the sect. Endless streams of starlight cascaded downward, akin to a celestial river flowing towards the earth. As the starlight descended, it increasingly concentrated towards the center, ultimately gathering above the 6 cave dwelling and pouring into Yuan's cultivation chamber. During this descent, some starlight experienced loss. This dissipated energy gradually infused the 7 stars realm, subtly enhancing its foundational essence. The majority of the starlight, however, was absorbed by Yuan's being, transforming into his magical power, spiritual essence, and physical cultivation. Yet, a portion of the starlight was beyond his capacity to absorb, dispersing entirely into the 6th cave dwelling. Within the cave, the concentration of stellar energy surged rapidly, with some of this potent energy merging into the Earth's veins, thereby improving the quality of the spiritual veins throughout the 7 stars sect. The overall concentration of spiritual energy within the sect gradually elevated. Yuan's solitary cultivation was sufficient to catalyze the advancement of the entire sect and, indeed, the world itself, an unfathomable phenomenon. As Yuan grew adept in this state of cultivation, he began to allocate more of his mental focus, delving into the profound intricacies of the laws of the universe. The advancement in cultivation requires a harmonious progression of magical power, understanding of laws, and the state of mind to truly elevate oneself. Among these, the cultivation of magical power is the simplest, while the comprehension of laws proves to be the most arduous. Many celestial beings refine their magical power and stabilize their state of mind, only to find themselves firmly ensnared by the bottleneck of understanding the laws. Thus, the more one comprehends the laws, the better. There is no such thing as too much knowledge. In the radiant atmosphere illuminated by starlight, Yuan's grasp of the celestial laws intensified, allowing him to swiftly immerse himself in profound insights, becoming utterly engrossed. Within the grand hall of the sect, Qingzhu consumed a bolt of thunder essence, the vibrant, yang-infused energy beginning to refine his primordial spirit. Coupled with his practice techniques, he finally achieved the transformation of yin into yang. His primordial spirit transcended, marking his entry into the realm of the divine spirit. The world around him became markedly clearer, and the once obscure nuances of comprehension finally stirred within him. Seizing the opportunity afforded by his breakthrough, he successfully stepped into the realm of mastery. Ha ha ha! I have broken through. I have succeeded. Qingzhu exclaimed with exuberance, exuding the joy of a child. I must be among the fastest in my cohort to achieve this transformation. This thunder essence is truly remarkable. I managed to break through 2 realms in just over a decade, and one of those was a significant leap. He exited the hall, invigorated and elated. Then he paused, taken aback as he beheld the ethereal spirit energy swirling within the sect. A deep inhalation revealed an abundance equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. This left him momentarily bewildered. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a colossal vortex of starlight in the sky, countless beams cascading down, ultimately converging towards cave number 6. From that direction, spirit energy began to emanate outward, intercepted by the protective mountain array, remaining within the sect and causing the energy density to rise. Qingzhu was astounded. While others cultivate by siphoning the surrounding spirit energy, our ancestral master not only refrains from consuming it, but instead exhales it. Truly extraordinary. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yuan's strength had ceased to astonish him. The master had indicated that after his breakthrough to the divine spirit realm, he could begin the study of his ultimate techniques. Now that he had achieved this breakthrough, it was finally his turn to cultivate. With a serene expression, he soared towards the scripture repository. Upon arriving, he was momentarily taken aback. Beside the repository stood a spatial portal, where numerous disciples queued to enter. While the repository itself was devoid of visitors. What is happening with the array spirit? Qingzhu pondered, feeling as if he scarcely recognized his own sect after a few months of seclusion. That portal led to a secret realm, the designated location for the ancestral master's ultimate techniques. How peculiar! Why place it within a secret realm? Isn't that rather inconvenient? Qingzhu mused. The array spirit remained silent for a moment before responding. You will understand once you enter. Nodding in agreement, Qingzhu bypassed the waiting disciples, brazenly cutting in line to take the first position. The surrounding disciples cast peculiar glances in his direction. Greetings, master. They all bowed in unison. Qingzhu waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a world of shimmering silver. Looking up, he beheld a colossal staircase, extending upwards in numerous layers. Each tier was exceedingly wide, adorned with an abundance of books. Glancing to the right from his current level, he noticed countless volumes stretching endlessly, with no discernible end in sight. The books on the staircase varied. Some were placed individually, evidently the unique works of Yuan, while others were stacked on shelves, consisting of annotations and reinterpretations authored by others. Qingzhu recognized a familiar figure and transmitted a thought. Yu, what brings you here? Were you not in another realm? Yu hurried over upon spotting Qingzhu. Master, I have returned to apply for further studies. Splendid. You've actually reached the late stage of the golden core. Your cultivation speed is rather astonishing. But why are you perusing books on this first tier? Qingzhu inquired, puzzled. He had discerned that the texts on the first tier were merely the contents of the first volume of techniques. Those at the golden core level should be studying on the 19th to 27th tiers. Yu sighed, there's no other choice, master. The deeper I delve, the broader the knowledge required from the techniques becomes. I find myself lacking in many areas, necessitating a return to the foundational texts on the first tier. I recall you had mastered the entirety of the first volume, did you not? Qingzhu asked, still perplexed. Master, Is your information so outdated? Do you have any idea how many volumes the first technique comprises now? Gu Yu responded with surprise. How many? Gu Qingzhu replied nonchalantly. I have already advanced to the spirit transformation stage. Mastering them all is a mere trifle. In Gu Yu's gaze, there flickered a hint of sympathy and pity for the uninformed. I have no idea how many there are. Gu Yu sighed. What do you mean? Gu Qingzhu inquired, bewildered. Why not count them yourself? Gu Yu paused before adding. If you're preparing to begin your studies, I suggest you start with the subjects that interest you most. Little Yu, what are you up to? Gu Qingzhu shook his head, recalling that there were only about 200 volumes of techniques previously. You are currently at the starting point of the first tier. Just follow the right side. You will undoubtedly be astounded. Curiosity piqued. Gu Qingzhu proceeded along the first staircase to the right. The techniques of Su Yuan were conspicuously arranged upon stone platforms, making them easy to count. He refrained from using his divine sense to peer ahead, instead strolling leisurely forward. Before long, the count of Su Yuan's techniques reached 300. Gu Qingzhu remained composed and continued onward. The number gradually climbed to 600. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Gu Qingzhu activated his escape light and soared ahead. Before Gu Qingzhu stood an endless array of profound tomes, their numbers ascending rapidly. 800, 900, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. Until he reached the end, the count soared to an astonishing 100,700 volumes. Yet, as he gazed at the multitude of steps before him, his expression became one of bewilderment. Chapter 124. The profound techniques that seemed to hatch. Before him, a stone platform rose swiftly and from its previously empty space. A tome materialized out of thin air, an introduction to contract law and its preliminary understanding. Shortly thereafter, on the second tier, a corresponding second volume emerged, an overview of contract law and basic practices. What followed was akin to a chain reaction, as new tomes appeared successively on each tier. Once the highest step birthed yet another volume, a brand new stone platform slowly ascended on the first tier, and a fresh legacy of techniques began to coalesce. He stood there silently for a full half hour, witnessing the miraculous proliferation of Su Yuan's profound techniques, which inexplicably increased by 15 volumes. He swallowed hard, casting a difficult glance back down the path he had traversed. The endless array of techniques left him utterly confounded. How had he arrived here? It seemed as though he had flown, if he were to examine each tome one by one and select his desired techniques. The pace of perusing their summaries would hardly keep up with the speed of their creation, let alone the learning process. When the world was happening, Gu Qingzhu took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming rumble. He immediately looked up to see a brand new tier of steps taking shape above the highest platform. Amidst the roar, an entirely new staircase materialized. Countless stone platforms rose simultaneously, as 100,000 profound techniques began to coalesce in unison. It was evident that a higher realm of techniques was being birthed. Gu Qingzhu realized that each time the esteemed Su updated the techniques, it was done in a single breath, releasing 9 volumes at once. Indeed, the thunderous sounds continued to reverberate. Layer upon layer of new steps formed at an astonishing pace, and with them, new profound techniques were generated concurrently. When Gu Qingzhu regained his senses, he noticed that all the steps had already coalesced into 3 brand new tomes. He stood there utterly dazed. Suddenly, Xiaoli appeared beside him, her curiosity piqued. Master, why are you standing here in a daze? You have ample contribution points and can fully comprehend these profound techniques. Why not release them all at once instead of letting them generate slowly? Gu Qingzhu pointed towards the techniques that were taking shape. It's simple. The master is currently contemplating these profound techniques. Typically, when he comprehends one, he processes it for the spirit of the formation, and then places it upon this staircase of knowledge. Xiaoli explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu was taken aback and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that these profound teachings are manifested in real time by Master Su? Indeed, do not be misled by the rapid appearance of these texts. It is because the Lord's second soul is currently comprehending them. They will not materialize when he is not in contemplation, so fret not. Replied Xiaoli, Wait, what should I not fret about? What I mean is, Gu Qingzhu ultimately could not articulate his thoughts coherently and sighed. Do you have any recommendations? I wish to commence my study of the Master's profound teachings. I suggest you first complete the 1st to 9th volumes. That will suffice as a fundamental introduction to the Lord's teachings. Beyond that, it depends on your interest and capability. Simply ascend further and expand your knowledge to the right. Shaoli advised. Gu Qingzhu sighed again, I understand. He walked back with heavy steps, occasionally glancing back to see new, profound teachings being birthed at the right end of the steps. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Is this the might of the master? He was thoroughly impressed. Upon returning to the original starting point of the steps, he immediately immersed himself in the first volume of the teachings. As one at the transformation realm, he found studying the first volume to be exceedingly effortless. Merely a few hours later, he had already mastered it, gaining a firm grasp of how to channel the starlight of the Big Dipper. A smile crept upon Gu Qingzhu's lips. Indeed, his comprehension was remarkably strong. However, after realizing he had been studying for several hours, he unconsciously glanced toward the right end, certain that dozens of new teachings had emerged. Looking up again, the layers of steps appeared as an insurmountable chasm, rendering him breathless. He caught sight of the figure of Elder Nangong, who was deeply engrossed in the 124th profound teaching on the 42nd step, his silhouette exuding an air of desolation and despair. Gu Qingzhu intended to offer some comforting words to Elder Nangong, but unexpectedly, the elder let out a long sigh, visibly perturbed. Elder Nangong stood and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Elder Nangong, where are you going? Gu Qingzhu could not help but ask. To seek some confidence by challenging weaker opponents, Elder Nangong replied, glancing back at him. Gu Qingzhu was left in a state of confusion. The elder exited the scripture pavilion and proceeded to the designated area for spatial transportation, where he waited. After half an hour, he suddenly felt the space shift. When he reappeared, he found himself in another world, saturated with a substantial amount of demonic energy. It was indeed a realm of demons. Elder Nangong soared into the air, casually flying in a particular direction. Soon enough, he discovered a grand city within the demon realm. With a flick of his hand, 7 flying swords materialized around him. Below, the inhabitants of the city instantly noticed his presence. A spirit cultivator? How audacious for a spiritual practitioner to appear here. Sound the alarm. A spiritual practitioner has emerged. In the city, numerous figures soared into the sky. At the forefront, one individual emanated an overwhelming aura, possessing a formidable cultivation equivalent to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. How dare a mere mid-level transformation practitioner disturb my fallen god city? You seek your own demise. The demonic cultivator sneered and swiftly unleashed a blade. Elder Nangong casually wielded his sword. The sword light, as solid as star iron, collided instantaneously with the demonic cultivator's blade light. An astonishing event unfolded. Elder Nangong's sword technique remarkably thwarted the attack from a foe 2 minor realms higher. The sword light dissipated the demonic blade's glow and continued its assault toward the opponent's form. The demonic cultivator, momentarily flustered, barely managed to parry the sword light. At that moment, Elder Nangong had already connected with the Big Dipper. Starlight descended. Elder Nangong's 7 flying swords simultaneously soared skyward, merging with the celestial radiance. In an instant, a grand 7-star formation took shape. Divine power, fallen stars. Elder Nangong commanded the 7 swords to descend from afar. Block it, hurry, block it. Several demonic cultivators at the transformation realm hastily employed their methods, and a defensive array rose within the city. Yet, Elder Nangong remained indifferent, uttering lightly, annihilate. Amidst the roar, the 7-star sword formation suddenly accelerated, sweeping past the several transformation demonic cultivators and crashing upon the grand city. The city's protective formation shattered inch by inch. As the 7-star sword formation disintegrated, bursting into countless small swords that instantaneously transformed into a tempest of sword energy, ravaging through the city. Countless demons were torn apart amidst their wails. A vast multitude perished, and even those transformation demonic cultivators, caught unprepared by the sword storm, were reduced to mere fragments. A quarter of an hour later, the grand city had transformed into a sea of blood. The peak transformation cultivator and several late-stage transformation demonic cultivators had fallen under a single move from Elder Nangong. The rising blood aura was truly alarming. Elder Nangong summoned dozens of small banners that soared into the sky. Each banner erupted with a force of attraction, drawing in countless blood auras, resentments, and spirits, while the essence of bones was absorbed by the banners, promoting their growth. Simultaneously, Elder Nangong collected the spoils of war. He was immensely satisfied. These small banners and resources could be exchanged for considerable benefits and merits with Su Qian. The 7-star banners could double the gains, truly valuable items. After collecting the spoils, he left behind several large characters in the ruins of the Grand City. 7-star disciples destroy the city. Subsequently, Elder Nangong departed gracefully. The mindset, previously ensnared in the challenges of comprehending Su-style ultimate techniques, blossomed brightly once more. This was the most direct manifestation of his enhanced strength. He, Elder Nangong, could now effortlessly slay enemies 2 minor realms higher. This was the fruit of his painstaking study of Su-style ultimate techniques. Originally, such formidable strength would naturally evoke feelings of pride and self-satisfaction. However, upon recalling the vast array of profound knowledge, Nangong Xianwang found it exceedingly difficult to indulge in such emotions. There was truly no room for pride. It would be far more beneficial to immerse himself in a few lower-tier techniques, perhaps allowing him to draw parallels and ultimately grasp the higher-level teachings. Here, the term tier simply refers to steps. After consecutively vanquishing several grand cities and amassing sufficient resources, Nangong Xianwang promptly summoned the name of his revered ancestor. Subsequently, his figure departed from this realm of the demon clan. The slaughter he inflicted incited overwhelming fury among the demons within this realm, leading to a widespread manhunt for the so-called 7-star disciples. Concurrently, Su Yuan's notoriety within this world surged, adding a trivial amount of experience points to his status. Su Yuan remained indifferent to the significant repercussions of allowing the 7-star sect disciples to wreak havoc in the realm of demonic energy. The war between the celestial and demonic realms had already commenced. Not only were the demon and celestial realms engaged in conflict, but wars were also erupting in the mortal realm subordinate to both domains, affecting even more worlds. The adverse impacts instigated by Su Yuan could be conveniently attributed to the celestial demonic war. No one would suspect his existence as a third party. He merely rode the autumn winds. Chapter 125. Visitors from the Celestial Realm. Amidst the tumultuous currents of space, a celestial vessel navigated the Ascension Passage in reverse. What the hell is happening? This Ascension Passage hasn't been traversed in years. Within the celestial vessel, a blue-eyed octopus demon struggled to steer its course. What was once a journey that could be completed in a month might now extend to over 3 months. The master's task could no longer be expedited. Frustrated, the octopus water demon shot a glance at another fire demon with red hair inside the vessel. "Aren't you going to lend me a hand? Why the rush?" The red-haired fire demon replied nonchalantly. "It's merely a mortal realm. The previous strongest being was only at the transformation stage, and we are both at the ascendant stage now. What misfortune could possibly befall us?" The blue-eyed octopus demon sighed. "You don't understand. In the mortal realm, one must endure the tribulation to become immortal. We have no idea how long we will be occupied there, and upon our return, who knows how much time will have passed." "Huh, you still wish to return?" The red-haired fire demon scoffed, flipping his palm to release a surge of dense demonic energy. "We are now demon cultivators. After we annihilate the Tianyuan realm, we want to be able to return to the celestial realm immediately. We might even have to undergo reincarnation." The red-haired fire demon had long since perceived the truth. The master has long desired to destroy the Tianyuan realm, but there were uncertainties. Now, by disguising ourselves as demon cultivators, we shall obliterate the Tianyuan realm. If we truly accomplish this task, the expression of the blue-eyed octopus demon shifted. The two demons fell into silence. Finally, the blue-eyed octopus demon spoke. "In my clan, a promising successor has already emerged, with the master's resources to aid us. The rise of my clan is inevitable. Perhaps, in the future, I may even have a chance to return. Never mind, let's contemplate how to navigate the underworld." The crimson-haired fire demon remarked with remarkable composure. The celestial vessel continued to jolt forward within the Ascension Passage. 3 months later, the passage reached its conclusion. As they neared the celestial realm, the celestial vessel seemed to fulfill its purpose and abruptly disintegrated. The expressions of the two demons shifted, and they promptly leapt from the vessel. They erected a defensive barrier, shattering the final layer of spatial turbulence, and surged into the outer expanse of the mortal realm. This space lay between the turbulence and the world, existing beyond the confines of reality, free from the chaos of spatial disturbances. Both demons appeared pale. The turbulence was exceedingly formidable, and although they were at the pinnacle of their power, enduring the turbulence proved quite arduous. Fortunately, only a brief distance remained, albeit at considerable expense of energy. The blue-eyed octopus demon, witnessing this, realized that his previous assumptions were misguided. He had no chance of returning. Could the quality of the celestial vessel truly be so dismal? The blue-eyed octopus demon understood the crimson-haired fire demon's words. They were mere pawns, and their contributions would be appropriated by their lineage. As for themselves, the two demons exchanged glances. Let's proceed and send forth a splinter of our consciousness to obliterate the celestial realm. The crimson-haired fire demon spoke calmly. Wait, look, what is that? The blue-eyed octopus demon pointed in bewilderment at a distant scene. The crimson-haired fire demon turned to gaze as well, equally astonished. What could that be? They beheld a rift in the spatial turbulence beyond the world, from which an immense surge of stellar energy poured forth, flooding into reality. The blue-eyed octopus demon, perplexed, questioned, "Is this the celestial realm? It feels somewhat amiss." The crimson-haired fire demon furrowed his brow. Investigate the situation. They observed the world below from a great height, their expressions becoming increasingly puzzled. Wait, the level of this world has reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. This is hardly the celestial realm. Furthermore, the data indicated that the Xianxia continent had but a single capital city. Yet, look at the land below. It is quite expansive even by mortal standards. Allow me to calculate. The octopus demon's numerous tentacles intertwined as he computed. Then he too was taken aback. Wait, this is the seven-star realm. The seven-star realm? The crimson-haired fire demon was equally stunned. He quickly verified the octopus demon's findings and ultimately confirmed the truth. No way. Have we misidentified our target world? The crimson-haired fire demon lamented. This cannot be. This is the ascension passage to the celestial realm. The octopus demon pondered. What shall we do now? Perhaps a chilled squid dish. The crimson-haired fire demon sighed. You. The octopus demon glared fiercely. The crimson-haired fire demon raised his hands in exasperation. Without the celestial vessel, unless we ascend back, what other options do we have? As pawns, we were not even afforded a means of communication. The blue-eyed octopus demon was intrigued. What secrets does the celestial realm hold that such a mere mortal world warrants the attention of such exalted beings? Do not even mention it. The red-haired fire demon paused for a moment before speaking. Now we must revert our focus to spiritual cultivation and find a way to ascend back to the celestial realm to report our findings. This may also present us with an opportunity. Upon our return, we might not even need to send anyone over. The octopus demon's eyes lit up at these words. What a splendid idea. The two demons exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. Together, they plunged into the seven stars realm, swiftly descending towards the earth. Yuan silently observed the scene of the two demons plummeting towards the ground, stroking his chin as he pondered their recent dialogue. Just moments ago, Yuan's status as a supreme of the seven stars had been triggered, alerting him to an unknown presence traversing through space. Upon projecting his consciousness, he initially paid little mind to the two demons' presence, but as he listened to their conversation, it dawned on him that these were indeed agents sent by that unknown adversary. Remarkably, his prior decision to change names had proven effective. At least the two demons did not suspect that this seven stars realm was once the heavenly origin realm. After all, a name change was one thing, but the very landscape had transformed beyond recognition. What was once the expansive Xianxia continent had now shrunk to an inconspicuous locale, having become the exclusive domain of the Seven Stars Sect over the course of a decade, with other sects leading numerous human clans to thrive on the newly emerged land. Thus, the title of Xianxia continent had vanished, leaving only the Seven Stars Prefecture. The two demons descended from the sky, landing on an unremarkable hilltop. Initially intending to cultivate on the spot, they quickly realized that the concentration of spiritual energy here was alarmingly low, inadequate for their practices. Hence, they began to search for a location with a higher density of spiritual energy. In this direction, the spiritual energy concentration should increase. The blue-eyed octopus demon remarked, gazing towards a colossal star pillar that seemed to touch the heavens. The red-haired fire demon, fixated on the luminous Big Dipper in the sky, murmured, "No wonder this world is called the Seven Stars Realm. It is indeed favored by the Big Dipper." The two demons progressed in that direction, gathering intelligence along the way. Soon, they discovered that the location of the light pillar was known as Seven Stars Prefecture, the territory of the Seven Stars Immortal Sect. It was rumored that this sect housed practitioners at the Great Ascension level, making it one of the most formidable forces in the world, without exception. I have just gathered some intelligence suggesting that the disciples of the Seven Stars sect can fight beyond their ranks, and among them, the prodigies can even combat at significantly higher realms. It appears their methods are quite exceptional. I suspect the heritage of the Seven Stars sect may have originated from a high-level transmission from the celestial realm. The blue-eyed octopus demon exclaimed. Oh, such a possibility exists. Methods capable of channeling the powers of the Big Dipper are indeed rare. Let us observe the situation of the Seven Stars sect's disciples in the Seven Stars Prefecture. If this sect's heritage is truly remarkable, we might consider joining them, not only to acquire their teachings, but also to benefit from their abundant spiritual energy, which is precisely what we seek. The red-haired fire demon nodded in agreement. The dialogue between the two individuals caught the attention of Yuan, who was secretly observing them. He was keen to ascertain the true nature of this so-called master, and perhaps he could use these two demons to glean some insights. With this thought in mind, Yuan devised a plan. He promptly sought out Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu, instructing them to capture a peak golden core demon beast at a specific location. What? We are merely at the peak of Foundation establishment, Master. You wish for us to confront a peak golden core demon beast? Zhuge Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Is it too difficult? There are two of you. Yuan replied. With 2 against 1, you hold the advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Jian nodded in understanding. Master, I comprehend. Nangong Huiyu also affirmed. Rest assured, Master, we shall employ our wits and will not act rashly. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhuge Jian, her eyes conveying the message. Are you foolish enough to rely solely on brute force? Zhuge Jian smiled awkwardly, realizing his lapse in judgment. Yuan merely smiled in silence. After receiving their assignment, the two hastily took flight towards their target. Within just 1 hour, they arrived at their destination. Above them, 2 demons were observing intently. Look, we have 2 disciples from the Seven Stars sect right here, remarked the blue-eyed octopus demon. Indeed, they are merely at the peak of Foundation establishment, though their aura is significantly more potent than that of an ordinary practitioner at this stage, nodded the red-haired fire demon. Why do they have 7 embryonic golden cores within them? The blue-eyed octopus demon inquired in shock. What? 7 embryonic golden cores? The red-haired fire demon was utterly astonished. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed true. The blue-eyed octopus demon pondered aloud. The Seven Stars sect has 7 golden cores. It seems plausible. The red-haired fire demon sighed. Are you certain it is plausible? 7 golden cores? I have neither seen nor even heard of such a thing. This lineage must undoubtedly originate from the celestial realm. It is no ordinary heritage. As the 2 demons contemplated, they suddenly sensed something amiss. The 2 humans below were preparing to tackle a peak golden core demon beast. In less than half an hour, they witnessed in disbelief as the 2 peak Foundation establishment cultivators, utilizing formations, medicinal pills, talismans, and their formidable magical techniques, transcended a significant realm and managed to slay the peak golden core demon beast. Could these 2 be the unparalleled prodigies of the Seven Stars sect? The octopus demon gasped in amazement. At the very least, they could be classified as geniuses, but they may not be the strongest. It is too coincidental for us to encounter the 2 most powerful disciples of the Seven Stars sect. Nevertheless, this demonstrates the exceptional heritage of the sect. If I were to cultivate anew, joining the Seven Stars sect would be an impeccable choice. The red-haired fire demon mused. Chapter 126. Your talent is mediocre. The blue-eyed octopus demon and the red-haired fire demon found a secluded spot near the Seven Stars continent. The blue-eyed octopus demon initiated its transformation first. During this period, the fiery-haired demon served as the protector of the blue-eyed octopus demon. Once the latter had honed its skills, it would, in turn, safeguard the fiery-haired demon. Before long, the blue-eyed octopus demon fully transformed, assuming the appearance of a young man, and began to disperse its energy. Wisps of demonic aura emanated from its body, clashing with spiritual energy, resulting in a fierce reaction that left the surrounding earth pockmarked and eroded. Upon completing its energy dispersion, the blue-eyed octopus demon had ascended to the mortal realm. The physical form, due to the transformation, had become an ordinary human body, yet the strength of its soul and understanding of cultivation remained intact, making the restoration of its powers a feasible endeavor. Hey, Yin Xinming, why does the demonic aura on me feel like it has vanished without a trace? The blue-eyed youth exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, indeed. It seems that after the repeated cleansing by spiritual and demonic energies, the Foundation has become remarkably pure, Yin Shiming marveled. Lanji, it appears we have discovered an excellent method to enhance one's foundation, although the cost is somewhat steep. Does this mean I can elevate to the celestial immortal realm in the future? Lanji responded with excitement. Yes, your aptitude has undoubtedly improved. The path ahead will surely be much smoother. Yin Shiming reflected, astonished by their serendipitous opportunity. If the Seven-Star Sect indeed possesses a powerful celestial inheritance, we might truly achieve greatness. Lanji's confidence surged. I too shall become a celestial immortal, or even a golden immortal. After some time, the two arrived at a station of the Seven-Star Sect, where Lanji applied for membership. Yin Shiming concealed himself within Lanji's spiritual treasure, ensuring his safety. Be cautious, and do not attract too much attention, Yin Shiming advised. I understand, as a prodigy like myself is bound to stir the interest of the Seven-Star Sect. There's little I can do about it. I shall try to remain low-key, Lanji replied. Yin Shiming nodded, finding no fault in Lanji's words. Both were capable of reaching the great ascension stage, making their talents top-tier in the mortal realm. Joining the Seven-Star Sect would undoubtedly astonish them. Their inheritance would surely be offered on a silver platter. At the station, a disciple of the Seven Stars Sect assessed Lanji and remarked casually, You wish to join the Seven Stars Sect? Let's test your spiritual root. Very well. Lanji calmly placed his palm on the spirit testing platform. A water-blue beam of light shot skyward, illuminating the entire station. The cultivators present ceased their activities, encircling Lanji with eager anticipation. Heavens! A celestial spiritual root. It has surpassed the limits of the finest spiritual roots. We have encountered a celestial water spiritual root. That senior brother, Guyu, possesses a celestial gold spiritual root, and within a decade has reached the late stage of golden core. This demonstrates the immense power of celestial spiritual root, far exceeding that of superior spiritual roots. This will surely attract the attention of the sect elders. The crowd gasped in awe. Lanji remained unfazed, a sense of superiority from the celestial realm, instilling confidence in his aptitude. Step aside. What is this commotion? The resident elder swiftly approached, parting the crowd with ease, and greeted with a warm smile. May I inquire your name, young friend? Lanji, the youth replied, a hint of anxiety evident on his face. Fret not. There's no need to be nervous. I am not nervous. Your talent is quite remarkable. The sect will send an elder to receive you, soon. You shall be a disciple of the Seven Stars Sect. Lanji nodded in delight, his spirits lifted. Indeed, within moments, the esteemed Nangong Xianwang arrived in person. Where's the genius? He called out upon his descent. Elder, this is the one. The elder promptly introduced Lanji. Nangong Xianwang's Futin Lanzi, particularly his striking blue eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a true talent with a water spirit root. Those eyes are truly exceptional. Lanji lowered his head, clutching his garment as he spoke. I was abandoned by my parents due to my eyes and have wandered alone since childhood. Rest assured, the Seven-Star Sect shall be your home from now on. Nangong Xianwang reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Lanji felt a twinge of displeasure at the elder's casual gesture. After all, he was not a child. Nangong Xianwang then soared into the sky, guiding him towards the headquarters. Lanji was taken aback by the elder's remarkable speed. His agility rivaled that of early-stage void refinement. And Lanji could distinctly sense that this elder was merely in the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Given his leisurely demeanor, it hardly seemed as though he was exerting himself. With this revelation, Lanji's initial disdain for Nangong Xianwang dissipated. He began to ponder whether the Seven-Star Sect truly possessed a legacy from the celestial realm. Otherwise, how could an elder he encountered so casually exhibit such prowess? Elder, may I pose a question? Lanji inquired curiously. Oh, what is it? Feel free to ask. Nangong Xianwang responded nonchalantly. Are you the strongest in the Seven-Star Sect? Nangong Xianwang immediately shook his head. Certainly not. Do not speak carelessly. My rank is at least 50,000 places below the top. It is imperative that I advise you. Some things should never be uttered lightly. Lanji's eyes widened in astonishment. Elder, you are so powerful yet rank so low. Is this some sort of jest to frighten your disciple? Nangong Xianwang waved his hand dismissively. Why would I deceive you? You, a newly initiated disciple, know little of our affairs. The Seven-Star Sect is far more complex than it appears. You will gradually come to understand. Oh, then who is the most powerful in our sect? Lanji asked. That would naturally be the Seven Stars ancestor. Nangong Xianwang's expression shifted to one of respect and reverence. In what realm has the ancestor attained? Lanji could not help but inquire. I do not know, Nangong Xianwang replied, shaking his head. Lanji was taken aback. Rumors speak of a powerful being in the Great Ascension realm within the Seven Stars sect. Could that be the Seven Stars ancestor? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xianwang shook his head. How could the strength of the Seven Stars ancestor be limited to merely the Great Ascension realm? Heed my words, young one. Do not inquire further. You have only just embarked upon the path of cultivation, and your understanding is still rudimentary. The questions you pose are rather superficial. In due time, as you commence your own practice, many matters will become clear to you. Truth be told, he remains utterly oblivious to Su Yuan's current realm. Since his own cultivation was surpassed, he has been unable to comprehend Su Yuan's progress. After all, those profound skills are sufficient for his own training. Moreover, he is intrigued by the true intent behind the Master's decision to assign him to this newcomer. In conclusion, Nangong Xianwang remarked, consider the Seven Stars Master as a transcendent being reincarnated. Upon hearing this, Lanji expressed his confusion. Transcendent being? You wouldn't understand, even if I explained. Nangong Xianwang waved his hand dismissively. However, Lanji was inwardly astounded. In the celestial realm, the term transcendent is not used lightly, for it specifically refers to those powerful beings of the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal rank or higher. The notion of such an existence being reincarnated? Surely, that is a jest. Within the cave heaven spirit treasure, Yan Shiming was also gripped by trepidation. Listening to these words evoked a sense that the Seven Stars sect was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Yan Shiming immediately suppressed his aura, relying solely on Lanji's perception to assess the situation, wary of revealing even the slightest hint of his own strength. May I become a disciple of the master? I wish to learn his techniques. Lanji's face lit up with longing. Nangong Xianwang revealed a peculiar smile. You wish to learn? Huh. There is no need to formally pledge yourself to the master. In due course, you will acquire the knowledge you seek. I hope you can maintain your current mindset. Upon witnessing Nangong Xianwang's smile, Lanji involuntarily shuddered, a chill surging within him. What could this possibly mean? Before long, the two arrived at the Seven Stars sect. Suspended in midair, Lanji surveyed the entirety of the sect. It appeared to be an ordinary establishment, seemingly modest in scale. Yet, the moment he stepped into the sect's formation, an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy surged forth to greet him. The spiritual essence atop the mountain peaks was so concentrated it was almost liquid, with the energy levels throughout the sect surpassing those of the exterior by dozens of times, even exceeding the spiritual density found in ordinary regions of the celestial realm. The Seven Stars sect possesses remarkable qualities. As he marveled at this revelation, a figure suddenly materialized before them, exuding an immense pressure that bore down upon them. Nangong Xianwang immediately bowed. I pay my respects to Elder Su Qian. Lanji's heart trembled. This individual's aura unmistakably radiated from the initial stage of the 9th tier, indicating the Great Ascension realm. Indeed, the Seven Stars sect harbors hidden talents. Particularly striking was the fact that he had been entirely unaware of how this person had appeared. It is worth noting that his soul's strength remained at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, making it difficult for anyone of the same realm to elude his perception. Yet, this individual seemed to have simply manifested from thin air. Nangong Xianwang promptly placed a hand on Lanji's head, urging him, quickly, pay your respects to the elder. It was then that Lanji came to his senses and hurriedly bowed with respect. I pay my respects to the elder. Su Qian regarded Lanji with indifference. Who is this? A newly recruited genius disciple. Nangong Xianwang replied swiftly, and one of considerable character and spiritual roots. Su Qian nodded, acknowledging a hint of potential. Go ahead and test it. Let us see whether it can attain the levels of true quality, mysterious quality, or even golden quality. However, Nangong Xianwang interjected, Elder, this child is likely to only reach the earthly quality. True quality may be too much for him. Earthly quality? Mediocre aptitude. Rare, true, transmission. Su Qian appeared to lose interest. With a wave of his sleeve, he vanished like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Lanji's eyes widened as he scanned his surroundings in disbelief. Where has the elder gone? Shu, do not pry into the elder's affairs, Nangong Xianwang cautioned. Lanji, feeling a sense of urgency, asked cautiously, Elder, what do the terms true quality and mysterious quality mean? Nangong Xianwang replied, it is quite simple. These are the levels of genius aptitude assessment in our sect. Once one surpasses the finest spiritual roots, they may enter the realm of human quality, signifying that they possess the potential to become an immortal. Subsequently, earthly quality corresponds to earth immortals, and heavenly quality to heavenly immortals, and so forth. Lan Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. Human immortal? In our sect, Nan Gongxian playfully tapped his head. Young one, do not aim too high. Aptitude is merely a starting point. Although the Qixing sect values aptitude, it places even greater importance on character. If your character is remarkable, you may even receive a summons from our ancestors. His tone was filled with encouragement. Lan Zi swallowed hard, suddenly feeling anxious. He had initially believed he was a prodigy from the celestial realm, destined to astonish in this mundane world, only to discover that the Qixing sect housed even greater levels of talent. Lan Zi's expression turned vacant as he allowed Nan Gongxian to lead him to a grand hall. Come, let's first assess your specific talents. Chapter 127, The Great Being Su Yuan. Nan Gongxian guided him to a mirror. Step forward, he instructed. Upon seeing the mirror, Lan Zi, possessing keen insight, recognized it as akin to a heart-observing mirror or a heartstone. Consequently, he approached with remarkable composure. He had no ill intentions towards the Qixing sect. He merely sought to learn some teachings. After all, was not everyone's purpose in joining a sect for that reason? Yet the moment he stepped onto the platform, the mirror astonishingly revealed a blue-eyed octopus demon. Lan Zi's expression changed drastically. The fiery spirit within his cave dwelling was equally taken aback. This was his true form exposed. However, Lan Zi soon noticed that Nan Gongxian remained composed, showing no signs of surprise. Indeed, it appears your unique bloodline has awakened. No wonder you possess the heavenly water spiritual root. Is this some form of divine beast? Nan Gongxian assessed the octopus demon's form. Lan Zi chuckled nervously, yet he felt a profound wariness towards the Qixing sect. What kind of mirror was this that could reveal his true self? Fortunately, it seemed that in the mundane world, many human beings bore diverse bloodlines, making such revelations not overly peculiar. The image of the octopus demon in the mirror gradually faded, replaced by several lines of text. The lineage of the earthly divine beasts, represented by the azure-eyed, water-evading fish, excels in the principles of water. Its gaze can repel water, making it a key material for the celestial artifact known as the water-repelling spirit pearl. However, it possesses a flaw. The fish's eye exhibits chaotic tendencies, which diminishes the lineage's spiritual intelligence and comprehension. There are 7 evolutionary paths available, one of which can culminate in the Xianxia bloodline. Upon discovering the existence of evolutionary paths, Lan Zi felt an immediate surge of excitement. Yet, upon observing the 6 subpoints, he was momentarily taken aback. Following this revelation, the conversation turned to the matter of fee-based services necessitating the accumulation of contribution points for acquisition. Nan Gongxian paused, noting that such a bloodline evolution was far beyond Lan Zi's current reach, rendering it unnecessary for him to dwell on it. Suddenly, words began to materialize within the mirror. Ranking of special bloodlines within the sect, 8,284th, within the top 10,000, eligible to nominate core disciples. Lan Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. 8,284th? Conversely, Nan Gongxian displayed a look of envy. Your talent is remarkable. This bloodline aptitude is far more readily manifest than that of spiritual roots. Your cultivation speed will accelerate significantly. Congratulations. Lan Zi's lips twitched in silence as he nodded. Curiosity about the true strength of the 7-star sect stirred within him. After all, this was the mortal realm. Could there truly be numerous bloodlines superior to celestial beings? A bloodline essentially equates to a race. What distinction does this ranking hold compared to a racial ranking? Naturally, he harbored hopes for a higher standing in his bloodline. Next came the assessments of temperament and comprehension. Pay close attention. Nan Gongxian suddenly interjected. Lan Zi froze, witnessing a radiant light envelop him entirely. In that fleeting moment, he felt a disorientation, only to return to normalcy shortly thereafter. In his mind, he queried, Yin Shiming, what just transpired? I am unsure. Your consciousness seemed to falter for an instant, and your very soul appeared unable to withstand it. Truly peculiar. Yin Shiming responded gravely, as the two remained tense. A small dot materialized at the center of the mirror. This dot extended 4 lines in various directions, symbolizing the metrics of will, comprehension, temperament, and cognition. The endpoints of these lines reached 100, while the initial dot represented 0. Before long, 4 red dots began to traverse along the lines, ultimately halting at designated points, indicating the values of 37, 25, 45, and 18. Nangong Xianwang examined the results with satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. The temperament is commendable." Lan Ji, upon seeing these figures, could not help but exclaim, "Why are my scores so low? This cannot be right." Nangong Xianwang raised an eyebrow. "You are performing quite well. The values of ordinary disciples typically reside within single digits, and you have surpassed that threshold. Will 37 for will, 25 for comprehension, 45 for temperament, and 18 for cognition suffice?" Lan Ji suddenly felt a twinge of self-doubt. Another line of text emerged on the mirror. "Temperament is acceptable. Overall score ranks you 5,871st among Sect disciples." Lan Ji gazed at the number with a sense of disbelief. How could a mere sect of the mortal realm possibly possess such a multitude of talents? Remarkably, he ranked in the top 6,000. "You, my boy, have a promising future ahead," Elder Nangong exclaimed, giving Lan Ji the thumbs up. Lan Ji was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to express gratitude or to scold him. It certainly seemed like a compliment, yet he remained unconvinced. How could his innate abilities be so lackluster? 3 days later, he was taken to a secluded valley known as the Valley of Immortal Seedlings. "You shall stay here for 3 months. This batch consists of just over 1,000 seedlings. Let us see if you can rank in the top 10, Elder Nangong said, patting his shoulder before departing. Left in a state of confusion, Lan Ji looked towards the youthful disciples gathered in the valley square. Inwardly, he inquired, "Yan Xinming, can you sense the talents of the surrounding disciples?" Yan Xinming fell silent, not responding immediately. "Hey, have you lost your voice?" Lan Ji questioned, perplexed. "Lan Ji, we may have arrived at an extraordinary sect." Yan Xinming's voice trembled with excitement. "What's wrong? All the disciples here possess superior spiritual roots. I can sense that some among them might even surpass your own potential." Yan Xinming swallowed hard. "What? That's impossible," Lan Ji exclaimed, astonished. How could there be so many exceptional spiritual roots in a mortal realm? In reality, these prodigies hailed from the myriad realms. Disciples of the 7-star sect embark on limitless missions to gather talented individuals from various worlds. Within the vast expanse of countless realms, it is inevitable that outstanding talents emerge, all converging at the 7-star realm, making it seem utterly extraordinary. Noticing Lan Ji's azure eyes, one disciple approached him, saying, "Hello, I am Zhang Ji from the Huangming realm. Which realm do you hail from?" "Realm?" Lan Ji was bewildered. "Is it a domain?" "Huh, you don't know? Are you from this realm?" Zhang Ji asked, enlightened. "All of us geniuses come from the myriad realms. Those who can enter the valley of immortal seedlings possess at least the potential for ascension. Since we will all be fellow disciples, let us get acquainted. I have a heavenly grade spiritual root." In an instant, Lan Ji felt as though his perception had shattered. He finally comprehended why the 7-star sect could attract such a plethora of geniuses. It was indeed from the myriad realms. But how could this be possible? Even 2 cultivators at the Ascendant realm required the aid of celestial vessels to traverse worlds, a journey that consumed considerable time. How then did the 7-star sect manage to amass so many prodigies at once? The revelations about the 7-star sect filled him with awe. No wonder Elder Nangong remarked that the depths of the 7-star sect were unfathomable. It was not merely profound, it was boundless. Yan Xinming, too, fell silent, as if he dared not engage Lan Ji any further. Suddenly, from the vast star pillar above, a beam of light shot down towards the valley of immortal seedlings. Starry brilliance coalesced in the sky above the valley, forming a divine entity radiating endless celestial light, emanating an overwhelming divine majesty towards the over 1,000 disciples gathered below. A deity! Lan Ji's heart raced with astonishment. He was not mistaken. It was indeed the aura of the divine, not the fragmented essence of the land deity, but a true deity capable of coexisting with the heavens for eternity. He could hardly believe that he would encounter such a celestial being, one that typically graces the heavenly realms within the mortal world. Lance retracted his imposing presence and smiled gently at the group of young individuals before him. "I am Lance, the master of the Celestial Seed Valley, currently a 3rd-rank star official, a being of divine essence, nearly immortal. Over the next 3 months, I shall guide you in comprehending the profound secrets of the 7-star sect, expanding your understanding, acquiring knowledge, nurturing your character, and honing your will. I hope that you will elevate your realms through your own efforts, rather than relying on contribution points to request a divine position from the sect, as I have done, for such a path offers limited potential and arduous progress. At this moment, Lan Ji was utterly stunned. Could it be true that the heavenly positions were obtained through requests to the sect? He understood the implications of this. It meant that there must exist within the 7-star sect a holder of a celestial rank. From his knowledge, those who possessed celestial ranks in the heavenly realms were unparalleled powerhouses, at least at the level of celestial emperors. Could it be that the legendary 7-star ancestor was indeed a figure of such caliber? Perhaps even a great being? If the celestial rank did not dissipate, then such divine beings were eternal. Such a thing could merely be requested from a sect. Moreover, from the tone of his words, it seemed that this divine status was even looked down upon by the 7-star sect. How many immortals in the celestial realm sought to join the heavenly court, yet found no opportunity? Lan spoke again. Now, let us impart the foundational techniques of the sect. Prepare to cultivate your chi. With a wave of his hand, thousands of rays of divine light converged into the consciousness of the gathered individuals. Lan Ji sensed a new manual manifesting in his mind, titled 7-Star Profound Chi Refinement Method. Upon glancing through it, he was immediately captivated by the intricate techniques within. Although it contained only the section on chi refinement, its quality surpassed that of the practices he had previously undertaken. As he delved deeper, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. To use natural formations as spiritual caverns, to establish the alchemical cauldron as a foundation, to base it on the comprehension of intent, and to inscribe the essence of the heavens and earth as magical imprints. Are these truly the requirements for chi refinement? This is utterly outrageous. The requirements of formation, alchemy, talismans, combined with the essence of the heavens, were elements that should only be mastered at the nascent soul stage. Yet now, they were expected to cultivate such knowledge as mere neophytes in the chi refinement stage. It was preposterous. Lan Ji was filled with profound shock and growing reverence for the 7-star sect. He was certain that the sect was extraordinary. The so-called 7-star ancestor may indeed be a reincarnation of a great being. At that moment, above him, Su Yuan's consciousness hovered. He was calculating and forecasting the subsequent developments with his fingers. He intended to use Lan Ji and Yan Ximing to disseminate the news to the celestial realm, establishing the image of a great being. But why was this necessary? This is Su Yuan, taking precautions against the future. His actions in the myriad realms are bound to attract the attention of the celestial realm. In light of this, he decides to cast a smokescreen, adopting the guise of a powerful being, compelling the cultivators of the celestial realm to speculate, to verify, and to act with caution, thereby delaying his growth while simultaneously garnering a surge of renown within the celestial domain. It is a strategy that serves dual purposes. Simply put, it is akin to a shell company. Should an audacious, powerful entity choose to unveil his facade, he would have no choice but to flee. Chapter 128. The Arrival of Celestial and Demonic Beings in the Celestial Yuan Realm. Within a cave heaven, a young cultivator sits cross-legged, contemplating the profound principles of this mystical domain. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, prompting him to calculate the current state of the heavenly Yuan realm. Soon, he reaches a conclusion. Has the heavenly Yuan realm been excluded? A flicker of joy crosses his face as he chuckles lightly, remarking, "The calculations of the ancient celestial king are of little consequence." He suggested that a certain entity within the heavenly Yuan realm would be the harbinger of my future tribulations. Yet, with the heavenly Yuan realm's demise, what calamity could befall me? Previously, he had consulted the ancient celestial emperor about the ramifications of annihilating the heavenly Yuan realm, understanding that such an act would merely shift the impending doom to another world. Thus, he systematically weakened the heavenly Yuan realm until the time of reckoning arrived, at which point he dispatched a great ascension cultivator to obliterate it, along with the prophesied threat. Had it not been for the mortal realm's inability to withstand the forces of the celestial realm, he would have directly sent celestial beings to intervene. Nevertheless, a great ascension cultivator suffices. The heavenly Yuan realm has been diminished to the point where even the void refinement stage is absent, rendering it utterly incapable of resisting the cleansing force of the great ascension. With a sense of delight, he once again attempts to divine the nature of his future calamity. However, the anticipated vanishing of the tribulation fails to materialize. On the contrary, the specter of that future disaster becomes increasingly vivid. This revelation causes the young man's expression to darken. What is happening? With the heavenly Yuan realm gone, why does the calamity persist? His countenance grows grim. What have those two fools done? Clearly, the young man did not foresee Su Yuan's operation of renaming the world, a move that shattered conventional thinking and left him perplexed as to the unfolding events. I must see this for myself. His expression hardened as he rose from the grand hall. The cultivator stationed outside the hall quickly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We greet the star-taking celestial lord." The young man waved his hand dismissively, transforming into a beam of light and swiftly exiting the cave heaven. In just a few hours, he arrived at a celestial ascension platform within the celestial realm. Here, 9 grand teleportation arrays, established by powerful beings, facilitated inter-realm travel, allowing passage to the 9 domains of the celestial realm, the celestial borders, and even the mortal realm. Upon arrival, he casually selected one of the grand teleportation arrays and addressed the station deity. "I wish to descend to the lower realm. Celestial Lord, I apologize, but teleportation is currently unavailable," replied the station deity, confusion etched across the star-taking celestial lord's brow. The battle between the celestial and demonic realms has commenced, with powerful beings re-establishing the rules for descending to the mortal world. Golden immortals and those of higher celestial rank are prohibited from leaving the celestial realm and intervening in the affairs of the mortal realm. Those golden immortals who have descended must return promptly. The mortal realm is also a battlefield in the celestial demonic war. However, participation is restricted to those below the golden immortal level. Both realms tacitly agree to prevent golden immortals from interfering in the mortal domain. The celestial sovereign, Xianxia, quickly comprehended the situation. The celestial and demonic realms were in conflict, yet maintained an unspoken agreement. In the mortal domain, only practitioners of the profound immortal level and below are permitted to comprehend the art of battle. Generally speaking, the chaotic spatial zones in the mortal realm will serve as the battlefield for those at the 5th stage of longevity, while the interior of the mortal realm will be the battleground for the mortals. Those of golden immortal status and above will engage in combat at the borders of the celestial and demonic realms. Both realms have mutually agreed to restrict golden immortals from entering the mortal domain. Xianxia cursed inwardly, realizing he had been careless. After a brief moment of immersion in cultivation, he had inadvertently missed the opportunity to descend to the mortal realm. It seemed as though some unseen force was preventing his passage. However, he was not one to concede easily. With a focused thought, a doppelganger emerged from within Xianxia. "Is it feasible now?" Xianxia inquired. The avatar replied, "Your doppelganger can only reach the true immortal level. You have surpassed that." The guardian spirit shook its head. "Please articulate your thoughts in one breath next time." Xianxia's expression darkened, and the doppelganger summoned a long sword to strike at its own source, severing a significant portion of its essence, which was then reclaimed by Xianxia. The doppelganger's aura diminished to the true immortal level. "Teleport," Xianxia commanded, his face devoid of expression. "Please pay 10 million superior celestial stones." The guardian spirit smiled. Xianxia retorted angrily, "Why does this fee exceed the cost for my physical descent to the mortal realm by 10-fold? The guardian spirit promptly explained, "You are traveling for personal reasons. Under the special wartime regulations, you must pay 1,000-fold teleportation fee. Would you still like to proceed? Alternatively, you may choose to participate in the celestial demonic battle sequence, accept the war arrangements, and enjoy a discount of 1% on the original teleportation fee, reducing it to merely 10 superior celestial stones. What is your decision?" After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia demanded, "What other options are available? Speak quickly. Do not compel me to take action against you." "Apologies, Celestial Lord. I am a spirit protected by the laws of the celestial realm. Please consider this matter carefully." The guardian spirit paused before continuing, "You may also accept tasks assigned by the celestial court. Upon completion, not only can you earn military merit rewards, but you will also enjoy the original teleportation fee." "What tasks? List them immediately." Xianxia was unwilling to be taken advantage of. 10 million superior celestial stones would leave him financially devastated. He had hesitated previously to avoid wasting 1 million superior celestial stones on teleportation fees, and now the cost had surged 10-fold. An intolerable situation. The guardian spirit quickly presented him with a list of tasks, including reconnaissance of the demonic realm, assassination of formidable demons, infiltration of the demonic territory, and elimination of demonic cultivators. He carelessly accepted a task to slay 10 true immortal-level demonic cultivators and then produced 1,000 superior celestial stones. Declaring to the Tianyuan realm, the guardian deity inspected the surroundings and remarked, "I regret to inform you that the Tianyuan realm does not exist." The star-picking immortal lord fell into silence for a moment before conjuring two formidable demon beings of the Great Ascension realm. "These two I summoned through their teleportation portal some time ago," he stated. "Are you certain, immortal lord?" "Absolutely." With a flash of brilliance, his avatar vanished without a trace from the teleportation array. The star-picking immortal lord waved his sleeve and swiftly retreated. After he departed for quite some time, a faint shadow of black energy flickered in the eyes of the guardian deity, and a message was conveyed through some unique means beyond the celestial realm. In the demon realm, a new mission appeared out of thin air on the task list. "Captain, look! A new assassination mission has emerged. Oh, to slay a true immortal, and the merit is equivalent to that of a mysterious immortal. We shall accept this task." The captain of the demon shark squad, upon seeing the mission, immediately took it up. The other demon cultivators who arrived a moment too late were filled with frustration. The captain of the demon shark squad was at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm, and with 7 true immortals in his team. Surrounding and eliminating a true immortal was akin to child's play. They promptly steered their flying vessel, breaking through layers of spatial turbulence, heading towards the indicated location of the mission. Time seemed to pass without restraint, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The star-picking immortal lord, utilizing his true immortal level power, was navigating the flying vessel, about to traverse the entire ascension passage and arrive at the original position of the Tianyuan realm. Soon, after piercing through a layer of spatial turbulence, a vast mortal world came into view. Upon seeing the world, its information unfolded before him. "Is this the 7-star realm?" A hint of confusion crossed his eyes. As his gaze penetrated the world, a vast continent appeared before him. The continent's appearance was entirely different from the data provided by the Thunder Giant. It bore no resemblance to the Tianyuan realm, yet its location was almost identical. Could it be? Just as a flash of insight crossed his mind, an alarming sense of danger surged within him. 8 formidable attacks from all directions came rushing in with lightning speed. Ambush! The star-picking immortal lord's expression darkened. Yet he remained composed. With a wave of his hand, starlight blazed forth, and the complete laws of the stars evolved into a mysterious mirror that enveloped his surroundings. At the moment the 8 attacks struck the mirror, they vanished into it like phantoms. The star-picking immortal lord's gaze turned icy. Reversal of the stars. With a deft motion, the 8 attacks rebounded from the mirror, hurtling back toward the positions of the 8 adversaries, having transformed in nature into sword-like beams of starlight, imbued with terrifying, searing intent to kill. The members of the Demon Shark squad were taken aback, their expressions changing dramatically. The rebound technique had utterly blinded them. The captain of the Demon Shark, though his countenance darkened, his eyes glimmered with boundless ferocity. Formation. 8 malevolent cultivators instantaneously activated an immense formation. A surging tide of demonic energy enveloped the area, ensnaring both the Star Caesar and his rebounded attack within its grasp. The starlight sword energy struck the formation, piercing it with 8 openings. However, the 8 malevolent cultivators seized this opportunity to shift their positions, evading the assault. The countenance of Star Caesar darkened, as the situation grew increasingly precarious. How could it be that this 7-star realm was guarded by 8 cultivators of true, celestial, and even profound celestial caliber? Clearly, Star Caesar had misconstrued their role, mistaking these malevolent beings as protectors of the 7-star realm. Seizing the moment, he hastily delved into the past origins of the 7-star realm. Indeed, he successfully deduced that its predecessor was the Tianyuan realm. Cursed be this revelation. He had not anticipated that the Tianyuan realm was not only intact, but had also rejuvenated. What kind of existence was this? Who was the entity that would bring calamity upon me in the future? His expression darkened as he gazed toward the direction of the 7-star realm. He could sense that the 2 demon creatures he had previously dispatched had not perished and remained within the Tianyuan realm. Yet, those 2 fools surely had not realized that the Tianyuan realm had undergone a name change. He discerned that one of the demons had already commenced the recultivation of spiritual energy, evidently intending to ascend back to the celestial realm. Fools. All of them fools. Though he understood that with these malevolent cultivators guarding, Even if the two imbeciles were to uncover the truth, they would achieve nothing. Nevertheless, their lack of intellect continued to vex him. His gaze returned to the Demon Sha team. To command a profound celestial being was a feat reserved for golden celestial cultivators. So, they were golden celestials of the demon realm? This indeed could become my calamity. Might our fates be destined to intertwine upon the battlefield of celestial and demonic forces? Chapter 129, The Inner Struggle of Star Caesar. Captain, something feels amiss. That last attack seemed to embody extraordinarily profound principles. One of the demon cultivators conveyed through sound transmission immediately. Damn it, no wonder the task reward is so substantial. That was a golden celestial avatar. Curse the captain of the demon shark team. What shall we do? Engage. If we can vanquish this avatar and present it, its worth surpasses that of 10 profound celestials. Though it is a golden celestial avatar, its magical power is not to be squandered. We shall wear it down. Agreed. The 8 malevolent cultivators were engulfed in a frenzied bloodlust. Horrific demonic techniques were unleashed, and the ferocious assaults swept through the confines of the formation. Star Caesar's expression turned cold. He promptly retrieved a formation disc, simultaneously defending against the onslaught of the malevolent cultivators while arranging the formation. He too possessed knowledge of formations. Upon witnessing this, the malevolent cultivators intensified their onslaught, unleashing a plethora of disposable treasures as if they were of no consequence. However, their astonishment grew with each strike, for Star Caesar was evidently erecting the formation while enduring their attacks, seemingly unscathed by their efforts. Should he complete the formation, they might find themselves facing annihilation. In that moment, they truly witnessed the terrifying might of the Golden Immortal. Although they appeared to be injured by the Tao, they were relentlessly pushed back by the insights of the laws. Had it not been for the prearranged formations, they would have been obliterated long ago. Their battle stirred the outer space beyond the 7 stars realm, causing the 9 heavens within to tremble. Waves of residual attacks, even after being diminished by the heavenly Tao, still fell into the 7 stars realm, as if the sky had been torn asunder, revealing a vast chasm through which the horrifying black clouds and nebulae beyond collided. This spectacle left many powerful cultivators in the world utterly astonished. Those above the transformation stage hurried to the 9 heavens, gazing towards the tumultuous scene. Each cultivator felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. At this moment, Yuan calmly glanced at the highlighted response to crisis on his system panel, then looked out toward the chaos. What was happening? The battle between immortals and demons had actually spilled over into my 7 stars realm? How unfortunate! Yuan felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated the conflict between the celestial beings, yet never imagined it would reach his domain. With such a vast world, why did they have to wreak havoc here? He realized he needed to drive away these 2 factions to prevent the destruction of the 7 stars realm and avoid collateral damage. Scanning the battlefield, he spotted a demon cultivator at the early stage of the profound immortal level, which piqued his interest. Activating Presence of the Mighty, the authority of the heavens surged through him. In the next instant, Yuan appeared at the edge of the 9 heavens, as if he had teleported. Upon his arrival, the 9 combatants paused and turned their gazes towards him, utterly astonished that the opponent had reinforcements. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure of a golden immortal erupted from Yuan, enveloping both sides engaged in battle. They simultaneously felt an oppressive force bearing down upon them, as if they had plunged into the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe under the immense weight that hindered their movement. I am the Tao Lord of the 7 stars. You disturb my tranquility, unaware of the peril you invite. Depart at once. Golden Immortal! Both factions widened their eyes in disbelief, never expecting that a golden immortal could emerge from the mortal realm. The aura, demeanor, and pressure unmistakably indicated a being of the golden immortal level. Such an entity was not supposed to manifest in the lower realms. In the next heartbeat, a unique aura, belonging to the authority of the heavens, radiated from him, causing both sides to change countenance once more. The authority of the heavens? A supreme being of this realm? In that moment, they finally comprehended why a golden immortal could exist within a lower realm, while the mortal realm could not accommodate a golden immortal. This particular golden immortal was a bearer of heavenly authority, akin to the master of the mortal realm. Such an existence was naturally unbound by the limitations of the mortal world, and the mortal realm would be propelled by this golden immortal, gradually ascending towards the spiritual realm. The spirit realm refers to the level that exists between the mortal world and the celestial realm, with the pinnacle of this spirit realm being the golden immortal. Achieving the status of a golden immortal signifies an entry into a realm akin to the celestial domain. This world is evidently a sanctuary for golden immortals, a realm of enlightenment, where they engage in fierce battles at the threshold of golden immortality. Merely escaping instant annihilation is considered a stroke of fortune. Upon reflection, the magic shark quickly realized the reason for the restraint shown by the combatants. Among them was a golden immortal avatar, with a counterpart of such caliber present. It would be inconceivable for them to strike lethally. This was entirely understandable, a sentiment common to humanity. The star-picking immortal monarch recognized this truth as well. He discerned that this individual was indeed the golden immortal referenced in his inquiries. The existence of someone at the golden immortal level stirred a tumult of anxiety within him, as he surmised the roots of their enmity. His previous dealings with the heavenly origin realm would inevitably lead this individual to investigate the reasons behind its past decline, ultimately tracing the matter back to him. Consequently, this golden immortal, who had persistently meddled with the heavenly origin realm, would naturally become an adversary. Yet he pondered, if he refrained from interfering with the heavenly origin realm, would he not avoid such animosity? The star-picking immortal monarch felt ensnared by the schemes of the ancient immortal king. He was seized by a sensation of being led by the nose. Did the ancient immortal king truly harbor such disdain for him? I deeply apologize for disturbing you, esteemed friend. Please grant me your forgiveness. I shall depart swiftly. Ultimately, the star-picking immortal monarch said nothing further. As a mere, true immortal avatar, he was powerless to effect any change, and thus retreated into the chaotic currents of space. Hastening his departure, the 8 demonic cultivators also dismantled their formation, allowing the star-picking immortal monarch to leave unimpeded. They respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "We are ignorant. Please forgive us." "Esteemed Taoist, begone." Yuan replied coolly, "Yes, yes." The 8 demonic cultivators, all of whom were at least of the true immortal realm, nodded fervently, their expressions betraying a palpable fear of incurring the wrath of the golden immortal. The restraint exhibited by the golden immortal avatar was justifiable. They, as mere ordinary demonic cultivators, would likely be extinguished with a mere flick of his wrist. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the magic shark was instantly elated, bowing in gratitude before swiftly retreating with his team into the chaotic currents of space, racing away from the 7 stars realm. Once they were a distance away, the magic shark cursed, "Damn it! Who gathered the intel? Such a formidable presence here, and yet there was not a whisper of warning. Captain, having acquired this information, we should report it upwards and earn a reward, right?" One of the team members interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The magic shark paused, sinking into contemplation. This indeed was a piece of favorable news. He continued, "If I sense correctly just now, the individual bore no markings of the celestial realm, nor the demonic realm. This implies that this golden immortal is not affiliated with either faction, and his golden immortal status lies outside the parameters of the celestial demonic war regulations." His eyes darted, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. But wait, if he were to act, would he not automatically align himself with one of the factions? The great shark lightly tapped the head of the team member, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? After he acts, he still belongs to the third party. He can unleash his full power once, which would yield unimaginable results. Report this news upwards. The higher-ups will surely take it seriously, and our rewards will undoubtedly be substantial." The gathered demon cultivators fell into contemplation. The regulations between the celestial and demonic realms stipulate that golden immortals cannot engage in conflict in the lower realms. Yet there exists a golden immortal in the lower realm, rendering this situation rather peculiar. Meanwhile, the star-plucking celestial monarch also pondered this matter. He even speculated on a possible subsequent evolution. This 7 stars down monarch might be subsumed by the demonic realm, potentially causing a massacre in the lower realm before joining, thus becoming a thorn in the side of the celestial realm. The celestial realm would need to dispatch someone to deal with the 7 stars down monarch, and since he had a causal connection with the latter, he would be sent to the battlefield, ultimately falling at the hands of the adversary. This progression seemed entirely plausible. Consequently, the situation could not shift in that direction. Should the opponent join the celestial realm, they would surely draw significant attention from it, as a celestial monarch with a heavenly status would wield considerable influence in the mortal realm, possibly elevating their own level of power. Then, When the seven stars Tao monarch sought to settle old scores, he might find himself in a precarious position, dispatched to the celestial demonic battleground and meeting his demise in the conflict. This was reasonable, indeed very reasonable. Both scenarios presented him with grave tribulations. Toxic. How could this be resolved? The star-plucking celestial monarch felt overwhelmed by the multitude of problems. This seemingly foretold calamity, which he found impossible to circumvent, weighed heavily on him. He pondered deeply once more. Even if the opponent did not accept the invitations from both the celestial and demonic realms and chose to grow in place, when the primordial realm transformed into the spiritual realm, it would undoubtedly facilitate the opponent's growth, thereby enhancing their power. The causal connection between the primordial realm and himself would naturally transfer to the seven stars Tao monarch, necessitating an understanding of this causality between them. Thus, this development was also unfavorable to him. No solution? How could it be so unsolvable? The star-plucking celestial monarch was beset by worries. He had not anticipated that matters would evolve to such a state. The solution he contemplated was to seek a powerful ally, yet he was merely an ordinary golden immortal. After racking his brain, an idea suddenly struck him. Since opposition yields no fruitful outcome, why not join the opposing camp? If he could persuade the opponent to remain neutral and refrain from participating in the celestial demonic war, would he not resolve this dilemma? Why must he be at odds with them? There existed no inherent conflict. The matters of the primordial realm bore little relevance to the current golden immortal. By joining, he could compensate for the heavenly balance and settle the causal debts. The more he contemplated, the more promising this course of action appeared. Thus, he altered his direction and journeyed towards the seven stars realm. Along the way, his true self continuously calculated the subsequent developments, simulating various outcomes, and ultimately, it seemed that the path of joining the opposing side was the most perfect solution. Thus, burdened with conflicting thoughts, he once again approached the outskirts of the seven stars realm. Chapter 130. The Star Plucking into the Sect. Yuan's attention remained fixated on the practitioners from the demon realm and the immortal realm. His thoughts resonated, ready to be activated at any moment. Soon, the practitioner from the demon realm swiftly departed. However, the individual from the immortal realm surprisingly returned, reappearing at the edge of the seven stars realm. Yuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the purpose of this return. Under his keen observation, the individual unexpectedly employed a unique spell, establishing a connection with two demon tribesmen within the seven stars realm. This left Yuan momentarily astonished. At that moment, Longji was still engrossed in cultivating the seven stars' profound true chi technique, when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. I am the star plucker. Are you too currently within the seven stars realm? Longji was taken aback, and simultaneously, the dormant Yan Xinming within his cave treasure also awakened. Both responded in unison. We humbly report, esteemed immortal lord, that we are indeed within the seven stars realm. Have you heard of the seven stars Taoist lord? Inquired the star plucker. Longji hastily replied, esteemed immortal lord, I have recently recultivated my spiritual energy and joined the seven stars sect, whose most formidable figure is the seven stars ancestor, presumably the Taoist lord you speak of. Oh, do you possess any information regarding the seven stars Taoist lord? The star plucker immediately inquired. Longji quickly responded, according to the rumors within the seven stars sect, the seven stars ancestor is a reincarnation of a great power, possessing the ability to traverse myriad realms. After joining the sect, I, along with over 1,000 fellow new disciples, all possess superior spiritual roots, most of whom are not beings of the seven stars realm. The foundational cultivation technique I am practicing is unparalleled in its profundity. Its lineage certainly transcends all of the mundane realms. Longji transmitted the details of the technique to the star plucker. Upon seeing the seven stars' profound chi technique, the star plucker's brow immediately furrowed. The introductory technique was exceedingly rudimentary, yet its intent pointed directly towards the attainment of the Northern Dipper's mixed origin golden immortal fruit position. Reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement necessitated establishing a connection with the Northern Dipper. How could this possibly be achieved? Practitioners at the chi refinement stage lacked the qualifications to connect with the Northern Dipper. Yet since this technique was being cultivated within the seven stars sect, a solution must exist. However, what was more critical was that he too cultivated the Northern Dipper, creating a conflict of Tao contention with the seven stars Taoist lord. Thus, the true reason was not the karma of the heavenly origin realm, but rather a struggle of Tao. The star plucker suddenly realized this. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He was well aware of his own limitations. To attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal was already a lofty aspiration. He had never considered seizing the position of mixed origin golden immortal, for he lacked the qualification to be entangled in such a Dao contention. Could it be that my Dao title has invoked a taboo? The star plucker pondered suddenly, falling into deep contemplation, as it seemed quite plausible. Pressing down this thought, he recalled the method of traversing myriad realms that Lan Ji had mentioned, which made him ponder gravely. For one to effortlessly navigate through countless worlds, they must at least be a cultivator of the great Luo golden immortal level. If the opponent could indeed accomplish such a feat, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that they were an extraordinary being reincarnated. Please devise a way to ascertain whether those new disciples genuinely hail from myriad realms, inquired the star-picking immortal lord. Lan Ji promptly responded, Esteemed immortal lord, we have already confirmed this. Yan Ximing still retains his ascendant stage cultivation and can distinctly sense the lingering aura of foreign laws within those new disciples. Over 1,000 of them have just entered the 7-star realm, and the essence of those laws has yet to dissipate. Yan Ximing added, Indeed, esteemed immortal lord, I have conducted a thorough examination. The star-picking immortal lord furrowed his brow and remarked, as a demon cultivator, How did you infiltrate the golden immortal sect without being detected? Both Lan Ji and Yan Ximing's expressions changed upon hearing this. Lan Ji, initially taken aback, soon recollected, currently, I have not formally joined the 7-star sect, and am still within the 3-month probationary period for new disciples. Once this period concludes, I will officially integrate into the various peaks of the 7-star sect. Until then, it seems I have only encountered one elder of the ascended stage without revealing myself. However, if this sect is indeed the golden immortal sect, there will surely be a more rigorous examination later, at which point Yan Ximing may be exposed. Lan Ji's expression grew frantic. Yan Ximing, too, was startled. How could a golden immortal sect emerge from the mortal realm? However, upon reflection, it seemed quite ordinary for these disciples to originate from various realms, with the sect being a golden immortal one. This thought sent a chill down his spine, evoking a sense of impending doom. Upon hearing this, the star-picking immortal lord nodded in understanding. It turned out he had yet to formally become a disciple. He immediately began to deduce the accuracy of what the two had said, with the assistance of the golden immortal's true form from afar. His avatar exerted full effort in the calculations and astonishingly discovered that the results were definitive. Those disciples indeed came from other realms. This revelation made the star-picking immortal lord realize that this could be a significant fortuitous opportunity for him. A powerful being reincarnated, just having regained their golden immortal status. And he himself was also a golden immortal, which could be tremendously advantageous. Once joined, he would undoubtedly be entrusted with substantial responsibilities. Should this powerful being restore their cultivation, he would then possess a backing of at least a great Luo golden immortal. Such a development could resolve his precarious existence once and for all. The life of a golden immortal is nearly immortal, yet one can still perish if slain. With a solemn expression, he resolved to act decisively. Manipulating his avatar to pierce through the chaotic currents of space, he truly entered the outer space of the 7-star realm. Subsequently, the star-picking immortal lord clasped his hands in salute and called out to the inner realm of the 7-star realm. This humble one, Yin Xing, seeks an audience with the Tao Lord of the 7 stars. In an instant, Su Yuan's figure appeared beside him, his aura now restrained, exuding an understated yet formidable presence. Su Yuan then spoke calmly. You have returned. What matters compel you? At this moment, Su Yuan remained in the state of a great power. Yet due to the opponent's mere, true immortal cultivation, he could only elevate to the level of a profound immortal. Thus, he refrained from exuding any overwhelming pressure, instead choosing to be exceedingly reserved. The star-picking immortal lord, with a firm resolve, remarked, I have heard of the Tao Lord's establishment of the 7-star sect. As a wandering cultivator within the celestial realm, I have not joined the Tao sect. Now, witnessing the prosperity of your 7-star sect, I wish to join and humbly request your permission. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan fell into silence, pondering whether the individual sought to extract information from him. Why the sudden desire to join his sect? He had previously witnessed this person's prowess, which embodied the complete laws of the stars. Thus, this individual was undoubtedly a golden immortal. It was surprising that he suddenly wished to join the seven-star sect, especially given that Su Yuan's most powerful avatar had only just stepped into the human immortal realm. The disparity was immense. Su Yuan remained contemplative, the star-picking immortal. Feeling the tension, coughed, and said, "What requirements does the Tao Lord have? Please do clarify." Su Yuan scrutinized him and replied, "Are you certain about joining the seven-star sect? My sect is currently rather weak, and you are already a golden immortal. It will be a step down for you. With you as the Tao Lord present, how could it be considered a step down? I sincerely wish to join the seven-star sect, and I implore the Tao Lord to grant me this request." The star-picking, or rather the hidden star immortal lord, earnestly expressed. Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. How could he be a golden immortal? His true form was not even in the immortal realm yet. If it were to be revealed later, it would certainly be amusing. However, having a golden immortal in their ranks would ensure his safety, banishing the previous sense of instability. With the presence of such great power, as long as there was no subsequent confrontation, the truth would remain concealed. With this thought, Su Yuan felt emboldened to accept the golden immortal's joining. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Your sincere desire to join is welcomed by the seven-star sect. Henceforth, you shall serve as the guardian elder of the seven-star sect." The hidden star immortal lord's expression brightened with joy as he immediately responded, "I pay my respects to the seven-star ancestor." The moment he bowed, his fortune merged into the clouds of fortune hovering above the seven-star sect. What was once a solitary first-grade green lotus of the sect's fortune began to surge and roll dramatically. That green lotus suddenly transformed into a blue lotus, and its grade skyrocketed, evolving directly from the first to the sixth grade. Surrounding the sixth-grade blue lotus, two first-grade blue lotuses also emerged, resulting in 3 blue lotuses appearing within the entire cloud of fortune. The fortune of the seven-star sect experienced an explosive surge as the spiritual treasure that suppresses fortune. The floating light pot began to rapidly ascend to higher grades under the influence of such potent fortune. Yet, the grade of the floating light pot remained too low to bear such immense fortune, leading to the phenomenon of overflow. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. The hidden star golden immortal also observed this scene, taken aback by the unfolding events. He had previously overlooked the town's treasure of the seven-star sect, realizing it was merely a seventh-grade spiritual treasure, insufficient to suppress the fortunes of a golden immortal. How then had the fortune of the seven stars Taoist been contained? Before he could ponder this further, suddenly, a seal flew forth from the center of Su Yuan's brow, materializing above the clouds of fortune surrounding the seven stars sect. The seal, radiating with starlight and shrouded in mystery, descended gently and pressed down. The previously dissipated fortune of the sect was forcefully repressed back into place. The hidden star immortal's pupils narrowed. The heavenly position. He had previously known that Su Yuan possessed the heavenly position of the seven stars realm, but now he realized it was not merely the position belonging to the seven stars realm, but a heavenly position of a higher echelon. The profundity of this was magnified 1,000,000-fold. He felt his celestial principles trembling in fear and reverence. Remembering the name of the seven stars Taoist, he surmised that this heavenly position seemed to be related to the Big Dipper. This revelation sent shockwaves through the hidden star immortal's heart. After all, it was the Big Dipper. Could it be that the words of that great being reincarnated were not mere fabrications? Was the seven stars Taoist truly a figure beyond the primordial golden immortal? Amidst his astonishment, the esteemed seal vanished, and the fortune of the seven stars sect stabilized. The originally sixth-grade azure lotus of fortune remarkably absorbed 2 nearby azure lotuses, ascending directly into the seventh-grade ranks. The seventh-grade azure lotus radiated boundless azure light of fortune, cascading upon all beings of the seven stars sect. In every realm across the heavens, the power of fortune transcended space, enveloping them, and their personal fortunes underwent astonishing transformations under the illumination of this terrifying azure glow. Chapter 131. Stealing Teachings Face to Face. All cultivators previously stuck at a bottleneck experienced an epiphany at this moment, suddenly finding clarity amidst their numerous uncertainties. Within the seven stars sect, disciples experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their cultivation, spells, and insights. Even the cultivation of the Southern Palace Immortal Master rose from mid-transformation to late transformation, leaving him bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Beyond the 9 heavens, the The fortune belonging to the seven stars sect also nourished the hidden star immortal himself, who immediately fell to clarity of mind, approximately 1/10 improved, with his comprehension accelerated by the infusion of fortune, allowing his cultivation speed to increase by a notable margin. This enhancement was the benefit of the sect's fortune. Although it seemed only a marginal increase in speed, compounded over time, it would become immensely significant. Observing this, Yuan felt immensely satisfied. It appeared the other party was genuinely earnest in joining the seven stars sect, for the sect's fortune would not have responded so effortlessly otherwise. He gazed upward at his head, where his original third-grade purple lotus had now astonishingly transformed into a sixth-grade purple lotus. He could sense that his comprehension had, under the current infusion of fortune, inexplicably increased sixfold. This effect was not merely the result of attributes, but was born from the reciprocal effects of fortune. Although the enhancement would gradually diminish as his realm advanced, it remained considerable at least until the golden immortal stage. Furthermore, the amplification of this foundational cultivation effect, when magnified by the term balance of work and rest, would yield an astonishing increase of 6,000-fold, or even 60,000-fold. For him, this could be deemed an epic enhancement. Meanwhile, far away in the celestial realm, the fortunes of the hidden star immortal lord underwent a shift, infused with the unique power of the seven-star sect. A smile graced the face of the hidden star golden immortal as he realized he had finally averted the catastrophe foretold in the prophecy. Yet he pondered, how could he now reach the seven-star sect from the celestial realm, given that the teleportation arrays had barred golden immortals from descending? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Do not resist. I shall send your true self to the seven-star sect, while you leave behind a clone to oversee your domain in the celestial realm. The voice of Yuan startled the hidden star immortal lord. He glanced around in shock, unable to discern Yuan's presence, but he suppressed his astonishment and respectfully bowed toward the Big Dipper in the sky, saying, as per the Master's command. With a thought, a clone emerged from within him, possessing the pinnacle cultivation of the profound immortal stage, making it his strongest avatar. Then, an invisible force seemed to envelop his true form. He chose not to resist, and in a moment of disorientation, he felt as if he had transitioned into another realm. Before him stood Yuan, arms folded behind his back. Even in the presence of his true self, he could not fathom the depths of Yuan's abilities. Suppressing his astonishment, he quickly bowed again, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the ancestor of the seven stars. Yuan nodded slightly. You have attained the golden immortal stage. Have you begun to merge with the laws? The hidden star golden immortal, filled with shame, replied, For countless years, I have contemplated the fusion of laws, but thus far, I have only comprehended the essence of a single stellar law. Upon hearing this, Yuan responded nonchalantly, Follow me. With a single step, he vanished, only to reappear in cave number 6. The hidden star golden immortal was momentarily taken aback as he glanced around the seven-star realm, hesitating before stepping inside. As he crossed the threshold into the seven-star realm, the heavenly Tao immediately reacted, with countless chains of law intertwining to form a complex web of rules. Resembling a massive eye gazing at the hidden star golden immortal, remaining remarkably calm, he awaited the ensuing developments. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the eye of the heavenly Tao, enveloping the hidden star golden immortal. He could sense a certain celestial imprint upon him dissipating, only to be replaced by a new imprint belonging to the seven-star realm. Such an operation, akin to changing one's nationality, was exceedingly rare. Typically, the heavenly Tao would not perform such an act. In reality, it was Yuan orchestrating this transformation, utilizing the authority of Supreme of the seven stars. He modified the realm affiliation of the hidden star golden immortal, transitioning him from the celestial element realm to the seven-star realm. At the moment the hidden star golden immortal completed his transformation, a strand of primordial power from the golden immortal seamlessly merged into the essence of the heavenly Tao of the seven-star realm. This infusion catalyzed a remarkable metamorphosis within the heavenly Tao's essence, propelling it from the mundane realm into the spiritual realm. Although this transformation would be an exceedingly protracted process, it signified a fundamental change in nature. The accession of the hidden star golden immortal bestowed upon the seven-star realm a comprehensive celestial law. Beyond the 9 heavens of the seven-star realm, a 10th layer of heaven gradually materialized, where minute particles began to coalesce, initiating their transformation into stars. Su Yuan sensed this change and promptly harnessed the authority of Seven-Star Supreme to direct the operations of the heavenly Tao. The stars swiftly coalesced into distinct entities, not randomly scattered, but rather meticulously arranged according to the configuration of the Northern Dipper constellation. Astonishingly, beyond the 9 heavens of the Seven-Star realm, Su Yuan established a world-class 7-star altar. At the moment the world-class 7-star altar took shape, the Northern Dipper was summoned forth, and a vast torrent of star power penetrated the tumultuous fabric of space, crashing into the altar with formidable intensity. Countless streams of star power infused the stars, rendering them increasingly robust, while a significant portion traversed the 7-star altar, dispersing into the 7-star realm and providing an immense reservoir of energy, thereby accelerating the realm's transformation into the spiritual domain. Moreover, with an additional layer of celestial filtering, the 7-star realm's absorption rate of spatial turbulence surged dramatically. A multitude of spatial distortions was drawn into the 7-star realm, torn asunder into spatial energy, which was then assimilated and converted. Amidst the dual augmentation of star power and spatial energy, the interior of the 7-star realm appeared to undergo a revival of spiritual energy, with its concentration rising exponentially. This exemplifies the potent strength of a golden immortal. One individual can indeed stir an entire realm. It is no mere jest. However, the hidden star immortal monarch did not dwell excessively on the magnitude of the changes he had instigated. He respectfully entered Su Yuan's abode and settled himself before him. You have comprehended the entirety of the 7-star law. Thus, I shall elucidate the mysteries of the law's essence for you, Su Yuan stated calmly. The hidden star immortal monarch took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and promptly replied, Please bestow upon me your teachings, Tao Lord. Su Yuan extended his palm, and 9 symbols of the celestial path materialized within his grasp. These symbols swiftly transformed into 9 stars, which then commenced to operate along intricate trajectories. Threads of trajectory appeared above Su Yuan's palm, ultimately forming a flawless diagram of trajectories. A seemingly insignificant strand of star power began to circulate within this diagram, exhibiting no signs of dispersion. Rather, as it moved, it gradually intensified. While the quantity of star power remained unchanged, its potency surged inexplicably. The hidden star immortal monarch immediately immersed himself in the profound understanding of the essence of the star law, enraptured by the experience. Su Yuan unreservedly unveiled the profound essence of the 9 celestial laws before the hidden star golden immortal. This revelation granted hidden star an intuitive understanding and insight into the mysteries of these laws. The intricate transformations within the laws unraveled the long-accumulated doubts that had plagued hidden star for years. Unable to contain himself, he emulated Su Yuan's gestures and conjured a celestial law diagram before him. Unlike Su Yuan, who merely showcased the 9 fundamental transformations, hidden star laid bare all his insights into the celestial laws. This prompted Su Yuan to frequently glance over, secretly observing hidden star's comprehension of the celestial laws. This was not merely an abstract description found in texts, but a direct demonstration from a golden immortal, offering Su Yuan a clear and vivid understanding that significantly accelerated his grasp of the celestial laws. In that moment, it became unclear who was imparting wisdom to whom. Yet Su Yuan recognized the immense fortune he had stumbled upon. As this exchange of teachings unfolded, half a year swiftly passed. When Su Yuan dissipated the source texts, he noted that Hidden Star's aura had notably intensified. Overjoyed, Hidden Star exclaimed, I have broken through. I now comprehend the mysteries of 3 celestial laws. Regaining his composure, he bowed deeply to Su Yuan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for illuminating my path. He offered the respect of a disciple to convey his appreciation. Upon hearing that Hidden Star had only grasped 3 teachings, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, it seemed he had only gained 2 additional insights into the celestial laws. This meant he could afford to teach at a leisurely pace, without the urgency of employing the phrase work and rest in harmony. With a thoughtful pause, Su Yuan suggested, the 7-star sect is in dire need of revitalization. Since you have now comprehended the entirety of the celestial laws, I urge you to head to the scripture pavilion and organize your insights into the celestial laws for the benefit of the sect as disciples. The process of compiling your understanding into a cohesive volume will also serve as a form of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Hidden Star Golden Immortal had no doubts and promptly replied, "Rest assured, Master, I would never hoard my knowledge. I am willing to record all that I have learned and understood into the sect." Su Yuan replied calmly, "Excellent. Find Gu Qingzhu and choose a mountain peak to reside in." "Understood." Hidden Star nodded respectfully. After departing from Su Yuan's abode, he sought out Gu Qingzhu, who had already received Su Yuan's telepathic explanation. When he learned that a golden immortal had joined the sect, he was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. A golden immortal? Surely, he could not have misheard. The legendary immortal being, impervious to death, had indeed joined the seven-star sect. How could he, as the sect leader, who was merely at the transformation realm, face such a being? In a whirlwind of emotions, Gu Qingzhu entrusted one of the peaks within the seven-star sect to Hidden Star. Subsequently, the golden immortal established a cave abode based on that mountain peak, and began meticulously organizing his celestial insights into a manuscript to be delivered to the scripture pavilion of the seven-star sect. Amidst the anticipation, Su Yuan quietly absorbed the profound insights of the stellar laws, integrating them with the celestial diagrams previously exhibited by the Hidden Star Golden Immortal. His comprehension of these laws burgeoned at an astonishing pace. As he contemplated the principles, a fragment of his consciousness diverted to examine the system panel. In the demon origin realm, fame value, 58, fame value, 17, fame value, 14, fame value, 13 in the immortal origin realm, fame value, 152, fame value, 1520, fame value, 15200. The highlighted entry facing danger with resolve shifted from crimson to emerald. A remarkable increase in lifespan occurred, adding 10 million years as a result of overcoming the peril posed by the golden immortal. The essence of his life form experienced a significant enhancement. Intricate patterns of law emerged within Su Yuan's bones, interlinking to form enigmatic designs. A fresh bloodline began to supplant the aged one, triggering a fundamental transformation in his human lineage, now rivaling that of dragons, and even surpassing the average dragon's potential. While true dragons merely attain the true immortal realm in adulthood, Su Yuan's bloodline potential now allows him to effortlessly ascend to the mystic immortal tier. However, this remains mere potential. Without diligent cultivation, fully awakening this latent capability would require a span of 1,000,000 years. Simultaneously, the entry refining the heart in the mundane radiated brilliance. Su Yuan's mental realm soared 2 major levels, transcending from the combined body stage to the great ascension stage. The enhancement of his mental state, notoriously difficult to achieve, had long been a hurdle for him as he spent years in seclusion. Yet, the refining the heart in the mundane entry bestowed him with unparalleled confidence. This elevation of his mental state facilitated a more fluid progression through realms, alleviating concerns about advancing too quickly and losing his essence, thus avoiding the pitfalls of obsession and madness. Finally, Su Yuan glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, immortal origin realm, level, renowned, 1, 695. 710, region, demon origin realm, level, notable 1, 601,000, realm, early combined body, 2100, early human immortal, 2, 100, entry 1, balance of work and rest LV7, 1, 021, 801, 000, cumulative rest time, 20 days, modifiable, entry 2, natural laws LV6, 2, 000, 910, modifiable, entry 3, 7-star shining bright LV6, 1, 171, 110, modifiable, entry 4, resonance of thought LV5, 3, 334, 100, entry 5, formidable presence LV4, 830, 1000, entry 6, responding to crisis LV4, 139, 1000, lifespan, 12, 900, 119 years, entry 7, world traveler LV3, 15,100, entry 8, time corridor LV2, 310, entry 9, refining the heart in the mundane LV2, 210. The prestige values indicated on the system panel derive from the practitioners of the demon realm and the celestial lord of hidden stars. The combined prestige values from 8 practitioners of the demon realm exceeded 100, thus elevating his prestige rank within the demon realm, affording him another opportunity to modify the entry work-life balance. Although only one celestial lord contributed, he provided numerous prestige values, allowing the prestige rank within the immortal realm to ascend by 2 levels, granting natural law and 7 stars shining brightly, each an opportunity for modification as well. Thus, the chances for modifying the 3 entries were effortlessly secured. Su Yuan promptly opened his entry descriptions. Work-life balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the better your cultivation results. Cumulative rest time, 20 days. Natural law. You possess a profound understanding of nature. It is easier for you to perceive the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth. 7 stars shining brightly. You have established a profound connection with the Big Dipper, yielding numerous benefits. Su Yuan fell into contemplation. He attempted to substantially modify the descriptions of the entries, but as anticipated, he encountered failure. After numerous attempts, he finally solidified the modifications. He inserted a word into the description regarding rest time, transforming it to the longer the rest or cultivation time. In the second entry, he added classics of the Tao after the mysteries of heaven and earth. For the third entry, he included the modifier profoundly. The final results were as follows. Work-life balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest or cultivation time, the better your cultivation results. Cumulative rest time, 20 days. Natural law. You possess a profound understanding of nature. It is easier for you to perceive the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth and the classics of the Tao. 7 stars shining brightly. You have established a profoundly mysterious connection with the Big Dipper, yielding numerous benefits. The moment the modifications were successfully made, Su Yuan, who was contemplating the laws, felt his comprehension enhance exponentially. Although the multiplier was not as high as when actively triggering work-life balance, this enhancement could be extended indefinitely. And as cultivation time increased, the results continued to improve gradually. Simultaneously, while perusing the law texts of the celestial lord of hidden stars, what once appeared somewhat obscure now seemed considerably more accessible, as the new effects of natural law manifested. The addition of a mere modifier to 7 stars shining brightly had astonishing effects. At that moment, Su Yuan found himself capable of sensing the Big Dipper with remarkable clarity, without the need for the 7 stars altar, effortlessly drawing forth a portion of its power. Under his urging, the energy of starlight descending from the Big Dipper instantaneously magnified 100-fold. The enhancement of the 3 attributes allowed Su Yuan's cultivation to escalate exponentially. He immediately immersed himself in the deepest realms of his practice. The second consciousness was tasked with managing the affairs of the 7-star sect while remaining ever vigilant of the surroundings, ready to summon the main body to flee at the slightest disturbance, all the while continually perusing the ancestral tomes of the Dragon Clan. Although the second consciousness bore Su Yuan's soul, many of the attribute effects could not be perfectly manifested. For instance, the lifespan enhancement from responding to crises only took effect on the main body, as did the cultivation effect augmentation. This indicated that the system's main entity seemed to be bound to Su Yuan's physical form. Time swiftly slipped by. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed, and his cultivation effect had soared to an astounding 128 times. Although it did not increase further, this was already remarkable. His modifications to the attributes had proven exceedingly successful. He continued his practice, and with the 128-fold enhancement, cultivating felt as effortless as eating or drinking. A single day's worth of his practice equated to a whole year's worth for others. Merely a year later, he comprehended an additional 9,000 strands of the celestial laws. However, it took a full 9 years before he grasped another 11,000 strands of these laws. The complexity of the celestial laws increased significantly with each subsequent understanding. Upon deciphering 20,000 new strands of celestial laws, he began to delve into the essence of the laws. The 9 celestial laws he had previously understood encompassed destruction, fusion, radiance, combustion, and velocity among others, all being relatively elementary in nature. The subsequent laws would undoubtedly be far more intricate and profound. Simply relying on luck to comprehend them, even with the 128-fold enhancement, would prove exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Su Yuan had the guidance of the Dragon Clan's legacy, which afforded him a foundational comprehension of the 118 law essences of the celestial laws, enabling him to navigate the overarching framework of understanding. In just another year, Su Yuan grasped the 10th essence of the celestial laws. 3 years later, he achieved the 11th essence. After 10 years, he completed the 12th essence. Yet at this juncture, Su Yuan sensed that the difficulty of cultivation had escalated exponentially. Just as he resolved to forge ahead, He suddenly realized that his cultivation realm had insidiously reached the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. This was the cultivation level of his main body, which had caught up with the progress of his second consciousness over the span of 25 years. With a mere thought, Yuan chose to break through. Having acquired thousands of high-grade immortal stones from the hidden star Immortal Monarch, he was now poised to transcend into the realm of the human immortal. As Yuan inhaled, wisps of vibrant, immortal aura spilled forth from the high-grade immortal stones, merging into his being. The essence of his flesh, spirit, and magical power underwent a fundamental transformation. Nourished by the immortal energy, flesh, spirit, and magical power, when refined by celestial essence, can seamlessly merge into a singular entity, transforming into an immortal body and celestial force, where they may disperse once more into flesh, spirit, and magical power. The convergence and divergence are dictated by the heart, and the immortal body exists in its own right. Little did I realize that, unbeknownst to me, I had ascended to immortality. A wave of tranquility washed over Yuan's heart. For him, becoming an immortal was an exceptionally simple endeavor. He possessed no shortcomings, and during his cultivation, he encountered no bottlenecks. Immortality was a matter of course. The lifespan of a human immortal could reach 320,000 years, a mere slight enhancement in Yuan's eyes. However, at that moment, a vast and enigmatic force began to draw Yuan's consciousness upward at an astonishing pace. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his consciousness found itself on a resplendent path adorned with starlight. His essence transformed into a vague silhouette, coalescing upon the starry road. With a sense of curiosity, Yuan glanced around, only to discover that other indistinct figures stood motionless along the starlit path. These figures occasionally shifted forward a step, yet mostly remained stationary. Filled with uncertainty, Yuan promptly directed a portion of his consciousness to delve into the Dragon Clan's vast sea of knowledge for answers. After some time, clarity began to dawn upon him regarding the circumstances he found himself in. The path upon which his consciousness resided was, in fact, a projection of the celestial road. The indistinct figures represented cultivators who had stepped onto the celestial road. The minimum requirement for entry was to have comprehended at least one fundamental principle of the celestial laws. As he observed the surrounding practitioners, some nearby indistinct figures cast their gazes upon him. Chapter 133. Projection of the Great Path. Oh, another newcomer has appeared? A human form? Which clan does this practitioner belong to? There have been quite a few newcomers lately. The battle between immortals and demons certainly hones one's skills. The surrounding practitioners engaged in casual conversation. Yuan understood. These figures were also projections of cultivators. All individuals upon this celestial road were practitioners who based their cultivation on the principles of the celestial laws. As Yuan gazed ahead, he perceived a spiraling road of gathered starlight extending upward, ultimately resembling a winding mountain path. Further in the distance, figures vanished into the starlight, obscured from view. All he could see were the projections of hundreds of practitioners ahead. A practitioner projection standing before Yuan smiled and spoke. My code name is One Line Sky. May I inquire what yours is? Upon hearing this, Yuan casually replied, My code name is 996. Ah, it is 996. I wonder if you are aware of this place? One Line Sky inquired. Oh, I am unaware of this place, Yuan responded calmly. One Line Sky nodded and said, It seems you are not familiar with this location. Allow me to explain. Yuan found it amusing. He was indeed a person eager to teach. This place is the origin of the stellar path, where all practitioners of this path may project themselves here upon comprehending a single fundamental principle of the stars. Subsequently, for each increment in understanding of the stellar path, the practitioner can advance further along this road. Xianxia remarked that this was the finest venue to assess one's cultivation achievements. Yuan realized, so that is the case. He glanced at Xianxia, who had merely traversed 30 more steps than he had, and commented, It appears that my fellow cultivator has not been here long. Xianxia chuckled. Do you think that my 30 steps signify minimal progress? You are gravely mistaken. Here, each step demands an immense investment of time and energy to comprehend. The average practitioner requires 700 years to grasp these 30 steps, but I managed to do so in merely 30 years. Yuan was struck with enlightenment and clasped his hands in respect. I see that you are truly a genius. Esteemed friend, Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily and continued, "This place is splendid. It allows for the suppression of deductions, enabling me to fully showcase my talents. These past years have been stifling. A genius like myself has been kept under wraps with no opportunity to boast. Alas, it has been quite miserable." Hearing this, Su Yuan's lips twitched. "Esteemed friend, do you not fear being challenged?" "Haha, fear what? Here, we are merely projections. Although battles can indeed occur, should one perish, it merely results in a slight loss of magical energy. One can reformulate their consciousness and project once more. In fact, I look forward to being challenged, as it provides a perfect opportunity to hone my combat skills." Xianxia spoke with unyielding confidence. "Do you appear to be quite formidable?" Su Yuan inquired. "Would you care to engage in a duel with me?" Xianxia laughed. "While I do not wish to bully a newcomer like you, a single defeat could serve as valuable training for someone of your standing." Before Su Yuan could respond, a distant projection suddenly interjected, "Xianxia, challenging a newcomer who has just arrived is rather embarrassing. Why not face me instead?" Xianxia scoffed, "Shuehua, you have traversed nearly 300 steps more than I. Do you truly have the audacity to challenge me? My difference with this newcomer is merely 30 steps. The gap is not substantial." "Haha, Xianxia, are you afraid? You claim to be a genius. Why not employ your exquisite techniques and unparalleled abilities to defeat me at a higher level? You are merely boasting." The practitioner Shuehua derided. "Humph, were it not for the fact that my abilities would reveal my identity, I would have defeated you long ago," Xianxia retorted defiantly. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Xianxia turned back to Su Yuan and asked, "So what do you say? Shall we engage in a match? There are no consequences in death here. In battle, you will swiftly uncover your inadequacies, and I can provide you with some guidance. However, I must caution you that it is prudent to refrain from revealing any distinctive magical abilities or other means. My elders have imparted wisdom, stating that this realm is the origin of the Great Way, where all are, in essence, competitors. In the future, there may be disputes over the way amongst us. Thus, if one were to prematurely unveil their identity, they might find themselves regretting such exposure after eons have passed." Su Yuan nodded in silence. "You are a good person." "Ha! Ha! Are you cursing me? Good people do not live long." Xiantan remarked casually, "I merely feel that you, among your ilk, will not stand as my rivals in the future. I wish to assist you, lest you find yourselves unable to glimpse my shadow later." The surrounding practitioners regarded this with skepticism. Although Xiantian exhibited the demeanor of a nascent genius, it was implausible for others to genuinely believe it. Su Yuan then spoke. I see. In truth, I am also a prodigious talent of a formidable faction, with at least 3 great powers within my sect. I am curious to discern the disparity in genius between myself and you." Xiantian. "Oh, you're quite forthright. Surely you jest?" Xiantian laughed heartily. "Let me witness your true caliber." At the moment they forged a combat agreement, their projections ascended from the ground, hovering above the Great Way. The space between them seemed to expand out of thin air, transforming the initial 30 steps into an expanse of 3 million miles. Su Yuan sensed within himself, only to discover that his personal magical power was absent. Instead, there existed 12 source principles forming the essence of the way. He attempted to activate the essence, summoning the nearby starlight to envelop his form in a shield of luminous protection. "Ah, you have grasped it. Here, you may utilize the principles of the stars, along with their source, to execute your maneuvers. This place tests one's comprehension and application of the principles. Attributes such as bloodline, physical cultivation, and spiritual essence bear little significance here." Xiantian explained nonchalantly. "You may strike first. Once I make my move, you shall have no opportunity to act." Xiantian stood with arms crossed, exuding the aura of a formidable adversary. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, replied, "Then I shall respectfully comply." The practitioners standing upon the primordial path paid little heed to the duel above. They presumed that Xiantian would undoubtedly prevail, not only due to his deeper understanding of the principles, but also because his application of those principles was indeed sophisticated, undoubtedly stemming from a powerful lineage. Only a handful, idly observing, included a practitioner known as Shuehua. Su Yuan harnessed the source principles within him, connecting with the surrounding starlight to coalesce a flying sword before him. "Go!" With a casual gesture, the starlight materialized into a stellar sword, swiftly shooting forth, traversing a substantial portion of the arena in an instant, aimed directly at Xiantian. Esperal. In the midst of tranquility, one-line sky profoundly contemplated the laws of existence, conjuring hundreds of celestial fragments around him. These fragments intertwined, coalescing into a formidable celestial formation, which crystallized into a celestial fortress, amplifying its defensive power manifold. Yuan, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily captivated by the profound mastery of the formation. With a slight smirk, one-line sky prepared himself. However, at that juncture, the starlight sword approached the periphery of the formation. The instant its tip grazed the fortress, an exceedingly sharp force erupted forth. Wait! One-line sky gasped in astonishment. In a fleeting moment, the radiant beam pierced through the fortress's defenses, striking one-line sky directly. Yet in the next heartbeat, that form dissipated into starlight, evading the blow. The projection of one-line sky materialized at a considerable distance, slightly to the east. Before he could utter another word, a radiant long sword emerged from behind, piercing through him. In an instant, one-line sky's projection lost its vibrant demeanor, plummeting to the ground like a stone. It stood there, statue-like, motionless as one-line sky, as consciousness had been temporarily scattered in the skirmish, withdrawing from the core of the celestial path. Nonetheless, his projection would remain, persisting until his true form fell and could be recontrolled upon reinserting his consciousness. Simultaneously, Yuan's projection descended slowly, returning to its original position. One-line sky had been defeated. Snowflake exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby practitioners turned their gazes in surprise, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The persona that one-line sky portrayed was that of a prodigious talent from a great power, yet he had been vanquished by a newcomer, which was truly astonishing. Ah, it seems a genuine genius has arrived. One-line sky was but a counterfeit exposed to the authentic. The battle had unfolded rather swiftly. Yuan remained composed. Suddenly, the once still projection of one-line sky regained its agility. One-line sky abruptly turned to Yuan, exclaiming in shock, Your technique was peculiar. You have undoubtedly comprehended more than one celestial law." Yuan offered no explanation, merely displaying a smile that, even in the obscurity of his visage, exuded a mischievous air. One-line sky could not help but remark, "If you walk forward, as long as your comprehension of the laws is sufficient, you can continue your journey." Yuan nodded in response. "Very well. I appreciate the assistance, One-line sky fellow. Until we meet again by fate." One-line sky retorted. "You cannot simply vanish from my line of sight, can you? Here, I can observe the projections of the 1,000 individuals ahead of me." With a wave of his hand, Yuan calmly began to stride forward, feeling no hint of obstruction. Yuan advanced step by step. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed the narrow sky. The narrow sky furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous feeling from Yuan's seemingly effortless gait. Chapter 134. The Name of Genius. Yuan's steps were light and steady, drawing the attention of the surrounding practitioners. Before long, he had covered 100 paces, surpassing 12 cultivators in the process. Each observer was taken aback by this feat. After reaching the 100-step mark, Yuan found himself overtaking a practitioner nearly every 2 steps. With each overtaking, he offered a slight nod in greeting, a gesture of courtesy. Although he could not discern their facial expressions, he could perceive the myriad emotions within them, including an unmistakable intent to kill. In response, Yuan also nodded in acknowledgement. After all, none of them knew one another, and he remained unfazed by their malice. Why did Yuan harbor such confidence? Because even the system's fame value notification had not manifested. Not even echo of thoughts was activated. This was a first for Yuan, indicating that, as per the system's assessment, others were utterly unable to lock onto his presence, unable to even sense a fragment of his thoughts. Thus, he maintained his composure. Upon reaching 300 steps, he made eye contact with Snowflake. Snowflake remarked, "I did not expect your understanding of the laws to be this profound. You are not a golden immortal, but rather a nascent cultivator. This explains your situation." Yuan raised an eyebrow and paused momentarily. "You, a mere human immortal, have begun to comprehend the essence of the laws. To be frank, I am quite impressed. However, I advise you to first fully grasp the stellar laws to attain longevity before contemplating the essence of the laws." Snowflake added. Yuan replied with a nod. "Thank you for the reminder, my friend, but my master instructed me to comprehend the laws while integrating them. So, I appreciate your kind intentions." Snowflake gazed deeply. "I now believe your previous claims. It seems you truly are a genius from a powerful faction. Heh, that narrow sky is merely an ordinary talent. Narrow sky snorted disdainfully. Do you think my abilities are so limited? With that, Narrow Sky stepped forward. This surprised Snowflake. Narrow Sky walked steadily and soon arrived beside Su Yuan, who was also taken aback. Narrow Sky cast a sidelong glance at Snowflake. Elder, I am about to surpass you. You can gauge whether I am a genius. With that, he shook his head and moved ahead. Snowflake frowned, seemingly astonished that Narrow Sky was indeed another genius. In merely 30 years, this one line of heaven astonishingly rivaled his 6,000 years of cultivation and even surpassed it. However, in contrast, the effortlessly dominating Su Yuan over one line of heaven was indeed more formidable than one could ever imagine. Snowflake instinctively cast another glance at Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded at him and then proceeded to surpass him as well. At that moment, the actions of the two men thoroughly astonished the surrounding cultivators. Su Yuan gazed at one line of heaven with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Are you truly a genius of a great power? Aren't you as well?" One line of heaven replied calmly. Su Yuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. What a ridiculous notion of being a genius of a great power. It was merely a fabrication of his imagination. The two continued forward, taking another 300 steps. A nearby cultivator could not help but exclaim, "I comprehended the essence of two celestial laws 300 years ago. Must you too be so extraordinary?" One line of heaven replied with confidence, "I have accumulated my insights. 30 years is ample time for me to comprehend 6 laws' essences." Snowflake chimed in from behind, "You are just boasting." With a confident stride, one line of heaven hastened onward, followed casually by Su Yuan. Upon reaching slightly over 1,000 steps, Su Yuan glanced back and noticed that the last cultivator had vanished from sight, as the path they had traversed undulated, enveloped in a mist of starlight, rendering it invisible. Snowflake, standing 300 steps back, bore a complex expression. He gazed at the silhouettes of the two, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Is this what it means to be a genius? Yet Snowflake did not feel disheartened. This journey was one of endurance, and the fleeting pace was of little consequence. Ultimately, when he could no longer see their figures, he sat down in meditation, descending into silence. The further Su Yuan advanced, the more densely populated the area became. He could not help but remark, "It seems the crowd is growing increasingly larger." That's quite normal. Typically, the vicinity of 27 law essences attracts the most individuals. At each subsequent bottleneck, many gather, one line of heaven replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Su Yuan and asked, "How many law essences have you comprehended?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan responded, "A few more than you." "Then wait and see. I shall soon surpass you." One line of heaven abruptly halted. Su Yuan was taken aback, glancing back to find one line of heaven standing approximately 1,800 steps from the entrance. It was evident that he had indeed grasped 6 law essences. Su Yuan waved goodbye and continued forward step by step. Eventually, one line of heaven could no longer see Su Yuan's figure. Thus, he could only inquire with the nearest visible cultivator if they could reveal Su Yuan's position. The individual seemed amiable and informed him that Su Yuan had last been seen around 3,600 steps, having comprehended 12 law essences. At this moment, the line of heaven was utterly subdued, consciousness having departed from the origin of the great Tao. In reality, within a secluded cave deep in a prominent sect, a young man opened his eyes. Before him, an elder nodded and remarked, "Indeed, your temperament has been refined somewhat." The youth responded with a wry smile, "Master, I have not been refined. I've been struck down." The elder, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" "I spent 30 years comprehending 6 fundamental laws, yet just now, a novice who has only recently entered the origin realm has already grasped 12 fundamental laws." The elder, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "It is possible that the other party experienced an epiphany. Comprehending 12 fundamental laws is not exceedingly difficult." The youth's expression softened slightly at this, "Master, I shall soon catch up to him." The elder, nodding approvingly, replied, "Very well. It is sufficient that you possess this determination. Although you have already attained the golden immortal status, your journey in cultivation has merely just begun." With that, the elder instructed, "Now, accompany me to the Sea of Stars to expedite your training." The young man's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Master." The two transformed into a stream of light and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, The exploits of Su Yuan began to circulate among other sections. However, due to uncertainty regarding Su Yuan's identity, they could only covertly gather potential intelligence, particularly among the major sects. Individuals were quietly collecting information on the existence of possible supergeniuses. At this moment, Su Yuan remained within the origin realm of the celestial path. Before him, a projection of a cultivator extended an olive branch, saying, "Fellow Taoist, I am a golden immortal of the Ice God Sect. My sect is guarded by formidable powers and is not weak. Would you be interested in joining us?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I'm already within a major sect. I appreciate your kindness." The cultivator smiled slightly. "Hee, you might want to consider it. Should you have any thoughts later, feel free to contact me." Su Yuan nodded. "I understand." Several other cultivators nearby called out to him, wishing to recruit him into their sections. Yet, Su Yuan recognized that these overtures were ultimately meaningless, as he had no intention of joining any of those sects, and, importantly, these individuals had no means to prove their affiliation with those great powers. Unless they were willing to reveal their identities and exhibit their auras, it was evident that no one would be foolish enough to do so. At that moment, a cultivator behind Su Yuan spoke up. "Your name is 996, correct?" "I am Heaven's Jealousy. I have heard that you have achieved remarkable feats since entering the origin realm. Would you be interested in engaging in battle with me?" Su Yuan nodded. "Very well." The two ascended into the air, and the surrounding space transformed, clearing a vast expanse for their confrontation. Su Yuan, with a grave expression, regarded his opponent. Their understanding of the Great Tao was comparable, and in their battle, the application of laws and combat techniques would be crucial. Other cultivator projections nearby also lifted their gazes. At the moment the spatial stars aligned, Heaven's Jealousy acted decisively, summoning starlight with a wave of his hand and condensing 12 fireballs. The 12 fireballs spun in a dance, evolving into a sea of flames that completely encircled Su Yuan. With a mere thought, Su Yuan summoned the essence of the laws, creating layers of starlit mirrors around him. This technique, learned from the hidden star immortal, possessed the ability to block and deflect attacks. However, Su Yuan soon realized that his defenses were in vain. The terrifying flames enveloped him completely, and the fire reflected by the mirrors was swiftly assimilated into the surrounding inferno, which in turn ignited the mirrors anew. The reflections held for mere moments before shattering amidst the relentless flames. Su Yuan's consciousness was forcibly expelled from the realm of the great Tao's essence. Such formidable power of fire. With his eyes closed, he contemplated briefly and discerned that his opponent was employing a foundational law of the stars, based on the principle of burning, which integrated the remaining 11 laws to enhance the burning characteristics within the stellar law, thus manifesting a dreadful star flame. Recognizing the potential benefits of such techniques, Su Yuan re-entered the realm of essence, this time not as a challenger invited by others, but as one who invited the surrounding practitioners to engage in battle. The crowd graciously obliged this talented individual. Su Yuan engaged in combat hundreds of times, facing practitioners of equal levels of comprehension, emerging from the realm with an impressive record of 399 defeats and a single victory. Chapter 135, Astonishing Progress. Had he truly lost so utterly? Su Yuan fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated such a devastating defeat. Yet upon reflection, it was clear that these practitioners had spent hundreds of thousands of years, if not longer, comprehending the laws of the stars. Su Yuan had only been studying the stellar laws for a few decades. It was only natural that he lagged behind. Nevertheless, he took this as a cautionary lesson, recognizing that his combat skills were indeed lacking. His rapid pace of cultivation had led to a deficiency in his application of the laws, which in turn resulted in his increasingly sluggish comprehension of the foundational laws. With this realization, Su Yuan revised his future cultivation plan, deciding to thoroughly understand the first 12 laws before pursuing further insights into additional laws. Time Corridor. Entry activated. Su Yuan's consciousness delved deep into his soul, revealing 2 expansive time corridors. The Time Corridor. Entry upgraded to level 2, now capable of recording multiple time segments. Furthermore, the flow of time within could be adjusted to a speed of up to 200 times normal. Su Yuan replayed his previous battle with the Heavenly Furnace, this time in a slow-motion sequence at 200 times slower than real time. The speed of the battle had previously left him no opportunity to ponder his opponent's techniques. In this slowed-down format, he could meticulously analyze and study the intricacies of the encounter. Stars, burning, flames. The characteristic of burning was vividly displayed throughout. Su Yuan soon discovered that the opponent merely employed one of the fundamental principles as the core to execute their magical abilities, while the remaining 11 principles served to complement this singular principle, characterized by the essence of combustion. The manner in which these principles interwove elicited frequent nods of approval from Su Yuan. What a marvelously intricate combination. How had I not conceived of it before? He marveled at the realization that each fundamental principle was interconnected, and their synergy could amplify the potency of one principle's manifestation by over 100-fold. No wonder he had been defeated in one move. The sophistication of these transformations was exceedingly advanced. Contemplating how to counter this technique, Su Yuan pondered that if he could discern a method of integration of the principles, he might disrupt this synergy, thereby significantly diminishing the technique's power. Additionally, he could seek out a principle that countered the combustion characteristic for a direct confrontation. Ultimately, grasping the essence of these transformations would render the solution far more attainable. Simultaneously, he yearned to learn if he could replicate the opponent's method of execution to reproduce this technique. He had also comprehended the 12 fundamental principles, identical to those studied by the Heaven's Jealousy practitioner, thus theoretically enabling him to duplicate the opponent's methods. However, upon his initial attempts, he realized the task was far from straightforward. Each fundamental principle was constructed from at least 1,000 strands of laws, each possessing its own efficacy. The combination of two fundamental principles could yield an infinite array of transformations. Thus, deducing an opponent's technique solely by observation seemed nearly impossible. And so, Su Yuan devoted another 3 years to deeply contemplate the time fragments within the time corridor. Yet he could still not replicate the Heaven's Jealousy technique. It was perplexing. How had the opponent achieved such an integration? Engrossed in thought, Su Yuan scratched his head in contemplation. He could directly search for answers within the vast sea of tomes possessed by the Dragon Clan, potentially uncovering ready-made methods of principle integration. However, this would evidently stifle his own creative potential. So Su Yuan resolved to tackle this dilemma independently. Nevertheless, he was not one to be obstinate. He subsequently turned his attention to the recorded segments of the second battle. The second practitioner also wielded the 12 celestial principles to execute a technique. Yet this was constructed around the core characteristic of annihilation. Su Yuan grasped the overarching framework, yet the deeper intricacies remained elusive. Fortunately, the time required for comprehension was significantly reduced, taking nearly a year. Undeterred, Su Yuan continued to delve into the techniques of the third practitioner. He meticulously imitated the methods employed by these practitioners, gradually deepening his understanding of these 12 fundamental principles. Though they appeared simple at first glance, the myriad transformations they encompassed left Su Yuan in awe. A decade has passed, and Su Yuan has thoroughly comprehended the techniques of all practitioners. Some mystical abilities, through his relentless efforts or fortuitous circumstances, he has been able to replicate. However, the majority of these mystical techniques remain just beyond his grasp, stymied at the final small step, rendering him incapable of reproducing their original effects. At this moment, Su Yuan activated the system panel and engaged the active effect of balancing work and rest, activating it 6 times in rapid succession. The cultivation effect surged by an astounding millionfold. Although this cultivation period lasted merely 3 seconds, those 3 seconds elevated Su Yuan's cognition to an extraordinary level. Within a mere second, he dispelled all the doubts he had encountered throughout his years of practice. In the second second, he gleaned the principles behind the techniques of 400 practitioners. Recalling the technique of Heaven's Jealousy, he effortlessly imitated the opponent's methods with a mere wave of his hand, conjuring 12 flames that intertwined, forming a more explosive starry flame. This flame surpassed the power of Heaven's Jealousy by several times. It was indeed a case of surpassing the master. As time reached the 3rd second, while gazing at these flames, Su Yuan, endowed with heightened perception, discerned the flowing threads of stellar laws within the flames. Instinctively, he extracted these threads one by one, revealing before him a fragmented diagram of the operational laws. The cultivation time had concluded, yet as Su Yuan beheld the diagram, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, for upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a fragment of a grand design. With this thought, Su Yuan immediately began to emulate the techniques of other practitioners, fully activating natural law, from which he extracted another operational diagram. By replicating this process, Su Yuan amassed a collection of 400 fragmented operational diagrams. Subsequently, he superimposed these diagrams, merging the repetitive elements into a cohesive whole. Ultimately, he beheld an almost complete operational diagram. It resembled a spherical structure, with thousands of threads forming internal passages. The law threads akin to veins, supporting a sphere that felt hauntingly familiar. Was this not the eye of the heavenly path? Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled the visage of the heavenly path in the seven-star realm, resembling an eye composed of innumerable chains of laws. The spherical operational diagram before him exhibited traces of the essence of the heavenly path's gaze. Observing the diagram, he identified some dissonant elements, and thus meticulously eliminated them, ultimately discarding 3 superfluous sources of law. 9 sources of law, in an almost perfect arrangement, coalesced into a pattern reminiscent of the eye of the heavenly path. Could this signify a more profound fusion of laws? Su Yuan gradually awakened to a profound realization. The Tai golden immortal signifies the comprehension of the complete essence of 118 fundamental laws, while the Deluo golden immortal represents the integration of these 118 laws into a singular entity. It is evident that the fundamental laws can indeed be fused together. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan discovered a method of fusion by establishing a divine ability based on the fundamental laws and subsequently extracting the operational diagram of this divine ability's techniques. By repeating this entire process, as he comprehends more divine abilities and acquires numerous operational diagrams, he gradually approaches a perfect method of blending the essence. At this moment, Su Yuan was immensely curious about the potency of the spells and divine abilities formed through this fusion method. With this thought in mind, he projected his consciousness back to the realm of the great fundamental laws. On the ancient celestial pathway, the projections of practitioners stood like immovable boulders, showing no sign of change over the decade. Each practitioner remained steadfast in their original positions. Su Yuan turned to Xianxia and inquired, "Xianxia, are you willing to engage in battle?" Xianxia glanced at Su Yuan, perplexed. "Jiujiu 6? Were you not just defeated by me? Challenging me again will surely lead to your downfall. Focus on comprehending the laws. We can discuss challenges later." With a smile, Su Yuan replied, "I have significantly improved my strength and feel confident I can easily defeat you now." Upon hearing this, Xianxia dismissively shook his head. "It seems you have fallen into confusion in your cultivation. After only a decade of comprehension, you dare to challenge me? Surpassing me without centuries of practice is nearly impossible." Su Yuan responded calmly, "That may not necessarily be the case." As the two engaged in conversation, they ascended into the air to confront one another. The surrounding practitioners expressed their interest. After all, Su Yuan had previously fought against them and lost. Now, daring to challenge again seemed rather audacious, prompting them to anticipate a spectacle of folly. Xianxia employed the same technique once more, summoning 12 flames that coalesced into a sea of fire, intending to effortlessly incinerate Su Yuan. However, at that moment, Su Yuan waved his hand and casually unleashed a sword strike. The 9 fundamental laws intricately merged within the sword light. In an instant, the sword light cleaved through the once raging sea of flames, splitting it in two. The sword light surged through the opening at an astonishing speed toward Xianxia. "How is this possible?" Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. The sword light struck Xianxia, expelling his consciousness from the realm of the great fundamental laws. The rapidity of these events left many golden immortal practitioners on the ground stunned, unable to react. Chapter 136, A Subtle Transformation. Su Yuan bowed to those around him before withdrawing his consciousness from the realm of the great fundamental laws, leaving the other practitioners in a state of bewilderment. With the matter resolved, he slipped away, concealing both his accomplishments and his name. Su Yuan departed from Cave 6. Su Yuan emerged from his secluded retreat. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the cave. He looked up to see a small, vibrant fish, radiant with 12 hues, joyfully swimming amidst the clouds. Countless star energies were absorbed by it, only to be released again in shimmering streams of colorful energy cascading towards the earth. Below, the maid Su Mei busily wielded a jade vial, capturing the exquisite energies emanating from the little fish, which were evidently extraordinary. Unbeknownst to her, Su Mei had inadvertently reached the mid-stage of transformation into a divine being, her speed not to be underestimated. The little fish playfully evaded her, darting to another location just as she approached, delighting in the chase. "Master, slow down," Su Mei called out helplessly. Hee hee, you can't catch me. The little fish laughed heartily. Suddenly, she looked down in surprise and exclaimed, Su Yuan, you finally emerged from seclusion. She swiftly descended from the sky, landing in Su Yuan's embrace. He felt a powerful force collide with his chest, leaving him breathless. Your strength has increased. After catching his breath and sensing Su Mei's cultivation level, he exclaimed in astonishment, When did you reach the realm of immortals? The little fish nestled her head against him and, puzzled, replied, I've reached the realm of immortals? I don't understand. I don't know either. Su Yuan cast a glance at the sky, utilizing the authority of the seven-star sovereign to investigate the past celestial tribulations, confirming that the little fish had ascended without undergoing any tribulation, breaking through to immortality without his intervention. He gently patted her round head, curious. Can you take on a form now? The little fish sighed, No, please help me. What must I do to transform? Even that foolish Mei can do it. Su Mei stood by with a wry smile, bowing to Su Yuan. Greetings, master. Very well, go and prepare some simple dishes. Also, invite Master Gu over later. Yes, master. Su Mei hastily complied. Only then did Su Yuan extend his consciousness into the little fish's body. Within her, he discovered an intricate tapestry of laws and patterns, the complexity of which surpassed even his own transformed physique at present. The little fish's lineage was remarkable. How could such a being emerge from the former Tianyuan realm? Intrigued, he probed further into the information of the heavenly path, soon uncovering that the little fish's previous incarnation was a 9-colored stone egg, which had existed continuously until he traced it back over 1 billion years to the very inception of the Tianyuan realm, where a beam of light from the 9 colors descended into it. Su Yuan was utterly astonished, realizing only now the extraordinary origins of the little fish, which he had previously overlooked. He tempered his astonishment and continued to explore the little fish's form. Upon reaching her dantian, he beheld a vast expanse, a space exceeding 1,000 kilometers in diameter, in the midst of countless energies, earth, gold, water, raging wildly through the space, thunderbolts traversed, brimming with terrifying might. His consciousness delved into the dantian, swiftly depleted by the rampant energies, which astonishingly inflicted indiscriminate damage. Yet, the barrier of Xiaokai's dantian remained remarkably steadfast, effortlessly shielding her from the relentless onslaught of energy. Something seems amiss within my belly, Xiaokai lamented, patting her abdomen. I often hear thunder rumbling inside, and it feels a bit itchy, almost as if I'm hungry. Su Yuan nodded in understanding, having inspected other areas of Xiaokai to ensure there were no significant issues. Let me help you regulate the energy in your dantian, he offered. Oh, Xiaokai, understanding, turned over to expose her little belly. Su Yuan was taken aback. There is no need for that, isn't it? Xiaokai shyly covered her eyes with her little fins. Su Yuan extended his finger, channeling a surge of magical energy into her dantian. Upon entering, the energy began to evolve into laws, the fluctuations of the 5 elements, wind, thunder, lightning, light, darkness, stars. And sword began to permeate the dantian. Wherever the laws flowed, the chaotic energies transformed into a state of order. The earth energy coalesced at the center of the dantian, forming a vast expanse of land, while the metal energy melded beneath, supporting the framework of the earth. The fire energy ascended into the sky, coalescing with the stellar energy to form a sun, radiating light and warmth. Water energy encircled the land, creating a vast lake, while wind energy began to stir above the land and waters, gathering moisture into clouds, which were then blown onto the earth, falling as rain under the thunder, rejuvenating the continent and spreading verdant life. The once chaotic dantian began to solidify, its spatial capacity multiplying tenfold. How delightful! Xiaokai exclaimed joyfully. A new force began to autonomously coalesce within her dantian. A strand of energy imbued with the mysteries of various laws floated above. Is this the power of the celestial cave? Su Yuan marveled, genuinely astonished. The power of the celestial cave, indeed a manifestation of law, is a higher power formed through the fusion of multiple laws. Mastering this fused power of laws is inherently challenging. Typically, practitioners rely on the natural celestial caves to comprehend it. Yet now, within Su Yuan's dantian, the power of the celestial cave had spontaneously emerged. Around Xiaokai, a formidable domain began to take shape, its suppressive force immediately affecting all nearby beings, forcing everyone within the cave to the ground, except for Su Yuan. Rein in your energy, Su Yuan embraced Xiao Kai, his formidable presence, disregarding the oppressive force of her domain, in turn, compressing it back within her. Xiao Kai, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "I did not mean to." She reigned in the power of the celestial realm, and with a brilliant flash of light, a 5-year-old girl appeared before her, clad in a dress of 12 vibrant colors, her cherubic face, exquisitely carved like jade, bore no blemishes. Her large eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy. "Wow, I have transformed!" the little girl exclaimed, leaping with glee. Su Yuan gazed at the diminutive figure before him, finally confirming that the little girl, who had entered the celestial realm, remained in her youthful phase, a testament to her extraordinary bloodline. As the power of the celestial realm blossomed within her dantian, Su Yuan similarly reaped the benefits. Threads of celestial energy materialized out of thin air, infusing his golden core within the dantian. The 9 primary golden cores within his dantian began to undergo wondrous transformations upon contact with this celestial energy, subtly shifting towards the essence of true stars. The stability of his dantian surged rapidly under the nurturing of this celestial power, its size increasing, though it still paled in comparison to the dantian of the little girl. Su Yuan looked skyward once more, directing his gaze towards the auspicious clouds of the 7-star Sect, where a jade vessel floated, absorbing fortune and refining its spirit. The floating vessel had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, just a step away from becoming a celestial artifact. It seemed that Xiaoli sensed Su Yuan's gaze. In midair, her silvery fox form coalesced, appearing curiously beside the little girl, unable to resist pinching her cheek. "Don't pinch me, Sister Li," the little girl protested, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Hee, but you are so adorable, Xiao Kai." Xiaoli giggled, producing 10 pieces of celestial stone. "Would you like some?" "Yes, yes." The little girl eagerly snatched the celestial stones and began to chew them, as if they were soft candies, quickly crushing and swallowing them whole. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Those celestial stones were as hard as treasures of the 8th or 9th tier, yet she devoured them with such ease. Xiaoli turned her attention to Su Yuan, her expression of dissatisfaction evident. "Master, you've been in seclusion without attending to me. I'm now the weakest. That rascal Su Qian has already attained a celestial artifact." "Where is he?" Su Yuan inquired. "He is off pestering the hidden star protector, shamelessly running to him over the years and indulging in numerous treasures." Xiaoli pouted, and Su Yuan couldn't help but feel that was indeed rather brazen. "Why are you stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th tier?" Su Yuan asked. Xiaoli quickly replied, "I need to refine my innate law, but unlike that old fellow Su Qian, I cannot autonomously cultivate my innate law, and there are no artifact masters in the sect to assist me. Master, please help me level up." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan extended his hand, summoning the floating light vessel of the true sun and moon to his grasp. With a flicker in his eyes, the vessel began to etherealize before him, revealing the intricate patterns of the laws inscribed upon its surface. Threads of law power intertwined in a profound formation, sustaining the vessel's operation. The initial intention behind this vessel was to harness the power of the sun and moon to create a realm of wonder. However, as I am not adept in the laws of the sun and moon, I shall shift my focus to the principles of the stars instead, for after all, the sun and moon are but celestial bodies among the stars. Su Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Little Li's eyes sparkled. Can a master truly forge it? It is not a significant challenge. In Su Yuan's gaze, the laws of the stars were continuously evolving. 9 beams of starlight emanated from his eyes, entering the core of the floating light vessel, where they began to imprint new patterns of law, supplanting the ordinary array. As the 9 patterns were inscribed simultaneously, they gradually intertwined, forming an intricately complex array of stellar law. After a full half-hour, Su Yuan completed the imprinting. The core of the floating light vessel radiated with brilliance as the laws of the stars merged within, and the derived patterns swiftly spread across the entire vessel. The floating light vessel began its ascent toward becoming a celestial artifact. In the sky, a tribulation cloud began to coalesce. Su Yuan cast a sharp glance upward. The tribulation cloud hesitated momentarily before ceasing its gathering, and a faint, almost imperceptible bolt of lightning descended, striking the body of the floating light vessel. The vessel shimmered, and its essence underwent a profound transformation, elevating it into the realm of celestial artifacts. Chapter 137, The Rise of the 7 Stars. Little Li exclaimed with delight. "Thank you, Master. I am now a celestial artifact, as well." Su Yuan contemplated. You may henceforth be named the floating light, true star vessel. No, that sounds unappealing. Little Li made a face and dragged little Kai off to play elsewhere. Having utilized Su Yuan, she ignored him completely. Su Yuan was left speechless, taking a seat in the courtyard. At that moment, Su Lan and the other 4 maidens had prepared a sumptuous feast. Su Yuan settled down, and Su Lan approached with a graceful bow. Greetings, master. What dishes have you prepared today? Su Yuan observed the unfamiliar array of dishes. Master, please take a look. This is braised pork, made from the lean meat of a 6-tier demon beast, the iron-skinned scaled pig, prepared through 33 meticulous steps. This is stir-fried bamboo shoots, made from the tender shoots of the 6-tier spirit bamboo, the clear and bright bamboo, sautéed with the lard from the iron-skinned scaled pig. Su Lan explained in detail. As Su Yuan took a bite, a wave of exquisite flavors enveloped his palate, igniting his appetite to great heights. Splendid. Su Lan, your culinary skills have truly flourished. Su Yuan praised. Su Lan smiled, saying, I have delved into one of the master's alchemical secrets, which specifically studies the ratios of ingredients. Many principles can be applied to cooking, and over the years, I have gained considerable insight. Su Yuan regarded Su Lan with newfound appreciation. This maid had immersed herself in the art of cooking from the very beginning, and her dedication had indeed borne fruit. The knife skills, cooking techniques, and combinations of flavors had reached a commendable level. Yet surprisingly, Su Lan's cultivation remained at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Continue your exploration of new dishes. As for your cultivation, worry not. With a gesture, Su Yuan conjured a divine essence of heaven and earth, which flew into Su Lan's consciousness. The essence of Su Lan merged with the divine realm of heaven and earth, and her aura instantaneously ascended to the level of refinement void. Su Lan felt as though she had gained insights into 9 extraordinary skills out of thin air, including Su Yuan's alchemical mastery, a glimmer of understanding regarding the laws of flame, and various techniques of swordsmanship, among others. Although she could not grasp the true nature of these skills, she discovered that she could wield them directly. The 3 maidens beside her gazed at this scene with envy, their eyes glistening with emotion. Su Lan had indeed taken a momentous leap. She quickly knelt down, exclaiming, Thank you for your grace, my lord. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, continued to stride forward. Yes. At this moment, the 3 maidens, Su He, Su Ju, and Su Mei, looked earnestly at Su Yuan. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan turned his gaze to Su Mei, saying, You have accompanied Xiao Kai over the years, contributing significantly. Henceforth, you shall continue to care for her. He bestowed upon Su Mei a divine position of heaven and earth. Instantly, her aura surged, reaching the level of refinement void, and she gained mastery in both agility and physical prowess, enabling her to keep up with the playful Xiao Kai. Su Ju quickly interjected, My lord. I shall prepare tea for you. She stepped aside to brew tea for Su Yuan, and her control over the flames was surprisingly adept, demonstrating a refined skill in the art of tea preparation. Delicate streams of water flowed gracefully from the teapot into the cup, the tea clear and luminous, its fragrance wafting through the air, evoking a serene and natural ambience. Su Yuan looked at Su Ju in astonishment. This young maid had evidently delved deeply into the art of tea, deserving the title of tea master. He praised, You are quite impressive. With a flick of his finger, he awarded Su Ju another divine position, acknowledging her diligent efforts. Only Su He appeared anxious and distressed. My lord, I can clean. Sue estamedif. Su Yuan was momentarily speechless and granted her a divine position, albeit of a lower rank, merely attaining the level of transformation spirit. Yet, Su He was overwhelmed with joy, for possessing a divine position conferred upon her the qualification for longevity. This was a remarkable elevation for all 4 maidens. Their faces radiated happiness. Meanwhile, the azure bull lounging at the entrance could not help but roll over, pacing back and forth outside Su Yuan's courtyard. Its eyes filled with anticipation as it gazed at him. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Why are you still at the early stage of the nascent soul? The azure bull replied in confusion. My lord, is it not normal for me to be at the nascent soul stage? You have been in seclusion for over 30 years. Not 300. Su Yuan was taken aback. He glanced at the 4 maidens and sensed a trace of Xiao Kai's bloodline within them. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the elevation of the maidens' realms was indeed astonishingly swift, even faster than that of heavenly roots. It was only in his and Xiao Kai's presence that they appeared somewhat ordinary, underscoring Xiaokai's extraordinary nature, merely by being touched by her bloodline. They could progress at an incredible rate. You, focus on your cultivation, Su Yuan pointed out and bestowed upon the Azure Bull a low-tier celestial position, noting that further advancement would require the Azure Bull's own diligent cultivation. After refining the celestial position, a glint of fulfillment sparkled in the Azure Bull's eyes. Realizing that a talented mount would certainly receive generous treatment, Su Yuan then cast a glance towards the spiritual fields where Su De was leading the spirit fish disciples, who were adeptly cultivating spiritual herbs. Observing this, Su Yuan granted each of them a low-tier celestial position as well, ensuring they would not have to worry about their lifespans. This low-tier position would not deplete Su Yuan's own strength, akin to the heavenly soldiers of the celestial court, where low-tier divine positions were abundant. The disciples in the spiritual fields bowed deeply to Su Yuan, expressing their immense gratitude. At that moment, the hurried arrival of Master Gu brought him to the foot of the mountain. Su Yuan opened the door to his cave dwelling. Gu Qingzhu entered Cave No. 6 with an air of confidence, radiating a powerful aura indicative of late-stage transformation. He hastily ascended to the mountain's summit and, upon seeing Su Yuan, immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Ancestor." His face was still adorned with a confident smile. Su Yuan nodded, remarking, "Brother Gu, your cultivation has progressed remarkably." Hearing Su Yuan's address, Gu Qingzhu felt a wave of relief and laughed heartily. "Ancestor Su, my cultivation has accelerated significantly over the years. It feels as though I have encountered no bottlenecks along the way. Within a century, I shall be ready to challenge the void refinement realm." Su Yuan nodded in approval. Gu Qingzhu's confident gaze swept across Su Lan, Su Ju, and Su Mei, only to be momentarily stunned. The overwhelming aura emanating from the three women struck him like an ancient beast, causing his heart to skip a beat. Even he exuded a sense of oppressive power. Su Yuan shot a stern glance at the four maidens, commanding withdraw. "Yes, my lord," they replied, quickly donning apologetic expressions as they reigned in their formidable auras. Gu Qingzhu fixed his gaze upon their departing figures until they vanished from sight, only to find his previously exuberant demeanor deflated. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Ancestor Su, how can their auras be so potent?" "It is a gift I bestowed upon them," Su Yuan replied. "Previously, they were merely at the transformation realm." Gu Qingzhu sighed in relief, but upon hearing the latter part of Su Yuan's statement, he was once again taken aback. They were at the transformation realm? They achieved that solely through their own cultivation? Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not dwell on such details. Tell me, how is the new generation being nurtured?" Gu Qingzhu composed himself and responded, "Ancestor, we have gathered talents from various realms, having recruited a total of 1.6 million disciples with exceptional spiritual roots or higher. Currently, over 1.2 million have reached the golden core stage, while 300,000 have attained the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, there are 100,000 new initiates still in the chi refinement stage." He paused momentarily and said, "Many disciples above the golden elixir realm have comprehended various profound realms, and some exceptionally rare geniuses have even grasped the laws. If they are provided with sufficient energy, they can swiftly ascend to the void refinement realm." Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "It seems the training environment is quite commendable." Gu Qingzhu displayed a hint of hesitation. "Is there something on your mind? Speak candidly." Gu Qingzhu replied, "Master, it appears our vigorous recruitment of talents from various realms has attracted the attention of the celestial realm. Recently, I received intelligence indicating that individuals from the celestial realm have begun to investigate the situation in several worlds." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. "So there's been a reaction so swiftly? It has only been a few decades. It seems that due to the conflict between the celestial and demonic realms, many celestial cultivators have become entangled in the spatial turbulence of the lower realms. Those sects with orthodox lineages can establish contact with these celestials, prompting them to send individuals to investigate and even begin dealing with our disciples. Several casualties have already been reported." Su Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that his thoughts echoed. Cross-realm rescue is not infallible. If disciples of the Seven Stars Sect perished too quickly, being instantaneously slain, there would be little he could do. Gu Qingzhu continued, "Additionally, the slaughter we have caused in the mortal realm of the demon realm has garnered the attention of celestials from that realm, leading them to seek trouble with us." Su Yuan rapped the table and declared, We shall temporarily halt large-scale recruitment of talents and instead conduct smaller, more refined recruitments. Furthermore, we should begin expanding the layout of our commercial association. The 7 Stars Commercial Association, constructed by Song Kai, has already established a preliminary framework, correct? These emerging talents will subsequently undergo training within the association. Our ultimate goal is to accumulate wealth, particularly through war profits, while simultaneously elevating the reputation of the 7 Stars Commercial Association. Gu Qingzhu couldn't help but inquire, Master, with our dealings involving both the demon and celestial realms, will this not incite simultaneous animosity from both sides? Not at all. Our 7 Stars Commercial Association will refrain from provoking trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. Transactions will be conducted fairly. However, those who dare to disrupt our rules shall face the consequences. Understood, Gu Qingzhu affirmed. By the way, how many 7 Stars copper cards have been distributed? Su Yuan inquired further. As per your instructions, we have sent 7 Stars copper cards to the great ascension cultivators in all the top mortal realms. Gu Qingzhu responded respectfully. Su Yuan nodded, EC. We can now prepare to commence the first 7 Stars Grand Assembly. Please make the necessary arrangements and gather all required items. Gu Qingzhu took his leave to fulfill the task. Meanwhile, Su Yuan waved his hand, summoning Su Qian, who was visiting the hidden star Celestial Monarch. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, looked at Su Yuan, and bowed, Master. Transform into a large celestial vessel. We are heading into the spatial turbulence. Su Yuan instructed. Oh. Su Qian nodded, and the Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron instantaneously transformed into a grand celestial vessel. Inside the vessel, a small marketplace was rapidly taking shape. Su Yuan's second primordial spirit materialized on the celestial vessel, and in the blink of an eye, the vessel entered the chaotic spatial currents. Chapter 138, Procuring Goods from the Underworld. Here lies the chaotic turbulence of space, whimsically chosen by Su Yuan. Once, someone had uttered Su Yuan's name here, and this coordinate was thus marked by him. By reigniting the resonance of his thoughts, he could directly arrive at this location. Old Qian, how many varieties of regenerable, celestial scenic resources do you possess now? Su Yuan inquired. The white-haired youth replied with pride. There are as many as 3. Su Yuan di Tortif. That hardly qualifies as abundant. With conviction, Su Qian asserted, I can cultivate celestial resources using ordinary spiritual energy. Is that not extraordinary? What do you have? The ascension water for refining celestial bodies, the black demon flame for tempering demonic forms, and the divine power crystals for enhancing divine physiques, all of which are resources at the human immortal level. All right, that suffices for special products. However, having celestial, demonic, and divine resources is excellent. Adding a ghostly celestial body would be even better. Reflecting on the Dragon Clan's ancient texts, Su Yuan suddenly recalled a valuable item. Let us journey to the underworld first. The underworld? Su Qian was taken aback. Su Yuan nodded. In truth, when a person dies, their soul ventures to the netherworld, the realm of the deceased, typically accessible only to the most powerful beings. Let us go. Enveloping the Wanbao Qiankuan cauldron with his consciousness, Su Yuan instantly transported himself and the cauldron to a dimly lit world. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds of death energy having gathered over countless years. On the ground, countless souls drifted aimlessly. Is this truly the netherworld? Su Qian gazed in wonder at the scenery, contemplating that had he not been sustained by a spiritual treasure, he too might have ended up here. Su Yuan's gaze shifted to a distant mountain of bones, focusing intently on a spring at its peak, which emanated pure Yin energy. As if sensing his attention, a true dragon, ghostly celestial, stretching for miles, suddenly opened its eyes. The aura of a young being? The true dragon promptly locked onto Su Yuan in midair, its dark eyes flickering with murderous intent. Just a mere human immortal? How dare you invade the netherworld? Su Yuan replied calmly. I seek to borrow your yellow spring. In return, I offer you the opportunity to reverse life and death through the Yin extreme birth yang technique. Ha ha ha, I prefer to take it for myself. The true dragon had already assessed Su Yuan's physical state, and its murderous intent was no longer concealed. Su Yuan bekareful. He possesses the strength of an early earth immortal. Sukian warned in alarm. The true dragon snickered disdainfully. I am AOZ. In life, I was a celestial immortal. You would do well to surrender. It did not wish for Su Yuan to expend too much energy, fearing it would squander its yang energy. Su Yuan curiously asked, "May I inquire how you met your demise?" Seeking death. AOZ's form surged forward, countless strands of death energy converging upon its claws, merging the laws of death and gold to form a fearsome and sharp death claw. The combination of the two laws exhibited power exceeding that of a single law by more than tenfold. Under the menacing gaze of AOZ, Su Yuan raised his hand, and suddenly, the sky tore open, allowing a cascade of brilliant starlight to descend before him, coalescing into a transparent mirror. The reflection of the celestial laws was indeed profound. Yet it could not thwart my onslaught. AOZ chuckled lightly and, with a swipe of his claw, aimed to rend the mirror apart. However, from within the mirror emerged a golden-hued dragon claw, infused with ghostly energy. The two claws met unexpectedly. AOZ's eyes widened as the counterfeit claw effortlessly shredded his own. What was crucial was that the replica claw possessed equal might, yet it effortlessly discerned the weakness in his assault, delivering a decisive blow. How did you accomplish this? AOZ staggered backward, his mind reeling. The golden claw of the great void, embodying pure yang, fused with the laws of death. How could you conceive such a thing? A jolt of doubt flickered in AOZ's heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was the underworld, where the fusion with the laws of death was indeed to be expected. Nevertheless, a claw forged from the amalgamation of deathly energy and stellar power had, in his moment of distraction, torn through his ghostly celestial form and seized his dragon pearl. No! AOZ's eyes widened in horror. Yet, Su Yuan coldly crushed the pearl. A terrified scream abruptly ceased. The massive dragon form disintegrated into countless pure strands of ghostly energy that dissipated rapidly. Su Qian's vision brightened, and he immediately opened the cauldron's mouth, swiftly absorbing the surrounding ghostly energy to collect it. This AOZ must be incredibly foolish to heed the words of his adversary. Su Yuan arrived above the yellow spring, reaching out to retrieve a handful of pure, emanating yellow spring water. He inhaled deeply, allowing the water to enter his body. As the pure energy surged into his soul, nurturing it swiftly, leading to a notable enhancement of his primordial spirit while calming his mind. Such a treasure. Occasionally absorbing yellow spring water during cultivation can harmonize yin and yang, stabilize one's state of mind, cleanse the soul, and even heal spiritual wounds. It is a principal ingredient for various life-restoring elixirs and an excellent material for crafting soul-related treasures. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the spring, and he spoke. Su Qian, consume this. After absorbing the pure, ghostly energy, Su Qian immediately turned to him, puzzled. Is this natural? The Wanbao Qianquan cauldron can currently only devour postnatal crafted treasures. Its fundamental law is the law of creation, albeit with certain limitations. Su Yuan replied, just attempt to absorb it. Excellent. Under Su Yuan's guidance, the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron enveloped the entire yellow spring water source, consuming it. This is a man-made treasure. Su Qian exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan quickly urged, increase the speed. Understood. The Wanbao Qianquan cauldron unleashed an immense suction force, dislodging the entire spring from the fabric of the universe, and then swallowed it into the unique, refining space of the cauldron. The spring gradually vanished within that space. Seeing the sluggish pace, Su Yuan immediately summoned his magical powers to hasten the refinement. At that moment, the dark clouds above began to churn ominously. A colossal canine head emerged from the swirling blackness, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto Su Yuan's figure. As he looked up, he noticed that alongside the giant dog's head, two more heads broke through the clouds, totaling 3. Who dares to disturb the denizens of the underworld? Come forth and meet your demise, bellowed the monstrous hound. Enveloping himself and the Wanbao Qianquan Ding within his consciousness, Su Yuan transformed into starlight, dissipating into the air. Wishing to flee? Can you escape the gaze of my 9 nether eyes? The central head mocked sharply, its gaze sweeping the surroundings, penetrating the underworld and ensuring no one could evade its scrutiny. Then it fell silent. A massive 3-headed dog stepped forth from the clouds, its 3 heads surveying the area before exchanging glances. What shall we do? The right head inquired in confusion. Report truthfully. I wonder which powerful being has the leisure to excavate a mere spring in my realm? Remarked the central head, speechless. Did you comprehend that technique just now? The left head asked. Not all, replied the others. Countless spirits in the vicinity, upon witnessing the three-headed hound, fell to their knees in reverence. We pay homage to the Ghost Emperor. The three-headed dog cast a disdainful glance at the throng of spirits before melding back into the black clouds, vanishing from sight. Chapter 139, The Seven Stars Ruins. In the chaotic currents of the void, Su Yuan and the Wanbao, Xianxia materialized out of thin air. He glanced behind him and saw nothing amiss. Ding! Fame value. 865. Surprised, Su Yuan examined the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Mingyuan Realm. Level: Notable Reputation: 865-1000. Well, little brother, you greet me with a splendid gift. Su Yuan chuckled. What do you mean, my lord? Su Qian asked, puzzled. Su Yuan smirked. Old Qian. Your titles are quite versatile. Feigning ignorance to Su Yuan's implication, Su Qian transformed into a celestial vessel. The surface of the vessel erected a defensive barrier, shielding against the onslaught and erosion of the chaotic currents. Su Yuan chuckled softly, stepping inside the celestial craft. Inside, the shops and structures had fully evolved. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, All shops, take your positions. With a mere thought, Song Kai appeared before Su Yuan, sensing the abrupt change in surroundings. Song Kai remained unperturbed. Upon seeing Su Yuan, he immediately bowed, saying, Greetings, Master. Indeed, the framework for the Seven Stars Chamber Commerce has begun to take shape, and your contributions are invaluable, Su Yuan praised, to alleviate Master's burdens. Song Kai responded promptly. However, the current status of the Seven Stars Chamber is still rather rudimentary. Su Yuan added. Song Kai, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Master, our realm is still too lowly. We dare not venture into higher levels. However, recently, the elite forces of the Merchant Guild have been continuously enhancing their cultivation. In a century's time, we shall undoubtedly witness the emergence of at least a few cultivators at the integration stage, who will engage in trade at even loftier tiers. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need to involve all realms. I plan to establish a marketplace here, and you shall be its overseer. Upon hearing this, Song Kai glanced around at the surrounding shops, puzzled, and asked, What exactly is this place? This is a location evolved from the internal realm of my spiritual treasure amidst the spatial turbulence. If you wish to understand its specifics or the transformations you desire, you may communicate with Su Qian. Realization dawned on Song Kai, yet he remained astonished. He had heard that beyond the world lay the chaotic space where even those at the Great Ascension stage could not endure for long without perishing. He could hardly believe that a marketplace could be established here, but how would they attract customers? Su Yuan, sensing Song Kai's unspoken thoughts, produced a card adorned with 7 stars. If anyone were to see through the card, they would discover embedded within it the essence of a low-tier divine position. This divine position was silently reciting the names of the 7 stars according to a predetermined program. Su Yuan explained, This is the 7 stars card. I bestow upon you the ability to summon anyone who possesses this card to the flying vessel, as well as the power to transport them back to their original world. The holders of these 7 stars cards shall be the patrons of the marketplace. Song Kai, taken aback, marveled at the profoundness of such a technique, especially the fact that it could be granted to others. This ability must remain a secret. Do you understand? Su Yuan said in a calm tone. Understood, Master. Song Kai replied earnestly. With a thought, Su Yuan infused certain powers from World Traveler, Echo of Thoughts, and 7 Stars Shining into the divine position within Song Kai. The principle was quite simple. The divine position itself was merely an extension of his own power and could similarly bear portions of the abilities. Essentially, he was not truly bestowing these abilities upon another, but merely transferring them from his vast reserves to a smaller one. Instantly, Song Kai sensed an influx of hundreds of strands of consciousness within his mind. Following one of these strands, he found himself peering into a 3-meter-wide spatial vista, where a cultivator seemed to be practicing, with the 7 stars card resting on the table. He had an inexplicable feeling that with a mere thought, he could transport this individual to his side. Do not summon anyone just yet. They must stand on the teleportation array and infuse their mana into the 7 stars card before being brought here, and the same applies for their return. It should at least give the impression that one must use the teleportation array to be transported, Su Yuan instructed. Oh, I understand. Song Kai nodded. Very well. You shall now arrange the 7 stars marketplace. You can liaise with Master Gu and the elders of each peak. They will cooperate with your endeavors. You may even invite the Golden Immortal Elder. Additionally, let me elevate your strength a bit. Su Yuan gazed intently at the divine position within Song Kai's being, intensifying his act of sharing. A portion of his power was bestowed upon Song Kai, who experienced a rapid elevation in his aura, transcending from the realm of void, refinement, to integration, then to tribulation, great ascension, and ultimately reaching the level of human immortal. This is the convenience afforded by the divine. Advancement is but a fleeting moment, provided the higher powers are amenable. Conversely, should one incur their displeasure, a swift descent to the mortal realm is not uncommon. Master Xia, this is your premature reward. Ensure the proper management of the 7-star market. Su Yuan declared. Understood. When Song Kai lifted his gaze once more, Su Yuan had vanished. In his stead stood a white-haired youth. Greetings, Elder Qian. Song Kai bowed respectfully. You've made a swift ascent to immortality. Elder Qian circled around Song Kai, expressing his astonishment. You once played a game that propelled you to the heavens. All thanks to the cultivation of the Lord. Song Kai responded with a respectful gesture. Do your utmost. Should this endeavor fail, neither of us shall emerge unscathed. Elder Qian cautioned. Rest assured, I am well versed in this matter. Song Kai promptly set about his tasks. He discovered he could distribute 7-star cards to his subordinates and immediately summon members of the 7-star chamber to commence the arrangements for the 7-star market. Concurrently, he began formulating the trading regulations and the hierarchy of esteemed guests within the 7-star chamber. In a certain exalted mortal realm, Guyu, having reached the initial stage of divine transformation, approached the grand hall of the Kuaishan Sect. Enter. A venerable voice resonated from within. Guyu pushed open the hall doors and beheld an elderly man with white hair, meditating. A wave of anxiety washed over him. This was none other than Lei Yan, the ancestral figure of the Kuaishan Sect, a being of great ascension. What brings you here? Lei Yan inquired, eyes still closed. Master, are you aware of the 7-star chamber? Guyu asked. How could I not know of the 7-star chamber, which has proliferated across the world in recent years? The elder opened his profound, placid eyes. However, the chamber primarily deals in goods of levels 4 and 5, occasionally auctioning treasures of the 6th and 7th tiers. It does not constitute a top-tier force in the world. Guyu felt as though he was being scrutinized, yet he persisted in truth. I am an internal core member of the 7-star chamber. He hesitated momentarily. The elder maintained a calm demeanor and continued. And then, noticing that the master did not seem inclined to rage, Guyu proceeded. The 7-star chamber will soon host a grand trading event with participants of high standing. I represent the chamber in inviting you to attend. Oh, Lei Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Have you finally revealed your true intentions? Guyu's expression shifted. Master. Lei Yan scrutinized him. You have progressed from the foundation establishment realm to the divine transformation realm in just a few decades. Your methods are exceptionally profound. You must possess a lineage. Did you acquire your teachings from the 7-star chamber? Guyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, Indeed, ancestor. In truth, all the methods I have learned can be procured from the 7-star chamber. Oh, how intriguing. Lei Yan remarked lightly, in this world, there are few who can truly threaten my existence. I am quite curious to see what audacity the 7-star chamber of commerce possesses to invite me to their trading fair. Guyu felt a surge of joy within. She had not anticipated the task would be accomplished so effortlessly. Master, the trading fair is scheduled in approximately 7 days. I shall lead you there at that time. She informed him. Clearing her throat, she added, Master, do remember to bring ample spirit stones and treasures. It would be unfortunate to find oneself unable to afford any treasures. As the timing of these fairs is unpredictable, the next one might be a long time away. Lei Yan, somewhat taken aback, did not seem overly concerned. Were it not for Guyu's displayed potential, which hinted at her becoming the next pillar of the Kuaishan Sect, he would not be so amiably conversing with her. Nonetheless, he made a few preparations, believing that a few individuals of similar cultivation would likely attend the fair, and thus it was prudent to bring some treasures for exchange. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Guyu searched for quite some time and finally spotted the nonchalant Lei Yan at the entrance of the sect. Master, there you are. I did not see you in the main hall. She exclaimed. Let us go. Quit the idle chatter. Lei Yan replied as he headed outside. Wait, ancestor, that's not the right direction, Guyu quickly interjected. There is but one entrance to the Kuaishan Sect. Lei Yan shot her a glare. We shall use the teleportation array, Guyu declared. Surely our sect's teleportation array does not connect to those of other sects? Lei Yan regarded her skeptically. You'll see, Guyu assured him. Grasping Guyu's arm, they found themselves in the teleportation hall of the Sect in mere moments. Several teleportation arrays were present there. Greetings, ancestor. An elder immediately bowed. Lei Yan waved his hand dismissively. Guyu casually approached one of the arrays and stepped onto it. Master, come up. We are ready to depart. She beckoned with a smile. Lei Yan turned to the elder. Where does this teleportation array lead? To the extreme ice valley, thousands of miles away. The elder replied. Lei Yan nodded and stepped onto the array. As they stood at the back of the teleportation array, before the elder could activate it, Guyu produced a card. This is the 7 Stars Chamber's 7 Stars card. Activating a star signifies a 1-star card. We will use this card to travel. Guyu explained. Oh. Lei Yan raised an eyebrow. Guyu then infused her spiritual energy into the 7 Stars card and proclaimed loudly, 1-star card, application to enter the 7 Stars market. The card glimmered with light, enveloping the two of them. The teleportation array simultaneously activated. As spatial fluctuations manifested, their figures vanished from the array. Lei Yan felt a brief flash before he found himself in an entirely new realm, surrounded by a multitude of towering edifices, which left him momentarily stunned. Such a location could not possibly be the extreme ice valley. Looking up at the sky, his pupils constricted in surprise upon glimpsing a thin protective shield above them, beyond which surged dark, tumultuous lines. That is spatial turbulence. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Where is this? Lei Yan immediately grew anxious. Guyu secretly chuckled to herself and quickly reassured him. Do not worry, Sect Master. We are in the 7-star market, a place solely for trade where fighting is prohibited. It would be wise for you to temper your aura. Lei Yan took a deep breath, his expression becoming grave. He cast a penetrating glance at Guyu and asked, Why did you not mention this sooner? I feared you might hesitate to come. Guyu replied softly. Lei Yan shot him a glare. Am I such a timid person? Indeed, Guyu responded with a smirk. Lei Yan's countenance darkened. Enough of this. Show me around. As Guyu led Lei Yan forward, he explained, this market connects hundreds, if not thousands, of worlds, thus offering an array of goods. The mortal realm is divided into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. You may observe the classifications displayed at the entrances of the various shops. Lei Yan glanced around and noted that indeed, each shop bore a sign, some reading. 5-tier spiritual herbs for sale from the Pan Mountain realm. Are all these shops part of the 7-star Chamber of Commerce? Most are. You are also welcome to rent a shop here to sell your own items or opt for consignment, Guyu replied. Lei Yan nodded and entered a shop for a closer look. Inside, a young man in the initial stage of the nascent soul realm was tending to the store. Though such cultivators were common, Lei Yan immediately discerned that this one, at merely 30 years of age, possessed a remarkably stable aura, undoubtedly a prodigious figure of noble lineage. What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? This is a specialty store of the Pan Mountain realm, offering spiritual mines, herbs, and materials. The young man eagerly approached. Lei Yan shook his head, just browsing. What forms of payment do you accept? We accept spirit stones, spirit crystals, celestial stones, and demon stones, any form containing energy. You can pay directly or exchange at the Star Crystal Pavilion for star power crystals to ensure price accuracy, the young man explained. Guyu interjected. You should have brought ample spirit stones, right? Lei Yan casually nodded yes. After perusing several shops, he finally realized that all the staff in these establishments were extraordinary talents. This revelation struck Lei Yan with the realization of the formidable nature of the 7-star Chamber of Commerce, allowing him to glimpse its vastness through a mere fragment. The 7-star Chamber of Commerce is indeed exceptional. Along the way, he encountered several other patrons, all exuding the aura of the Great Ascension realm, clearly invited guests. However, their energies felt unfamiliar, which further astonished Lei Yan, for he was well acquainted with the Great Ascension powerhouses of his own realm, and those present were undoubtedly not from his world. The 7-star Chamber of Commerce is evidently a transcendent force spanning multiple realms. Chapter 140. Observations at the market. After some time, Lei Yan noticed that the items in these shops were of a lower tier than he had anticipated, which puzzled him. Why do I sense that the tiers are somewhat lacking? He inquired. The items within the shop appear to be no higher than levels 7 or 8. Guyu coughed lightly and remarked, the finest treasures are housed atop the 7-star tower. Let us go and take a look. He gestured towards the central location. Lei Yan nodded in agreement. Under Guyu's guidance, the two swiftly made their way to the heart of the marketplace. Before them loomed a 9-tiered tower. This is the 7-star tower, Guyu explained. As a 1-star member, I am permitted to explore only the first level. Lei Yan, bewildered. glanced at the towering jade structure, and inquired, "The seven-star tower has 9 levels?" "That is quite normal," Guyu retorted. "The Big Dipper consists of 9 stars. It is common knowledge, is it not?" Li Shan pondered briefly before asking, "Is there anything suitable for the Great Ascension realm on the first level?" Naturally. The two soon arrived at the central 7-star tower. Upon stepping into the first level, Li Shan was awestruck by the dazzling array of rare treasures. The eternal purple essence heart, the illusory gold thunder bamboo, the fiery red celestial flame, the purple lightning ferret with its thunder-patterned eyes. Li Shan was astounded. These were indeed treasures applicable to the Great Ascension realm. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering such items in a secret realm would incite fierce competition among practitioners of the Great Ascension realm. Yet here they were, displayed in abundance. Even Li Shan found himself tempted to seize one, but his attention was drawn to a middle-aged man at the center of the first level of the tower. The aura he emanated instilled a profound sense of pressure in Li Shan, causing his heart to tremble. Such an overwhelming sensation of spiritual oppression could not be feigned. "A celestial being," Li Shan gasped. Hearing his words, Guyu turned his gaze towards Song Kai and enviously remarked, "His surname is Song. He is an immortal, ageless like the heavens. He is the head of the 7-star Chamber of Commerce at the 7-star marketplace." Li Shan, taken aback, responded from her tone, "He is not the master of the 7-star Chamber of Commerce? How could that be?" Guyu was momentarily speechless. "He is merely a manager. I aspire to reach a realm beyond that of the Golden Immortal on my own. My status will far surpass his." Upon hearing this, Li Shan felt a jolt of realization. This implied that there were indeed golden immortals within the ranks of the 7-star Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, he noticed 4 elevated platforms surrounding Song Kai, each adorned with even more exquisite items. Practitioners of the Great Ascension realm approached to inquire, their faces alight with excitement, though their voices were muffled by a soundproofing array, rendering the specifics inaudible. "Hasten, let us investigate," Li Shan urged, moving swiftly forward. "Wait for me, Sect Master," Guyu exclaimed as he hurried to catch up. Upon entering the central area, they were immediately enveloped by the chatter of customers around them. "Can you believe there is ascension water here? This gives hope for transcending the tribulation. Ha ha ha, black demon flame, I may finally attain the demonic body." The two voices rang out simultaneously, prompting the speakers to turn and regard one another. "Demon cultivator? Spirit cultivator?" Cough cough. Song Kai emanated an overwhelming celestial pressure, instantly silencing the two excited practitioners. Here lies the 7-star market, a realm where only esteemed guests may tread. Conflicts are strictly prohibited within these hallowed grounds. Any transgressions shall bear dire consequences. The voice of Song Kai resonated through the soundproof barrier, echoing throughout the entire market. The surrounding cultivators of the Great Ascension realm composed themselves. From the presence of the immortal realm, they dared not act with impudence. A voice emerged amidst the crowd, inquiring, "Master Song, how do we transact these treasures?" With a genial smile, Song Kai replied, "Each material costs 10,000 star stones." With a flourish, he produced a stone resembling a spirit stone, yet imbued with pure stellar energy. "You may exchange your possessions for star stones, and then return to procure treasures. The star stones can be tangible or directly deposited into a 7-star card for transactions with me." Song Kai beamed with delight. Li Shan, intrigued, promptly set off to exchange for star stones. Under the guidance of Guyu, they swiftly arrived at the exchange point, where a white-haired youth sat languidly behind a desk, idly perusing a book. Noticing their entrance, the youth queried, "Do you wish to exchange for star stones?" "Indeed. How many star stones can I obtain for all the items within this storage ring?" Li Shan inquired without delay. The youth, Su Qian, casually glanced over the items, and with the prowess of the 10,000 treasures cauldron, swiftly calculated their value. He then waved his hand, producing a list which he presented to Li Shan. "Here is the exchange value of your items. Do note, these prices fluctuate in real time. What is the price now may not hold later." Su Qian remarked nonchalantly. Li Shan understood this well. In a place that connects numerous worlds, the prices of treasures undoubtedly fluctuate with the supply and demand. He perused the list, only to find the value of the treasures lower than anticipated, while the costs of spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit herbs, and materials were surprisingly higher. Li Shan frowned. "I can only exchange for 111,000 star stones? Truly fair and square." The white-haired youth shrugged. "I shall proceed with the exchange," Li Shan declared. "Should I acquire physical star stones or load them onto a membership card?" I possess no card and am unaware of how to obtain one. Li Shan had no desire for a mere fleeting visit. Su Qian adopted a more serious demeanor, glancing at Guyu. Guyu shrugged, indicating he had not mentioned it. The 7-star card serves as identification for both internal and external members of the 7-star chamber. Internal members are those who have fully joined the chamber, reaping substantial benefits, such as discounts on purchases and opportunities for cultivation at the chamber's headquarters, making ascension a breeze. However, the caveat is a binding loyalty to the chamber. Su Qian explained with a smile. And what of external members? Li Shan inquired further. External membership is straightforward. It signifies you are a temporary member of the 7-star chamber, devoid of any strong affiliations. You are merely a guest of the chamber, entitled to limited access to the 7-star market and the opportunity to undertake tasks to earn star stones, among other privileges. Then I shall become a temporary member. Li Shan resolved. The temporary membership card costs 11 1-star spirit stones, granting free access to the 7-stars market for 10 entries. Subsequent entries will incur a fee of 10 1-star spirit stones each. Su Qian continued speaking. Li Shan felt a pang in his heart. The price of 11 1-star spirit stones was indeed considerable. He looked at Guyu with a hint of confusion. Can you afford it? I am an internal member, so I do not need to spend any money, Guyu replied calmly. Li Shan was taken aback. Then why did you join the Kaoshan sect? Isn't it forbidden to betray the 7-stars merchant guild? Joining a force below the golden immortal level does not affect one's status in the 7-stars merchant guild. It is not considered betrayal, Guyu clarified. Li Shan fell silent. To draw a comparison, it was akin to him being indifferent to his disciples joining a certain family or a mundane kingdom. The 7-stars merchant guild must be similar, though his role had shifted to that of the disregarded one. After pondering for a moment, he finally inquired, if I apply for external membership now, can I get a refund if I decide to upgrade to internal membership later? Su Qian's lips twitched, clearly taken aback by Li Shan's absurd question. He looked at Li Shan oddly before responding, refund. Then I shall become a temporary member. Li Shan sighed. Su Qian nodded and summoned a brand new 7-stars card from the void. Input your mana and soul force to claim it. He reminded. All right. Li Shan complied. Soon, a 7-stars card appeared in his hand, already containing 103,823 1-star spirit stones, and was ready for use. Su Qian announced. Thank you. Li Shan accepted the 7-stars card and bowed respectfully before leaving. He had sensed the vast energy fluctuations emanating from Su Qian, who was undoubtedly a being above the immortal realm. Thus he maintained a posture of reverence. I can purchase 10 portions of ascension water. I wonder if that will suffice to refine my immortal body, Li Shan murmured. Not enough. You still need 90 more. Guyu replied. You know? Li Shan asked, surprised. Of course. I am an internal member and privy to much information, Guyu stated calmly. By the way, I forgot to ask. How does one upgrade the star level of the 7-stars card? By spending money or completing tasks? Guyu explained. Li Shan understood. Upon returning to the 7-stars tower, he found that numerous beings in the Great Ascension realm were already queuing to purchase treasures, each holding a 7-stars card. However, Li Shan noticed that 99% of the individuals possessed external member cards, having observed the differences in designs compared to Guyu's card. Nervously standing in line. It was soon his turn. What would you like to buy? Song Kai inquired. He glanced around at the 4 types of items: Ascension Water, Black Demon Flame, Divine Power Crystals, and Yellow Springs Water. Wait, Yellow Springs Water? Li Shan stared at the Yellow Springs Water and hesitated before asking. Is this the legendary Yellow Springs Water from the underworld, capable of healing all soul injuries? Song Kai shook his head. Li Shan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Song Kai remarked, the waters of the Yellow Springs possess their own unique qualities, yet they are only capable of healing certain injuries. In essence, the Yellow Springs water is merely a resource for cultivation. However, for beings of the mortal realm, it can indeed mend the vast majority of wounds. Li Shan suppressed the urge to scoff. Was this not the very essence of Yellow Springs water? He hastily declared, I require 5 portions of Ascension water and 5 portions of Yellow Springs water. Not a problem. With a swift motion, the balance on Li Shan's 7-stars card diminished by 100,000. Subsequently, Song Kai handed him 10 packages of the materials. These packages must be opened and utilized promptly. Song Kai cautioned. Thank you, shopkeeper Song. Li Shan turned to leave. However, suddenly Song Kai called out, wait, what is it? Li Shan quickly secured the treasures he had just acquired. I offer a feature of deferred payment. Would you care to learn more about it? Song Kai smiled. Chapter 141. the astonished Li Shan. Li Shan paused in contemplation and inquired, "Are you not concerned that I might perish midway and fail to repay my debt?" Song Kai gestured towards the Yellow Springs water. Chuckling, "Would you like to know where this Yellow Springs water is sourced from?" Li Shan's expression shifted. His countenance filled with astonishment as he gazed at Song Kai. Suddenly, his demeanor became fervent as he exclaimed, "I had a disciple who passed away a century ago. May I request the Seven Stars Merchant Association to look into his whereabouts?" Song Kai waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The fee for spirit-seeking starts at 100,000 star stones, with no upper limit, and I do not accept debts. You may contemplate this further." Li Shan's expression darkened as he replied, "How many treasures can be acquired through deferred payment?" 100 portions. Song Kai raised a single finger. "Is it truly that many?" Li Shan had exchanged the majority of his possessions and wealth, totaling merely 100,000 star stones. Yet here he was offered treasures worth 1,000,000 star stones up front. Song Kai inquired, "Do you wish to utilize the deferred payment option? It takes effect immediately." "I'll take it," Li Shan responded earnestly. "Excellent. Which treasures do you wish to purchase, and in what quantities?" 95 portions of Ascension water and 5 portions of Yellow Springs water. Song Kai promptly handed the treasures over to Li Shan. As Li Shan exited the Seven Stars Tower, he felt somewhat disoriented, having accumulated a staggering debt. The knowledge that the Seven Stars Merchant Association could venture into the netherworld reignited thoughts of his fallen disciple. Driven by this realization, he felt an overwhelming curiosity to discover whether his disciple still existed in the underworld. Guyu coughed lightly and asked, "Sect leader, do you not wish to learn about the unparalleled techniques I have cultivated? They are available within the Seven Stars Pavilion. Would you care to take a look?" Li Shan sighed. "I currently possess merely over 3,000 star stones. Then perhaps I shall forego it. Come, lead me there," Li Shan urged. "Oh, very well." The two proceeded to the entrance of the Seven Stars Pavilion, where they observed numerous cultivators emerging with expressions of shock and embarrassment. This piqued Li Shan's curiosity. Upon stepping into the Seven Stars Pavilion, Li Shan was greeted by waves upon waves of books cascading before him. Upon closer inspection, they were an immense collection of literature. A casual glance revealed a tome of swordsmanship at the level of celestial immortality, accompanied by its exorbitant price, 12 hours for 10 pieces of 2-star stone, equating to a staggering 100,000 1-star stones. A cursory look at the tomes above, priced in 7-star stones, prompted him to turn away immediately. "Alas, master, have we just arrived? Well then, where can I accept tasks? Let me see what missions await." Li Shan spoke in a deep voice. "Oh." Guyu guided Li Shan to a designated area for task acceptance. There, Li Shan observed numerous figures at the ascendant stage bustling in and out, each appearing exceedingly hurried. When their eyes met, an awkward tension lingered. Clearly, everyone was intent on undertaking tasks to accumulate star stones. Li Shan stepped inside, soon spotting an immense task board within the hall. It displayed a multitude of missions, including ones for collecting celestial artifacts, hunting celestial beasts, and concocting celestial elixirs. Indeed, they appeared quite formidable. The simpler tasks had likely been snatched up already. Li Shan regretted not arriving at the task hall sooner. However, in a corner, he soon discovered an unrestricted task. Task: promote the name of the 7-Star Merchant Association or the 7-Star Taoist, inviting more high-quality cultivators to the 7-Star Merchant Association. Rewards will be automatically calculated based on the fame spread and invited participants. This task can be completed an unlimited number of times. Li Shan immediately glanced at Guyu. Could it be that this fellow fervently urged him to spend here because there were rewards involved? Guyu grinned sheepishly. Li Shan looked back at the task, contemplating the matter of spreading the name. As for inviting others to the 7-Star Merchant Association, he turned to Guyu and inquired, "How many star stones have you acquired?" 1,000 1-star stones. Guyu replied, "Not an insignificant amount." Li Shan nodded. Guyu chuckled inwardly. "There are also contributions to the sect, but I want to elaborate on that." Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. "Wait a moment. If the master undertakes the task of spreading fame, is there any need for me to remain in the Kaoshan sect?" His initial aim seemed to be taking over the Kaoshan sect, developing it into a subsidiary of the 7-Star sect, while simultaneously accomplishing the task of spreading fame throughout the world. But now, the master of the Kaoshan sect, Li Shan, intended to pursue tasks himself. "Oh no, I appear to have committed a foolish act." Guyu felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Li Shan searched for other tasks but found none suitable, thus reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon the endeavor. "I plan to return to the sect. How about you? Li Shan asked. I intend to exchange some cultivation resources. Then I will head directly to the headquarters of the 7-Star Merchant Association for seclusion. Guyu replied. Strive well, child. Li Shan patted his shoulder before turning to leave. Wait, master, what about the benefits? I brought you here. You must show your appreciation, Guyu exclaimed. Taken aback, Li Shan paused for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, a flurry of starlight surged towards Guyu. In a hurry, he took out his 7-star card to receive it. He then noticed that his card balance had increased by a substantial 100 star stones. Guyu's eyes widened, but when he looked up again, Li Shan's figure had already vanished. Damn, this old man is quite stingy. I invited him over with such earnest intentions. No, it was sincere. Guyu grumbled in frustration, in a fit of irritation. He turned around and caught sight of Li Shan standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. That, Sect Master, I was merely jesting just now. Guyu stammered awkwardly. Oof. Li Shan produced his 7-star card once more, conjuring a cascade of starlight that rained down upon Guyu. Guyu hastily accepted it. The starlight merged into the card, adding 3,000 to his balance. Guyu was taken aback. As he looked up in surprise, Li Shan's figure had once again disappeared. Guyu glanced around, confirming Li Shan's absence, and then burst into hearty laughter, swaggering towards the teleportation zone, where he vanished in a flash of white light, returning to the 7-star realm. At that moment, Li Shan reappeared. He gazed at the spot where Guyu had vanished, sighing inwardly. He had long suspected that Guyu harbored a secret, but he never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. The disciple he had originally counted on was now unreliable. Though he lacked concrete evidence, he was certain that Guyu had been aligned with the 7-star Chamber of Commerce and its underlying forces from start, coming to his sect merely to fulfill a mission. Shaking his head, he entered the teleportation zone. As he infused his magical power into the 7-star card, he felt a fleeting sensation and found himself standing at the entrance of the Sect of the Mountain. Several elders hurriedly approached. Ancestor, you have finally returned. Earlier, you teleported to the extreme ice valley, but we could not find your presence there. We were beginning to worry. Li Shan snorted, What's the fuss? Am I not a living person who could just vanish? What about Guyu? Another elder inquired. Gone. Li Shan huffed again. The elders exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They were at a loss to discern whether this was mere bluster or a grim truth. He is no longer in this world. Hurry, find another candidate for the heir. And this time, be sure to avoid those prodigies who run off midway. Li Shan commanded. Should we prepare for his funeral? One elder asked. He is not dead. What nonsense? Li Shan retorted. The elders will not do that. When he returns, summon him to see me. Li Shan snorted, then added, furthermore, gather all the elders and disciples of the sect immediately. I have matters to discuss. Yes. The elders, having heard Li Shan's words, confirmed that Guyu was still alive, albeit not in this realm, suggesting he was ensconced within some secret domain. The situation of being trapped in a secret realm is quite common, and the elders harbor no doubts about it. However, the question arises, is it truly necessary to strip Guyu of her identity as a successor disciple? It feels as though the sect master has returned from his recent journey with a markedly changed disposition. Some audacious elders even speculate that the ancestor of Mount Li has been possessed. Of course, such thoughts flicker only momentarily. You are utterly unreliable. Ancestor Li Shan sighed, observing the elders who appeared utterly at a loss. Several elders secretly murmured among themselves, thinking that it is you, esteemed elder, who is truly unreliable. Soon, all the cultivators of the Kaoshan sect gathered together. Ancestor Li Shan, standing at the highest point, addressed the assembly. From this day forth, our Kaoshan sect will unilaterally ally with the 7 Stars Merchant Guild. The 7 Stars Merchant Guild shall be our ally. Announced to all sects and powers that from now on, the shops and escort vehicles of the 7 Stars Merchant Guild shall be under the protection of our Kaoshan sect. Anyone who dares to disrupt the business of the 7 Stars Merchant Guild shall be considered an enemy of the Kaoshan sect, a mortal enemy. The disciples listened in bewilderment to Ancestor Li Shan's proclamation, their minds buzzing with confusion. What does unilateral alliance mean? Mortal enemies? Is this the rhythm of subservience? Ancestor, the 7 Stars Merchant Guild appears to be merely an ordinary trading guild. One elder muttered softly. No objections will be accepted. Everyone must heed my commands. Ancestor Li Shan declared sternly. The disciples could only nod in agreement. Ancestor Li Shan glanced at the 7 Stars card, and to his astonishment, It had inexplicably accumulated an impressive 7,000 one-star stones. This quantity left Li Shan momentarily stunned. How could he have acquired 7,000 one-star stones so effortlessly? He had merely raised his voice to the entire sect. Furthermore, the task settlement was calculated remarkably swiftly. This not only demonstrated the strength of the 7 Stars Merchant Guild, but also bolstered Li Shan's confidence. Li Shan continued, "Additionally, we shall revise the title of our sect's ancestor." What? A chorus of bewilderment arose among the crowd. The title of our ancestor will henceforth be the 7 Stars Taoist. Is there any dissent? 7 Stars Taoist? The crowd exchanged glances. They had previously known their ancestor to be rather unpredictable, but now, his capriciousness has once again reshaped their understanding. Can such a significant alteration to the title of ancestor be determined so casually? Excellent. This matter has been perfectly settled. Proceed to announce it to all powers. Chapter 142, Anomalous Entries. Su Yuan had been closely monitoring the operations of the 7 Stars market. This time, over 100 cultivators at the Ascendant stage were invited, a modest number, serving as an experimental operation. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Su Yuan then examined the system panel, noting that his fame level had risen during his time in the underworld, just in time to check the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Xianyuan Realm. Level: LV4. Renowned: 18511010W. Region: Mayuan Realm. Level: LV2. Somewhat notable: 2411000. Region: Underworld Realm. Level: LV3. Rising Fame: 12001W. Realm: Early Human Immortal. 5100. Entry 1. Balance of Work and Rest LV8. 185W 1000W. Total rest time: 20 days. Can be altered. Entry 2. Natural Law LV7. 20W 100W. Modifiable. Entry 3. 7 Stars Shining LV7. 11W 100W. Entry 4. Echo of Thoughts LV6. 5W 10W. Entry 5. Form of the Mighty LV5. 95101W. Entry 6. Responding to Crisis LV5. 55411W. Lifespan: 1515W years. Entry 7. World Traveler LV4. 5001000. Entry 8. Time. Corridor LV3. 15100. Entry 9. Refining Heart in the Mortal World LV3. 15100. Su Yuan was astonished to discover that the final option for the first entry, Balance of Work and Rest, was no longer an opportunity for modification, but rather a choice for alteration. In contrast, the second entry, Natural Law, granted an additional chance for modification. He first adjusted the second entry. Natural Law: you excel at perceiving nature, making it easier for you to grasp the profound mysteries of the world, the classics of Taoism, and insights from combat. He added a combat aspect, thereby expanding the scope of understanding for Natural Law. Simultaneously, he turned his attention to the first entry. Upon mentally selecting the alteration option, a prompt finally appeared on the panel. While retaining the original effects of the entry, an additional effect can be altered. Su Yuan, intrigued, glanced over. Balance of Work and Rest. You are adept at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest or cultivation time, the better the cultivation effect. Total rest time: 5 years. Alteration 1. Laziness is a cardinal sin. The longer your rest time, the greater your karmic burden. Alteration 2. Plunder is an art. Your rest time is extensive? Hand it over. Killing suitable targets allows you to seize their accumulated rest time. Alteration 3. Possessed by cultivation maniac. Your rest time resets to 0, permanently enhancing your cultivation effect by 100-fold. Su Yuan's lips twitched. This so-called alteration was somewhat absurd. The first alteration nearly pushed him over the edge. Who wouldn't be cursed by karma? Only a fool would choose the first option. However, he considered that for cultivators within a karmic system, the first alteration could indeed be deemed invincible. Unfortunately, he did not belong to that category of practitioners. The third alteration, promising a permanent enhancement of cultivation effects by 100-fold, was also appealing, yet what did it mean for his rest time to reset to 0? Would he be unable to rest in the future? The second alteration was even more intriguing. His rest time could only accumulate gradually, but now, as he cultivated, he could also stack cultivation effects, making the accumulation of rest time considerably challenging. The second option of alienation now presents itself as a perfect solution to this dilemma. Practitioners, being human, inevitably require rest, particularly those who have languished in their pursuits, accumulating an absurd amount of downtime. If this time were bestowed upon them, they would surely soar to new heights. Contemplating this, he promptly selected option 2. A golden light flashed across the system panel, marking the entry of work and rest balance. Yet no further developments ensued. The description of the entry remained unchanged, just as before. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what the effects of the entry might entail. He casually wandered into a forest, unsheathing his sword to strike down a wild boar. The creature succumbed instantly. Ding, rest time, 0.00001 seconds. After a brief silence, he stepped forward, instantly appearing in another location, where he effortlessly dispatched a 7th-tier magical beast. Ding, rest time, 5 minutes. Surely, these beings could not rest for only 5 minutes throughout their lives. However, Yuan surmised that this so-called suitable target must pertain to entities of equal or greater realm than his own. Slaying those of a lower realm would result in significantly diminished rest time. Yet, this reduction was merely a fraction should he annihilate countless beings across realms. The accumulated rest time would be substantial. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yuan's eyes. Indeed, this alienation was a tantalizing temptation toward the bizarre. Option 1 led to sin, Option 2 to slaughter, and Option 3 to madness. Each choice bore its own ominous traits. Nevertheless, fortified by the 9th entry, his state of mind remained unwavering amidst these tumultuous waves. Yuan believed that the 9th entry, refining the heart in the mundane world, was the most formidable of all. Seemingly inconspicuous, it was, in truth, the true champion. Suddenly, Yuan's gaze sharpened, drawn to the actions of a cultivator of the Great Ascension realm. His consciousness traversed countless worlds, arriving in a unique realm. Xianxia, a cultivator of the Great Ascension, was a formidable presence in the Xianxia realm. Ostensibly a native being, he was, in fact, a member of a band of interrealm pirates. The interrealm referred to the tumultuous currents of space and the spiritual realm, as well as the mortal realm. Amidst the seemingly desolate currents of space, numerous interrealm organizations existed, though they were hardly of high caliber. The truly powerful factions thrived within the immortal and demon realms, while those navigating the chaotic currents of space remained merely above the lowest echelons. Xianxia unexpectedly obtained the qualification to venture into the 7 stars market, igniting his ambitions regarding this marketplace. His discerning eye surpassed that of ordinary native beings, allowing him to perceive that the so-called market master was merely a fledgling immortal. After several rounds of exploration, he found no formidable adversaries, not even a celestial immortal among them. The invitees were predominantly from the Great Ascension realm, with some even at the crossing tribulation stage, clearly indicative of a low-tier approach. In the so-called 7 stars tower, there are only a few simple celestial materials. As for the areas beyond the 2nd level, they are undoubtedly vacant, merely intended to deceive. This he has already investigated through special means. Thus, Xianxia can be assured that this is, in essence, a remarkably ordinary small-scale cross-border force. However, regardless of its insignificance, the celestial vessels themselves are rare treasures. Any celestial ship capable of enduring the tumultuous currents of space must be at least a mid-grade celestial artifact or higher, each possessing considerable worth. Consequently, Xianxia promptly contacted his team leader. He secured the 7 stars card within his dwelling and set off alone to a teleportation array. Shortly thereafter, his figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he found himself in an entirely new world, having traversed through a cross-border teleportation array. Yangzheng, on a small, naturally occurring void island, 3 celestial vessels of varying sizes lay anchored. Members of the Holy Hall Thieves Guild were stationed there. An elder of the Earth immortal realm guarded the teleportation array, and, upon seeing Xianxia, inquired with a smile, "Didn't you return to the world to cultivate? Have you already broken through?" Xianxia shook his head, responding, "No, Elder 2, I have encountered a significant matter that requires reporting to the guild leader." "Oh, what could be so important that it necessitates the guild leader's attention?" Xianxia candidly stated, "I have discovered a small cross-border force that appears to have recently entered the realm sea. They possess a celestial vessel of commendable quality. Is that so? A celestial vessel is quite valuable. Indeed. Come, let me take you to find a guild leader." The two swiftly made their way to the guild leader's residence. The leader of the Holy Hall Thieves Guild was a striking blonde beauty, remarkable in appearance, yet exuding an aura of ruthless severity. Her cultivation level had evidently reached the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. "What is it?" the beautiful guild leader inquired. Zhang Jiqing hastily replied, "Guild leader, I have encountered a small, cross-border force." He recounted all that he had witnessed along the way, even producing a jade slip crafted from his memory fragments. The guild leader cast a glance at the jade slip, and upon seeing the Huangquan water, her pupils constricted. Huangquan water? This place actually has Huangquan water? The guild leader revealed a look of delight. Zhang Jiqing was taken aback and then asked, "Do you need this, guild leader?" "I had purchased a portion of all 4 types of celestial materials. Bring them forth." Zhang Jiqing promptly retrieved all 4 materials. The guild leader carefully took the Huangquan water, and after unsealing it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it is Huangquan water. To procure such a thing, this 7 Stars Merchant Association appears to be quite formidable. Zhang Jiqing expressed his confusion, but I did not observe anything particularly special. The guild leader nodded. "Your information is exceedingly valuable. I will take this Huangquan water. Your contribution is substantial, and I shall grant you an opportunity to visit the treasury to exchange for treasures." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiqing was immediately filled with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you very much, guild leader. The situation regarding that particular faction cannot be rushed. Upon your return, continue to seek opportunities to visit the 7 Stars market and devise a method to ascertain their position in the Boundary Sea. Once you thoroughly investigate their background and hidden cards, only then should you take action." The leader of the Holy Hall has not allowed herself to be blinded by treasures. Despite her fervent desire for the yellow spring water, she remains exceedingly cautious. Beside her, Elder Tu patted Zhang Jiqing on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with envy as he conveyed, "You are in for a grand fortune. Our Holy Hall's treasure trove is replete with a myriad of artifacts, far beyond your imagination. Keep your eyes wide open. Do not mistake ordinary treasures for the extraordinary." The leader's intention is clearly to allow you to select one at your leisure. "I understand," Zhang Jiqing replied, invigorated. However, he also recognized the importance of knowing when to stop and would not deliberately choose excessively valuable items. He had already resolved to select a mid-grade celestial longsword. Mid-grade celestial artifacts are suitable for Earth Immortals, and many ordinary Earth Immortals lack even such treasures. Acquiring one at the Great Ascension stage is nothing short of a fortuitous opportunity. The beautiful leader of the Holy Hall, known for her decisiveness, promptly led Zhang Jiqing into the heavily sealed interior of the treasure vault. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a vast array of treasures. It was truly overwhelming, and many of the items exuded powerful auras, preventing him from drawing near. Fortunately, with the leader's protection, he remained unharmed. Focusing his mind, he approached the celestial artifact section and found a longsword marked as a mid-grade celestial weapon. "Leader, I shall take this one," he declared. "Oh, is this the one you desire? The value of your information far exceeds that of a single mid-grade celestial longsword." The beautiful leader of the Holy Hall responded calmly. The celestial vessel was of secondary importance. What intrigued her was the fact that they could sell a substantial quantity of yellow spring water at a reasonable price, which piqued her interest. Yellow spring water is a vital ingredient for longevity elixirs, known for their low resistance, allowing for repeated consumption. This is particularly essential for a practitioner like her, who is nearing the limits of her lifespan. While a Xian immortal's lifespan may seem extensive at 100 billion years, it is finite and can eventually be exhausted. She herself is a Xian immortal on the brink of her limit, with merely 1 billion years left. Thus, this substance holds great significance for her. "Indeed, I shall have this," Zhang Jiqing affirmed. He couldn't help but reflect that the so-called 7 Stars Chamber of Commerce was quite lackluster compared to the vast treasures of the Holy Hall's theft guild. Very well. The beautiful leader casually sealed the long sword and presented it to Zhang Jiqing. The two soon exited the vault, leaving only a trace of consciousness floating above, marking the vault with a mental imprint. Chapter 143. The Theft of the Vault. "Ah, they have set their sights on my 7 Stars market." Yuan smiled faintly. Unbeknownst to him, among those who extended invitations, there was one from a cross-border faction. This was his first encounter with a faction from another realm. The prowess aside, Yuan gazed upon the vast array of treasures in the treasury, saliva genuinely trickling down his chin. Such an abundance of riches. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he surveyed the contents of this place. Although he had recently acquired a golden immortal amongst his ranks, this individual had willingly joined the 7 Stars Sect, undoubtedly possessing numerous valuable items. Yet, as a formidable entity, it would be beneath his dignity to request treasures from the hidden star. Thus, he remained relatively impoverished, akin to an indigenous figure in the realm of wealth. Only the spirit of the 10,000 treasures Qianquan cauldron, Su Qian, had the audacity to approach the hidden star and extract some benefits, enabling the acquisition of a more respectable high-end product for the 7 stars market. In comparison to this treasury, Su Yuan felt that his own 7 stars market was rather devalued. It was no wonder that Zheng Jiqing regarded the 7 Stars Merchants Association as merely superficial, even doubting the claim of having a golden immortal in residence. Were it not for the familiarity with his own affairs, Su Yuan might have shared the same skepticism. Observing the multitude of treasures, Su Yuan refrained from hastily taking action, instead biding his time for the opportune moment. Zheng Jiqing soon returned to his realm, and, after some preparations, ventured once more to the 7 stars market, equipped with a treasure specifically designated by the beautiful leader of the Holy Order. The Holy Order's theft guild promptly confirmed the location of the 7 stars market. Without delay, the guild leader mobilized, leading 3 celestial vessels along with most of the members towards the celestial ship that housed the 7 stars market. After a considerable duration, once the guild leader of the Holy Order had departed, Su Yuan materialized in the midst of the theft guild's treasury. He glanced at the treasury's grand entrance, noting its impenetrable nature. The meticulously crafted formation bore no indication of intrusions, which caused Su Yuan's lips to curl into a smile. Evidently, they held great confidence in their defenses. Turning back, he once again surveyed the countless treasures, his smile widening. Fortune had smiled upon him. With a flick of his hand, the radiant light sun and moon pot appeared in his grasp. The little fox materialized upon his shoulder. Astonishment etched across her features as she surveyed her surroundings. Where exactly is this? The aura of these items is incredibly potent. This is a treasure amassed by a theft guild over countless years. Let us commence the relocation. Are we really moving them just like that? Won't they notice? Little Li cautiously peered in the direction of the entrance, mimicking Su Yuan's earlier movements. Su Yuan's smile widened. No worries, they are overly confident. This treasury has likely remained undisturbed for billions of years, hence there are no precautionary measures in place. Though, there must be some form of alert. Merely stationed outside the treasury. Would a rational person place warnings inside a treasure chest? Certainly not. This treasury is merely a grander chest itself. Let's begin. All right. Little Li was equally exhilarated. Opening her mouth, she assumed an inhaling position. Her true form soared forth, magnifying hundreds of times, as the pot's suction intensified, drawing the vast array of treasures below towards its opening. A plethora of treasures flowed into the spatial realm within Xiao Li, akin to a cascading stream. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Li, caressing her abdomen, remarked, Su Yuan, I am quite full. The secret realm is brimming. Su Yuan promptly transported Xiao Li back, depositing the treasures into a newly established expansive secret realm within the cave, and then returned Xiao Li once more to collect more treasures. This sequence of actions was repeated 100 times before they finally completed their task. The entire treasury was nearly emptied, save for a singular jade box that remained in the center. Standing before this jade box, Su Yuan was taken aback as he observed the intricate array patterns connecting it to the entirety of the Void Island. He had not anticipated that within the treasury, a treasure was safeguarded by protective array inscriptions. Rubbing his chin, Su Yuan mused. Xiao Li scrutinized the array, shaking her head. It's too complicated. I cannot comprehend it. Su Yuan activated Tao follows nature with all his might. To his eyes, a multitude of dense array patterns appeared upon the surface of the jade box. The laws of gold, fire, spirit, and illusion were all intermingled. This individual had quite an eclectic range of studies. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Su Yuan, I believe your studies are the true eclecticism. This person has mastered 4 laws, which is already commendable. Xiao Li retorted. You do not understand. I am the one who specializes. I only contemplate the stellar laws. The other laws merely complement the stellar laws. It may appear somewhat chaotic due to the abundance of supplements. Su Yuan replied earnestly. I do not believe you. Xiao Li pouted. Su Yuan, exasperated, ruffled Xiao Li's hair. With such long hair and such limited knowledge, you ought to read more instead of merely acting as a caretaker. Xiao Li disdainfully swatted Su Yuan's playful hand away, mumbling. The speed of reading cannot compare to the speed at which books are generated. What a despairing reality. I refuse to read. Su Yuan was speechless. He turned his attention back to the array surrounding the jade box, watching as the operational pathways materialized before his eyes, revealing a complete protective array. Gradually, he began to understand the operational methods of the four laws, deducing thousands of possible transformations for the next moment. He progressively refined his deductive reasoning based on the actual outcomes of the array's changes, as the results of his deductions converged towards a singular transformation. Aligning with the actual variations, the forces of the four laws began to coalesce in his hand, forming a key that enveloped his palm. With ease, he passed his hand through the array, placing it atop the jade box, then deftly lifted the box, extracting it from the array. A deft hand empty. The effect of the previous entry had been achieved. Yuan silently acknowledged to himself. He had once encountered an entry that allowed one to traverse arrays freely to obtain treasures within, yet he had chosen not to pursue that entry, believing he could achieve this through his own cultivation methods in the future. And now, he had finally accomplished that feat. As the moment the jade box was extracted from the array, the entire treasury was suddenly filled with a deafening alarm. The formations outside the treasury were immediately activated. A smirk appeared on Yuan's lips as he thought, "Farewell." His figure vanished in an instant. 3 true immortal elders hurriedly entered the treasury, only to be rendered speechless by the sight of its empty interior. Their astonishment turned to despair, especially when they noticed that the treasure most cherished by their leader had also disappeared. Who could it be? It's over, it's over. The leader will surely have our heads. The formations remain intact, but who could have infiltrated the treasury and stolen all the treasures? Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel of the Holy Hall's Thief Guild, which was en route to the 7 Stars Chamber of Commerce, the beautiful leader, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly changed her expression. She gazed toward the direction of her stronghold, her face darkening like the bottom of a pot. "Damn it, my treasures have been disturbed." She immediately contacted the personnel stationed at the base. The news she received shattered her heart. It was gone. The entire treasury was gone. That represented years of accumulation for the Thief Guild. Although many of her treasures remained in her storage ring, that particular item, due to its unique nature, could not be placed inside the ring, which is why it had been left in the treasury, only to be lost forever. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she realized that now was not the time for blame or retreat. The loss of the treasures was a fait accompli, and returning would serve no purpose. The thief had undoubtedly prepared meticulously, spending years planning. Returning would yield not a single clue. Therefore, they must continue towards the 7 Stars market to seize the benefits there and compensate for their losses. Chapter 144. Inferior Innate Spiritual Roots. Yuan and Xiao Li were busy sorting through the treasures. Inside the expansive secret realm of Cave 6, treasures were piled high like mountains. Though it appeared overwhelming, organizing them proved not to be difficult. It merely required replicating the arrangement of the treasures from the Holy Hall's Thief Guild. Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement, "Master, there are a total of 90,600 inferior grade immortal artifacts, 3,000 medium grade artifacts, 100 superior grade artifacts, 20 premium grade artifacts, and 2 exceptional grade artifacts." Yuan was equally elated, for this was merely the bounty of immortal artifacts. There were also vast amounts of pills, formations, talismans, materials, exotic treasures, and medicinal herbs. With such an extensive collection of treasures, placing them in the 7 Stars Tower would instantly fill the previously barren shelves. The Thief Guild's treasury was indeed abundant. However, Yuan understood that these were merely ordinary treasures. Despite some being of high rank, most were not considered particularly exceptional among their peers. The truly valuable items were undoubtedly those carried by the leader of the Holy Hall. Yet, there were exceptions. The sealed jade box, shrouded in mystery, piqued his curiosity, particularly because it had been so securely locked away by the Thieves Guild. After meticulously organizing the treasures he had acquired, Yuan scrutinized the jade box in his hand. Xiao Li, standing beside him, shared his intrigue. With his profound mastery of runes, Yuan unraveled the seal on the box. As he gently opened it, an unremarkable, intricately wrinkled oval object was revealed within. "What is this?" Xiao Li inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It resembles a seed." Yuan examined the seed closely, attempting to probe it with his consciousness. To his astonishment, it was as if his awareness had plunged into a quagmire, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Such an extraordinary object, capable of consuming my consciousness," he mused. Driven by curiosity, he channeled a strand of his own magical energy into it. The moment the energy entered, it too seemed to be instantaneously devoured, leaving him with no sensation whatsoever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan swiftly directed his consciousness to the time corridor. He found himself traversing a fragment of time, witnessing scenes from the Dragon Clan's vast sea of tomes. His essence scoured through the records, searching for information regarding the seed. After an exhaustive 5 days, he finally discovered its description: low-grade innate spiritual root, olive tree seeds. This tree requires merit to flourish and mature, blooming in 100 years, bearing fruit in another 100, and reaching maturity in yet another 100. Contemplating this, Yuan ascended to the summit of Cave 6, cleared a patch of earth, and buried the seed within. Subsequently, he invoked the celestial authority belonging to the 7-Star Supreme, establishing a connection with the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, I beseech you, grant me 1 low-grade innate spiritual root seed. Its growth will benefit the 7 Stars realm. It requires your celestial merit for nourishment. I hope for your favor. Yuan spoke calmly to the sky. The Heavenly Tao responded. A golden cloud materialized overhead, and a radiant beam of light descended, enveloping the earth. Within this golden aura was the celestial merit. Such a spectacle would surely astonish any leader of the Holy Hall. Yet Yuan remained unfazed. As the supreme of the 7 Stars realm, he had become an undeniable force in this world. Commanding the Heavenly Tao was merely a natural occurrence. After 2 full hours of being nourished by the golden light, a tender sprout emerged from the soil, rapidly growing under the benevolent rays of the merit. From a seedling to a small tree, and finally to a mature tree, the entire transformation unfolded over the course of 7 days, with the merit's golden light cascading down for the same duration. This remarkable phenomenon drew the attention of countless beings, yet they dared not approach due to the overwhelming pressure of the celestial might, which made even lifting their heads a strenuous task. Yuan sensed that the very essence of the Heavenly Tao had been somewhat diminished. In essence, celestial merit was the foundation of the Heavenly Tao and the world itself. To nurture a tree from its very essence, the impartial and selfless path of the heavens cannot be realized without the guidance of Yuan. The moment the innate spiritual root of the olive tree fully matures, it begins to exude pure spiritual energy. A vast amount of spiritual essence overflows from its leaves, leaving Yuan momentarily astounded. This is the primordial spiritual energy, also known as celestial energy. Indeed, the term celestial energy refers to the innate spiritual energy. It is this primordial energy that cultivators in the celestial realm require. If they cannot directly absorb it, they must rely on their own techniques to transform acquired energy into innate energy, which naturally slows their cultivation speed. However, the innate spiritual root of the olive tree can directly convert the power of the earth vein into primordial spiritual energy, signifying that the 7-Star realm is now qualified to produce such energy. This transformation is not merely the emergence of a spiritual tree. It represents a metamorphosis from nothingness to existence. Yuan observes the operational principles of the innate spiritual energy within the olive tree, currently being imprinted and replicated by the heavenly path. This scene is visible only to him, the supreme being of this realm, as a new principle is being integrated into the celestial web of laws. This is a branch of the transformative principle that reverses acquired energy back to its innate form. Upon witnessing this, Yuan experiences a profound epiphany, plunging into a state of enlightenment. Li promptly shields him from any interruptions during this moment of realization. 7 days later, Yuan awakens to find changes within himself. The natural formations within his spiritual apertures have transformed into entirely new configurations. Under the operation of this new formation, acquired magical power will gradually evolve into innate magical power. This is the benefit he has gained from his enlightenment, significantly reducing his reliance on primordial spiritual energy. Upon examining the celestial web of laws again, he discovers that it has undergone a metamorphosis, now featuring a brand new branch of transformative principles. Consequently, the shackles of the universe have loosened considerably, allowing advanced cultivators to break through into the celestial realm at will. In various locations across the universe, the spiritual veins exhibit mysterious changes, beginning to release traces of primordial spiritual energy. However, this energy is so sparse that it quickly reverts to acquired energy upon appearing in the world. As a result, the concentration of spiritual energy within the 7-Star realm has accelerated its enhancement once again. All these changes have arisen from a single seed. Yuan is thoroughly pleased. The elevation of the seven-star realm simultaneously strengthens his own power. As a supreme being, he possesses the authority to command the forces of the entire seven-star realm. The stronger the realm becomes, the stronger he grows. Now, the seven-star realm has undeniably entered the domain of the spiritual realm. The power of the heavenly path now rivals that of celestial beings and continues to ascend rapidly. This is the allure of the world's elevation. Stepping into a new tier unveils an entirely different vista. Su Yuan's thoughts stirred, and she immediately commanded the Wanbao, Invading, to shift towards the seven stars realm. Amidst the chaotic currents of space, the leader of the Holy Hall received the coordinates from Xianxia and swiftly altered her course. Pursuing the front of the celestial vessel formed by the Wanbao, Invading, the leader of the Holy Hall harbored no significant doubts regarding the migration of the Wanbao, Invading, for such occurrences were customary. Celestial vessels, after traversing the turbulent space for a duration, were bound to return to a safe location for maintenance, energy core replacement, and other necessities. It was impossible for the vessel to remain indefinitely amidst the chaotic currents. Was the direction it sailed towards the headquarters of the Seven Stars Merchant Association? A flicker of insight crossed the leader's gaze. If so, the means to acquire the yellow spring water might very well reside within that headquarters. She promptly revised her intentions, deciding against seizing the celestial vessel and instead opting to head directly to the headquarters of the Seven Stars Merchant Association. 3 days later, her celestial vessel finally caught up with the one transformed from the Wanbao, Invading. Yet, she did not hasten to act. Rather, she continued to follow the Wanbao, Invading, cautiously probing its interior for any formidable guardians. Utilizing the methods of the Holy Hall's thieving group, she swiftly ascertained that within the celestial vessel, there were not even any strong beings, only a solitary human immortal whose strength was lamentably weak. Such a minor faction, under normal circumstances, the leader of the Holy Hall would scarcely deign to glance at. However, upon confirming the existence of the yellow spring water, her interest was piqued, and she eagerly anticipated whether the headquarters of the Seven Stars Merchant Association truly harbored treasures capable of producing the yellow spring water. At last, she beheld the celestial vessel of the Seven Stars Market anchored beyond a certain realm. The personnel from the Holy Hall promptly entered this world to investigate its conditions. Soon, a wealth of intelligence reached her hands. The Seven Stars realm, with its most formidable force being the Seven Stars Sect, boasted the presence of beings above the Great Ascension realm. The legendary Seven Stars Taoist, said to be a reincarnation of a formidable being, was unrivaled throughout the heavens. As the leader of the Holy Hall perused this information, she found it increasingly perplexing. Was this not merely a mundane realm? However, she soon discerned that this mundane realm had undergone a transformation into a spiritual realm. A spiritual realm. Here was an ascendant spiritual realm. The leader of the Holy Hall was elated. Spiritual realms were rare, and their numbers dwindled in comparison to the multitude of mundane realms. Spiritual realms were conducive to cultivation within the 5 realms of longevity, allowing beings from human immortals to profound immortals to cultivate therein. Yet, of greater significance was the fact that spiritual realms typically nurtured one to several golden immortal fruit positions. This implied that spiritual realms could indeed enable one to transcend into a golden immortal. The leader of the Holy Hall was beside herself with excitement. She could effortlessly seize this spiritual realm, transforming it into a brand new base for the Holy Hall. If she could leverage this spiritual realm to break through to the golden immortal stage, it would be the realization of a dream. With this thought, the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. She observed as the celestial vessel entered the so-called Seven Stars Sect, showing no sign of hindrance. The meat was already tender in the pot. Now, whether it be the celestial vessel, the yellow spring water, or this very spiritual realm, all had become treasures within her grasp. The Seven-Star Sect has been eradicated, and we shall subsequently seize the Seven-Star Realm. Understood, the assembled subordinates exclaimed with fervor. 3 celestial vessels surged powerfully toward the direction of the Seven-Star Sect, their weaponry charging in preparation for an imminent strike. However, as they breached the confines of the Seven-Star Realm, they too found themselves ensnared by the world's celestial laws. Chapter 145. A prolonged interval of rest. Why does an unsettling sensation grip my heart? The leader of the sanctum's expression shifted. In the next instant, ominous clouds swiftly gathered in the sky. The leader of the sanctum turned his gaze upward, witnessing dark storm clouds coalescing at a visible pace, revealing a singular eye in the heavens. This eye was woven with countless threads of laws, forming an intricate net, as tendrils of black lightning darted through the lattice. The eye of heaven? The sanctum leader's countenance paled. This was divine retribution. How can this be? We have only just entered this realm, and have committed no transgressions. Someone cried out. This is clearly amiss. Damn it, we must flee. Panic ensued among the group. Yet, the divine retribution descended without affording them a moment's respite. A thick, dark bolt of lightning struck down with blinding speed, swift and formidable enough to instill terror. In an instant, all three celestial vessels were enveloped in the ominous lightning, and within mere breaths, cracks began to form in their protective shields. Although the might of the celestial laws had merely reached the level of a celestial being, the sheer volume of the divine punishment was overwhelming. Countless dark bolts of lightning struck as if thousands of celestial beings were launching a coordinated assault, resulting in intensity beyond compare. This was clearly aimed at the annihilation of the practitioners. Withdraw from the 7-star realm. The sanctum leader barely managed to fend off the lightning onslaught. Yet, the divine retribution continued to rain down. After enduring for a mere 15 moments, the protective shields of the three celestial vessels shattered entirely. The formidable force of divine punishment began to wreak havoc within the vessels. It was akin to thousands of celestial beings launching indiscriminate attacks within the ships, a terrifying scene that instilled fear and despair in all present. I am ablaze. A practitioner rolled in panic upon the ground, engulfed not by ordinary flames, but by the flames of retribution, the fire of sins. The more sins one has committed, the more fervently the flames rage. This was a consequence of the black lightning. Such an assault could only be described as a dimensional strike, catching the entire Sanctum's theft guild off guard. For in this guild, 9.5 out of 10 members bore grave sins, rendering them utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the flames of sin consumed them, and within a brief span of merely 10 minutes, the practitioners of the Sanctum Theft Guild had perished in overwhelming numbers. The outcome left not only the members of the Holy Hall's Thief Guild in utter shock, but even Yuan, the orchestrator of these events, was rendered speechless. He had merely sought to experiment with the might of the heavenly Tao, anticipating that its assault would serve as a mere prelude to his grand design, rather than the primary offensive mechanism. For he believed the intensity of the heavenly Tao's attack to be limited to the celestial level. However, within the Thief Guild, there existed several exalted beings of the profound immortal realm. Yet, the heavenly Tao's retribution transcended mere power. Its vast web of laws could select the most targeted punitive characteristics, delivering astonishing effects akin to natural disasters upon its enemies. As Yuan observed, one after another, members of the Thief Guild fell victim to the divine punishment, including a profound immortal. Even 2 of their celestial vessels were reduced to ruins beneath the onslaught of thunder. On the remaining celestial vessel, only the leader of the Holy Hall and 3 other surviving profound immortals remained. Flee! The leader of the Holy Hall gritted her teeth. She was perplexed as to why the heavenly Tao of the 7 Stars realm harbored such animosity towards them. Yet she understood the wisdom in preserving life for future endeavors. Consequently, after enduring the 3rd thunderous retribution, she immediately sought to escape into the vast expanse beyond. At that moment, she was already wounded. The 3 elder profound immortals accompanied her, valiantly resisting the divine punishment. They moved with remarkable speed, employing intricate maneuvers to evade multiple strikes of heavenly thunder. Just as the leader of the Holy Hall felt a sense of relief, the divine punishment altered its trajectory, locking onto her very soul, traversing space in an instant to strike her down. With a muffled groan, the leader brandished her weapon, cleaving through much of the thunder, though a portion penetrated deep into her soul, leaving her spirit gravely injured. The heavenly Tao had effectively crushed her, surpassing 2 realms. Without hesitation, she retrieved a vial of the yellow spring's water and consumed it, the potent liquid beginning to mend the damage to her soul. She recognized the urgency of her plight. It was time to reveal her hidden cards. With a swift motion, she shattered a talisman. In the next moment, the leader of the Holy Hall and her 3 accompanying profound immortals vanished into the outer space of the 7 Stars realm. They had escaped. Fortunately, the teleportation talisman still functioned. The leader let out a sigh of relief. Yet, In that very instant of respite, a long sword materialized from thin air, plunging into her heart. The condensed force of the stars ravaged her body, further exacerbating her already grave injuries, bringing her soul perilously close to death. This ambush was utterly unforeseen. As the leader lowered her gaze, she recognized the weapon piercing her chest. It was none other than the exquisite celestial sword she had once wielded, now wielded by her enemies, delivering a fatal blow to her own being. It was nothing short of a cruel jest from the underworld. She struggled to turn her head and met the calm gaze of a young man. I surrender. I am willing to serve you. Spare my life. The leader of the sanctuary displayed a pitiful demeanor, her frail expression evoking a strong desire to protect. However, Su Yuan's eyes turned cold. The power of the stars within his sword surged once more, utterly obliterating the leader's soul. Beep. Rest period. 23. 71 million years. Beep. State of mind enhanced. A remarkable joy erupted in Su Yuan's eyes. What a windfall. He inhaled sharply, calculating the staggering amount. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands, millions, confirming it was indeed over 20 million years of rest. This was the anomalous effect of work and rest, which had inexplicably granted him a staggering 20 million years of recuperation from his opponent. How extraordinarily lazy could one be to have amassed such a vast amount of time without engaging in cultivation? The sheer volume of rest time left Su Yuan momentarily speechless. The benefits he had gained were simply overwhelming. Who dares? Halt, you scoundrel! At that moment, the three elder Xianxia nearby finally reacted. Their expressions a mix of shock and fury as they turned their ire towards Su Yuan. They launched their attacks in unison against him. Impudent, a voice thundered. The trio's assaults froze midair. The hidden star immortal monarch, alerted to the enemy's incursion, hastily intervened. Upon witnessing the audacity of the three Xianxian attacking the Taoist of the seven stars, he immediately stepped in to thwart their advance. With an apologetic expression, the hidden star immortal monarch addressed Su Yuan. My apologies, esteemed Taoist. As a protector of the sect, I failed to notice the enemy's approach until they nearly reached the seven stars sect. I beg your forgiveness. A sigh of relief washed over Su Yuan. He had been ready to flee, but the hidden star had arrived just in time. Subdue these three, he commanded. Understood, Taoist elder. The hidden star scoffed, amplifying his formidable pressure, pinning the three to the ground, rendering them powerless. With a flourish of his sword, Su Yuan dispatched all three Xianxian. Beep. Rest period. 560. 000 years. Beep. Rest period. 230,000 years. Beep. Rest period. 150,000 years. Strangely, the rest periods of these individuals were far inferior to that of the leader. Could it be that these three were indeed cultivation fanatics? Su Yuan lamented as he glanced at the wreckage of the three celestial vessels. The members of the sanctuary's thieving faction had met a swift demise, struck down by heavenly retribution, preventing him from activating the ability to plunder rest time. This was a significant loss. It appeared that only by personally slaying practitioners could he successfully seize their rest time. Over 24 million years of rest time was an extraordinary gain. In total, it amounted to an impressive 65 million years, an immense bounty indeed. In his embrace, there lay dozens of storage rings, remnants of treasures left behind by the fallen members of the Thieves' Guild of the Sanctuary. The value of these items rivaled that of the treasures housed within a grand vault. The celestial monarch of hidden stars held no regard for treasures at the level of the profound celestial, stating, Taoist master, I wonder if these intruders possess any background or entanglements. I shall promptly address the matter at hand. Oh, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Since you intend to take action, I shall escort you there. The celestial monarch was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the environment around him transformed, revealing a void island before him. A mere sweep of his divine sense unveiled the presence of the intruders among them. Such formidable prowess from the Taoist master, he thought, to have deduced the enemy's stronghold in the blink of an eye. Once again, he felt gratitude for aligning himself with the seven stars Taoist. Had he opposed the Taoist master, there would have been no refuge, even at the ends of the earth. With a shift in his thoughts, starlight descended, enveloping the entire void island. In that moment, numerous members of the Thieves' Guild evaporated under the starlight, obliterated in spirit and form, their demise absolute, leaving no possibility of passage to the netherworld. Subsequently, the celestial monarch respectfully bowed to the heavens, reporting to the Taoist master, "I have taken care of the ensuing matters." The next moment, he reappeared outside the Seven Stars realm, accompanied by the very void island that served as the headquarters of the sanctuary. With a wave of his hand, Su Yuan eradicated the existing structures on the void island, and in their stead, new edifices rose, establishing a locale reminiscent of the Seven Stars market, magnified 100-fold. As he gestured, streams of starlight were drawn from the Seven Stars realm, cascading onto the void island, coalescing into intricate arrays of restrictions. In the blink of an eye, a colossal formation enveloping the entire void island was completed. With a beckoning motion, Su Yuan summoned the myriad treasures from the Qianquan cauldron back to his palm, flipping it open, thus allowing the cultivators, including Song Kai, who had lingered in the Seven Stars market, to descend into the newly transformed marketplace. Song Kai glanced about in bewilderment, observing the astonishing transformation within the Seven Stars tower. The assortment of goods had undergone a radical change, now brimming with innumerable treasures, all of celestial rank or higher. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the figures of Su Yuan and the celestial monarch above, prompting him to exit the Seven Stars tower and pay his respects, salutations to the ancestor of the Seven Stars, and to protector hidden stars. Su Yuan nodded and addressed the celestial monarch. "You shall guard the Seven Stars market. I shall take on this responsibility," affirmed the celestial monarch. "Rest assured, Taoist master." "Excellent." Su Yuan clapped him on the shoulder, confidence evident in his demeanor, before his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 146. A quantum leap in advancement. Su Yuan returned to cave number 6, where his true self sat opposite his second avatar. "You shall journey to the Big Dipper," he instructed his own reflection. "Understood," replied the second avatar, as the world traveler mechanism activated, causing it to disappear in an instant. Upon the moment of reemergence, one finds oneself atop the constellation of the Big Dipper. As consciousness arrives at this realm, it remains still. The instant the corporeal form steps into this space, an overwhelming pressure envelopes, capable of instantly subduing even the most exalted celestial beings, rendering them immobile. Such force evokes a chilling sensation. However, at that very moment, Su Yuan activated the entry of the presence of great power. His previously hunched secondary spirit straightened with newfound vigor. He was even able to ascend to the skies, surveying the entirety of the celestial pivot star. This star is immensely vast and boundless, its edges eluding the eye, with the mind's perception unable to discern any boundaries. The ground was devoid of flames. Instead, it was encrusted with myriad crystalline star energies. Su Yuan sensed no breath of life. Only a profound stillness pervaded the atmosphere. As he attempted to soar across the star's surface, he beheld countless mountains formed from the congregation of stellar power. A day later, a notification chimed. Ding. Lifespan reduced by 1 year. This sudden revelation left Su Yuan momentarily stunned. A year of his life had inexplicably vanished. This realization cast a grave shadow over his countenance. It became clear why no creatures existed upon the Big Dipper. It was a realm that consumed life force indiscriminately. Su Yuan perceived that the depths of the Big Dipper were far more intricate than he had anticipated. He chose a mountain peak to sit cross-legged in contemplation. Simultaneously, the consciousness of Su Yuan's true self entered the corridor of time and space. Fragments of moments appeared before him, showcasing the most extraordinary scenes from various worlds, the wondrous vistas of the celestial realm, the countless tomes within the sea of books, and even the intricate web of laws manifesting during the celestial revelation of the Seven Stars. Su Yuan's thoughts gravitated towards the system panel, focusing on the entry balance of work and rest. The 8th level of this entry amplified its effects by an astounding 256 times. Building upon this foundation, Su Yuan activated the entry instantaneously, once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. In the blink of an eye, he activated the entry 6 times. The cultivation effect surged by an unimaginable 256 million-fold. This meant that, even under the most modest cultivation efficiency, a single year equated to the efforts of a practitioner over 256 million years. By activating this entry, Su Yuan would engage in continuous cultivation for 2,465 years. Thus, under the least favorable conditions, upon completion of his training, he would have achieved what would take an ordinary practitioner over 60 billion years to attain. Such an ineffable efficiency in cultivation was poised to elevate Su Yuan's prowess to unfathomable heights. In the first second, an astonishing commotion erupted throughout the seven-star realm. The colossal world-class seven-star altar, formed by the 10th celestial sphere outside the seven-star realm, activated instantaneously. An endless cascade of starlight descended from the Big Dipper, transforming into a world-class pillar of starlight that surged directly towards the location of the seven-star sect. Beyond the world, the enigmatic Star Lord gazed in astonishment at the radiant pillar of starlight, its tumultuous and terrifying stellar force surging forth like an overflowing celestial river, recklessly flooding into the seven-star realm. The heavenly Tao trembled, and the web of the celestial laws emerged, seizing an opportunity to extract a small portion of the stellar power to nourish the entire seven-star realm. However, the majority of this stellar energy surged toward the summit of the sixth cave, flowing into Su Yuan's body. Within him, an inexhaustible force of attraction erupted. As the stellar power rushed into his being, it was instantaneously refined in mass into his magical essence. His physical form and primordial spirit experienced a frenzied enhancement, astonishingly without the slightest hint of an unstable foundation. His dantian seemed to harbor 9 black holes, with 9 golden elixirs fervently absorbing the stellar energy, hinting at a transformation towards immortal celestial bodies. Little Kai appeared within the starlight pillar, swimming with delight. Her form also resembled a black hole, voraciously drawing in stellar power for her growth, though her capacity to absorb was but a fraction of Su Yuan's prowess. Her efficiency paled in comparison, at less than 1/10,000th of Su Yuan's. Meanwhile, all the cultivators of the seven-star sect were immersed in an ocean of stellar energy, even without cultivation. The stellar power automatically infiltrated their beings. Everyone felt that the difficulty of mastering Su-style techniques had plummeted by over 100-fold. The exceedingly bright Big Dipper shone vividly before them, while the second primordial spirit, situated on the celestial pivot star, unleashed a formidable gravitational force, causing countless crystals of stellar energy on the ground to disperse, flooding toward the second primordial spirit, thereby accelerating its cultivation. This enhancement in cultivation was merely the result of Su Yuan directing a minuscule fragment of his consciousness. His primary focus was not on refining magical essence, physical form, or primordial spirit. Instead, his awareness had transcended into the temporal segments of the time corridor, comprehending the grandeur of various realms and discerning the profound mysteries of the laws upon the Big Dipper. Su Yuan's initial insight was into the laws of the stars. With insight surpassing 100 million, he felt as though he had become a prophet, as the previously obscure and intricate understanding of these laws surged forth at a pace of 1 strand of comprehension every few seconds. Although the challenge of grasping each additional strand of law increased, this difficulty was trivial in the face of his immense comprehension. In the span of merely 1 day, Su Yuan had assimilated the laws of the stars to the extent of 100,000 strands. His physical cultivation had reached the earth immortal realm. Upon entering this realm, his dantian had completely transformed into a celestial domain. The 9 great golden elixirs, accompanied by 3,000 small golden elixirs, evolved into the stars of the surrounding heavens within this celestial domain, becoming the primary force for Su Yuan's absorption of stellar energy. Each of the 3,000 small golden elixirs, resembling miniature stars, seemed capable of embodying the cultivation of an earth immortal. Moreover, the principal stars formed from the 9 golden elixirs required hundreds of times more stellar power than Su Yuan's own physical form and primordial spirit. Su Yuan remained indifferent to the distractions around him, delving deeper into the principles of the celestial laws. Another 10 days passed, during which he advanced his understanding to the remarkable level of 12,000 strands, astonishingly distilling the celestial laws down to a mere 9,000 strands remaining. His cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of earth immortal, though the celestial golden core within him was only half filled. A month later, his comprehension of the celestial laws advanced to 12,900 strands, leaving only 600 strands to complete the mastery. Su Yuan focused his mind on this final stretch, not solely on the celestial laws, but also making rapid progress across various other principles, all benefiting from equal attention. However, his primary focus remained on the celestial laws. As he proceeded, the difficulty of comprehension escalated significantly. A year later, Su Yuan had attained an astonishing 12,959 strands of the celestial laws, with merely 1 strand left to achieve perfection. Yet, This final strand demanded another full year of contemplation. At the moment of complete enlightenment, a celestial law's fruit materialized within his primordial spirit, radiating an essence of immortality. Under the baptism of this fruit, Su Yuan's primordial spirit soared rapidly, reaching the golden immortal level in just 3 days. Initially, he had worried that his mental state might not keep pace with his rising cultivation, but as his training commenced, he realized such concerns were unfounded. The enhancement effect of refining the heart in a mundane world also enjoyed the benefits of the balance of work and rest attribute, resulting in a 100-fold increase that allowed his mental state to ascend even faster than his cultivation. Now, his mental state had reached the mid-golden immortal stage, surpassing his comprehension of the laws to attain golden immortal status even sooner. In the body of his second primordial spirit, there were no 9 major golden cores or 3,000 minor golden cores, allowing for unhindered growth. Over 2 years had passed, and his magical power had astonishingly reached the initial stage of the profound immortal, swiftly progressing toward the golden immortal realm, with no bottlenecks in sight. And the enhancement of his second primordial spirit faced no obstacles. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's main body had swiftly reached the golden immortal realm in spirit. Yet his magical power remained at the earth immortal level, as the stars within his dantian continued to voraciously absorb celestial energy, showing no signs of being filled. Undeterred, Su Yuan persisted in his contemplations, continuing his exploration of the principles at a fundamental level. A day later, he successfully comprehended the 13th source. 3 days later, he attained the 14th source. 10 days later, he grasped the 15th source. As time progressed, the pace of his understanding slowed, yet there were undeniably no bottlenecks. His extraordinary insight made the comprehension of the laws as effortless as eating and drinking. Were this to be witnessed by others, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold in the immortal realm. In a secluded realm known as the Sea of Stars, a figure named a line of heaven erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It is done. I have comprehended the 12th fundamental law of the stars." With mirth, he continued, "And what of your sudden enlightenment regarding the 12 fundamental laws? I, through my own cultivation, have also successfully transcended to the 12th law, and I shall hasten my understanding further." He gazed into the depths of the Sea of Stars, where a total of 118 celestial bodies silently revolved. This place being a sanctuary for cultivation, a splendid venue for grasping the laws of the stars, where each star symbolizes a distinct source of celestial essence. Here, the essence of the star laws could be comprehended with an ease that was 100-fold greater than elsewhere. At that moment, as he pondered, a new thread of thought formed within Su Yuan's mind. With his golden immortal level spiritual essence, he was capable of focusing on countless matters simultaneously. Each newly emerged thought prompted him to dispatch a fragment of his consciousness to explore. Thus, he sent a portion of his awareness to descend into the Sea of Stars. Upon witnessing the 118 stars, the pace of his comprehension, which had previously slowed, surged once more. In a mere half-day, he unlocked the 17th fundamental essence of the stars. What a remarkable location! Su Yuan had inscribed a mark of consciousness here, allowing a fragment of his awareness to dwell alongside a line of heaven as they both delved into the laws of the stars. In the span of just a month, Su Yuan had grasped the 37th celestial essence, elevating his mastery of the laws to the mid-level of the golden immortal realm. As his spiritual essence reached the initial stage of the golden immortal level, advancing further necessitated vast amounts of energy. Thus he remained at the initial stage. A year later, he comprehended the 72nd essence, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-level golden immortal realm. His second spiritual essence attained the peak of the profound immortal level, absorbing immense quantities of star energy in preparation for a breakthrough to the golden immortal tier. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's corporeal form finally ascended to the celestial immortal level. With the 9 principal stars and 3,000 minor stars within his dantian fully coalescing into a star golden elixir, radiating an even more formidable gravitational pull, demanding greater star energy. Yet, Su Yuan remained undeterred, continuing his pursuit of the star essences. After a full year, he finally comprehended the 73rd essence, stepping into the later stage of the golden immortal realm. What followed was a swift passage of 10 years, during which Su Yuan grasped the 108th law of the stars, achieving completeness in the later stage of the golden immortal realm. Only 10 years of cultivation time remained. However, The comprehension of the fundamental laws had grown exceedingly arduous, though he faced no significant challenges or bottlenecks. The complexity of the fundamental laws had escalated to an unimaginable degree. As the last decade drew to a close, Yuan attained a profound understanding of three fundamental laws. His mastery of the laws reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Yet he still needed to comprehend 6 additional foundational laws to ascend to the Tai golden immortal stage. The speed at which his second primordial spirit absorbed stellar energy plummeted by a staggering billionfold. What was once a rapid progression in cultivation had now devolved into a sluggish crawl, leaving Yuan exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to the transition from light speed to the pedestrian pace of an ordinary human. At this juncture, the magical prowess of his second primordial spirit had ascended to the mid-level of the golden immortal realm, while his physical form had just reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Additionally, his primordial spirit's cultivation also stood at the mid-level of the golden immortal realm, complemented by his peak comprehension of the laws. This collectively bestowed upon him a formidable combat strength equivalent to the late stages of the golden immortal realm. In parallel, his corporeal body reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm, with his primordial spirit still at the mid-level. However, his magical prowess remained at the level of the profound immortal realm. Yet within his dantian, the 3,000 minor stellar golden elixirs and 9 major stellar golden elixirs contained a greater total of magical energy than that of his second primordial spirit, differing only slightly in quality. During this period, Yuan's mental cultivation remarkably elevated to the mid-level of the Tai golden immortal realm. The effects of the balance of work and rest concept were nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, Yuan had meticulously perused all ordinary texts within the sea of 10,000 books, absorbing the legacies of myriad races from the immortal realm, which enriched his foundational knowledge. The Dragon Clan's 100,000 unique teachings below the golden immortal level were similarly grasped by Yuan, while he had also gleaned substantial insight from the advanced teachings concerning the laws of the stars. In addition to the stellar laws, Yuan had comprehended over 500 strands of the 10 fundamental laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, light, and darkness, leaving him but a step away from fully mastering these laws. He had also gradually unraveled the remaining 3,000 laws, attaining insights ranging from 90,000 to 120,000 strands, predominantly reaching the level of the profound immortal realm. With the understanding of such a multitude of laws, Yuan developed 3 corresponding divine abilities. The first, Heaven's net, is vast, yet nothing escapes, draws inspiration from the celestial web of the Tao, with Yuan primarily utilizing the stellar laws, supported by the 10 fundamental laws, and weaving together the 3,000 laws to craft a formidable enemy ensnaring technique. However, despite its excellence, the lack of a treasure to activate it rendered it somewhat lacking, as net-like artifacts are exceedingly rare. The second ability involved enhancing the previously acquired 7 stars 5 elements Thundersword, now elevated to the Big Dipper 7 star sword divine ability, harmonizing with his law comprehension and exhibiting unparalleled attack power. This ability was complemented by his life-bound treasure, the 9 stars conjunction sword, which had evolved alongside his cultivation, now achieving the status of a supreme immortal artifact. Lastly, the refined revolution of stars further augmented its defensive capabilities. Should he acquire or forge a mirror-like artifact, the potency of this divine ability could be significantly enhanced. It is noteworthy that he discovered that even the golden immortals have a lifespan limit, amounting to a staggering 129,600 billion years, equivalent to a mere 1 billion in reality. The notion that golden immortals can achieve immortality is indeed a fundamental deception that is difficult to unravel. At this juncture, his cultivation had reached its conclusion. The beams of light from the celestial stars dissipated, and the world reverted to its original form. When Yuan cast his gaze upon the 7-star realm, he was momentarily taken aback. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire realm had remarkably surged to over 100 times its previous level, signifying a transformative evolution at the world level. The upper limit of the 7-star realm, as well as the threshold of cultivation, had astonishingly ascended to the golden immortal level, establishing it as the pinnacle of spiritual realms. The expanse of the entire world had expanded 100-fold, immense beyond measure. Within the 7-star sect, Several presences at the Great Ascension stage had emerged, and even a new human immortal had appeared. Upon witnessing this additional human immortal, Su Yuan's expression revealed signs of intrigue. At this moment, the 10 absolute wanderers stood at the entrance of Cave 6, hesitantly observing the silver fox beside him. "Ah, old man, what are you afraid of?" Su Yuan is not the type to hold himself aloof and proud. He is remarkably approachable and exceedingly kind. "You need not panic at all." Su Li laughed heartily. The 10 absolute wanderer coughed, merely shaking his head with an awkward smile. Su Yuan's voice suddenly resonated beside the two. "Come in," Su Li exclaimed in delight. "He has finished his seclusion. Come, let me show you your disciple." Su Yuan was indeed remarkable. She rambled on with excitement. The 10 absolute wanderer felt quite embarrassed, frequently gesturing for Su Li to hush. Upon entering Cave 6, they discovered that the entire cave had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into an independent paradise, with its spiritual energy entirely converted into primordial spiritual energy. As the 10 absolute wanderers stepped inside, with each breath, he felt his cultivation subtly elevate. Su Li, unconcerned about cultivation, eagerly pulled the 10 absolute wanderer along to the top of the cave. Su Yuan was presently admiring the innate spiritual root of the green olive, which had blossomed, releasing a fragrant aroma that instilled tranquility in the heart. The 10 absolute wanderer, inhaling the floral scent, felt his body rejuvenate. The impurities within him were swiftly cleansed, and the lingering dark wounds on his soul gradually healed under the fragrance's nourishing embrace. Su Li jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulder, tugging at his hair. "Master, how come you have been cultivating for over 20 years? I have worked tirelessly managing the floating light secret realm all these years." All right, I understand. I will play with you afterward." Su Yuan chuckled, ruffling Su Li's hair affectionately. Meanwhile, the 10 absolute wanderer felt an overwhelming tension. He dared not meet Su Yuan's gaze again after a single glance. The oppressive aura of life and the supreme presence emanating from Su Yuan rendered him speechless, leaving him rigidly frozen in place. Su Li cast a peculiar glance at the elder of the 10 absolutes, who stood frozen in place, hunched over and too timid to lift his gaze. This left her utterly speechless. She then introduced him to Su Yuan, saying, "Su Yuan, this is the elder of the 10 absolutes. He is the one who left a legacy in the mystic realm of floating light." Observing the elder's rigid demeanor, Su Yuan restrained his own aura. In an instant, he seemed to transform into an ordinary mortal, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Even his divine and magical presence became remarkably mundane, as if he had never undergone any cultivation whatsoever. Yet, the elder of the 10 absolutes dared not entertain such thoughts, which only rendered Su Yuan even more formidable in his eyes. 10. I pay my respect to the 7 stars patriarch. The elder of the 10 absolutes immediately declared with reverence. Su Li regarded him with curiosity. As it was her first time learning that the elder's real name was Shi, and Su Yuan smiled and said, "There is no need for formality." His words were like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dispelling the elder's anxiety and erasing any trace of his previous tension. However, this only deepened the elder's sense of awe. He felt no trace of supernatural power or magical fluctuations, yet the subtle, natural influence emanating from Su Yuan seemed to command the very heavens and earth to heed his words. "How did you return?" Su Yuan inquired. The elder hastily replied, 20 years ago, the immortal Nangong used the spatial coordinates I left behind to travel to the spirit realm where I had once ventured. There, I established a small sect in a secluded corner. Upon hearing of the patriarch's great power, I led a few previous disciples back to the 7 Stars sect. During this time, my cultivation experienced a significant breakthrough, successfully transcending to the human immortal realm. But what is it? Speak candidly. Su Yuan responded calmly. However, after this breakthrough, I have yet to encounter the immortal tribulation. I feel exceedingly uneasy. Thus I have come to seek guidance from the patriarch. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback and chuckled. The heavenly Tao is too busy to concern itself with you. It is preoccupied with enhancing its own essence. The elder of the 10 absolutes was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "Then what if the heavenly Tao is preoccupied?" Su Li shot Su Yuan an exasperated glance, saying, "My lord, please do not jest with him." The elder was taken aback. Su Yuan, still smiling, reassured him, "Do not worry. As a disciple of the 7 Stars sect, you hold privileges in the 7 Stars realm. As long as you do not wish to face the heavenly tribulation, you may be exempt. Of course, this only applies within the Seven Stars realm. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of such a statement. Su Yuan then turned his attention to several other cultivators of the Great Ascension realm within the sect. Indeed, they were the previous masters of the Meridian openings, who had also not perished. At that moment, these individuals were diligently practicing Su Yuan's unique techniques, appearing quite exhilarated, though fleeting expressions of confusion on their faces indicated that their comprehension was not without difficulty. Moreover, Su Yuan noticed a mark on the elder of the 10 absolutes. He chuckled. It seems that in the spirit realm you visited, someone is fishing. Chapter 148. Visitors from the immortal and demon realms. Su Yuan was in no rush to address the issues concerning Shuren. This matter was not urgent. He continued, reassuringly, you may rest assured and continue your cultivation. However, without the trials of the immortal ascension tribulation, your potential will inevitably wane. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a talisman and handed it to Xian. When you feel confident, simply tear this talisman, and you may once again undergo the immortal ascension tribulation. Xian was immediately filled with delight and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Su Li, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. It was quite amusing that Xian, who was the true master, now had to bow to Su Yuan as a superior. She recalled the astonished expression Xian wore upon returning to the sect, and couldn't help but smile. The 10 absolute hermit felt rather embarrassed by Su Li's laughter, inwardly lamenting that the young girl had forgotten her old master after following her new one. Suddenly, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards the boundary, sensing the presence of an unfamiliar golden immortal. The aura was concealed, making it difficult to detect previously, but with his recent breakthrough to golden immortal, his perceptive abilities had vastly improved. The 10 absolute hermit hesitated for a moment before bowing and stating, Xian earnestly requests Master to take him as a disciple. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, regarding the 10 absolute hermit with a peculiar expression. Even Su Li was left speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Old man, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Xian disregarded her, and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Su Yuan. Master, I, Xian, have spent my entire life in solitary cultivation, without the guidance of a renowned teacher. I am lost on my future path. I implore you to take me as your disciple and guide me. I am willing to serve you faithfully. In the corner, the Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at Xian, internally mocking him for wanting to become the master's disciple, oblivious to his own frail appearance. Perhaps he could be a servant or steward, and the master might agree, but to take him as a disciple? That was a mere fantasy. He was clearly too proud to humble himself. Su Yuan chuckled softly. There is no need for such formality. I have placed my ultimate teachings within the floating light secret realm. You may study them at your leisure. In due time, I will compile some cultivation methods from the immortal realm for you to explore and determine which path suits your cultivation best. As for taking on disciples, let's forego that. Xian was momentarily stunned, his expression turning somber. Xianxia snorted in amusement, thinking, see, I was right. The 10 absolute hermit regretfully withdrew from the cave. Su Li remained, curiosity piqued, and asked, Su Yuan, what is your current level of strength? Me? I am a golden immortal. Su Yuan replied with a faint smile. Su Li scoffed, I don't believe that. You only broke through to the human immortal realm a couple of decades ago. How could you possibly leap over the earth, immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, and profound immortal realms to reach golden immortal in just 20 years? I've heard from the old man that typically it takes millions, even billions of years to reach the profound immortal stage, and breaking through to golden immortal requires at least several billion years of comprehension. Su Yuan gently ruffled Su Li's hair, saying, You have already attained the earth immortal level. That is quite impressive. Indeed, with the fortune bestowed by a golden immortal, my rank naturally rises swiftly. Su Li exclaimed with delight. How do you perceive the current pace of enhancement? Su Yuan inquired. Su Li promptly attuned herself to the state of the floating light pod, and was astounded to discover that, under the influence of fortune, her rate of elevation was several-fold greater than before. How could this be possible? The sect's fortune was, in truth, unable to siphon off any benefit from Su Yuan. He had merely allocated a portion of feedback to the sect, causing the fortune of the seven-star sect to surge significantly. All right, return and embrace the baptism of fortune thoroughly. You must ascend swiftly to aid me, Su Yuan urged. Okay. Su Li shot Su Yuan a glare before darting away. Meanwhile, Su Yuan swiftly appeared outside the Seven Stars realm. At that moment, upon the Void Island, within the Seven Stars market, throngs of cultivators were engaged in trade. Among them were demon cultivators, celestial cultivators, and even those of the demon, divine, and ghostly realms. There was an underlying sense of animosity among these practitioners, yet they all refrained from conflict, wary of the market's circumstances. The trading rules were upheld remarkably well, and the cultivators were of high caliber, most at the Great Ascension stage, with some even being true immortals and profound immortals. Such a spectacle greatly surprised Su Yuan. Rather than hastening to inquire about Song Kai and the others, Su Yuan seamlessly integrated into the Seven Stars market as an ordinary trader. He revealed his cultivation at the late stage of human immortal, a common level among traders. Approaching a stall, he was greeted by a hooded vendor, who whispered, "Friend of the stars, do you require the pure demon blue crystal? This precious material from the demon realm can purify demonic pollution, cleanse celestial souls, and suppress inner demons." Surprised to find a demon cultivator, Su Yuan remarked, "Such a fine item should sell easily." "No?" The vendor paused, then chuckled. "It appears you are new to the Seven Stars market indeed. The situation is not as simple as it seems. You see, with the celestial and demonic realms currently at war, the trade routes are now burdened with an exorbitant 114 trade tax, which severely diminishes profits. Consequently, many goods can only be temporarily halted from being sold to the celestial realm." Realizing the situation, Su Yuan responded, "Ah, I see. Thus, many accumulated goods must seek alternative sales methods. Fortuitously, I have arrived at the Seven Stars market to set up a stall. My pure demon blue crystals are priced fairly, and you shall not be at a loss." The vendor continued in a raspy tone. "How much?" asked Su Yuan. "Not expensive at all. 29,999 star stones each." "Quite a bargain," the vendor claimed. Su Yuan smirked slightly. "Your price is indeed reasonable, but I must say, your pure demon blue crystals should rightly be termed demon-entrapped red crystals, should they not?" The vendor's posture stiffened, and a low chuckle emerged from beneath the hood. "Ha ha. Dear friend, you must be mistaken." In a flash, the vendor swiftly exchanged the demon-entrapped red crystals on display for the pure demon blue crystals. Su Yuan picked up 10 pure magic blue crystals and handed over 300,000 first star stones to the vendor. "No need for change," he declared, nonchalantly departing with the crystals in hand. The vendor was left in despair, fearing that Su Yuan might summon the market enforcement team, which would spell trouble for him. Reluctantly, he accepted his loss. After all, the pure magic blue crystals should have fetched at least 40,000 star stones, while the 30,000 offered merely covered his costs. As Su Yuan continued to stroll through the market, he noticed an abundance of unique product from both the immortal and demon realms. It was no wonder that the Seven-Star market was bustling. The disruption of trade between the two worlds had stirred great activity. With a wave of his hand, a small cauldron materialized before him. The Wanbao Qianquan cauldron emanated a fleeting aura of a supreme immortal artifact. "Old Qian, how many treasures have you consumed over the years to elevate yourself to the rank of a supreme immortal artifact?" A sudden realization dawned upon Su Yuan. "Old master, I merely refined the spoils from the treasure trove you previously seized, along with the majority of the profits from the Seven-Star market over the years," Qian replied calmly. Su Yuan's expression darkened slightly. "The treasures you consumed were all painstakingly gathered by me. Rest assured, my lord, though I have devoured them, it was not in vain. Firstly, my tier has risen, and with my transformative abilities, I can replicate any kind of immortal artifact you desire. Secondly, I can now condense numerous specialty products, generating substantial profits daily," Qian quickly added in defense. As Su Yuan's magical energy flowed into the Wanbao Qianquan cauldron, he observed that the core restrictions had become exceedingly intricate, with its foundation deepening remarkably. His expression then softened. He withdrew his gaze from the cauldron and looked toward the center of the Seven-Star market. At the pinnacle of the Seven-Star Tower, the Hidden Star Immortal Lord regarded the two golden immortals before him with a grave demeanor. "Esteemed friends, welcome to the Seven-Star market. We engage solely in commerce here and do not interfere in the matters of the immortal and demon realms. If your intention is to trade, I'm more than willing to accommodate. However, if you seek to pursue other agendas, I regret to inform you that this cannot be facilitated," he intoned solemnly. The two golden immortals opposite him remained vigilant, having just been covertly surveying the market. They had masked their presence and were unaware of each other's existence until the Hidden Star Immortal Lord had suddenly contacted them, drawing them here. One was dispatched from the immortal realm, while the other hailed from the demon realm. I am the demon lord of the crossover demons, representing the flying Lei Yan Legion today, and I invite the master of the 7-star market to join the demon realm and our legion. The demon cultivator asserted first. The hidden star immortal lord furrowed his brow, glancing at the other individual. I am immortal lord Kong Ming of the immortal realm. Your activities in the 7-star market have disrupted the commercial order between our realms, and your presence has unsettled the balance in this battlefield of the immortal demon war. I demand that you immediately seal the 7-star market and surrender all illicit gains accumulated over the years to the immortal realm. The golden immortal from the immortal realm declared. The hidden star immortal shook his head and said, Our 7-star market and the 7-star sect shall not align with the demon realm, nor do we wish to cease our trade. We uphold a neutral stance and will not involve ourselves in your disputes. Therefore, I kindly ask you both to depart. The hidden star immortal felt a twinge of confusion. Why was the demon realm attempting to court them while the celestial realm sought to exert pressure? Their approaches should indeed have been reversed. Upon hearing this, Demon Lord Fida's expression turned cold. We extend a sincere invitation from the demon realm, and you dare to refuse it to my face? Do you intend to disregard the dignity of my Philian legion? On the other side, Kong Ming added, If you wish to continue your operations here, you must register in the celestial realm and pay the necessary taxes according to the law to operate normally. Otherwise, the celestial realm will not ensure the safety of your 7-star market. The subsequent words from the two surprisingly brought comfort to the hidden star immortal. This was more like it. The demon realm favored a courteous approach before resorting to force, while the celestial realm preferred to apply pressure first and then offer choices. It seemed the celestial realm had a more agreeable method. However, in his ears, he could hear Su Yuan's voice urging him, Reject them. Our 7-star market will maintain its neutrality. Chapter 149, The Allure of the Market. The hidden star immortal expressed his apologies, stating, Friends, the 7-star market will not affiliate with either the celestial or demon realm, so I must ask you to leave. To this, Demon Lord Fidu merely laughed Kong Ming. Look at him. He practices the path of immortality, so it's natural for him to reject me. Yet, he does not acknowledge the celestial realm either. You must reflect on your actions over the years. Have you perhaps gone too far and incited public outrage? Kong Ming snorted coldly. Fidu, do you wish for death? Fidu dismissed him with a scornful smile. The tension between the two escalated. Observing this standoff, the hidden star immortal interjected, Gentlemen, this is the 7-star market. Fighting is not permitted. Hearing this, Demon Lord Fido laughed heartily. You have spirit. I find myself beginning to appreciate you. Kong Ming, however, spoke in a low tone. Join forces with me to eliminate this demon. If we can capture him, the celestial realm will no longer hold you accountable for the actions of the 7-star market and may even allow your continued operations. I trust you understand the gravity of your choices. The hidden star shook his head, reiterating, I will say it once more. The 7-star market does not partake in the affairs of the celestial or demon realms. We belong to the 7-star spirit world. A neutral force. Kong Ming frowned. Nonsense. The spirit world is an affiliated realm of the celestial realm and part of it. Have you not considered the implications of your actions? The hidden star immortal furrowed his brow, sensing the aggressiveness of the celestial realm representatives. Demon Lord Fida cackled, Kong Ming, you covet the 7-star market, do you not? You see it thriving and intend to claim it for yourselves. The Faping clan has always been so unreasonable. Kong Ming retorted, to defy the management of the celestial realm is to be a rebel and to forfeit its protection. The hidden star immortal immediately discerned their intent to collaborate. Their positions effectively cornered him, sealing off his escape routes and locking onto his energy. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. The countenance of the hidden star immortal darkened. Yet before he could utter another word, a pitch-black flame feather shot directly towards the face of hidden star, while behind him, a tricolored mystic light surged forward. Two golden immortals, one ahead and the other behind, engaged him directly. Hidden star's gaze turned icy. The formation enveloping the 7-star market was instantly activated. The space where the three stood transformed into a realm of stellar skies. Countless starlights cascaded down, coalescing into 3 layers of mirror-like shields around Hidden Star just before the attacks of the two could land. The flame feather and the tricolored mystic light vanished into the mirrors, only to re-emerge from another reflective surface, with the dark flame feather hurtling toward Kong Ming. While the tricolored mystic light swept towards Fei, Du Kongming unleashed a beam of tricolored mystic light that collided with the dark flame feather, surprisingly. The mystic light shattered rapidly under the assault of the flame. Kongming promptly conjured another beam of tricolored mystic light to defend himself. Meanwhile, Fei Du, the demon lord, also retaliated with 2 dark flame feathers to counter the mystic light. Both men exchanged bewildered glances at Hidden Star, astonished that he could not only rebound their attacks, but also amplify their force, a technique remarkably exquisite, showcasing his defensive prowess. Will you not cease your attacks? If you persist, I shall report to the 7-star Dao Sovereign and have you both exterminated. Hidden Star's gaze was frigid as he addressed them. Fei Du responded with surprise. Are you not the lord of the 7-star market? Kongming also appeared perplexed, sensing something amiss. However, upon reflection, he concluded that Hidden Star was merely bluffing, stating, "That was merely a test. You are but a nascent golden immortal. If I were to exert my full strength, you would be unable to withstand it. I advise you to join the Celestial Realm. With my Flying Pung Legion support, your 7-star market could ascend to new heights." Fei Du chuckled. Do not heed Kongming's words. The Flying Pung Legion is comprised solely of the Flying Pung clan's elite. Others are destined to become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even as a golden immortal, you would merely be a more sophisticated form of fodder. Joining the Celestial Realm would not only endanger your life, but also render the 7-star market a mere pawn for others. Unlike the Celestial Realm, joining the Demon Realm offers a different prospect. At least we do not act covertly against others. Our dealings are conducted openly, Fei Du added. Kongming scoffed. Is joining the Demon Realm truly so favorable? You would constantly live in fear of demon cultivators going mad and slaughtering for treasures. Venturing into your demon realm is a true path to death. Hidden Star found their discourse peculiar. They seemed to be urging him to join either the celestial or demon realms, yet they spoke not of benefits, but rather resorted to coercion and threats. Meanwhile, outside the fray, Su Yuan perceived the situation clearly. Upon Hidden Star's mention of the 7-star Dao Sovereign, a multitude of thoughts emerged simultaneously. Following these thoughts, it became apparent that behind the two stood the Flying Lian Legion and the Flying Pung Legion, affiliated with the Celestial and Demon realms, respectively. Though the high-ranking members of the two legions appeared to belong to opposing factions, they were, in truth, affiliated with the higher race's subordinate powers. Thus, the legions, seemingly adversarial, were clandestinely colluding, taking advantage of the turmoil of the Celestial Demon War and the soaring tariffs to engage in smuggling activities. Only the high-ranking officials of the two legions were deeply concerned that their actions might attract the attention of more formidable entities. Thus, they pondered over potential solutions. Coincidentally, a third-party force known as the 7-star market emerged, entering the high-level discussions of both legions. They aspired to seize control of the 7-star market, intending to use it as a facade to continue their immensely profitable trade between realms. Su Yuan was also taken aback that a market below the golden immortal level could captivate the attention of those above it. Yinxing remained vigilant, and before long, he discovered that the two individuals had once again united to launch an assault against him. This time, they were earnest in their endeavor, each drawing forth their own fateful celestial treasures. Fei Du wielded a feathered fan, its surface ablaze with pitch-black flames. A mere glance could induce a piercing pain in the soul. In Kongming's grasp, a precious mirror appeared, its depths shimmering with mysterious light, dangerous beams swirling within. Yinxing silently lamented this turn of events. However, he did not succumb to panic, for he was aware that the Taoist master was observing the situation, and the master's teleportation techniques could effortlessly extract him from peril. Hence, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. With a flourish of the feathered fan, thousands of black fire feathers surged toward Yinxing. He had no intention of remaining stationary to absorb the blows. His figure flickered with starlight, evading the onslaught of fire feathers. This was star escape. The deeper one comprehended the laws of the stars, the swifter their movement became. Yet, the speed of Fei Du's black fire feathers was even greater. These fire feathers seemed to possess an innate ability to discern, swiftly homing in on a singular shadow of Yinxing. In an instant, all the shadows dissipated. Yinxing conjured layers of reflective surfaces before him, aiming to rebound the attack. However, the onslaught of fire feathers was overwhelmingly dense, surpassing the defensive threshold of the mirrors in a single moment. Crack! Multiple layers shattered, and the black fire feathers struck his form, the soul-devouring flames igniting his body, penetrating within, and consuming his spirit. Desperately, Yinxing channeled his magical energy to expel the black fire feathers from his body. Yet, thousands of tricolored mysterious lights had already arrived from behind. All three hues merged into one, transforming into a tricolored beam that enveloped Yinxing moments later. He staggered out from the beam, his body marred with countless wounds. Flesh missing, exposing deep gashes to the bone, evidencing the severe injuries he had sustained. Kong Ming's assault proved remarkably effective against the corporeal form, while Fei Du's attacks were devastatingly effective against the soul. Together, they were engaged in a thorough and relentless onslaught against Yinxing. Yinxing's fateful celestial treasure took the form of a glove, an odd choice that offered neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, leaving one to wonder why he had chosen such a treasure. Taoist Master, save me! Yinxing cried out woefully towards the heavens. Feidu and Kongming cautiously surveyed their surroundings. It did not cease their assault on the hidden star. Suddenly, the sky erupted with brilliance. Both Feidu and Kongming looked up, and amidst the radiance, 9 flying swords materialized. The 9 blades whirled together, forming the Big Dipper sword formation, and then swiftly descended, their tips aimed directly at the two. Their expressions hardened. Indeed, another formidable presence emerged. This aura was extraordinary, at least at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. Feidu raised his feather fan to shield himself. However, in the next instant, a long sword appeared out of thin air behind him, striking his chest with lightning speed. Countless arcane patterns instantly enveloped his body, weaving a net-like structure akin to a celestial web, sealing off his magical essence, primordial spirit, and physical form in a heartbeat. Feidu incredulously lowered his head to gaze at the sword tip protruding from his chest, utterly unaware of how it had come to be. The myriad of arcane patterns swirling around him sent shivers down his spine. Just a glance revealed the involvement of at least 100 distinct laws. His feather fan was likewise swiftly engulfed by the arcane patterns, extinguishing the once mighty black flames it emitted. He could no longer sense the presence of the pure black fire feathers. The connection between him and the fan had been severed. Meanwhile, Kongming faced a similar fate. His body ensnared by chains formed from countless arcane patterns, the confusion on his face betraying his bewilderment. He likely could not comprehend how he had been defeated, how the flying swords had transitioned from the sky to within them in an instant. Was this a manifestation of spatial laws? Such high-level laws were unmistakable markers of a powerful being. Feidu bitterly chuckled to himself, realizing they had indeed stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Despite their numerous investigations, even within the 7-star realm, they had failed to uncover any clues regarding this formidable individual. No, it was precisely because of this powerful presence that they had been unable to gather any leads. Just as the two were captured, Su Yuan's figure slowly materialized. At that moment, he exuded an overwhelming pressure characteristic of the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. In an instant, both were forced to the ground, and a singular thought raced through Feidu's mind. If you were so strong, why not reveal it sooner? Why conceal your power? Were you simply waiting for them to take the bait? This felt like fishing. He silently protested within himself. Chapter 150, Apology. I am the 7-star Tao Sovereign, and this realm is under my dominion. You intruders, do you have your last words prepared? Su Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Feidu and Kongming exchanged glances. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Feidu immediately responded, I am willing to compensate the Tao Sovereign for any losses. My uncle is the commander of the Filian Legion and a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal powerhouse. I have long admired the esteemed name of the 7-star Tao Sovereign and was sent to congratulate the opening of the 7-star market, bringing a token of celebration. I implore the 7-star Tao Sovereign to grant us this opportunity. Kongming also acknowledged the way. I am willing to offer my sincere apologies. My uncle is the leader of the Flying Peng Legion, a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. On his behalf, I have prepared a substantial gift. Su Yuan observed the two with an unruffled demeanor. The Hidden Star Immortal Lord shot them a sharp glance. Feidu promptly added, I shall also present a token of apology to this esteemed friend. He turned towards the Hidden Star Immortal Lord. So shall I. Kongming echoed. Speak up. Su Yuan prompted. Feidu exhaled in relief and declared, I am prepared to offer a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure as an apology. Furthermore, I, Captain Fei Lian, will present a medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Additionally, I am willing to bestow upon this friend a low-grade, golden, immortal magical artifact as recompense. I too am ready to offer a vial of low-grade postnatal spiritual elixir, and the captain has instructed me to gift a vial of medium-grade postnatal spiritual elixir, along with a vial of low-grade, golden, immortal spiritual elixir. Kong Ming concurred. The term postnatal spiritual treasure refers to artifacts forged after the birth of the universe, containing one or more complete laws and restrictions. Their rank correlates with the number of laws contained within. Anyone who refines them can harness the power of these laws. And if the laws align, the potency is magnified. In contrast, a low-grade golden immortal magical artifact refers to treasures that possess power at the golden immortal level but may not encompass complete laws. They might only feature certain formations, restrictions, or runes, rendering them significantly limited in application and growth potential. Clearly, postnatal spiritual treasures are tenfold more precious, if not more, than golden immortal artifacts. Similarly, postnatal spiritual elixirs contain complete laws and principles, yielding remarkable effects with minimal refinement post-consumption, while golden immortal elixirs often necessitate the user to refine them themselves. And if one does not meet the requisite realm or attributes, they may be unable to consume them at all. After the two concluded their statements, Yuan continued to regard them with an even expression, double the apology, and let the congratulatory gifts be set aside. Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, indeed. Feidu quickly responded. Kong Ming also lowered his head obediently. Yuan unsealed the restrictions on the two. After Feidu retrieved a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure and 2 celestial treasures of a stellar nature, he awkwardly stated, I currently lack a second low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. I beg the Taoist Lord's permission to return and present the treasures later. So do I, Kong Ming added, bracing himself. Yuan gazed at the two intently and slowly said, You may depart. Feidu and Kong Ming hastily exited the 7-star market, each heading in a different direction, hastily boarding their celestial vessels. The Hidden Star Immortal Lord then respectfully inquired, Taoist Lord, why did you let those two go? Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Their strength is currently too weak. It is unwise to create enemies. If one cannot eliminate both the foes and the forces behind them, it is best not to offend others too gravely. Upon hearing this, the Hidden Star Immortal Lord was taken aback. In other words, if the strength were sufficient, would it not mean that those two ought to be eliminated along with their backing forces? He had initially thought the Taoist Lord to be benevolent, only to realize how hasty he had been. With a casual wave, Yuan pushed 2 inferior-grade golden immortal artifacts and 2 bottles of inferior-grade golden immortal elixirs towards Yinxing, saying, Take these for refining. They pertain to celestial bodies, indicating that they were indeed prepared. The celestial Lord Yinxing, brimming with joy, responded, Thank you for your generous gift. Daozuan, this is rightfully yours. Yuan then turned his attention to an inferior-grade postnatal spirit treasure in his hand, channeling his power into it and swiftly receiving a message. The inferior-grade postnatal spirit treasure, the celestial robe, contained 3 postnatal celestial laws that served as restrictions. It possessed the innate defensive ability of the eternal light of the galaxy, which could automatically activate in times of peril to prevent ambushes. The eternal light of the galaxy could withstand hundreds of attacks at the golden immortal level and mitigate 30% of the Tai golden immortal's assaults until the light shattered. When empowered with mana, Yuan's strength could potentially double, although the initial enhancement from the first treasure will be the most significant, with subsequent accumulations yielding diminishing returns. As Yuan infused mana into the robe, he began refining it. The first restriction was soon successfully refined, and, as he donned the robe, its appearance morphed into a familiar guise. He continued to channel mana into it to refine the remaining restrictions. The inferior-grade postnatal spirit elixir, the celestial elixir, was rich in celestial law essence, greatly assisting in enhancing one's mana cultivation. Nearby, celestial Lord Yinxing inquired, Daozuan, was the congratulatory gift they mentioned earlier genuine? They were willing to offer an inferior-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Yuan chuckled at the remark. An inferior-grade postnatal spirit treasure is a rare gem even for the Tai Golden Immortal. To simply gift it away speaks volumes about the ambitions of those two leaders. Our minor skirmishes need not entangle us in their grand game. Yinxing nodded in understanding. Yuan continued, You should maintain your protection over the market. I shall meet some new acquaintances. Yinxing, taken aback, nodded solemnly. Once Yinxing withdrew, Su Yuan's gaze grew profound as it pierced through the chaotic currents of space. At the juncture where two minds converged, a new consciousness emerged. He reached out with his awareness. Whether it was Fei Du or Kong Ming, both golden immortals were accompanied by an additional avatar. "Uncle, I nearly lost my life," Fei Du lamented. "What transpired?" "There was actually a Tai golden immortal concealed within the seven-star realm. Kong Ming and I had no means to resist. We were instantly sealed." He continued, "Fortunately, he seemed wary of the Legion and you, releasing me after accepting 2 inferior-grade postnatal spirit treasures as compensation. Though he did not accept the congratulatory gift you had previously arranged. Indeed, there truly exists a Tai golden immortal." "Commander," Fei Lian sighed. "How did you deduce that, Uncle?" Fei Du inquired with curiosity. "Well, the seven-star market is not as simple as it appears. The means of transporting guests likely requires a figure or artifact of at least the Tai golden immortal level. Hence, I surmise the presence of a Tai golden immortal." He paused momentarily and added, "Did I not instruct you to investigate and confirm the existence of a Tai golden immortal before presenting the congratulatory gift? How do we end up offending others?" Fei Du chuckled bitterly, expressing his confusion about the depth of their concealment, admitting that he could not uncover any information regarding the Tai golden immortal. Were it not for the oppressive aura he personally felt and the undeniable reality of his instant defeat, he would scarcely believe it. However, with the refusal to accept the congratulatory gifts, he pondered their next course of action. "It seems I must undertake this journey myself and have a serious discussion with him." "Let's return," Captain Philian declared. Fei Du hesitated, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Since he has shown you mercy once, it implies he is reasonable. With my avatar accompanying you, what do you have to fear?" Captain Philian reassured him. Reluctantly, Fei Du nodded. "Very well, Uncle, but please do not be overly aggressive. If negotiations falter, it may be a trivial matter. However, should I be slain, that would be a grave concern." Captain Philian chose not to respond and turned his gaze forward. With no other option, Fei Du shifted direction and retraced his steps towards the Seven Stars Market. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before stepping into the turbulent currents of space. The violent chaos of the spatial turbulence was effectively repelled by layers of reflective surfaces surrounding him, rendering it incapable of inflicting any harm. Su Yuan deliberately extended his finger into the chaotic flow, and to his surprise, the cutting currents left no trace upon his skin. Such was the resilience of a body at the golden immortal level, capable of enduring the tumultuous currents for an extended period. Soon, he arrived at a certain point within the spatial turbulence and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After a while, Fei Du's magical vessel traversed the distance, revealing a figure standing ahead. It was unmistakably Su Yuan. "Is that the Seven Stars Taoist? What brings him here?" Fei Du questioned, perplexed. "It seems he anticipated our arrival," Captain Philian remarked indifferently. He stepped forward, disembarking from the magical vessel, and effortlessly navigated the chaotic currents of space, quickly approaching Su Yuan. Su Yuan retracted his gaze, turning to regard the newcomer, a middle-aged man draped in a black robe, shrouded in dark energy, with penetrating eyes that bore into Su Yuan, invoking a sense of unease. Captain Philian was taken aback. He discerned that this Taoist was not his true self, but merely a second avatar. The distinction between the second avatar and the true self was evident to him. Clearly, the Seven Stars Taoist was a cautious individual, opting not to present his true form for this encounter. "Greetings, fellow Taoist," Captain Philian said, bowing slightly. Su Yuan reciprocated the gesture. "Ah, it is indeed Captain Philian in person. I did not expect to encounter you in this vast expanse of turbulent space. It seems our fates are intertwined." Upon hearing this, Captain Philian was startled. Su Yuan's ability to accurately pinpoint their location was decidedly unusual. Captain Philian glanced at the approaching Fei Du and the magical vessel beneath him, conducting a cursory examination but failing to identify any anomalies. For the moment, he could not ascertain how Su Yuan had tracked their path. This was yet another display of authority. Captain Philian laughed heartily. "Indeed, our fates are intertwined. I have long heard of the name of the Seven Stars Taoist, and to meet you today is truly a stroke of fortune." A smirk crept onto Su Yuan's lips. After only 50 years of cultivation, to claim he had long known of the illustrious name was truly an exaggeration. "Ding, reputation value 975. It appears that the news has just reached me." Su Yuan chuckled and said, "Friend Fei Lian, there is no need for politeness. Please speak your mind." Fei Lian, taken aback by Su Yuan's straightforwardness, replied solemnly, I have a business proposition. I wonder if you would be interested? I am eager to hear the details. I will provide rare resources from the demon realm for you to sell at the 7 Stars market, and you may keep 20% of the proceeds, Lei Yan, the leader, stated. Su Yuan responded calmly. The 7 Stars market is not particularly large. We cannot accommodate too much inventory. Furthermore, 20% is too generous. I would only require 10%. 10%? Lei Yan was momentarily stunned. Such a modest request was merely a nominal fee. So, do you agree to sell? He inquired. The 7 Stars market maintains neutrality. Anyone is welcome to sell their treasures. So this is certainly not an issue, Su Yuan affirmed. Lei Yan regarded Su Yuan with newfound respect. His opinion of him elevated significantly. Unbeknownst to Lei Yan, Su Yuan's concern lay not in profit, but in the reputation that would accompany such dealings. In Chapter 151, The Natural Way and the Glorious 7 Stars, the two reached an agreement for consignment sales, entrusting the 7 Stars Tower to manage the sales, with no accountability for the quantity sold, merely a 5% fee. Su Yuan understood that Lei Yan's actual trading partners were the members of the Fei Peng Legion, who were merely utilizing him as an intermediary. Thus, he voluntarily reduced the service fee, seeking long-term benefits instead. As anticipated, once the agreement was finalized, Kongming arrived with another avatar of a Fei Peng commander to discuss a similar transaction, under identical terms to those proposed by Lei Yan. Su Yuan accepted this engagement with the same 5% fee. After concluding the negotiations, the Fei Peng commander spoke. Friend, would you be willing to accept a commission task? Oh, what might this entail? Su Yuan inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. The Fei Peng commander whispered, I have discovered a secret location amidst the spatial turbulence, concealing vast treasures. We intend to organize an expedition to uncover these riches, but I must remain with my legion and cannot leave my main body. Thus, I would like to invite you to join the exploration, and upon success, you would receive 30% of the profits and the privilege to select treasures first. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze remained indifferent as he replied, Friend Fei Peng, I have lived in seclusion for many years and have no interest in venturing into the outside world. I must sincerely decline. He paused and added, moreover, I vow on my Tao heart not to disclose this matter to any other beings for a millennium. The Fei Peng commander, hearing this, shook his head regretfully. What a pity. Farewell, friend. Su Yuan clasped his hands and responded, May we meet again by fate. With that, the celestial faction withdrew. Stepping back, Su Yuan returned to his cave dwelling, exchanging a glance with his original self. The original extended a hand, producing a low-grade postnatal spirit pill. After a careful inspection to ensure its integrity, Su Yuan's original self swallowed the pill. The second primordial spirit continued to refine the star robe. Indeed, it was a postnatal elixir, imbued with profound principles that effortlessly merged into his body, requiring no exertion from Su Yuan. The 9 golden elixir stars voraciously absorbed the potency of the pill, leading to a continuous elevation in their rank. Subsequently, within a matter of days, after consuming all the postnatal elixirs, his physical cultivation transcended a significant threshold, propelling him directly into the early stages of the golden immortal realm. Thus, Su Yuan's physical form also ascended to the golden immortal level. What a remarkable treasure! Su Yuan could not help but exclaim once more. A single lower-grade postnatal elixir spared him from billions of years of arduous cultivation. However, such elixirs were exceedingly rare and not easily obtainable. Just as he pondered this, Lord Hidden Star arrived at his hermitage seeking an audience. Su Yuan granted him entry. Lord Hidden Star held a mirror and a vial of elixir in his hands. The Taoist Master, the Demon Monarch, and Golden Immortal Kongming have each sent their respective envoys with the previously lacking reparations. A smirk curled on Su Yuan's lips. Ah, splendid. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the 2 items into his possession. Su Yuan glanced at Lord Hidden Star, pointed his finger, and conjured a golden tome. This is the Beidou 7 Stars edition of the Shifting Stars. You may return and meditate upon it. Should you attain perfect comprehension, you may unveil the essence of 109 celestial laws, thus elevating your understanding to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Once every millennium, I shall offer you enlightenment as a reward for your guardianship of the 7 Stars market. Lord Hidden Star, filled with exhilaration, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Master, for bestowing this law. He respectfully accepted the golden tome, his heart brimming with excitement. He knew that following the 7 stars Taoist was undoubtedly the right path. Any lingering reluctance he once harbored had vanished. He would never leave. The millennial opportunity for enlightenment was akin to a disciple's privilege. As for overseeing the 7 stars market, that was hardly a concern. The specific duties were handled by Song Kai, not him. Moreover, he also had subordinates who had managed the affairs of the 7 stars market over the years. Otherwise, how could it have operated so smoothly? He was indeed diligent in his responsibilities. Lord Hidden Star, brimming with enthusiasm, withdrew. Su Yuan resumed, consuming the elixirs while the second primordial spirit continued to refine the mirror. After several more days, Su Yuan had completely ingested the elixirs, raising his cultivation from the early stages of the golden immortal realm at 1100 to 2100. His cultivation saw a slight increase. However, once the elixirs were depleted, Su Yuan realized that to further advance by another 1100 in cultivation, he would need to engage in continuous practice for at least another 10,000 years. At this moment, the treasures he possessed were utterly insufficient to support rapid cultivation. Artifacts below the Xian immortal level held negligible significance for him. Without wealth, even a golden immortal could not cultivate effectively. Su Yuan realized the shortcomings of remaining solitary in the 7 stars realm, lacking companions and resources. Even the finest spiritual realm paled in comparison to a single celestial mountain in the immortal realm for the cultivation of golden immortals. Naturally, for beings such as the Hidden Star Immortal, the 7 stars realm suffice for their training. Typically, the greatest challenge for golden immortals lies not in amassing magical power, but in elevating their comprehension of the laws. For Su Yuan, however, his understanding of these laws consistently advanced quicker than his magical prowess. Contemplating this, he accessed the system panel. Name: Su Yuan Region, Immortal Origin Realm, Level, LV5, Renowned 120. 0001 000 Region, Demon Origin Realm, Level, LV4, Famous 320 000 100 000 Region, Nether Origin Realm, Level, LV4, Famous 170 000 100 000 Realm, Early Golden Immortal 2 100, Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest LV8, 9 540 00010 000 Cumulative Rest Time, 5 days. Entry 2, Natural Law LV8, 5 200 00010 000 can be transformed. Entry 3, 7 stars shining brightly LV8, 2 510 00010 000 can be modified, can be transformed. Entry 4, Resonance of Thought LV8, 1 230 00010 000 can be modified. Entry 5, Presence of the Mighty LV7, 200 000 100 000. Entry 6, Responding to Crisis LV7, 180 000 100 000 lifespan, 100 000 115 years. Entry 7, World Traveler LV6, 80 000 100 000. Entry 8, Time Corridor LV6, 30 000 100 000. Entry 9, Hard-Tempered in the Mortal World LV6, 150 000 100 000. Upon reviewing, Su Yuan noticed that both Entry 2, Natural Law, and Entry 3, 7 stars shining brightly, had opportunities for transformation, prompting him to consider their potential. He directed his thought towards Entry 2, Natural Law. You possess a remarkable aptitude for perceiving nature, thus enabling you to glean profound insights from the mysteries of the universe, the classics of the Tao, and the trials of combat. Immediately, 3 transformation options appear before him. Transformation 1, Accompanying the Great Tao. When comprehending the Tao, there exists a chance to discern other phenomena arising alongside it, such as the calamities of the Tao. Transformation 2, I am nature, manifesting your own Tao amidst the universe. The more beings you enlighten, the greater your comprehension and enhancement. Transformation 3, Master of Tao. Your mastery shall ascend a level even before its completion. Su Yuan regarded Transformation 1 with curiosity. Its reference to the calamities of the Tao seemed somewhat nebulous, suggesting that the Tao itself is fraught with trials. Transformation 2 presented an excellent option for cultivation, while Transformation 3 appeared more suitable for combat, promising enhanced power during confrontations. particularly in conjunction with the entry's inherent ability to perceive the Tao in battle, making it a remarkably fitting choice. However, Su Yuan did not hastily select an entry. Instead, he clicked on the third option, 7 stars shining. You have established an exceedingly mysterious connection with the Big Dipper, which possesses numerous extraordinary benefits. To initiate the transformation, modifications must first be made. Su Yuan made an attempt and revised the text. 7 stars shining. You have established an exceedingly mysterious and enigmatic connection with the Big Dipper, which possesses numerous extraordinary benefits. Su Yuan added the word enigmatic. At the moment the entry was modified, an unseen bond between him and the Big Dipper tightened, leading Su Yuan to feel as though he embodied the very essence of the stars. Subsequently, he pressed on and clicked on the transformation option once more. The options for transformation appeared before him. Transformation 1. Rebirth of the 7 stars. Upon the destruction of the Big Dipper, it shall be reborn within you. Transformation 2. The celestial gaze. When sentient beings look upon the Big Dipper, they perceive it as a glimpse of your very being, granted there is faith. Transformation 3. Unity of the 7 stars. The Big Dipper guides all beings' growth, and the ascension of all will be consolidated within you. Su Yuan gazed oddly at the transformation options of entry 3. The first transformation choice nearly overwhelmed him. How could the Big Dipper be reborn within him after its destruction? Would he not perish in the process? Furthermore, the premise was absurd. The Big Dipper had shone for countless years. Under what circumstances would it ever be destroyed? The second entry was also commendable, suitable for practitioners of the path of faith, yet this transformation overlapped with echo of thoughts. And since he did not follow the path of faith, it would be best to select the third transformation. Once 7 stars shining, chose transformation 3. Natural law would ideally select transformation 2. The two could be considered a perfect match. One would transform oneself into nature, revealing one's path to all beings, thereby enhancing comprehension, while the other would amalgamate the strength of all beings' progress, thus elevating his own cultivation. With this thought, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and decisively selected these 2 transformation options. Chapter 152. Expedition to the Secret Realm, Team 2. The moment the transformation choices were successfully made, Su Yuan's consciousness, in a daze, materialized within the void. His awareness partitioned into 9 parts, each merging with one of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. Su Yuan seemed to have become the consciousness of the Big Dipper, faintly perceiving its operational state, and he even experienced the illusion that he could alter the trajectory of the star's movements. He refrained from acting impulsively, instead savoring this transformation. His consciousness gazed downward from the perspective of the Big Dipper. He beheld that the void inhabited by the Big Dipper appeared to exist within a higher dimension, where starlight traversed dimensional space, illuminating myriad worlds. These worlds were exceedingly numerous, as countless as specks of dust, yet among them, several colossal realms stood out prominently. He glimpsed the celestial realm, the demon realm, and even the underworld, and in the distance he perceived even more worlds of equal stature. There existed a certain isolation, preventing him from perceiving the broader circumstances beyond. His consciousness swiftly retreated within. Su Yuan's understanding inexplicably surged, multiplying by several tens. This phenomenon was the result of the transformation effect of Tao follows nature. Initially, he had replicated some simple Taoist principles on the celestial body of the Tianshu star. Now, with a multitude of beings practicing these principles, his comprehension had consequently expanded immensely. Moreover, within Su Yuan, his magical power was also growing exponentially. Numerous beings were cultivating under the guidance of the Big Dipper, and with each incremental advancement they made, Su Yuan experienced a corresponding enhancement. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the sheer number of practitioners allowed Su Yuan's own cultivation to progress at a remarkably impressive pace. The combination of these factors guaranteed a promising future for him. At this moment, the celestial authority of the Big Dipper Lord within his consciousness underwent a miraculous metamorphosis. Upon completion of this transformation, the celestial authority was elevated to that of the supreme Big Dipper. This change could be described as an epic enhancement. As inferred from the title of Supreme of the 7 stars, the supreme authority is nearly the highest celestial authority attainable. At this juncture, Su Yuan could rightfully claim to be the master of the Big Dipper, and the title of Venerable of the 7 stars was well deserved. This entire transformation occurred silently and unobtrusively, entirely unbeknownst to outsiders. Su Yuan did not hasten to showcase any changes due to the transformation of his titles. Nor did he leave behind more profound legacies of Tao on the Tianshu star. The world was rife with powerful beings, and the Big Dipper remained prominently in the sky, undoubtedly attracting the attention of formidable entities. Any significant alteration would surely invite unnecessary troubles. Instead, it was preferable to adopt a gradual, steady approach, quietly amassing strength and ultimately astonishing everyone. Afterward, Su Yuan glanced at the fourth entry, Resonance of Thought, which could also be modified. Resonance of Thought. Your renown is exceedingly high. Whenever a living being sincerely utters your name, you will sense it and perceive the situation within a certain range. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to remove the word sincerely. Resonance of Thought. Your renown is exceedingly high. Whenever a living being utters your name, you will sense it and perceive the situation within a certain range. Having successfully deleted the word sincerely, it became possible for even a casual thought or fleeting notion to attract Su Yuan's attention. Crucially, celestial beings possess exceptionally agile minds, capable of processing myriad thoughts simultaneously and contemplating countless matters is commonplace. Consequently, triggering the resonance of thought became remarkably effortless. Indeed, with the successful modification of the entry, the threads of his thoughts increased 100-fold. What a terrifying enhancement this was! He sensed that the previous disconnection from Captain Lei and Captain Faping had been re-established. With a mere thought, he reconnected with them once more. Consciousness descended into a tumultuous space. Within a flying vessel, Commander Faping, alongside a celestial being of the Tai realm and 32 formidable golden immortals, was stationed before a vast island of emptiness. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan immediately realized that this was the secret location spoken of by Commander Faping. Just moments ago, the commander had claimed he was occupied suppressing his legion and could not personally venture here. The current scene was undeniable evidence of something amiss with him. On the surface, Commander Faping presented merely an avatar, exhibiting the peak cultivation of a golden immortal, while in truth, his true form remained concealed within this embodiment. At the bow of the vessel, Faping inquired of Kong Ming, "Has the invited Celestial King arrived?" "Almost there. Celestial King Xianxia will arrive within an hour," Kong Ming promptly replied. "Excellent." Faping turned to another early-stage, Tai, golden immortal beside him. "Deputy Commander Yuan, this expedition into the secret realm will rely on you and Celestial King Xianxia. My avatar possesses limited abilities, and I may not be able to assist effectively." Yuan calmly assured, "Rest easy, Commander. I will endeavor to fulfill our exploration." Indeed, Faping nodded gently, his gaze betraying a hint of imperceptible malice. Before long, a flying vessel approached, upon which stood a middle-aged cultivator radiating an air of righteousness. Clad in scholarly attire, with a gentleman's sword at his side, casually playing with a jade talisman, exuding an exceptionally gentle demeanor. Faping immediately exclaimed, "Ha ha! Celestial King Xianxia has arrived as promised. Indeed, a man of his word." The gentle middle-aged cultivator smiled lightly. "How could I neglect the invitation of Commander Faping? Ha! Please come aboard for a discussion." Faping beckoned. Celestial King Xianxia laughed heartily as he strolled aboard the flying vessel. 3 Tai golden immortals convened within to deliberate, while Kong Ming served tea to the trio. Commander Faping spoke first. "This secret realm was an accidental discovery of mine, enveloped by a Tai-level formation. The 9 suns illuminating heaven array. The array is still operational, but due to the passage of time, numerous flaws have emerged. Over the years, I have devoted myself to understanding it and have devised a passageway to enter the secret realm." He paused briefly before continuing. "I once entered using my avatar. Inside lies a collapsed complex of buildings, likely the former stronghold of a Tai-level power. There should still be treasures of Tai golden immortal caliber remaining. As I'm currently unable to leave and fear that others might discover this secret realm, I urgently need to excavate it. Hence, I have specially invited you, Celestial King Xianxia, to lend your assistance." Celestial King Xianxia responded, realization dawning. "So, it is the stronghold of a Tai-level power. It seems we may reap considerable rewards. I must thank Commander Faping for this opportunity." Faping smiled. "As members of a celestial realm, it is only right for us to assist one another. If I successfully acquire treasures, you too shall benefit. It is a mutually advantageous arrangement, a win-win situation." Celestial King Xianxia responded with a hearty laugh. "Commander Faping is a man of great integrity. Deputy Commander Zhuang then inquired, "Commander, are you truly certain it is merely a Tai-level power? It seems that the expanse of this void island is rather vast." Fei Peng felt a tightening in his heart, yet maintained a calm visage, stating, as it appears, "It should be a Tai-level force, albeit a rather formidable one. You can discern this from the exterior, can't you? The defensive prowess of this formation is indeed at the Tai level." Changqing nodded in agreement, saying, "I just took a moment to inspect it. It is indeed a formation of Tai caliber, and even among Tai formations, it is considered somewhat lacking." Upon hearing this, Zhuangzi released the lingering unease in his heart. The trio continued to deliberate on the details, ensuring the expedition to the secret realm would proceed smoothly. After a full 3 days, the exploration team officially set forth. Comprising 32 golden immortals, 2 Tai golden immortals, and an avatar of a Tai golden immortal, this treasure-seeking expedition was indeed a splendid assembly. Captain Fei Peng approached a vulnerable point in the formation, and with a flurry of thousands of spiritual inscriptions, a slender passage miraculously opened within the array. The assembled cultivators promptly followed the passage and soon vanished from sight within the formation. After some time, a stir arose outside the formation once more. A pitch-black demonic vessel glided into view. Captain Lei Yan turned to his vice-captain and an invited demon lord with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, this is the secret realm I mentioned. It should be the dojo of a Tai golden demon. My station Legion cannot spare any personnel, so I will require your assistance for this exploration." "Ha! This is certainly no issue," the demon lord Misha confidently replied. "Rest assured, Captain Lei Yan, I have explored countless perilous secret realms, and a Tai dojo is but a trifling matter for me." "Haha, Misha, you possess great courage." Lei Yan then turned to his vice-captain, saying, "Vice-Captain Huanli, we shall rely on your strength this time." Vice-Captain Huanli, with an unperturbed expression, stated, "I shall require 30% of the treasures. Is that agreeable, Captain?" "Haha, of course. You shall each receive 30%. I will also take 30%, and the remaining 10% can be distributed among the other arriving golden demons. I have merely come as an avatar. Although I provided intel, I consider my share of 30% to be a mere gratuity. I hope you're not dissatisfied." "Ha! Captain Lei Yan, you are too modest." Misha chuckled once more. After a brief exchange, Lei Yan approached another vulnerable point in the formation, inscribing the array once again to carve out a passage to the interior. Subsequently, the 30-odd demon cultivators streamed through the passage. Once both groups had entered, Su Yuan's form materialized amid the chaotic currents of space. He observed the two groups entering with a perplexed expression, feeling a strange curiosity. What was the situation with Fei Peng and Lei Yan? It felt as though they were orchestrating a grand spectacle. Su Yuan's consciousness descended upon Captain Fei Peng, who was now at the forefront of the Celestial Realms team, having reached the outer layer. They were intercepted by a formation and were currently in the process of breaking through it. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling the inscriptions that Fei Peng and Lei Yan had inscribed earlier. The more he examined the formation before him, the more astonished he became. This is not merely a Tai-level formation. It is unequivocally the Zhuyang soul-devouring great array of the Daluo tier. However, due to the passage of time, its potency has diminished to a level comparable to that of a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Chapter 153. The Artisan of Array Repair observing from outside the array. Su Yuan moved towards a different weak point. He emulated the techniques of the two individuals, inscribing the array's spiritual symbols onto it. The formation seemed to activate a verification process, automatically revealing a narrow passage. Stepping through, Su Yuan flickered and swiftly reached the passage's end. Looking back, he noticed that the array had sealed itself once more. He attempted to inscribe the same spiritual symbols again, only to find that the array no longer responded as before. It was evident that the method to exit differed from that of entry. Turning back, Su Yuan beheld a cluster of towering structures, most of which had crumbled into ruins. Yet, some buildings remained intact or partially damaged, their surface adorned with complete and vibrant array symbols. Logically, Su Yuan should have seized the opportunity to delve deeper and acquire the most precious treasures before the two groups arrived. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he turned and sat cross-legged at the edge of the Zhuyang soul-devouring great array, immersing himself in its observation. As he contemplated and his cultivation time accumulated, the effects of his practice strengthened. The formation gradually revealed more of its profound mysteries before him. How could Su Yuan discern the true nature of this great array? It was because the Dragon Clan's vast sea of books contained records of this Daluo formation. Previously, he had only skimmed through it and could not grasp the operational mechanics of the array, as its intricacies were far too profound. Now, with the physical array before him, he was granted the opportunity to comprehend a Daluo-level formation. Remarkably, this array had been weakened to the Tai tier, significantly lowering the difficulty of understanding it. Despite this reduction, the principles and truths contained within remained of Daluo caliber, presenting a perfect opportunity for enlightenment. Su Yuan compared his insights with the descriptions in the texts, delving into its myriad subtleties. The numerous transformations of the array captivated him entirely. After months of contemplation, he finally gleaned some understanding. Thus, he cast a spiritual symbol into the Zhuyang, soul-devouring great array. Within the array, a node that had suffered damage from the passage of time was, under Su Yuan's guidance, surprisingly restored to order. Consequently, the Zhuyang soul-devouring great array regained a semblance of its former strength, and its operation became noticeably smoother. Su Yuan felt exhilarated. He sensed that through perfecting the array, his comprehension of the laws was also advancing rapidly. The Zhuyang soul-devouring great array concealed a wealth of profound principles. Every shift in the formation embodied the truths of the world. Its myriad transformations constituted a divine opportunity for enlightenment. Su Yuan mused that those seeking treasures were merely picking up watermelons while discarding pumpkins. This formation, in itself, is a treasure. After muttering this to himself a couple of times, Su Yuan resumed his observation of the changes occurring at the next formation node. This time, he successfully deconstructed a damaged node within just 2 months, reinserting spiritual scripts for adjustment. The formation was not lacking in materials. It was akin to hardware being somewhat damaged and software containing a few discrepancies. By adjusting the hardware and fine-tuning the software, he could restore the formation to its former glory. In terms of hardware, it was manageable, as the Great Luo formation possessed self-repair capabilities. As long as the software was properly calibrated, the formation could autonomously rectify the fractured hardware. Therefore, once Su Yuan inscribed the spiritual scripts and corrected the disarray and errors at the formation node, he could steadily enhance the formation's power. During the repair process, Su Yuan also insidiously infused his own soul imprint into the formation, akin to refining this Great Luo-level formation. Since no one was overseeing this formation anymore, there was no concern about being discovered while adding his own elements to the damaged node. The formation would naturally integrate the intact nodes, aiding Su Yuan in refining the formation. In truth, Su Yuan was not overly concerned. This was merely a side endeavor. His primary focus was on comprehending the formation itself. If he could truly grasp its essence, even if only understanding the phenomena, without comprehending the underlying reasons, it would significantly elevate his mastery of formations. As time passed, Su Yuan's proficiency in formation soared, and his understanding of the 9 suns devouring spirit formation accelerated. One spiritual script after another was inscribed, seamlessly merging into the 9 suns devouring spirit formation. Various formation nodes were being repaired, and the existing flaws within the formation gradually vanished. Moreover, the formation began to establish connections with some internal structures, initiating a reverse repair of the damaged formations and structures. At this moment, Fei Peng's team had reached the midpoint of their journey. Each member wore smiles on their faces, despite losing a golden immortal unexpectedly along the way. They had each acquired numerous treasures. Xianxia had even obtained a long knife with a crack, which, despite its imperfection, still ranked as a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. If repaired and nurtured, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. The haul was quite satisfactory. Indeed, splendid treasures. Xianxia couldn't help but admire the knife a few more times before stowing it away. Fei Peng remarked, "I wasn't mistaken. This place is a treasure trove, abundant with valuable items." Xianxia responded with a gentle smile, "Captain Fei Peng, I am deeply grateful this time. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it does not violate righteousness, I will do my utmost to help." "Haha, I shall gladly accept your promise." Fei Peng chuckled, holding a damaged mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, which was also a decent gain. As the team progressed, they arrived at a relatively well-preserved structure. Without further ado, Fei Peng declared, "Let us continue to break the formation. This place appears relatively intact, and the treasures within should be splendid." Agreed. A group of individuals promptly commenced their assault on the formation. Each member summoned their respective magical artifacts, launching attacks on the array. In recent months, they had grown quite adept at this endeavor. However, it was not long before expressions of confusion began to manifest among them. The ethereal light enveloping the edifice appeared remarkably steadfast. By all accounts, the formation should have exhibited signs of damage by now, yet the luminous barrier remained intact. The leader, Fei Peng, also harbored doubts. He had previously explored this secretive locale on several occasions, and the occurrences thus far had not exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, the situation surrounding this structure stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within him. After several days of relentless assaults, the radiant barrier of the building still showed no signs of fracture, as if all their efforts had been rendered futile. An air of strangeness enveloped the group. Xianxia spoke up. This building must hold considerable significance. Otherwise, it would not be so challenging to breach. We can return to dismantle the formation later and first tackle other structures. He paused before adding, in fact, I had previously established a means of perception that faintly sensed another group has also entered this place. What? Xianxia's expression shifted. Are you certain? Fei Peng inquired with surprise. Did you sense it accurately? Not precisely, Xianxia replied. There exists a barrier here that hampers mutual awareness, rendering many movements undetectable. Yet, my method detected a trace of demonic energy, Xianxia declared with gravity. I am highly sensitive to demonic energy, having slain numerous demon cultivators over the years. My perception cannot be mistaken. This place is evidently constructed by celestial cultivators, and while the presence of demonic energy is plausible, it is more likely that demon cultivators have also infiltrated. Fei Peng's expression shifted to one of concern. Xianxia has a point. He has dispatched many demon cultivators on the battlefield, including one who is a half-step Tai golden immortal. He is indeed an expert on demon cultivators. We must hasten and dismantle the next formation. Xianxia's face also grew serious. In that case, let us proceed with urgency. Thus, they swiftly altered their course towards the next treasure site. This time, they discovered a nearly intact structure and began their assault on the formation. However, before they could launch a sustained attack, a searing beam of light suddenly erupted from within the building. In the blink of an eye, it struck a golden immortal, who had no time to even utter a cry before being obliterated into nothingness. The shock of this demise rendered the group momentarily frozen, particularly the golden immortals, who gazed at the edifice with ashen faces. How could it possess such formidable power? Fei Peng exclaimed, bewildered. Strange, quite strange. Xianxia, the celestial king, also furrowed his brow. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over everyone. Xianxia coughed lightly, suggesting, what if we temporarily withdraw? I sense a growing unease. Fei Peng felt a sense of trepidation within. For this time, he had brought his very essence along. Thus, he refrained from acting recklessly and instead nodded, saying, very well, let us momentarily retreat. The group promptly retraced their steps. However, as they passed through a dilapidated structure, a golden immortal exclaimed in astonishment, that place, it seems we have just explored. How has that building restored itself? Even the defensive spiritual light has reappeared. The group was taken aback, all turning to gaze in that direction. Indeed, the previously damaged edifice had, unbeknownst to them, regained much of its former structure, including the array that had been breached, which had also been restored. This sight caused Fei Peng's pupils to constrict. This is impossible, he gasped. The others exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. They hastened their return, for they were already golden immortals. While exploration held significance, life itself was paramount, and aimless probing was not a sustainable path. Upon their return to their original location, they all turned their gazes toward Captain Fei Peng. His expression was grave as he began inscribing a series of spiritual runes, which fell upon the array's luminous barrier. Xianxia and Xianxia discreetly noted Fei Peng's actions. However, Fei Peng was too preoccupied with their clandestine learning to concern himself with them. Originally, he had not intended to lead the two out so smoothly, but given the shift in circumstances, he could no longer afford to consider other matters. Yet, as he inscribed more runes, his countenance grew increasingly solemn. Xianxia and Xianxia began to sense that something was amiss. Captain Fei Peng, Xianxia said, his throat dry. Fei Peng continued to inscribe tens of thousands of spiritual runes, ultimately gazing at the unchanged array, his expression turning perplexed. Chapter 154. Ambush. Chaos. Meanwhile, on the other side, Philian stood among a group of demonic cultivators, staring blankly at the unyielding array wall. Countless thoughts whirled in his mind, yet he could not fathom what had transpired. The Demon Slayer King coughed and queried, "Captain Phylian, what does this mean?" His tone was laced with hostility. Vice Captain Huanli also frowned, scrutinizing Phylian. Doubt had begun to creep into the minds of the two demons regarding Phylian. He hastily replied, "I am unsure, but theoretically, this array should not have undergone any further changes." Demon Slayer scoffed, "Enough. Let us simply break through with brute force. How long can a mere tiny array withstand?" Captain Phylian nodded, agreed. The group of demonic cultivators gathered together to form a rudimentary formation, and then they collectively struck the array's wall. A thunderous roar reverberated through the surroundings, catching the attention of Faping and his companions from a distance. Stealthily, they approached and beheld the demonic cultivators assaulting the array's barrier. King Xianxia gave Xianxia a thumbs up and whispered, "Your perception was correct. Indeed, a group of demonic cultivators has appeared." Xianxia, with a grave expression, remarked, "It is the commander of the Phylian Legion, along with Vice Commander Huanli, and an unfamiliar, Tai golden immortal demon cultivator. We must not act rashly." The others concealed themselves, observing as Phylian and his companions assaulted the barrier of the formation. The barrier consisted of 9 layers of golden light screens, and one had to shatter all layers to create a complete passage. Otherwise, if one were to breach only partway, the fragmented screens would regenerate after a certain time, leading to entrapment within the formation. The first layer of the golden screen was shattered in less than half an hour under the relentless assault of the demons. Subsequently, 2 more hours were required to breach the second layer. However, before they could breach the third layer, the first screen began to regenerate swiftly. Thus, it became necessary for some to continuously attack the edges of the breaches in the first and second layers, while the remaining forces focused on the third layer. Consequently, the time to breach the third layer extended to 3 hours, although the time to breach continued to lengthen. The 3 Tai golden immortal demon cultivators of Phylian breathed a sigh of relief. At this pace, breaking through all barriers to escape would not pose a significant challenge. At that moment, on the opposite side of the formation, Yuan unexpectedly glanced towards the direction of Phylian and his companions. He noticed that as the demon cultivators damaged the formation, it would spontaneously begin to operate and repair the breaches, making the operational trajectory of the formation tenfold clearer. Furthermore, many damaged nodes became easily exposed, allowing him to target his repairs more effectively. No wonder that when ordinary individuals attempt to breach a formation, they must attack it. This is to identify the nodes, thereby making it easier to dismantle the formation. The actions of Phylian and his companions undoubtedly illuminated the path for his repairs. Thus, his repair speed surged exponentially. One tiny node after another was swiftly restored by Yuan. Each small node contributed only a minuscule fraction to the overall restoration of the formation, yet their sheer quantity was overwhelming. While a few repairs seemed insignificant, once he reached the restoration of several thousand tiny nodes, a medium-sized formation node composed of 12,000 tiny nodes was thereby revived. In a mere 6 hours, the power of the entire formation was restored to 1,000th of its capacity. Meanwhile, on Phylian's side, the moment they breached the formation, they immediately sensed that the formation had inexplicably grown somewhat more resilient, which in turn slowed their progress. The 3 demon cultivators exchanged glances, quickly realizing that something was amiss with the formation. "We must hasten our efforts to breach the formation," Phylian declared. Agreed. The demon King Misha also refrained from any trickery, exerting all his strength to dismantle the formation. After just 3 days, they had breached the 7th layer of the light screen, but at this point, the difficulty of breaching the formation had escalated significantly. The remaining 2 layers would require an even longer duration, as the 7 layers already breached continued to regenerate. From time to time, they needed to expand the previously breached passage to prevent it from being sealed once more. The hidden leader of the Flying Phoenix and his companions remained undetected. "Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot allow the demonic cultivators to depart unhindered. If we do, we may find ourselves trapped like fish in a barrel," Xianxia declared gravely. "If they block our escape from behind, we may never be able to leave." The immortal king of Chongqing nodded in agreement. "At present, we dwell in the shadows while they are exposed to the light. They are expending considerable energy. A surprise attack from us would undoubtedly astonish them." The leader of the Flying Phoenix smiled outwardly. Indeed, that is the case. Unbeknownst to others, he had already relayed the message to Lei Yan. As Lei Yan was dismantling the formation, His expression subtly shifted, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Hun, Li, and Miesha. Without his awareness, his position had changed, causing slight adjustments in the stances of Hun, Li, and Miesha as well. Following the adjustments, Lei Yan had maneuvered to the edge, while Hun, Li, and Miesha found themselves closer to the ambush set by the Flying Phoenix and his companions. Simultaneously, Lei Yan's true form had quietly departed from his avatar, burrowing into the earth to lie in wait. Time passed slowly. Miesha and Hun Li noticed that the formation was indeed solidifying at a visibly rapid pace as time elapsed. Thus, they had diverted most of their focus toward dismantling it, oblivious to their own waning magical energy. At the very moment the 8th barrier was breached, a sense of surprise washed over them. Danger loomed. An arrow traversed thousands of miles, arriving with a speed that transcended light, slicing through the fabric of space. Instinctively, Miesha sensed the impending threat. In that fleeting moment, his battle instincts saved him. He activated a life-preserving divine ability, dispersing his form into countless strands of black mist that swiftly fled in all directions. From a distance, Xianxia maintained his bow-drawn stance. With his gaze sharpening, he poured his magical energy into the bow in his hands, the brilliance upon the bow instantaneously crossing the void to envelop the arrow. He shouted, "One arrow transforms into myriad shadows." The arrow, racing forward, blazed with resplendent golden light. In an instant, one arrow morphed into thousands, striking countless shadows. A chorus of anguished cries erupted simultaneously. Soon after, the remaining black mist coalesced in the distance, reforming Miesha's true self. A golden arrow remained lodged in his arm, black mist seeping continuously from a wound. This was a grievous injury. His essence had been pierced by the laws of gold. At the very moment Miesha was struck, Hun Li faced his own dire predicament. A stone ink slab plummeted from the heavens, enveloped by a shroud of darkness directed at Hun Li. In that instant, Hun Li's soul felt as though it were being fried in scorching oil, sizzling with torment. Evildoers must endure the punishment of dismemberment. Xianxia suddenly appeared above the inkstone, wielding a colossal brush, inscribing the characters for Ling Qi. In that moment, an array of invisible sword energies inflicted countless wounds upon Hun Li. Hun Li was mercilessly battered, nearly succumbing to the pressure. His form disintegrated voluntarily, transforming into myriad ghostly shadows that surged toward Xianxia. With a deft flick of his brush, Xianxia unleashed a torrent of sword energy from its tip, instantly piercing through the multitude of phantoms. In a relentless wave, one ghostly figure finally breached Xianxia's defenses. In an instant, the battlefield shifted into the realm of the mind. Meanwhile, Lei Yan and Fei Peng clashed as well, both embodiments at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Their combat, though fierce, bore a subtler intensity. They exchanged blows in a display of skillful martial prowess. The golden immortals from both sides joined the fray, their encounters marked by restraint, as their fates were intricately tied to the outcome of the Tai battlefield. The fierce struggle between the two factions halted any further attempts to breach the formation. The grand array that had taken several days to dismantle was now restored. At that moment, Yuan cast a dissatisfied glance towards the chaos of battle. Why had the formation been interrupted midway? He sighed, pondering the futility of their skirmishes. Treasure hunting had been abandoned. What was the purpose of this endless conflict? Shaking his head, he resumed his work on the formation. Over the past few days, he had absorbed much knowledge about the array's intricacies. He had come to grasp its fundamental principles. This formation was centered on the laws of the Great Luo, interweaving 9 solar principles, including the Sun, Lesser Yang, and Pure Yang, forming an unparalleled defensive array, embodying the utmost rigidity and solar power. Yet within the Sun, there existed shadows. The supreme Yang gave rise to Yin. This array similarly encompassed the profound truths of the harmonious interplay of Yin and Yang, predominantly manifesting as a force of light. Moreover, the array possessed the ability to absorb spiritual energy, converting attacks into reserves of its own energy, rendering it a formidable defensive structure. It could also transform the chaotic energies of space into its own vitality, allowing it to function for countless years. As Yuan repaired the nodes of the formation, its capacity to absorb spatial turbulence and convert it into energy steadily improved, enhancing the array's restorative effects. The transitions among the 9 suns were gradually revitalizing. Throughout this process of restoration, Yuan inscribed numerous spiritual marks, In the absence of a master, the array was slowly being refined into his own possession. Even a rudimentary grasp of its power would suffice to subdue anyone below the Great Luo. Observing the tumultuous clashes, Su Yuan felt a sense of lamentation for the future of those engaged in battle. If they united now to dismantle the array and escape its confines, it could still be salvaged. Otherwise, once the array regained its full strength, even without his intervention, its self-defense mechanisms would ensure their demise. Chapter 155. The slippery Su Yuan and the tormented Fei Fei duo. 7 days later, a fierce battle reached its conclusion. The demonic cultivators suffered a crushing defeat, retreating into the depths of their secret realm. The celestial cultivators emerged victorious, having dealt a severe blow to their foes. With fewer than 10 of the enemy likely able to recover, joy radiated from their faces. Xianxia chuckled. Now is the time for us to depart. With the Fei Yan Legion shorthanded, we can launch a large-scale invasion of their ranks and surely claim victory. Once we secure our triumph, we can spare some forces to return and seal their escape, effectively cornering them within this secret realm, annihilating the threat while also fully uncovering this treasure trove. The benefits are manifold, Fei Peng remarked thoughtfully. Your analysis is astute. Xianxia beamed. Captain, all credit goes to your leadership. Beside them, Chongqing laughed heartily. There's no need for mutual commendation. This victory belongs to all of us. Fei Peng joined in the laughter, moving closer to Xianxia and Chongqing. Feigning an embrace, Xianxia returned the smile, but at that moment, a long sword materialized out of thin air, striking with blinding speed into Xianxia's chest. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed as countless forces of law wreaked havoc upon Xianxia's celestial body and primordial spirit. His eyes widened in shock as he coughed forth a spray of brilliant golden-red blood. In that instant, his soul endured a devastating blow. Everything within him was brought to an abrupt end by that singular strike. This was no ordinary blade. It was a culmination of years of study on Xianxia, crafted to deliver the most destructive and targeted lethal blow. It was a deadly ambush executed at a moment when Xianxia, fatigued and relaxed, was most vulnerable. Xianxia caught a glimpse of a faint smile on Fei Peng's face. You've taken too many of my kin. I had no choice. The pressure from my clan is immense. Xianxia, in disbelief, stammered, a demonic cultivator? You're one of them? Ah, Deputy Captain Zhuang, how naive you are. What does it matter whether one is a demonic or celestial cultivator? It is merely a different path of cultivation. In the end, aren't we all striving for eternal immortality? Fei Peng responded dismissively. You shall regret this. The path of demonic cultivation, steeped in the destruction of worlds and the slaughter of beings, will ultimately lead to your own demise. Xianxia declared as he uttered his final words, the light of life fading from his eyes. Meanwhile, a deathly feather pierced the brow of King Chongqing from behind, leaving his soul in decay. Teetering on the brink of extinction, Chongqing turned slightly to find Captain Fei Yan manifesting his true form behind him, exuding a pressure that unmistakably marked him as a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. This was indeed the true body of Captain Fei Yan. With the might of a mid-stage Tai golden immortal, he launched a surprise attack on a nascent Tai golden immortal, striking with full force against a diminished adversary. Employing a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure to ravage the flesh of a Tai golden immortal, all while plotting with intent against one taken unawares. All words were rendered meaningless. Dissolving into a profound sigh, the eternal darkness ensnared the king of Chongqing, leaving a group of golden immortals in utter disbelief. The abruptness of the transformation rendered them momentarily paralyzed. Upon regaining their senses, they promptly attempted to flee in all directions. The faces of two mid-stage Tai golden immortals revealed terrifying smiles. Within mere moments, all the fleeing golden immortals were mercilessly slaughtered by them. Captain Fei Yan licked the blood from the tip of his blade, grinning as he remarked, though somewhat unexpected, the plan remains unscathed. As long as these individuals perish here, and our avatars dissipate, the matter will be resolved. Fei Peng frowned, stating, however, this secret location must be reported subsequently. The pressing issue is that we are yet unable to plunder all the treasures within, especially since this site has encountered unforeseen changes. Dreadful. Captain Fei Yan furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the necessity of luring them in and putting on a show, we would have long since stripped this place of its treasures. What shall we do now? Let us annihilate the remaining demon cultivators. This time, I shall take the lead in enticing them. Your nephew is still inside. For the advancement of our clan, his sacrifice is indeed worthwhile. Unlike that Kong Ming, who cursed you even on his deathbed. Philian chuckled. The two shared a brief laugh before Philian and Faping plunged into the depths of the secret realm. With Philian as their insider, locating their position became remarkably effortless. Their assaults were even more untroubled this time. Severely wounded, both Misha and Huanli offered little resistance and fell completely under their ambush, while the golden immortals were annihilated without a trace. After gathering all the spoils, they began attempting to breach the structures to acquire the treasures. However, the defensive barriers on the building's surface had grown increasingly fortified. Philian spoke. Let us depart. The situation has shifted. I sense something amiss here. It's best to leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, only a few days have passed, and the formation should not have strengthened excessively. The initial stages of Misha and Huanli managed to breach the formation quickly. With our mid-stage prowess, we should be able to dismantle it swiftly. Faping nodded in agreement. They arrived at the location where they had just broken through a passage. It had merely been breached once before, making it easier to break again. Both joined forces, each equipped with mid-grade, postnatal spiritual treasures, their abilities even more astonishing. Logically, the first layer of the barrier should have been easily shattered. However, after 3 full hours of relentless assault, they finally shattered the first layer, creating merely a gap tall enough for a person to pass through. This speed was 3 times slower than before, and the size of the passage was considerably diminished. Exchanging glances, both Faping and Philian felt an urgent sense of foreboding, prompting them to intensify their attacks. After an entire additional day, they managed to breach the second barrier. This is not right. At this rate, we may not be able to break through the 9th barrier. Have you not sensed that the strength of the formation is still escalating? Faping remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it seems as though someone is mending this formation. The two exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, they both comprehended the truth. A third party has infiltrated. Moreover, they have done nothing but restore the formation. Philian exclaimed in fury. Curse be, who are these people? So insidious. This is quite clever. Their intent is to seize all the benefits. Once they close the door, all treasures will belong to them. Locate them. Eliminate them. Philian gritted his teeth. Let's go. Search along the perimeter. The two did not cease their assault on the formation immediately. Instead, they left their avatars to maintain the disruption while their true selves stealthily sought the possible presence of the third wave. Yuan sensed the threads of thought emanating from the two. Observing the ends of the threads drawing closer to him, he could not help but chuckle softly. In a flash, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he had moved to another location within the formation, continuing the repairs. Faping and Philian arrived at the spot where Yuan had just been. Philian swiftly moved to where Yuan had been seated, noting the peculiar fluctuations in the formation before him. There was indeed someone here, Philian asserted, and a practitioner at that. Faping confirmed. He calculated the position of the other, and dimly, it pointed towards the far end of the secret realm. His brow furrowed, realizing it was improbable. This secret realm was vast, and crossing it instantaneously was unrealistic, especially since the formation contained restrictions against flight. Nevertheless, this individual must be found and dealt with. Continue searching. Curse be, a master of formations has infiltrated. Philian fumed. Such a formation cannot be repaired by just anyone. They are both Tai golden immortals, possessing some knowledge of formation techniques. Yet they have merely scratched the surface of its weaknesses. To repair it, they cannot comprehend it. The two hurriedly pursued the vaguely calculated position. An hour later, another individual approached Yuan's location. In a blink, Yuan returned to his original spot, resuming the repairs on the previously neglected sections. Faping and Philian found themselves at loss. However, the lingering traces around them unmistakably indicated that one or more cultivators had indeed been present here. This place is truly at the opposite end of the secret realm. How is that possible? Faping struggled to comprehend. Philian's expression turned grave. It is possible that among them, someone has comprehended the laws of space, or perhaps a divine beast or celestial creature possesses innate spatial abilities. Faping regained his composure. Since they do not dare to confront us, it is evident they cannot match our strength. I find it hard to believe that such power could grasp the laws of space, though possessing an innate spatial divine ability is certainly plausible. Such methods cannot be employed indefinitely. After several attempts, we have exhausted his divine abilities. No waities. Yan shares the same intent. Thus, the two began to search for Su Yuan. With their dual avatars, their search hastened significantly compared to before. They no longer resorted to stealthy tactics, but instead soared through the skies with fervor, accelerating their quest. Each time one of them or their avatars approached Su Yuan, he would flee to another location for restoration. After numerous back-and-forth exchanges, Faping sensed something amiss. He promptly declared, "It seems that this person's innate divine ability consumes little energy. We must restrict his movements and set up a formation." Consequently, Yan and Faping commenced the arrangement of formations along the periphery of the Jiang Swallowing Spirit Great Formation, preventing Su Yuan from entering the formation to comprehend its intricacies. This endeavor consumed a full 3 months. They meticulously encircled the interior of the Jiang Swallowing Spirit Formation, but failed to catch a glimpse of Su Yuan. Upon returning to their starting point, they beheld a figure situated between the 4th and 5th layers of the formation's barriers, swiftly inscribing spiritual scripts to mend the formation. Sensing their gaze, Su Yuan turned and greeted them with a friendly smile. "Have you completed your formation? Would you care to join me for some tea?" A pallor swept across Faping and Yan's faces. They glanced at the intact formation barriers and then at Su Yuan, shielded within, and their fists clenched tightly. Chapter 156. The Formation's Slaughter of Tai. The two Tai, golden immortals, stood bewildered at the edge of the formation, gazing at Su Yuan within the barriers. Utterly at a loss, they had no intention of attempting to breach the barriers, for even if they could, they understood that Su Yuan could effortlessly escape. More critically, to enter a formation controlled by a master was tantamount to courting death. Both felt a wave of frustration, unsure of how to resolve this predicament. Su Yuan remained composed as he continued to repair the formation, but as he progressed into the latter stages, he discovered that his own mastery of formation techniques was insufficient. When the repairs reached the pinnacle level of Tai, he found himself stymied. Lacking the understanding of the Deluo-level principles, he could not actively restore the formation to that tier. However, Su Yuan remained unperturbed, for the formation possessed an inherent self-repair capability. Given time, it would autonomously advance to the Deluo Golden Immortal level. At that point, he could utilize the abundant divine soul imprints he had previously left behind to activate the Deluo-level Jiang Swallowing Spirit Great Formation. Some may wonder what use such a formation holds. At most, it serves as a protective barrier for a base. Yet, one must not forget that Su Yuan possesses the trait of World Traveler. If his enemies are caught off guard, he can effortlessly transport them directly into the formation, subsequently employing its power to annihilate them. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the inability to transfer the enemies. He can directly transport the entire Jiang Swallowing Spirit Great Array to the front of his foes. It remains uncertain how vast a space the World Traveler can convey, as he has yet to attempt transferring such a colossal secret realm. In a certain sense, this formation, in Su Yuan's hands, is akin to a movable array. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he finally had the leisure to observe the two Tai golden immortals ensnared within the formation. They were currently seated on the ground, their expressions no longer betraying any panic. Su Yuan stepped forward, traversing several layers of luminous barriers, arriving behind the first layer, where he exchanged glances with the two through the translucent veil. Yan could not help but twitch his lips at Su Yuan's demeanor, as if the barrier were non-existent. Neither side spoke initially, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense. Su Yuan regarded the two and said, "I propose a transaction. I wonder if you would be amenable?" Yan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who are you, esteemed sir?" Su Yuan responded with a faint smile, "Not to be divulged, not to be divulged." Faping interjected, "What does the transaction you speak of entail?" With a slight grin, Su Yuan replied, "My offer is quite simple. I shall spare your lives, but you must surrender all the treasures you possess to me. It is a most equitable exchange." Yan erupted furiously, "You insolent wretch! You, a mere golden immortal, dare to boast before us? You merely rely on the advantage of the formation." Faping subtly gestured for Yan to remain calm. Su Yuan, unfazed, remarked, "The formation is one of the most critical components of a cultivator's power. My mastery of formations has reached the Tai Golden Immortal level. Why should that not be considered Tai combat strength? Are you truly one who only knows how to brawl blindly? You have a sharp tongue." Yan scoffed. "I advise you to let us depart. Otherwise, if our clan's formidable experts realize we are long overdue, they will certainly come searching. At that point, even with this formation at your disposal, you would be swiftly annihilated. Su Yuan smirked. If you truly had a backup plan, why would you reveal it? You are merely trying to deceive me. Lei was about to retort, but Faping restrained his impulse to speak. He then said, we harbor no enmity between us. Exploration of secret realms relies on one's own abilities. If you wish to claim this place entirely, we have no objections. Should we vacate the premises? We would be willing to offer compensation, but demanding all our treasures is quite excessive. We are prepared to offer you a mid-grade postnatal spirit treasure. What do you think? Su Yuan was momentarily speechless. These two still had not grasped their predicament. Their very lives were now in his grasp, as they were effectively trapped within the Zhuyang swallowing spirit great array. With a mere adjustment of the formation, he could easily eliminate the two. In essence, their treasures and their very beings had already become his spoils of war. Now, they were bargaining for their lives when he had already offered them a chance. In truth, I wish to grant you an opportunity, yet it seems you are unwilling. Su Yuan sighed. The expressions of the two men shifted dramatically. In an instant, the nine suns devouring spirit great formation radiated with brilliant golden light, its boundaries expanding rapidly to envelop both individuals within its grasp. Lei immediately regretted standing too close to the barrier of the formation. Yet, in truth, regardless of how the two attempted to escape, their fates had already been sealed within the confines of the nine suns devouring spirit great formation. Once ensnared, they could no longer perceive Su Yuan's presence. Instead, they faced an endless sea of flames. The nine suns blazed high in the heavens, their supreme and unyielding solar fire igniting both their bodies and souls in indiscriminate incineration. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Lei, a demon cultivator ensnared in a celestial formation that was particularly lethal to his kind. The warmth he might have hoped for was nothing but a cruel illusion. Unable to restrain his true form any longer, he transformed into a colossal bird cloaked in black feathers, a black-winged falcon. Yet, even as his feathers glimmered momentarily, flames devoured them, reducing them to charred remnants. Stunned, Lei reverted to his human form, shielding himself with a massive cauldron, a layer of purple radiance cascading around him. Meanwhile, Faping was not faring any better. He too succumbed to the flames, revealing his true form as a golden-winged rock. Under the searing heat, countless golden feathers fell away, leaving him as a featherless bird. He quickly regained his human shape, conjuring a protective vessel, though his countenance was grim. Fellow Taoist, I am willing to offer 99% of my treasures, as long as I can retain my life's spirit treasure. Faping exclaimed. Lei scoffed. What is there to fear? I do not believe he can sustain this formation indefinitely. It is not something a mere golden immortal can easily manipulate. Faping retorted. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? The flames are upon us. A little humility is all that is needed. We do not even know his identity. Why should he fear our retaliation? These treasures are trivial compared to our lives. I would rather destroy all my possessions than relinquish them to this individual. Lei replied disdainfully. Their loud exchanges seemed to be a desperate attempt to ensure Su Yuan heard them. Observing this, Su Yuan smirked slightly. One claimed to offer treasures without intent of revenge, while the other implied that they would rather annihilate their valuables than leave them in his hands. Both were golden immortals. How could they not perceive the imminent threat to their lives? Calmly, Su Yuan watched the two, harboring no intention to reveal himself. As he had stated, there had been room for negotiation at the outset, but now that they had offended him, there was no longer any necessity for barter. Even if their treasures were destroyed, he would not show mercy. The treasures within the secret realm were plentiful, and he was far from superficial. In contrast, the true peril lay in the threats posed by these two golden immortals. Under Su Yuan's gaze, the nine suns devouring spirit great formation began to unleash its formidable power. Despite the desperate struggles of the two golden immortals, their assaults were relentlessly devoured by the formation, rendering them utterly incapable of breaking free. Every moment, they endured the torment inflicted by the array, as the terrifying peak-level solar flames unleashed unimaginable devastation, leaving the two immortals in profound agony. Conversely, Su Yuan gazed at the nine radiant suns in the sky, his expression brightening with increasing delight. Was this not a colossal super cauldron, perfect for refining weapons and concocting elixirs? It was indeed the most suitable of divine furnaces. Overjoyed, Su Yuan felt an irresistible urge rise within him. He had primarily focused on the laws of the stars, While the essence of the 9 golden elixirs within his dantian represented the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, elixir, formation, talisman, and device, 9 distinct principles. These laws had progressively ascended to the golden immortal level, second only to the laws of the stars. The advancement of these 9 principles would enhance Su Yuan's realm and combat prowess. For instance, during his recent study of the 9 suns devouring spirit formation, his skills in formation had rapidly improved. Consequently, any future deployment of the Big Dipper 7-star sword or other techniques incorporating formations would yield a significant increase in efficacy. Likewise, improvements in alchemy and artifact crafting would elevate his capabilities. As Su Yuan pondered how best to exploit this grand array, Lei and Faping found themselves engulfed in despair. It felt as if they had been thrust into a vast furnace, despite the formation not exhibiting overt changes. The flames within burned fiercely enough to render them unable to withstand the heat. This agony drove them to the brink of madness. Lei, in a frenzy, wreaked havoc. But before him lay a golden barrier, impervious to his attacks, leaving no trace of damage. In utter despair, he exclaimed, "This formation's barrier has grown even more formidable." The scoundrel. Friends, let's speak reasonably. Everything can be negotiated. I possess the Phoenix clan's secret inheritance, a powerful method leading straight to the Deluo realm. I am willing to share it, if only you grant me a chance at survival. At this moment, Faping dared not hope for too much. His plea for mercy unmistakably evident. Faping, what are you doing? How could the ancestral secrets be imparted to others, especially to a lowly race like humanity? Lei bellowed in anger. Faping sighed. I seek only to survive. What is so unacceptable about that? You are worthless, nothing but a waste. Everyone falls eventually. What cultivator has not met their demise? Lei's gaze towards Faping was laden with disappointment. Faping fell silent, scanning the surroundings as if awaiting Su Yuan's appearance. Yet, tragically, no one emerged. There were no jeers, no taunts, no proclamations of victory. Only a profound silence, a silence that resonated with despair. Within the formation, the skeletal remains of 2 enormous avian creatures continued to burn amidst the solar flames. Their bones, devoid of any flesh, appeared pitifully desolate. It seemed the 2 golden immortals had indeed perished. However, Su Yuan maintained an unflinching demeanor as he observed the 2 skeletal remains, each connected by strands of mental energy. Feigning death is an essential lesson for practitioners. To have reached the realm of the golden immortal, such a skill must have attained an exceptionally high caliber. Su Yuan watched them with keen interest, harboring no intentions of revealing himself. Many would leap forth in moments of victory, attempting to flaunt their prowess as their adversaries neared death, only to incur the wrath of curses or face a final counterattack. As a mere golden immortal, he found no need to boast before those of the golden immortal level. It sufficed to quietly witness their demise. Time passed, second by second, until, after several moments, one of the skeletal remains suddenly exuded a vast amount of dark energy, coalescing in the air into the spectral form of Lei. I curse you. You shall die an untimely death. Even the formation cannot halt my curse. The spectral form of Lei roared, and a curse materialized. Yet, this curse remained suspended in the air, motionless. The dissipating spirit of Lei was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Su Yuan had already transported himself back to the 7-star realm, observing Lei's performance from across countless turbulent spaces. The visage of the spectral form contorted in agony, and with a final scream, it vanished entirely along with the curse. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Strange, why hasn't the resting time increased? In truth, what mattered most to Su Yuan was the resting time of these 2 individuals, which was the primary reason for his ruthless actions. However, despite having vanquished his foes, the system's panel showed no response. Oh, not entirely devoid of reaction. Ding, reputation value, 48,920. The reputation value surged by over 40,000, nearing 50,000. His reputation in the Demon Yuan realm escalated from LV4, 320,000 to 100,000, to LV4, 820,000 to 100,000, bringing him closer to a level upgrade. Yet, the increase in reputation could not possibly stem from the dead. In an instant, Su Yuan followed that strand of mental energy, traversing through countless distances, He arrived within the most significant secret realm of a prominent clan in the demon Yuan realm. In the blood pool of the secret realm, a massive crimson egg was taking shape. Nearby, an elderly figure materialized, frowning as he gazed at the enormous egg. Philian, how did you fall? Father. While exploring a secret location, I was ambushed by a formation master. Philian, filled with rage, recounted the events that had transpired. Fool, knowing that the formation was unusual. You still thought to kill and seize treasure? Have you lost your mind? The elder scolded. Philian, momentarily at a loss for words, curled up in frustration within the egg. Your fall has severely depleted your essence. The chance of breaking through to the Daluo realm is now minuscule. Even restoring to the Tai golden immortal state will be exceedingly difficult. Henceforth, you shall contribute to the clan. There is no need for you to venture out. As for that secret location, others from the clan will attend to it. You need not concern yourself with it. The elder shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. Within the egg, Philian clenched his claws fiercely. Damn it, do not let me discover your identity. I shall tear you to shreds. Philian, is certainly not one to concede defeat. Stretching out a claw, he shattered the eggshell and soared into the air once more. A brand new form emerged. As Philian sensed his mortal body and magical prowess only at the celestial level, he let out a deep sigh. Damn it, I should first peruse the array books in the clan's treasury. Philian silently vowed to elevate his array mastery to the level of the Tai golden immortal. Meanwhile, within the Zhuyang spirit-devouring great array, Faping could no longer endure and his mental connection was severed. Su Yuan waited for a moment. Ding, fame value 52100. Similarly, this was a second activation of fame value, with Faping generously contributing over 50,000. Unfortunately, the mentality of a Tai golden immortal was still too formidable. Such a significant loss only resulted in a mere 2 activations of fame value. Su Yuan followed the mental thread evoked by the fame value and delved deeper. He beheld a hidden place in the immortal realm, where Faping was reborn amidst the flames at the base of a volcano, ascending into the sky. His aura restored to the true immortal realm. With a flash of light, Faping's form coalesced once more. A woman rushed over with urgency, undeniably exuding the aura of a Tai golden immortal. Anxiously, she inquired, Faping, what on earth has happened? How did Kong Ming fall? He couldn't even manage to be reborn. However, upon sensing Faping's aura, her expression halted in shock. You too have fallen? The beautiful woman exclaimed in disbelief. Faping sighed. This time it was my oversight. I never anticipated being betrayed. What exactly transpired? The beautiful woman furrowed her brow. A human array master repaired the array of that exploration secret place. Then, utilizing the array, annihilated us all, including myself. None escaped unscathed. Faping lamented, his expression sorrowful, utterly devoid of pretense. My son, the beautiful woman exclaimed with a mixture of shock and fury. Who is responsible? Do you have any trace of their essence? No, not even their appearance is known. All I know is that they are of the human race. The beautiful woman ground her teeth. In that case, I shall demand retribution from the humans for my son's demise. With a fierce determination, she surged out of the clan grounds, soaring into the distance. Faping breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had disregarded the beautiful woman, as her cultivation was merely at the early Tai stage, but now, with his own level at the true immortal realm, he was no match for her. Should she uncover the truth, it would be catastrophic. Faping shook his head. He hastily departed from the undying fire mountain and entered a cluster of palaces, arriving at his own residence there. Soon, he reached the hidden treasury within the palace, opening the door with a soul imprint. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the treasury. As his eyes beheld the scene, countless treasures gleamed before him. Artifacts of celestial origin, precious materials, elixirs, and medicinal herbs were all meticulously arranged in this space. A smile graced his lips as he thought to himself, fortunately, I have returned many treasures to my clan's domain. With such abundant resources, regaining my status as a Tai golden immortal is but a matter of time. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, how could anyone else know the location of that secret place? This is something I have never disclosed to anyone. He found himself on the verge of articulating a name when, in an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, ensnaring his body in a terrifying grip. His pupils constricted sharply as a tall figure materialized before him. In the depths of the figure's eyes, 7 stars shimmered, as if 7 celestial bodies hung above. while beneath its feet lay a tapestry of iridescent clouds. Surrounding it were 9 resplendent swords, and its robes sparkled with starlight, reminiscent of a vast galaxy. The figure cast a cold glance in his direction, and the 7 stars in its eyes radiated light, illuminating the entire realm. The brilliance pierced through his being, and in that fleeting moment, the corporeal form he had just solidified as a true immortal disintegrated into nothingness. Just before his obliteration, he finally grasped who was responsible for their demise. Yet how could that human be so powerful? With a mere wave of his hand, Yuan opened the interior of the celestial treasure cauldron, sweeping away all the treasures within the vault. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, as though he had never existed. However, in the next moment, a figure appeared within the treasury. This was a robust, middle-aged man whose icy gaze swept across the place where Fei Peng had fallen, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. How dare one wreak havoc within my Phoenix clan? Seeking death. The middle-aged man unleashed a formidable aura at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, scouring the entire treasury, yet finding no trace of the enemy. How could it be possible for someone to escape right beneath my eyes? Such profound spatial techniques. Time. Reversed. The man enveloped the treasury in a shimmering light as the recent events began to rewind. The scene abruptly shifted back to the moment Fei Peng entered the vault. The middle-aged man fixated on Fei Peng's movements, catching the murmured words as he seemed to recall a target. In an instant, the images rewound, landing back at the moment he himself entered the treasury. The man was momentarily taken aback. What happened in between? Unwilling to accept this, he initiated another reversal of time. And during this process, he inexplicably jumped to the moment Fei Peng first appeared. As the timeline resumed its order, when Fei Peng uttered the phrase about someone else, the images within the temporal reflection leapt forward, arriving directly at the scene of the middle-aged man's own entrance, as if a segment of time had been excised entirely. Were it not for the fact that all the treasures had vanished and Fei Peng had completely perished, he might have believed he was experiencing an illusion. Time has been severed. What sorcery is this? The perplexities of the middle-aged man are beyond comprehension. The scene unfolds vividly within Yuan's perceptive mind. Upon witnessing the man's manipulation of time, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. However, when he realized the man could not perceive his own temporal image, he was slightly astonished. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. The time corridor. Indeed, initially, he had believed that this time corridor merely replicated past events and ensconced them within its confines. Yet, the manifestation before him indicated something astonishing. The time corridor had truly captured a fragment of the past and ensconced it within the corridors of time. At that moment of severance, others could no longer utilize temporal reversal or deduce the past to locate Yuan. In this instant, he comprehended why. Despite his extensive reading in the Dragon Clan's vast library, no powerful beings from the clan sought him out for trouble, because they simply could not find him. He even speculated that many past calamities might have been circumvented due to the existence of the time corridor, escaping his awareness. It is no wonder he could grasp the laws of the universe from the time corridor. This concept is extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 158, Organizing the Spoils. Ding, rest time 5. 308 years. Yuan was taken aback. Gazing at the data on the system panel, he fell into contemplation. Fei Peng is a Tai golden immortal. While he is currently a golden immortal, with no loss of time incurred. Thus, Fei Peng's entire lifetime of rest amounts to merely 5,000 years. Yuan's eyes widened. This golden feathered bird, appearing insidious, was unexpectedly a diligent creature. He had to concede that individuals who attain the Tai golden immortal status are certainly not mere trifles. Although Fei Peng seemed to perish rather easily in his grasp, any other Tai golden immortal would not have been so easily vanquished. Yuan believed that to acquire substantial rest time, the reward from slaying a golden immortal might surpass those from a Tai golden immortal. Those with mediocre qualifications and average power, particularly the lethargic yet aged golden immortals, would serve as optimal targets for plunder. 5,000 years of rest time could be reserved for future use. With a decisive step, Yuan once again found himself within the secret realm. At the sight of the 2 birds' demise, several items remained. He extended his hand with a beckoning gesture. 8 items soared towards him, among which the most conspicuous were the skeletal remains of 2 Tai golden immortal demons, exquisite materials for forging at the Tai golden immortal level. Naturally adorned with intricate patterns of law, possessing inherent properties such as fire resistance and metal fusion, with slight refinement. They could be transformed into fine artifacts or even innate spiritual treasures, especially during the confrontation with these two demon tribes. All of his essence had seamlessly integrated into the skeletal frames, elevating their material quality to the late stage of the Tai realm, a value not to be underestimated. Su Yuan carefully stored the skeletons away and then turned his gaze towards the innate spiritual treasures of the two individuals. Fei Lian's innate spiritual treasure was a jet-black feather, which appeared relatively intact at that moment. However, this treasure still bore an owner. This artifact maintained a bloodline connection with Fei Lian, rendering it unsuitable for casual use. With a mere thought, Su Yuan cast it into the Wanbao, Qingquending. Old Qian drew in a sharp breath. Master, this feather you bestowed upon me is of too high a grade. I cannot possibly refine it. Take your time, Su Yuan replied, retrieving the 18 golden immortal grade treasures he had just acquired from the Fei Peng treasure vault, tossing them all to Old Qian for refinement. Refine these first and elevate your own grade to the golden immortal level. Old Qian exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. No problem. With these golden immortal treasures, along with this feather, I will surely reach the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's lips twitched. Your cost-effectiveness remains consistently low. Old Qian had already immersed himself in the refinement process. Shaking his head, Su Yuan continued to observe. Another treasure was Fei Peng's innate spiritual treasure, a golden sword seemingly forged from bird beaks. Although not quite on par with the innate treasures of the Tai golden immortal level, its power was not significantly inferior. However, as an innate treasure, it was challenging to fully harmonize with others, resulting in at least a 30% decrease in efficacy. Nonetheless, it remained a rare treasure among the mid-tier Tai golden immortals. Yet, it was another unclean item. Su Yuan sighed. Unlike the feather, whose owner was still alive and thus could not be utilized, the owner of this golden sword had perished, allowing him the opportunity to modify it and repurpose it for continued use. To be prudent, it would be best to let the Wanbao Qingquending consume it as well. Su Yuan then turned his attention to the remaining 4 treasures, a mirror, a ding, a bottle, and a book. The dingling mirror, the 4 symbols demon subduing ding, the Liuli Qinglu treasure bottle, and the Wanling book, each a mid-grade postnatal treasure. The dingling mirror served as an attack treasure targeting the soul. The 4 symbols demon subduing ding was for sealing and defense. The Liuli Qinglu treasure bottle offered protection, while the Wanling book functioned as a defensive artifact for the soul. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Excellent items, truly exceptional. Regrettably, they too were not meant to be exposed. However, they could be refined first. He promptly cast the 5 treasures into his dantian, allowing the golden elixir stars to commence their refinement. Having dealt with these treasures, Su Yuan once again gazed into the contents of the Fei Peng treasure vault. It contained a plethora of resources, particularly spiritual pills, herbs, and materials, abundant in quantity, but primarily at the golden immortal level. Reflecting on these materials, Su Yuan recalled his earlier thought, refining tools, refining pills. With these materials in hand, one can now endeavor to forge treasures of the golden immortal level. However, before the forging process commences, the secret land requires a relocation. Su Yuan melded his consciousness into the 9 suns devouring spirit great formation, and after a considerable span of 15 minutes, he enveloped the entire secret land with his spiritual perception. Subsequently, Su Yuan activated the world traveler entry. Boom! The entire secret land vanished into thin air in an instant. The chaotic spatial currents filled the vast void left behind, forming a miniature spatial tempest. An hour elapsed. A figure, stepping with an enigmatic grace, arrived at the original location of the secret land. After probing the vicinity for some time, the individual frowned and muttered, "What secret land? It simply does not exist." The spatial turbulence offered no means to reverse time. He shook his head and departed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had successfully relocated the entire secret land into the 7 stars realm. The moment the secret land manifested, the heavenly Tao's web reacted, and a singular eye of the heavenly Tao emerged, brewing violet lightning within its gaze. Seemingly intent on obliterating the secret land, Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "This is a fine treasure I have retrieved. No need for excitement. Moreover, even if you wish to destroy it, you would find it impossible." The eye of the heavenly Tao scrutinized the formations on the surface of the secret land before vanishing from sight. Su Yuan suspended the secret land amidst the clouds of the Seven Stars realm. Then, wielding the authority of the Seven Stars sovereign, he interconnected the veins of heaven and earth with the secret land. Strands of vital energy intertwined with the entire secret land, and an immense quantity of spiritual essence from the Seven Stars realm was engulfed and absorbed into the secret land. Shortly thereafter, primordial spiritual energy began to seep forth from the secret land, integrating into the spiritual essence cycle of the Seven Stars realm. As the secret land gradually assimilated into the spiritual operation system of the Seven Stars realm, the flow of spiritual energy accelerated 100-fold. The secret land functioned like a robust heart, infusing the Seven Stars realm with immense vitality. Thump, thump, thump. The secret land erupted with powerful conveyance capabilities, transforming increasing amounts of spiritual essence into primordial spiritual energy, subsequently channeling it into the earth veins of the Seven Stars realm. Witnessing this, Su Yuan smiled faintly. He was well aware that the secret land harbored a supreme, immortal vein capable of transmuting primordial spiritual energy. The inclusion of this top-tier immortal vein into the Seven Stars realm undoubtedly constituted an epic enhancement. Having accomplished all this, Su Yuan dispatched his second primordial spirit to explore the various edifices within the secret land in search of treasures, while he himself entered the interior of the Nine Suns Devouring Spirit Great Formation to commence the treasure forging officially. Let us first attempt the creation of a standardized flying sword. Su Yuan had acquired numerous schematics for crafting golden immortal level artifacts and alchemical formulas from the Dragon Clan's infinite sea of books, including several standardized weapons with relatively low forging difficulties. He retrieved a piece of black ironwood and cast it into the true sun's flames. The recipe indicated that to successfully melt black ironwood, one would require no less than 300 years, under the dominion of the great sun, true flame. Within a mere 3 days, the entire woodamoo was rendered molten. Su Yuan wielded his primordial spirit to manipulate the woodamoo into shape, all the while conjuring a multitude of Tao inscriptions. Strands of prohibitions took form, merging to create an even more formidable array of restrictions. Concurrently, he was required to incorporate additional materials into the woodamoo, a process of alchemy that was exceedingly intricate. After a month, a black longsword, embellished with golden threads, was successfully forged. The Wujin sword, a mid-level golden immortal treasure, was born. The very moment the forging was completed, the Wanbao Ding materialized, inhaling deeply as a vast orb of divine light was absorbed into its form, initiating a qualitative transformation in its rank and commencing its evolution into a golden immortal artifact. Su Yuan noted the orb of divine light and, in an instant, made a decisive choice to activate the entry, balance of work and rest. In the blink of an eye, it was activated 6 times. 5,000 years of rest was transmuted into 18 days of cultivation. Su Yuan's gaze fixated upon the orb of divine light. As it merged with the Wanbao Ding, he attuned himself to the changes within the divine light and the process of transforming the ding. Almost instantaneously, he found himself immersed in enlightenment. Su Qian, neglecting all else, exerted his utmost to guide the Wanbao Ding in its breakthrough to the golden immortal tier. Time trickled by. Su Yuan's Tao follows nature entry glimmered brilliantly, granting him a clear vision of every transformation of the divine light. Countless memories swirled within his mind, and his profound comprehension enabled him to instantly grasp the subtleties of the divine light. The light of creation, the power of creation. A sudden realization dawned upon Su Yuan. The essence that the Wanbao Ding acquired during the forging of treasures was indeed the innate power of creation that emerged during the refining process. And the laws of creation were the very foundation of artifact forging and pill concocting. Both forging and alchemy are manifestations of creation. Unbeknownst to the Wanbao Ding, it had somehow developed the characteristic of absorbing the power of creation, endowing it with limitless potential for evolution. This is the extraordinary nature of the laws of creation. Leveraging the principles of artifact forging and alchemy as a springboard, Su Yuan delved into a profound comprehension of the laws of creation. With the potent perceptive abilities of Tao follows nature, combined with the extraordinary insight granted by balance of work and rest, his understanding of the laws of creation surged with remarkable speed. At the moment, the Wanbao, Xianxia ascended to a lower-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. Su Yuan seized the opportunity to grasp the fundamentals of the laws of creation. Indeed, he had merely brushed the surface of these laws, having yet to fully comprehend their essence, only managing to glean 30,000 strands of the laws of creation. However, the profundity of these laws significantly enhanced his capabilities in artifact forging and alchemy. Simultaneously, the power of creation flowed through him, gradually elevating both his physical form and primordial spirit. The vast sea of knowledge recorded that the laws of creation are among the higher-tiered laws. If there exists a sentient being capable of comprehending the entire principle of creation, they could elevate themselves to the realm of the Great Luo in an instant. Chapter 159. The Branches of Creation Principle. Creation. Su Yuan toyed with the universal treasure cauldron in his hands, no longer lamenting the 18 golden immortal treasures and the Tai-level artifact, the Black Feather. This was indeed a lower-grade, postnatal, spiritual treasure of the creation principle. As Su Yuan's divine sense delved into the universal treasure cauldron, his previously joyful expression momentarily faltered. Where was the creation principle? How had it transformed into the principle of crafting? A twitch at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth betrayed his disappointment. He had anticipated the higher principle of creation. Yet the universal treasure cauldron delivered a minor blow, revealing that it was merely a branch of the creation principle, the principle of crafting. The creation principle itself had two additional branches, the principle of spirit crafting and the principle of transformation. All three branches were of medium rank, and mastering them would lead one to become a Tai golden immortal, an achievement not to be underestimated. The good news, however, was that the principle of crafting within the universal treasure cauldron was complete. Thus, the seemingly lower-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure, the universal treasure cauldron, had essentially attained the status of a Tai-level artifact. With a thought, Su Yuan commanded the universal treasure cauldron to invert its mouth, unleashing a powerful suction that began to draw in the surrounding true sun flame. The nine-yang spirit, devouring array, seemed to sense the depletion of the true sun flame and activated its defensive mechanisms. However, Su Yuan maintained control over the operation of the nine-yang spirit devouring array. A substantial amount of true sun flame was absorbed into the universal treasure cauldron, where it was refined and transformed for his own use. After several hours of consumption, Lao Qian finally spoke. That's enough. I have absorbed sufficient energy and can now independently produce true sun flame, reaching the level of Tai golden immortal. Su Yuan laughed heartily at this. Excellent. Previously, controlling the nine-yang spirit devouring array for artifact refinement was immensely challenging, but now, using the universal treasure cauldron will be significantly easier. With the enhancement from the principle of crafting, my efficiency in refining treasures will undoubtedly increase dramatically. Perhaps I might even succeed in crafting treasures at the level of Tai golden immortal. Su Yuan promptly sought to access the storage space within the universal treasure cauldron to retrieve some materials for artifact crafting. However, upon opening the space, he found it utterly devoid of contents. Where are the items? Su Yuan exclaimed in bewilderment. Lao Qian coughed awkwardly and replied, When I just broke through to the lower-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, I felt a lack of foundation and had no choice but to refine all the treasures in the treasury. Su Yuan gasped in shock. You are a glutton. Fear not, master. Though I have consumed everything, I can now utilize innate spiritual energy to transmute materials above the golden immortal level. I can gradually produce these materials, transforming our originally limited resources into sustainable ones. Lao Qian hastily reassured him. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan glanced at the 5 medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasures within his dantian and inexplicably sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had refined the treasures within his dantian. If they had been left within Lao Qian's body, they might have been consumed as well. He did not truly cherish these treasures. Rather, it was old Qian's presumptuous behavior that displeased him greatly. Consequently, Su Yuan swiftly confined old Qian within the core of the Wanbao Xianxia, allowing him to reflect during his confinement. Afterward, Su Yuan stowed away the Wanbao Xianxia and stepped forth into the Qixing market. With an expression of calm indifference, he entered the Qixing tower. Upon noticing Su Yuan, Song Kai exhibited a moment of astonishment and promptly approached, intending to pay his respects. Su Yuan gestured dismissively. Understanding the cue, Song Kai immediately led Su Yuan to a VIP room. Onlookers were taken aback by Song Kai's demeanor. As the head of the Qixing market, his status was considerable, and it was rare for him to personally attend to guests. To be personally received by him indicated one as high standing. Within the VIP room, Song Kai promptly bowed and declared, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Su Yuan inclined his head and inquired, "How has business been at the market recently?" Song Kai responded with a smile. "Ever since the members of the Faping Corps and Philean Corps brought numerous specialties from the immortal and demon realms to sell in the Qixing Tower, our business has flourished remarkably. Many cultivators have come drawn by our reputation, resulting in a quadrupling of the market's trading volume." Su Yuan understood. The specialties from both realms held great allure for the other. In a certain sense, the Qixing market could be deemed a black market. "Currently, how many golden immortal guests have you encountered?" Su Yuan asked. "Indeed, there have been some golden immortals appearing lately, though most have come in avatars due to the ongoing conflict between the immortal and demon realms, making it difficult for many to descend in their true forms," replied Song Kai. "You must have a list of them?" Su Yuan inquired. "Yes, ancestor." Song Kai promptly produced a list. After perusing it briefly, Su Yuan nodded and declared, "Excellent. I have decided to host a Golden Immortal Trading Conference. Invite those Golden Immortals to the Qixing market in 10 years to participate in this event. Furthermore, during this time, promote my two identities as a refiner and an alchemist, both at the pinnacle level of Golden Immortals." Song Kai immediately nodded. "Understood, ancestor. I will make the arrangements." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "But would it be inappropriate for me to invite them? My own strength is merely at the celestial immortal level." Recently, Song Kai had accrued considerable merit, earning a position at the celestial immortal tier. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan waved his hand casually. Suddenly, Song Kai's aura surged dramatically, transcending from celestial immortal, bypassing true immortal and profound immortal, and directly ascending to the early stage of golden immortal. Su Yuan sensed that approximately 1% of his essence had been utilized to empower Song Kai. This indicated that Su Yuan's magical power was 100-fold that of his peers. "Now, you are qualified to invite them to participate," Su Yuan proclaimed. "This is a reward bestowed upon you in advance. In the future, you shall deduct it from your own merits." "Thank you for the generous gift, ancestor," Song Kai exclaimed, his surprise evident. Despite needing to make up for past contributions, can the ability of the Golden Immortal to accrue merit truly be compared to that of the Celestial Immortal? This itself is a tremendous blessing. Song Kai hastily proceeded to attend to his affairs. At this moment, Su Yuan turned his attention to the developments within the Qixing sect. Soon, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The progress made by the disciples of Qixing sect was far swifter than he had anticipated. For instance, his contemporaries, Yves Buffon and Lu Mu Wan, had remarkably reached the realm of refining void. Such rapid cultivation was evidently extraordinary. Su Yuan immediately focused his thoughts to investigate further. Before long, he discerned the reason behind this phenomenon. It turned out that they had discovered a realm of extraordinary time flow within the mortal world. Su Yuan realized that after traversing worlds, the disciples of Qixing sect had stumbled upon a mortal realm where time flowed at an astonishing rate, 100 times that of other worlds. Thus, a single day in the Qixing realm equated to 100 days in that realm. Although this world was desolate and its resources severely depleted, time remained a precious resource, especially for the disciples of Qixing sect, who lacked neither resources nor techniques, but rather were in dire need of time. Many disciples, upon learning of the time distortion realm, promptly journeyed there, bringing resources to engage in secluded cultivation. Consequently, merely a few months had passed, and the strength of each disciple in the Qixing sect had undergone remarkable enhancement. Unfortunately, this was merely a mortal realm, and cultivation in the celestial realm was unattainable within it. Moreover, during their seclusion, many individuals had encountered bottlenecks in their progress. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment before sending a message to Gu Qingzhu. "I shall dispatch an incarnation to the time distortion realm to preach for a millennium. You will relay this message, inviting the disciples to attend the teachings," Su Yuan conveyed. Gu Qingzhu, who was currently managing sect affairs, was still the sect master of Qixing sect and had notably reached the tribulation transcending realm. Upon receiving Su Yuan's message, he was filled with immense joy. Soon, a multitude of disciples from Qixing sect received the news and hurriedly made their way to the teleportation plaza. One by one, disciples vanished from their original locations, heading toward the time distortion realm. In the time distortion realm, a brand new stronghold of Xianxia Sect, the vast plaza was continuously populated by seated disciples. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. By the time all disciples settled, their numbers had soared to an astonishing 14 billion. Guyu sat at the forefront, dumbfounded as he gazed at the throngs of disciples behind him. He was utterly speechless, unable to comprehend how the number of disciples in Xianxia Sect had grown to such an extent. Beside him, a calm avatar of Lei Yan remarked, "It's quite normal. I have joined Xianxia Sect, and naturally, others from different worlds can join as well. Although the requirements for joining Xianxia Sect have become increasingly stringent. With 100 individuals in one world, that amounts to 10 billion across 10 million worlds." Guyu swallowed hard, expressing oldly, "Why do I feel that my current realm in the tribulation stage is rather low? It seems there are numerous beings above the Great Ascension stage around. Your perception is not mistaken. Many beings of the Great Ascension, including those like myself, have joined the 7-star sect. You are now ranked at least outside the top 100,000, replied Lei Yan. With a hint of melancholy, Guyu responded, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The primary concern lies in the vast increase of scriptures in the library, now multiplied by hundreds. I have a manifestation there that is frantically reading and comprehending, and it is almost bewildered by the sheer volume." Lei Yan nodded in agreement, having pondered deeply before deciding to join the 7-star market as an internal member. It was only then that he realized the 7-star market was backed by the 7-star sect. What astonished him most upon joining was not merely the presence of golden immortal masters within the sect, but the open mystical light secret realm, which housed an immense trove of scriptures. Moreover, the cost for exchanging these texts was remarkably low, less than 1% of what external members would pay. Yet the contribution points required were increasingly scarce, overwhelmed by the abundance of texts. It was virtually impossible to exhaust them all. Nevertheless, he understood the significance of these scriptures. All the contribution points he had earned over the years were devoted to reading them. It mattered not if he couldn't comprehend them fully. Wasn't the 7-star Taoist preparing to impart teachings? Wasn't this a golden opportunity? Countless disciples eagerly awaited the arrival of Yuan, many having only heard of the 7-star patriarch's name without ever having had the chance to behold his true form. Today, they would finally witness him. At a certain moment, a figure materialized above the multitude of disciples. Before they could discern Yuan's features, the very heavens shifted. Dark clouds gathered swiftly above, and bolts of violet-black thunder began to coalesce. An eye of the heavenly Tao, formed from the networks of laws, took shape and swiftly locked onto Yuan's figure. Yuan gazed upward at the sky, his expression utterly calm. "Heavenly punishment? I am merely utilizing a manifestation," he remarked. Yet, the eye of the heavenly Tao remained fixated on him. Chapter 160. The astounding transformation after full level of entries. Yuan furrowed his brow. A surge of celestial might emanated from him, countering the eye of the heavenly Tao, causing the celestial power within to momentarily falter. At the same time, centered around Yuan, a maelstrom of purple lightning swiftly took form, countless bolts coursing through the tempest, their power having reached the apex of this realm. The sea of lightning he conjured faced off against the thunderclouds of the heavenly Tao, suspended in the air. As the heavenly Tao's brewing concluded, a terrifying bolt of destructive thunder descended upon Yuan's sea of lightning. The myriad bolts within the sea enveloped this strike, swiftly assimilating it into their own. With each strike of heavenly punishment, Yuan's sea of lightning absorbed it all, and unbeknownst to him, its might had doubled in strength. The space of the temporal chaos realm was torn apart by the thunder sea, resulting in spatial rifts that appeared out of thin air, devouring the lightning within the thunder sea. For a time, Yuan remained unscathed, while the essence of the temporal chaos realm continuously dissipated due to the veracity of the spatial rifts. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he refrained from retaliating, observing as the heavenly Tao continued to unleash its thunderbolts, curious as to how long this celestial force could endure. Momentarily, the heavenly Tao seemed somewhat perplexed, pausing its onslaught. Its gaze fixated on Yuan, provoking astonishment among the disciples below who awaited further developments. Yuan glanced at the heavens and proclaimed, "I shall borrow your sacred ground for a moment. This is my token of gratitude." With an open hand, a golden orb ascended, revealing intricate details. The orb was composed of countless lines, each appearing to represent a fragment of the law. These myriad lines intertwined to form a complete network of principles. imbued with profound truths and mysteries. The gaze of the heavenly Tao remained fixed on the golden orb, devoid of overt emotion, yet its actions betrayed its desires. The orb ascended steadily until it merged into the heavenly Tao's eye. With a blink, countless secret patterns of the law began to swirl, and the space of the temporal chaos realm inexplicably grew stable. The spatial rifts that once threatened to rend the fabric of reality vanished without a trace. The heavenly Tao cast one final glance at Su Yuan before gradually dissipating. The thunderclouds dispersed, and Su Yuan withdrew the thunder sea. Guyu exclaimed in awe. The heavenly Tao could not contend with our ancestor and was compelled to retreat. Li Shan added, the ancestor understands the ways of the world, bestowing a gift upon the heavenly Tao. Guyu insisted, ultimately it is the ancestor's strength that is paramount. Su Yuan shifted his gaze from the heavenly Tao to the multitude of disciples below. 14 billion disciples were densely gathered, seated in meditation, their expressions eager as they looked up at him. With a gentle smile, Su Yuan spoke softly, I am the seven-star Tao sovereign, mastering the northern dipper of the starry sky and wielding the 7 stars of the spirit realm. With the principles of the stars as the foundation of my path and 3,000 laws as my auxiliary studies, I shall construct an unparalleled avenue. I will impart teachings in the temporal chaos realm for 3 sessions, each lasting 300 years. I hope you will contemplate deeply. In unison, the 14 billion disciples proclaimed, we thank our ancestor for bestowing upon us the teachings. Su Yuan nodded slightly and commenced his formal lecture. Waves of sound imbued with the essence of law flowed from his lips. The principles of the stars encompass 129,600 foundational mysteries, the first of which is radiance. As Su Yuan expounded, the power surrounding him began to manifest the laws, forming strands of law that encircled him, vividly illustrating the transformations of these principles. His teachings were accessible and comprehensible, allowing countless disciples to become enraptured. The heavenly Tao sensed the resonance of Su Yuan's discourse, and, recognizing the benefit to the cosmos, caused the laws of heaven and earth to ripple. Ethereal golden flowers of spiritual energy materialized beside Su Yuan, cascading into the lower arena as they were absorbed by the eager disciples. Under the influence of the golden flower, they all entered a profound state of enlightenment, making it significantly easier for them to comprehend the teachings expounded by Su Yuan. Pleased with his progress, Su Yuan continued to elaborate on the intricate principles of the stellar laws. However, merely 3 days had passed when notification from the system panel left Su Yuan momentarily stunned. Ding! Entry 1 has been upgraded to maximum level LV9, automating it as a personal divine ability. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at this system prompt. On the panel, the original Entry 1, balance of work and rest, vanished in a flash. Concurrently, an exceedingly dense Tao text seamlessly integrated into the depths of Su Yuan's soul, transforming into a personal divine ability inherent to him. In an instant, Su Yuan felt a notable shift. Previously, utilizing the balance of work and rest entry involved a mechanical operation through the system panel, limiting his flexibility. However, now that it had manifested as a personal divine ability, a wave of insights surged within him. It was as if he could perceive an energy within his soul, symbolizing rest time, slowly accumulating. He grasped the fundamental operational logic of this divine ability. Casting his gaze upon the 14 billion disciples, he was astonished to discover that he could see the unique energy representing rest time enveloping each individual. Casually selecting one disciple to experiment with, he activated the divine ability, causing the disciples' rest time to deplete rapidly. Under the consumption of this rest time, the disciples' cultivation efficacy surged tenfold. When Su Yuan willed it, he halted the burning of the disciples' rest time, and indeed, the disciples' cultivation results reverted to their previous level. Remarkably, only a portion of the rest time had been consumed, while the majority retained its energy. This transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Not only could he assist himself and others in activating the state of work-rest balance, but he could also pause the effects of the entry at will. This made the utilization of the balance of work and rest divine ability remarkably more relaxed. If any disciple found themselves at an impasse in their cultivation, Su Yuan could effortlessly help them temporarily activate the balance of work and rest state, thereby significantly enhancing their comprehension and breaking through their limitations to elevate their cultivation. This unexpected transformation astounded Su Yuan. He had never anticipated such a remarkable effect following the entry's elevation to LV9. With the complete integration of this into his personal divine ability, the weight that had lingered in his heart finally lifted. At this moment, even if the system panel were to vanish, he felt confident in ascending to the pinnacle of the Tao with this divine ability. This is the extraordinary aspect of the balance of work and rest entry. However, there is a drawback. Utilizing it now requires additional consumption of mana, no longer free of cost, as it was on the panel. Nevertheless, this is but a minor concern. With a single thought, Su Yuan immediately activated the divine art of harmonious balance, casting an invisible radiance that enveloped the universe, allowing 14 billion disciples to simultaneously enter a state of enlightenment. Chapter 161, A Complete Breakthrough. As soon as Su Yuan began his discourse, he sensed his own comprehension soaring at an unprecedented rate. Remarkably, even without having unlocked the harmonious balance innate divine art, he experienced similar effects. This was the manifestation of the transformative influence of the principle of natural law. I am nature. By showcasing his grand path to the cosmos, the more beings that comprehend it, the stronger the insights gained, resulting in a significant enhancement of his understanding. The collective enlightenment of 14 billion disciples provided him with an immense boost to his comprehension. Although the contribution of each individual was minuscule, the cumulative effect of such a vast number was nothing short of terrifying. His understanding multiplied 1,000-fold. Simultaneously, the effects of harmonious balance activated, ensuring that the longer he cultivated, the greater the benefits. This effect could reach a maximum level of 9, equating to a staggering 512 times enhancement. In other words, without utilizing any rest, his comprehension could escalate to 5 million times. Su Yuan promptly delved into the laws of the stars, simultaneously teaching and cultivating his multitasking abilities undeterred. Above, the Big Dipper shone brilliantly, showering the disciples with abundant starlight, alleviating any concerns regarding spiritual energy. As Su Yuan immersed himself in the laws of the stars, he perceived a sudden acceleration in his cultivation speed, advancing by half a level. A multitude of insights regarding the stellar laws erupted in his mind. Though these realizations were somewhat superficial, they offered him diverse inspirations, some even shattering his conventional thought patterns, thereby smoothing his path to comprehension. He recognized this as the activation of the transformative effect of the 7 stars shine bright. Unity of the 7 stars. The Big Dipper guides all beings towards growth, and the enhancements of these beings will coalesce within you. Although this current boost seemed negligible, the potential for significant growth in the future was undeniable as these beings advanced in their realms. Su Yuan had yet to fully grasp 6 primordial laws of the stars. The difficulty of comprehending these remaining 6 was exceptionally high. Yet with a 5 million-fold enhancement in comprehension, success in cultivation would not require an inordinate amount of time. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a decade had passed. Remarkably, Su Yuan discovered another primordial law of the stars. The number of primordial laws yet to be understood dwindled to 5. According to the normal flow of time in the outside world, only a month had elapsed. Undeterred, Su Yuan pressed on, and after another 30 years, he attained yet another primordial law, raising the total to 114. 60 years later, as the time spent teaching reached a century, he grasped another primordial law, bringing the total to 115, leaving only 3 to achieve completeness. This sensation was akin to soaring through the skies. After a year of relentless cultivation, Su Yuan gradually sensed a significant decline in the flashes of inspiration that frequently illuminated his mind. Troubled by this perplexity, he directed his perception towards his disciples. It became evident that many of them displayed expressions of confusion as they listened to his teachings. Numerous disciples found themselves ensnared at a particular bottleneck, unable to progress further in their cultivation. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan noticed that the rest periods allotted to many of his disciples had been completely exhausted. The absence of comprehension hindered their ability to break through, thereby amplifying the difficulty of their advancement. More critically, Su Yuan discovered that the underlying reason for their stagnation was a failure to cultivate their mental state in tandem with their physical prowess. Take Yu, for instance, a prodigy blessed with extraordinary talent and exceptional comprehension of the laws. After a century of study, he had ascended to the level of a human immortal in terms of understanding the laws, Yet his cultivation remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, unable to reach the great ascension realm. His mental state, only at the mid-tribulation stage, was insufficient for such a breakthrough. Even achieving the pinnacle of the tribulation stage was a testament to his remarkable aptitude. However, this level of mental cultivation was simply inadequate for transcending to the great ascension realm. Any forced attempt to break through could lead to madness or worse, a catastrophic loss of control over one's own mana, potentially resulting in death. There were many like Guyu, whose understanding of the laws and mana surpassed their mental cultivation, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Unlike Su Yuan, most lacked the refinement of the mortal heart attribute and did not possess a divine position as a foundation. They merely sat and listened to the teachings, making it inherently challenging for them to elevate their mental state. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yuan understood that if this issue remained unresolved, the teachings would likely not endure for long. He began to ponder potential solutions. The enhancement of one's mental state could only be achieved through experience, whether through the trials of life or the crucible of life and death, both of which could elevate one's mental fortitude. The most effective and rapid means for cultivators to enhance their mental state was through combat, especially in the moments where life and death hung in the balance, which often resulted in a significant surge in mental clarity. With this in mind, Su Yuan contemplated creating an illusory realm for his disciples to train in. However, upon further reflection, he recognized the limitations of such illusions. While they might facilitate rapid initial growth in mental state, the inherent flaw lay in the fact that, due to the absence of genuine peril, cultivators could develop a sense of complacency towards life and death crises. If they became desensitized to such dangers, their ability to enhance their mental state would become exceedingly difficult. This dilemma left him vexed. Should he disperse his disciples for practical training? That approach would be far too inefficient. Su Yuan, who valued efficiency above all, was unwilling to pursue such a course of action. How he wished for a realm to serve as an adversary for their training. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an idea sparked within him as he locked his gaze upon the Elder of the 10 Absolutes. The Elder of the 10 Absolutes was also present, having transformed to attend the discourse, while his true form remained in the 7 Stars realm, where his cultivation had ascended significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the early human immortal stage with remarkable speed. Su Yuan, with a mere thought, unveiled the concealed mark left upon the Elder. In the heavenly constant realm, a premier spiritual domain, there resided 5 golden immortal powerhouses, the esteemed immortal lords of the heavenly constant. Their exalted positions were akin to that of the celestial saints, endowed with the authority to manipulate certain celestial powers within a realm, rendering them the supreme beings of the heavenly constant. Countless cultivators within this realm yearned for the status of these immortal lords, as attaining such a rank promised eternal life. However, the number of golden immortal positions was finite, with only 5 existing. Thus many cultivators turned their gaze towards other spiritual realms. Over the years, the practitioners of the heavenly constant had discovered several smaller spiritual domains, establishing unified powers within them, resulting in 5 additional cultivators achieving the golden immortal status, further igniting the aspirations of many towards these new realms. On this particular day, within the faction of the Celestial Lord of the East Sea, a venerable elder of the Flying Sky Sect sensed a disturbance and immediately began to calculate with his fingers. In the depths of the void, a connection was formed with a mark he had carelessly left behind long ago. A look of astonishment filled his eyes. Someone had actually left the heavenly constant and transcended the human immortal realm. Had they discovered an entirely new spiritual domain? Before long, he deduced additional information and recalled the identity of the individual who had left the mark, a cultivator he had encountered a millennium prior, who had crossed over from a mundane realm. Swiftly, he rose and summoned his escape light, making his way to the Sect's teleportation array to commence his journey. After several dozen transmissions and traversing tens of thousands of miles, he finally arrived at the Sect once established by the Elder of the 10 Absolutes. To his anticipation, the Sect was now deserted. In a matter of moments, he traversed several thousand miles to an unassuming location, locating a spatial entrance. Naturally, he could not enter directly. Should the limits of the spiritual realm be insufficient, his presence as a celestial immortal would spell disaster. Anticipating this, he summoned 3 human immortals from his celestial artifact with a wave of his hand. "Go forth and investigate the conditions of the world on the other side," he instructed. The three human immortals responded with utmost respect. As you command, Lord Scorpion. They leapt into the spatial entrance and vanished from sight. In the Seven Stars realm, a fissure in the fabric of space tore open, and the three human immortal cultivators emerged, enveloped in a protective barrier to guard against any sudden ambush. Finding no anticipated attack, they exhaled in relief and immediately released their divine senses to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a small valley that appeared remarkably desolate. However, they were taken aback. They sensed the rich, innate spiritual energy permeating the heavens and the earth. Such a concentration in his realm would be deemed a treasure trove, a place that even earth immortals would covet. Yet here, it was desolate, inhabited only by a few lowly demonic beasts, the highest of which barely reached the 7th tier. How could this world be so bounteous? What a splendid place. If we cultivate here, our progress will multiply several times. One could not help but draw in a breath of celestial energy, their eyes gleaming with intense greed. What a remarkable location. Truly a remarkable location. Let us swiftly gather intelligence about this place, and then inform Elder Scorpion. In the future, as Elder Scorpion seeks to conquer this spiritual realm, we will surely rise to prominence. One among them excitedly mused. All right, let's part ways and investigate the circumstances. The three then separated, each embarking on their quest for information. One individual headed towards the direction of the Seven Stars Sect, discovering that as he proceeded, the concentration of innate spiritual energy continued to rise. Upon reaching a certain region, the density of spiritual energy had already surpassed some of the sacred cultivation sites of the Flying Sky Gate. He ascended to a higher altitude and gazed in that direction, witnessing a colossal river of starlight cascading from the heavens, much like a celestial river pouring into that locale. Astonishing, what immense stellar power. The concentration of stellar energy there undoubtedly rivaled that of a 9th-tier blessed land, perhaps even exceeding it. He inhaled deeply, no longer hesitating, recording everything he had discovered before returning to the previously mentioned spatial rift, swiftly vanishing within. The remaining two soon arrived, entering the spatial passage, returning to the celestial realm. Once the three had disappeared, Su Yuan's second primordial spirit materialized out of thin air. He waved his hand, and the spatial rift suddenly expanded, transforming into a spatial portal. He followed suit, entering the portal, and emerged outside. Before him lay a stable spatial passage. Walking to its end would lead to the spiritual realm previously traversed by the 10 absolute recluses and several ancestors of Meridian Opening. Su Yuan, however, did not venture into that spiritual realm. Instead, he summoned the authority of the 7 Stars Supreme. Streams of heavenly principles infused this spatial passage, and the once narrow channel began to expand and reinforce itself, gradually transforming into a hidden realm. Various terrains began to take shape: deserts, stone forests, swamps, forests, lakes, and more. Furthermore, the power of the heavenly principles manifested, enveloping this place in a web of laws, rendering it extraordinarily stable while significantly suppressing the ability to soar through the skies. The vast spiritual energy from the 7 Stars realm surged into this area, rapidly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within the hidden realm, abundant and overflowing. Su Yuan activated the principles of creation, and miraculous occurrences unfolded. Countless ordinary spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, and even celestial artifacts and elixirs materialized under Su Yuan's command, manifesting in every corner. Beneath the earth, numerous rare treasures are forming, with spiritual and even celestial ores emerging from the void. Above the ground, Su Yuan disperses a plethora of spiritual herb seeds, which, under the influence of certain force, grow rapidly. This is the divine art of the creation law, known as regulating creation, when combined with the laws of artifact refining, alchemy, and the 5 elements. It allows for the omission of the intermediate refining process, enabling the creation of treasures that Su Yuan has completely mastered. The materials consumed are those originally found in the world, along with a vast amount of spiritual energy. The use of creation power is also required. This principle is the essence of the universal treasure cauldron, and now Su Yuan can achieve similar effects without relying on it. However, his current limit in creation is only at the level of supreme celestial artifacts, as he has yet to create golden celestial artifacts due to the significant consumption of creation power. After comprehending the creation law, he can draw creation power from the world, which can be utilized to execute the creation law and its corresponding divine techniques. During processes such as artifact refining, alchemy, and cultivation, creation power is also generated, allowing for a swift replenishment of his reserves. However, as he has only recently understood the creation law and his depth of practice is still insufficient, his storage of creation power is limited. Thus, it must be accumulated gradually. Observing the gradually taking shape of the secret realm, Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He had long known that the 10 Extremities Wanderer had left behind means, and within the spirit realm across from him, there were individuals plotting against the 7 Stars realm. Since this was the case, he saw no harm in using the cultivators of this world as trial subjects for the 7 Stars sect. Su Yuan withdrew from the portal of the secret realm, reappearing in the small valley where the portal was located. With a wave of his hand, he displaced the surrounding forest to another location, leaving behind a vast expanse of white land. He then employed the regulating creation divine technique, causing a colossal city to rise from beneath the ground. At the center of the city stood the spatial portal. This was now a border city, yet it remained utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. With this secret realm serving as a training ground, the disciples' mental and cultivation states should improve, yielding more feedback. Su Yuan mused with satisfaction. Chapter 162, The Trial City. Guyu was deeply engrossed in his practice. At one moment, he felt the sound of teachings beside him vanish. Guyu opened his eyes in bewilderment, only to find himself in a city. Ahead, Ranz stroked his beard, smiling warmly at him. Master of the Valley? Guyu exclaimed in surprise. Ranz laughed heartily. I am no longer the Master of the Valley. Henceforth, refer to me as the City Lord. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and in an instant, a purple radiance enveloped him, with dragon shadows appearing to circle around him, while true phoenixes soared by his side. Above, golden light illuminated the sky, casting him as if he were an immortal descended from the heavens. The ground beneath was still shrouded in mist, ethereal and enchanting. Guyu twitched the corner of his mouth. As a crossing tribulation cultivator, do I really need to engage in such frivolities? Lance raised an eyebrow and replied with a serene smile. Merely a crossing tribulation, you say? Do you believe I could defeat you with a single move? As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, forcing Guyu to kneel halfway. His expression filled with astonishment. What realm are you at? He inquired. Ahem, my apologies, I am currently a 3rd stage star god, akin to a celestial. L'Ensiged, Allah. Compared to that fellow Song Kai, you pale in comparison. Merely a celestial, hardly impressive. Guyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I understand. City Lord, please explain the situation to me. Wasn't I here to listen to the Tao? It's quite simple. Your state of mind is insufficient, rendering you incapable of further comprehension. Lance sighed, your mental state is rather lacking. You, a crossing tribulation cultivator, cannot endure. Guyu's expression darkened. He knew that divine beings had minimal requirements for mental states. And this fellow, undoubtedly inferior even to him, dared to criticize him. If it weren't for the inability to fight back. This is the City of Trials. Lance coughed and stated, I'm the Lord of the City of Trials. He pointed in a direction. Do you see that? It is a trial secret realm, filled with treasures, but also potential foes. Competing for treasures, enduring life and death trials. You may undertake a trial that could enhance your mental state. Once your mental state is sufficient, you may return to me to continue listening to the Tao in the chaotic realm. I now possess the qualification for teleportation, allowing me to traverse between the City of Trials and various locations. Lance-moi de poudre. I understand. Guyu nodded earnestly. Then you may prepare. Lance, the Valley Master, instructed. Guyu nodded and departed from the square where Lance stood. Meanwhile, Lance waved his hand, recording the dialogue between himself and Guyu, then produced a mirror-like artifact to replay the conversation. Watching the mirror repeat his words, Lance nodded in satisfaction and placed it in the center of the square. Just then, another disciple appeared out of thin air, looking bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Lance and the artifact displaying the dialogue, he fell silent for a moment, then clasped his hands before Lance, saying, Farewell, Valley Master. Wait, address me as City Lord. Lance reminded him. Understood, Valley Master. The disciple left without looking back. Lance huffed. Do they not know how to behave? He clapped his hands and entered his residence in the City of Trials, then lay down on his bed, feeling at ease, and naturally drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, sensing the situation, twitched his eyelids. He had originally arranged for Lance to provide explanations and supervision, yet unexpectedly, this fellow had chosen to slack off. Having ascended to the third tier of the star god, how can one still find repose? Yuan believed it unacceptable to allow him such ease. Within the legacy of the Dragon Clan lies a method for cultivation in dreams. He would impart it to him. Moreover, it would operate automatically each time he fell asleep. Without hesitation, Yuan promptly integrated the dream cultivation technique into Lance's celestial position, designating it as a passive divine skill. Indeed, not long after Lance peacefully succumbed to slumber, his brow furrowed involuntarily in deep concentration. In the dream, Lance gazed around in bewilderment. He found himself engulfed in a sea of flames, the fire voraciously consuming his corporeal form. What on earth is happening? He hurriedly activated his celestial position, yet to his astonishment, it had vanished from his mind. It had disappeared. Lance's eyes widened, his expression filled with sheer terror. This is it. This is the end. I'm going to perish. I have only just become a third-tier star god. Lance cried out in despair, fleeing frantically through the inferno. Wait, I'm not dead. After running for what felt like an eternity, Lance realized he was still alive. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, seeking an escape from the blazing inferno. Throughout this ordeal, his will, mindset, soul, and even his corporeal form underwent various enhancements. Yet, Lance paid little heed to these improvements. He merely wished to escape, feeling the flames grow ever fiercer. After an indeterminate period, Lance abruptly awoke. He sprang from his bed, his eyes wide with confusion as he scanned his surroundings. Was I just dreaming? He examined his body, finding not a single mark upon it. Then checked the celestial position in his mind, intact and unscathed. So, it was merely a dream. Does even a celestial dream so vividly? Lance scratched his head. Since it was just a dream, why should I be afraid? Calming himself, he lay back down, quickly drifting off once more. In his dream, Lance found himself on a battlefield. Kill! 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 The cries of battle resounded like thunder. Glancing again at the sea of consciousness, he noted the absence of his celestial position, realizing he had once again entered the realm of dreams. Ha ha ha, battle! I shall fight to my heart's content. Grasping a battle blade nearby, he charged into the fray, transforming into the most valiant warrior on the battlefield, slaying foes with relentless vigor. Until he ultimately succumbed from exhaustion after vanquishing dozens. Lance did not awaken. The dream seamlessly transitioned into another realm of cultivation. Observing Lance ensnared in the depths of his dream, Yuan's expression gradually morphed into one of madness, as he glanced perplexedly at the description of the cultivation method, which did not mention that one might descend into madness after practicing it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guyu strolled through the city and soon gathered several companions. Guyu, Xia Yingying, Nangong Xianwang, Zhuge Jian, and Nangong Huiyu, all five united. Nangong Xianwang coughed lightly and inquired, "Have you all progressed in your cultivation so swiftly? I have merely reached the tribulation stage, and yet you all seem to have caught up." Xia Yingying scoffed. "It is you who cultivates at a leisurely pace." Nangong Xianwang replied, "Cough. I am already several millennia old. Do you dare to call me a young lad? Aren't you fond of playing youthful?" Xia Yingying retorted, "Your lifespan has surpassed 100,000 years. A mere few thousand years is trivial, akin to a mere child among mortals." Nangong Xianwang sighed in resignation. Nangong Huiyu stifled a laugh, while Zhuge Jian promptly declared, "All right, let us form a team and prepare to venture into the trial secret realm." The expressions of the group immediately turned grave. Guyu spoke earnestly, "Everyone, this trial is fraught with peril. It is rumored that enemies from another realm have appeared. Should we encounter a formidable foe and be struck down in a single blow, we may find ourselves without the chance to activate our talismans. And we would indeed meet our demise." The others nodded in agreement, although they were all equipped with boundary-breaking talismans that could be activated in but a second. In the heat of battle, a second could sometimes stretch into eternity. Nangong Xianwang waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this pessimism. Our equipment is quite exceptional. We should not fear being dispatched in an instant. Have faith." Indeed, after a brief discussion, the five confirmed their tactical command and arrived at the entrance to the trial secret realm. Numerous disciples were already gathered there in preparation. Guyu noticed that Yi Bufan had arrived alone, sword in hand, resembling a solitary sword immortal. Guyu greeted him, "Yi Bufan, have you not found a team? Would you care to join us?" Yi Bufan glanced at him with indifference, shaking his head, "No need. I can manage on my own." Gu Yu nodded in understanding. He surveyed the area, and upon spotting 4 figures, his eyes widened in astonishment. They were 3 burly men and a little girl. Ada, is the barbecue grill ready? Big sister, it is all set. Air, have the seasonings been gathered? Big sister, everything is prepared. Asan, have the fruits been picked? Rest assured, big sister. I specifically had the younger brothers gather several tons of fruits for you, sufficient for your consumption during this period. That is splendid. The little girl nodded with satisfaction. Gu Yu's eyes widened further. Isn't that the spirit pet of the ancestor, or rather, Elder Su Si? Mid-sentence, he was hastily nudged by Nangong Xianwan, prompting Gu Yu to quickly amend his words. The little girl was indeed the one, Kai Tun Tian Yu, Xiao Kai. She too had been brought forth by Su Yuan for the trial. The 3 burly men beside her were Su De, Su Er, and Su San, who were assisting Elder Su Si. However, from their conversation, it appeared that Xiao Kai was not there for the trial but rather for an outing. Steady, steady. Gu Yu quickly communicated telepathically to his companions. If we encounter any enemies, we should lead them towards Elder Su Si. Her strength is unfathomable. The others nodded in agreement. A petite figure materialized upon Gu Yu's shoulder. Gu Yu tilted her head to glance at Xiao Shi-san. Are you all right? She communicated telepathically. Xiao Shi-san replied. I sense a suppression from the bloodline. Gu Yu responded, that's normal. Elder Su Si is the pet of the ancestor. Without her, I can no longer perceive her aura. But the other 3 exude a profound suppression that resonates from the deepest essence of my bloodline, akin to how humans feel in the presence of a true dragon. Xiao Shi-san's tone was filled with disbelief. How can this be? Those few, including Su, are merely servants of the ancestor. They seem to only tend to trees and flowers. Yet I feel they have undoubtedly ascended to immortality, possessing strength that overwhelmingly surpasses their peers. Hearing this, Gu Yu took a deep breath, feeling that despite her rapid cultivation, it still fell short. Chapter 163, Trial Collision. On the other side of the spatial portal, the Xianxian Scorpion had received information from 3 human immortals. At that moment, he was utterly exhilarated. Indeed, it was a realm of exceptionally high grade. It took him a while to regain his composure. I have waited long enough for this opportunity. He stepped forward and entered his cave heaven artifact. Inside, countless beings had gathered, including a vast number of demonic beasts, with the number of cultivators exceeding 10 billion. These were all his cultivated subordinates. As one of the few peak Xianxian elders of the Flying Sky Sect, his faction was immensely powerful, comprising numerous families that were his vassals. Upon receiving the news, he had brought most of his subordinates to ascertain the truth of the information before launching a large-scale attack on the opposing world. This decisive approach was naturally inspired by the successful Golden Immortals, whose experiences taught that only those who act swiftly and decisively can ultimately prevail. A single step ahead leads to a cascade of advantages. He had obtained news of a new spiritual realm, which might soon be known to others. Hence the urgency to seize territory within this new realm. Once a sufficient area was occupied, he could draw upon the fortune to invoke the heavenly fruit position and ascend to golden immortality. Unfortunately, the spatial passage could not accommodate his cave heaven artifact. The Scorpion lamented, recognizing that this natural passage was rather fragile, incapable of supporting artifacts of such high grade. Nonetheless, it made little difference. The Xianxian Scorpion addressed everyone, stating, Today, I have discovered a new spiritual realm. I require you to venture forth and secure ample territory for me. The opportunity to achieve greatness lies before us. Let's depart. A trillion-strong army appeared outside the spatial passage. Teams of beings lined up and charged into the passage, heading towards another spiritual realm. Regrettably, the passage was too narrow. Even with the Scorpion reinforcing and expanding it, the number of beings that could traverse simultaneously remained limited. As he observed the throngs of individuals rushing towards the spatial portal, the Scorpion Immortal envisioned his future ascent to the position of a Golden Immortal. He had heard that after achieving the Golden Immortal fruit position, the Eastern Sea Town's Immortal Lord had, through countless years of cultivation, successfully comprehended an entire law, thus becoming a true immortal Golden Immortal, liberated from the constraints of his fruit position. Lacking the confidence to transcend to the realm of the immortal Golden Immortal within his limited lifespan, he resolved to emulate the Eastern Sea Town's Immortal Lord, believing that, given endless time, he too could penetrate the entirety of the law. In the midst of his reverie, the vanguard had already reached the terminus of the passage. Indeed, a spatial portal existed there, However, upon crossing through it, the vanguard did not emerge in the small valley, as per the intelligence reports. Instead, it seemed they had entered an entirely new secret realm and were caught in a state of random teleportation. A tiger-like demon beast suddenly glanced around, muttering, "Is this the other world? My task is simple. I merely need to occupy a forest." Despite being separated from the main force, this azure tiger remained unperturbed, opting to adhere to the directive of claiming territory in this other world. It soon discovered that this forest was unclaimed and brimming with cultivation resources. With an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, it promptly decided to seize this forest and declare itself king of the mountain. A fissure opened in its chest, from which beams of light descended, transforming into numerous azure tigers. In the blink of an eye, thousands of azure tigers appeared, varying in rank, forming a complete azure tiger clan. "We pay homage to our leader." The multitude of azure tigers knelt before their king. The azure tiger king nodded, instructing, "You shall all cultivate here. This will be our future domain." The azure tigers erupted in cheers and scattered to occupy various hilltops. Before long, the previously deserted forest was gradually populated with azure tigers. The azure tigers even released various live animals, allowing them to proliferate within the forest, thus providing labor for the azure tigers and serving as sustenance. This process of claiming the forest unfolded seamlessly. Many others, akin to the azure tiger king, were also present. This vast secret realm was swiftly being claimed by beings from another world. At that moment, within the Trial City, disciples of the Seven Stars Sect began to enter the Trial secret realm in succession. They materialized in various locations throughout the realm. Guyu's team also appeared in a forest. The group immediately established defensive measures, vigilant against potential ambushes. Fortunately, no danger manifested at that moment. The five exchanged glances, remaining silent, and began to swiftly investigate their surroundings. Guyu's eyes, deep as the stars, enabled him to see far and wide. He attempted to soar into the air, only to find himself halted after ascending merely several dozen meters. "There are restrictions against flight," Guyu stated. Just then, news arrived from Nangong Huoyu. "I've discovered a demon beast." The crowd quickly gathered around Nangong Huoyu, and soon they discovered a blue tiger resting on a mountain. "What realm is it?" Xia Yingying inquired. "It is at the Great Ascension stage," Nangong Xianwang discerned. The group exchanged glances, astonished that upon entering the secret realm, they encountered a beast of such formidable power. "Do we have confidence?" Guyu grinned. "Of course we do," Zhuge Jian replied with a smile. "Very well. Let's make our move against this blue tiger." The five swiftly approached the mountain. The blue tiger was currently enjoying a peaceful slumber. The territory that the clan leader had found was indeed splendid. Not only was the concentration of spiritual energy exceptionally high, but it also possessed celestial energy. After several millennia of cultivation here, it believed it could transform its body into a celestial form and ascend to the realm of demon immortals, a pace that was over 10 times faster than before. However, why was this otherworld so desolate with so few creatures? Suddenly, its acute senses tingled, causing its fur to bristle. In an instant, it leapt up, its body darting away. As it turned, it saw a sword materialize out of thin air, stabbing fiercely into the ground where it had been resting just moments before. Its pupils contracted, an ambush. Yet, before it could regain its footing, a burst of flame erupted in the very spot it had just vacated, enveloping the unsuspecting blue tiger in a fiery blaze. At that moment, it finally perceived the presence of 5 figures around it, and upon sensing their auras, it felt a sudden wave of relief. They were merely at the crossing tribulation stage. How dare they attempt to ambush me, courting death? However, the instant the flames completely engulfed it, a wretched cry escaped its lips. How painful! This fire is actually scorching my fur. Its fur was akin to a 9th-tier magical artifact, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Xia Yingying exclaimed with excitement. "My starfire has enveloped it." The blue tiger, infuriated, retorted, "What foul flame is this? It is starfire. Is it not acceptable?" Xia Yingying asked. The blue tiger shot her a glare, and in a flash, transformed into a streak of blue light, disappearing from the flames and reappearing before Xia Yingying, viciously swiping a claw at her. Startled, Xia Yingying had no time to defend herself. Suddenly, Nangong Xianwang materialized, and a stone seal came crashing down upon the blue tiger. The massive creature, towering several meters high, was struck by the seemingly small stone seal as if it had collided with a mountain, sending it flying. How is this possible? The blue tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. An arrow then flew in from the side, accurately striking its retreating form, piercing through its defenses and embedding itself in the tiger's heart, causing it to be filled with terror. As it turned its head, it saw a woman still drawing her bow, preparing to release a second arrow. A layer of blue light enveloped the blue tiger, seeking to thwart the assault of the second arrow. But at that moment, 7 flying swords descended from the heavens. The flying sword descended like a meteorite, its force tremendous, shattering the very heavens. It violently broke through the azure defenses of the azure tiger. This was the 7-star mysterious sword technique, summoned by Zhuge Jian, which he had now comprehended to the pinnacle of mastery. The azure tiger felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could a dignified Great Ascension Realm demon tiger be so utterly powerless against mere Tribulation Realm adversaries? It was astonished. Each one possessed the combat prowess of the Great Ascension Realm, and it could sense the profound laws imbued within their attacks. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily wounded. What merit did it possess to provoke 5 prodigies of the laws? The azure tiger could not help but roar in desperation. Help! Help! The tiger is being hunted. Come save me. Its voice traveled far and wide, reaching the ears of several other azure tigers on distant peaks. Soon, the sound of tiger roars echoed back. Hold on, brother. I'm on my way. Don't let the assailants escape. The roars grew louder as a multitude of azure tigers rushed to the scene. The 5 intruders turned pale. The wind was fierce. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? The azure tiger, seeing their intent to escape, charged forward. However, to its shock, these individuals moved with a speed comparable to its own Great Ascension Realm. At that moment, it was utterly convinced that it had encountered the pinnacle of genius from another realm. Thus, it bellowed, "These are the seeds of an immortal realm. We absolutely cannot let them go." Roar, roar, roar. Further afield, more azure tigers responded, their presences revealing that some were of the immortal realm caliber. This caused the expressions of the 5 to change dramatically. "We shall slay this azure tiger and then retreat from the secret realm," Guyu promptly proposed. Agreed. The 5 ceased their flight and turned back to engage the azure tiger. Big Dipper, 7-star formation. Guyu and Xianxia each summoned a spiritual fish, and together with the 5 cultivators, they formed the Big Dipper 7-star formation. In the next moment, the power of the 7 stars surged through them. When the radiance enveloped Guyu, he felt his strength multiply 7-fold. He unleashed a sword strike, and indeed, the power of his sword had risen 7-fold. The brilliance swiftly flickered to another, as Xianxia simultaneously launched her attack, her power also swelling 7-fold. 7 strikes were unleashed in unison, all striking true upon the azure tiger. The azure tiger, believing it could withstand the onslaught, was taken aback when it realized that each enemy had erupted with newfound strength. The azure tiger fell on the spot, and in its final moments, regret consumed it. Knowing they were geniuses, why had it pursued them? Such explosive power was commonplace among prodigies. In the afterlife, it vowed to remember this lesson. Never provoke a genius.